A somewhat stocky figure rushed over, and after a brutal collision the exhausted Haibin was knocked to the ground, letting out a scream. He did not blow the whistle. Ma Chi, who had returned to defend, grinned, raised his left foot, and passed the ball to Chen Feng's feet. He laughed. "Chen, what are you waiting for? Charge ahead." Without waiting for Ma Chi's words, Chen Feng had already started racing down the wing with his 80 speed. Two defenders chased after him, but could only see his back. Reaching near the arc, he encountered a blockade of defenders. At that moment, a familiar figure entered the penalty area from the corner of his eye. He grinned slyly. Just before the defender slid in, he gently lifted the ball with his toe. The ball sailed over the defender's head, and Markovic, inside the penalty area, received it comfortably and unleashed a powerful left foot shot. Swish! Team B scored another goal. 0-0-3, 2 assists, 2 blocks. Damn that pass, that chip, it's just too beautiful to watch. I think the captain was dumbfounded. He watched the ball fly over his head powerless. He never imagined Chen Feng had such a chip pass. Crazy, when did this guy's passing become so amazing? Am I hallucinating? Chen Feng already has 2 assists and Team A is actually trailing. This guy has been hiding his skills. Team B temporarily led 2-1, which not only shocked the bench players visually, but also psychologically. Especially when both goals were related to Chen Feng, the guy they looked down upon. That shock grew even stronger. Beautiful. Unlike head coach Mu Yi's calmness and confusion, the excited assistant coach Strand swore that in his 2 years in the Norwegian league, he had rarely seen such a casual pass. This kid Chen Feng truly surprised him. When he looked at Mu Yi, who was a year older, his eyes unconsciously carried a hint of admiration. Seems like the boss really didn't waste those years with Solskjaer. More than others, Mu Yi observed more carefully. He knew Chen Feng's strength well. Leaving aside whether that pass was accidental, what was up with this monstrous stamina? In the past, Chen Feng with his explosive speed would be exhausted after about 20 minutes of defense, let alone participate in the attack. But today's Chen Feng was not only excellent in passing, but also his stamina surpassed many main players. What's up with this kid today? He was so brilliant. Chen Feng, who was celebrating with Markovic and others, didn't notice a pair of sparkling eyes watching him. He was receiving flattery from those around him. Team B leading Team A 2-1 was rare not only at Mold, but also in other teams. Hey Chen, you're not being honest. Why didn't you show off such a great pass earlier? It was amazing. Chen, pass it to me next time, I'll let you have an assist hat trick. Pass to me, I'll never let your pass down. His sharp passing made Chen Feng the center of attention among everyone. Amid the chatter around him, the black-haired boy in the middle responded to compliments humbly. By the way, after running for so long, he actually didn't feel tired. This maxed out stamina is really damn useful. With the score behind, the fierce spirit in Team A was fully ignited. After all, they were the main players, being suppressed by a bunch of substitutes. What was that all about? In the following 10 minutes, forwards Holland and Brustad took turns dropping back. In the middle, through a clever passing combination, Holland received the ball and broke into the penalty area. Facing the brave substitute goalkeeper, the young striker, who would shine in the future once again, showed his brilliant finishing. He gently dragged the ball with his right foot to create space, then struck the center of the ball heavily with the tip of his boot. Bang! The powerful shot made Trostian hesitate for a second when catching it. A second later, the ball whistled past his ear and hit the net. Holland scoring a brace helped Team A equalize. After that, it was Team B's turn to attack. Near the center circle, after some tussle, the ball once again came to the ever-energetic Chen Feng's feet. His good speed easily broke through the flank blockade. At the arc, he gave a diagonal through ball. At the penalty spot, Ma Chi, who had declared he would make Chen Feng get an assist hat trick, appeared. The 26-year-old Nigerian forward easily received the ball with his right foot. He gathered his strength and blasted. Bang! It was powerful, but hit the crossbar. Ma Chi missed the chance and knelt on the ground with his head in his hands. Before Chen Feng and others could go to comfort him, Linda made a powerful throw-in, sending the ball to Team B's half. Hestad gracefully turned away a defender's tackle. After dragging the ball with one foot, he passed straight through. Main striker Brustad received the ball and broke into the penalty area. Facing the behemoth, who was 187 m and weighed 84 kilograms, Team B's defenders seemed at a loss. Brustad easily got his shot off. Whoosh! Bang! Just as he was about to shoot, Chen Feng, panting, appeared in his own penalty area and blocked the blast with his shin. Seeing his shot blocked, Brustad's blue eyes showed obvious confusion. How is this kid everywhere? Chen Feng's leg hurt a little, but as he breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar loud laugh came from beside him. Turning his head, Holland had scored the follow-up, completing a hat trick. Team A 3-2 taking the lead. At that moment, Mu Yi blew the whistle to end the match. 45 minutes were enough, and he had seen a lot from it. A few days later, Mu Yi had a clear decision on the first league match roster. Hey Chen, your passing is amazing. Why didn't you show it in previous training matches? It's nothing, just luck. Once or twice is luck. More than that is not. You and your uncle are both very modest. Let's go quickly, I'm a bit hungry. Okay. After leaving the training base, Holland and Chen Feng casually hailed a taxi and headed straight to the city center. Soon they appeared on a bustling commercial street. After getting out of the taxi, they walked another 2 minutes before arriving at a restaurant called Zhonghua Le Zaheo. The shop was not large with 6 or 7 tables. At that time, because people hadn't gotten off work, yet there weren't many customers inside, leaving 5 tables empty. The two came to a table by the window. Holland had just put down his bag when he ran to the fridge, took out 2 bottles of soda, and laughed. Uncle, you 1 large bowl of hot dry noodles, 1 large bowl of beef awful noodles, no coriander, extra green onions. Okay. A cordial response came from the kitchen. Chun Feng smiled and shook his head, casually taking a soda, and asked, don't you ask what I want to eat before ordering for me? Huh. Holland was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and said, I ordered for myself. Okay. The soda Chun Feng had just taken almost sprayed out. He looked at Holland's tall figure and seemed to understand something. You guy, your appetite grows faster than your body. You'll eat my family out of business sooner or later. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you talking? Just then Chun Fu carried out a large bowl of hot dry noodles and glared at his son. Then he said warmly to Holland, Erling, don't listen to Xiaofeng. Tell me what you want to eat, don't be shy. Got it, thanks uncle. Holland knew Chun Feng was joking. The guy in front of him was actually quite funny. With the arrival of the hot, dry noodles, the beef awful noodles and beef noodles also came to the table slowly. While savoring the delicious food, Chun Feng quietly put the large piece of beef from his bowl into Holland's bowl. Holland flipped his wrist and lifted the bowl to reveal a lot of beef accumulated at the bottom. He repeatedly said, enough, you're still growing, eat up. Despite saying that, his left hand was covering his bowl tightly. Look at your pathetic look. Who's going to steal from you? Chun Feng looked disdainful, but in his heart he recalled the scene when he first arrived in the strange city of Mold. A few months ago he was kicked out of the Club Brugge youth team. After several twists and turns he got a trial opportunity with Ajax too. With his good speed, Chun Feng managed to stay. Just as Chun Feng was about to leave for Ajax, his worried father Chun Fu followed him, leaving his Belgian wife and 2 children in Belgium. Later, because Chun Feng was not well liked in Ajax too and had few playing opportunities, he was loaned to Mold in the summer window. Chun Fu resolutely followed. The father and son were new to Mold and knew no one. Thanks to the help of Holland's family, they managed to rent a shop and a cost-effective apartment nearby. Therefore, every time Holland came to eat, Chun Fu would not accept payment. Not that Holland didn't pay, but Chun Fu refused to take it. But Holland is not the type to freeload. Seeing that Chun Fu wouldn't accept money, he spent it elsewhere. On Mu Yi's desk, an extra pack of cigarettes appeared every week. This was given by Holland in Chun Feng's name. Chun Feng didn't know all this until today after training, when Mu Yi said to him, thank you for the cigarettes. Only then did Chun Feng understand the whole story. He thought, Holland, my brother, I'll definitely stick with you. I'm looking forward to the scene where we dominate the Premier League together in the future. While Chun Feng was daydreaming, the beef in his bowl had disappeared. Slap. Suddenly Chun Feng snapped back to reality and decisively clamped Holland's chopsticks. Chun Feng glared. Are you even human? You have so much beef in your bowl, and you want to take mine. And didn't I just give you some? Chun, Holland said shamelessly, I saw you didn't move for so long, I thought you didn't like it. I was helping you. Help your grandpa. Chun, let me explain. In the kitchen, watching the two banter, Chun Fu was already used to it, a smile brimming on his lips. He opened his phone and looked at the photo of the family of 5, his eyes full of longing. At 9 in the evening, after closing the shop, the father and son walked home together. After taking a quick shower, Chun Feng locked himself in his room. Ostensibly tired from the day, he wanted to rest early. Actually, he was eager to check the system. Chun Feng, age 16, ability value 64, market value 3. 8 million improvable. Tackling 10, A shooting 46, passing 100s, ball control 48, strength 40, speed 80. The overall ability value is 64. Among the remaining attributes, passing and stamina are maxed at 100, others unchanged. As for obtaining attribute points, Chun Feng had figured it out. Through various specialized training exercises, corresponding attribute points could be earned. Currently, he could get them after just 300 practice repetitions. Now Chun Feng finally understood why he was given max stamina. It was for training. Looking down, main quest, click to view. 1. Rise to glory 1. 1. Gain the trust of head coach Mu Yi and become a main player for Mold. Reward, gold treasure chest. Simple. This task was not difficult for Chun Feng at the moment. After all, the level of the Norwegian league was not very high. With his current talent, he could accomplish it soon. After exploring a bit more and finding nothing, Chun Feng fell asleep, dreaming of the future. 7:30 in the morning. At Mold training base, Mu Yi was eating breakfast when he passed the field and suddenly heard rhythmic impact sounds. He walked closer, and sure enough, it was that hard-working black-haired boy. If not for witnessing the kid's amazing performance yesterday, Mu Yi would have walked over and said, Chun, football is about talent. But now keep training hard. Mu Yi put away his thoughts and headed straight to the office. The first league match was coming and the tactics and starting lineup needed to be finalized. At 3:00 p.m. after a day's training, Mu Yi appeared under the eager eyes of everyone. All players stared intensely at the tactical notebook. Everyone knew that notebook would to some extent decide their fate tomorrow. Facing the burning gazes, Mu Yi began, tomorrow is the first league match of the Norwegian League. I will now announce the starting lineup. Linda, the team's main goalkeeper, no objections. Taro Romer. These are the team's 2 main fullbacks naturally expected to be on the starting list. Foreign and Gabrielsen. The former is the team's meritorious veteran, the latter is the captain. Then the names of the 4 midfielders and 2 forwards were announced in order. Holland, who had scored a hat-trick in yesterday's training match, was naturally included. Next is the substitute list: Trojan Markovic Machi. As the slots diminished, many substitute players' hearts sank. They had prepared hard for a month and didn't want to be left off the squad list. Compared to others' nervousness, Chen Feng was much calmer. Soon the 7-man squad list was down to the last slot. Mui didn't announce it immediately, but looked around the crowd. He saw Chen Feng. Surprisingly, he didn't see nervousness or anxiety. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Mui announced, "The last slot goes to Chen Feng." Yes. When he heard that familiar name, Holland clenched his fist in excitement. Most people showed expressions of expected surprise. Given Chen Feng's dazzling performance yesterday with 2 assists and 2 crucial blocks, even a fool knew he would be on the squad list. A few were disappointed, but said nothing. Football really depends on talent. Alright. Those on the squad list, I hope you take tomorrow's match seriously. In the stands, many fans are watching you, expecting your brilliant performance. Looking to win the season opener. Hope you won't let everyone down. Got it. As the meeting disbanded, Mui left, but still couldn't see on Chen Feng's face what he was looking for. He showed no ecstasy upon being selected for the squad, calm and composed, as if an aged soul resided in a young body. August 6, 2017, 4:00 p.m. The Molde Stadium, capable of holding 11800 fans, was already packed with supporters wearing blue shirts. Only scattered corners held a few thousand fans in yellow, the supporters of today's opponent, Bodo Glimt. Speaking of Bodo Glimt, they were founded early, tracing back to 1916, and have won 4 championship trophies to date. These are the Norwegian Cup in 1975 and 1993, and the Norwegian Football League First Division titles in 2013 and 2017. Do not underestimate this promoted team, for they would later defeat Molde to win consecutive Norwegian Premier League titles in 2020 and 2021. But that is a story for later. Back to the main event. As time passed, the players entered the field, led by the referee. In the southeast corner of the stands, Wilson, a frontline journalist over 40, was feeling frustrated. Logically, at his age, he should have become an editor-in-chief. By now, many of his peers who entered the industry at the same time are already chief editors. Only he was still working on the front line. Wilson wanted to quit, but dared not. A man his age bore considerable pressure. Helpless, he could only drift along, hoping today's match would bring some surprise. He wanted to write a blockbuster article and get a promotion. Hadn't he heard there was a talented football prodigy in Molde? He hoped it was true. The camera returned to the pitch. Both teams' formations were displayed on the big screen. Molde set up a 4-4-2 at home, while Bodo Glimt boldly showed a 4-3-3. This move sparked great discontent among Molde fans. So arrogant. An underdog dares to play attacking formation against the Norwegian champions. Molde charge. Beat these arrogant guys. Damn Bodo Glimt, today we will conquer you, Molde, forever. Come on. Come on. Bodo Glimt's bold move shocked not only the fans, but also the players, the coaches, and John, the commentator, in the booth. As a well-known commentator in the Norwegian league, John had to admit Bodo Glimt as a new force is still a bit green. Today I personally favor Molde. Alright, enough talk, the match officially begins. Let's see what exciting performances the two teams will have today. The referee's whistle sounded. Molde controlled possession, advancing patiently as usual. The ball was passed back and forth at the feet of midfield Korheiben. 3 minutes later, Molde advanced past half-field. Herstad performed a brilliant nutmeg, drawing enthusiastic applause from the fans. Just as everyone expected Molde to continue their control and bombard Bodo Glimt in their own half. Something unexpected happened. In yellow jerseys, Bodo Glimt players did not retreat, but spread out, launching aggressive high pressing. Herstad with the ball faced their core player, iron-willed defensive midfielder, Jornbak. The 25-year-old, already fearsome in the second tier, did not feel intimidated on his first Norwegian top-flight appearance. He cleanly slid to take the ball away. Herstad tumbled to the ground. But the referee did not blow his whistle because Jornbak's tackle was clean. He pulled his foot and touched the ball first. The official found no reason to call a foul. Amid the overwhelming boos, Bodo Glimt launched their counterattack. Jornbak drove forward, facing Molde captain Gabrielsen. Lower your center of gravity, stay steady. Gabrielsen reminded himself, but Jornbak had no intention of a direct duel. His main task was to intercept. With that mission accomplished, he no longer lingered on the ball. He whipped a diagonal long pass to the wingbreaker Delg. Delg took the ball and charged into the box. Facing the rushing goalkeeper Lind, he unselfishly squared the ball for veteran Olsen, who arrived to slot into the empty net. Beep beep, Bodo Glimt took a 1-0 lead. The veteran scored his first top-flight goal, ecstatically charging toward the stands, roaring 3 times in succession to express his excitement. His teammates followed. Bodo Glimt coach Newellson pumped his fist 3 times toward Mo, while the boos grew even louder. If the first goal could be blamed on carelessness and luck, the second goal left no excuse. By the 59th minute, Molde was trapped. They lacked scoring methods despite prolonged attack. Even though Holland had good shooting skills, no one could deliver the ball comfortably to his feet. Attack failed and Bodo Glimt launched another sharp counter. Bjornbak poked the ball with his right foot, taking it from James's feet. James made a costly mistake. Learning from experience, Bjornbak quickly passed the ball. Left back Jonathan sprinted forward, shook off his marker, and sent a long diagonal. The ball reached the right side. Veteran Isidoro controlled it steadily, aimed at the box, and delivered a precise cross. Bang! From the crowd, veteran Olsen leaped high, overpowering Gabrielsen and Fallen, and connected with a powerful header. The ball slammed into the ground, evaded Lind's save, and bounced into the net. Swoosh! Veteran Olsen scored a brace. Bodo Glimt took a commanding lead. The Molde Stadium fell into low pressure. Coach Mo raged on the sideline, fans looked panicked. In the commentary booth, John, who had predicted Molde's victory, quickly changed his tune. Only one person remained calm. His composed demeanor also helped Mo settle a bit. He shouted to the bench, "Chun, warm up, get ready to go on." "Okay." Chun Fong, calm in his third life, rose, put on his jersey, and under the encouragement of his teammates walked to the sideline. At the same time, the underperforming James walked off dejectedly. However, Mo's substitution did not win the fans' approval. Many did not recognize the black-haired young man. The stands erupted. Who is this guy? At such a critical moment, he doesn't bring on Markovic, but an unknown guy. Is Mo out of his mind? Anyone know who he is? Mo out. Damn it, 2 goals down at home against a promoted team. Out. Mo, get out. Mo's substitution did not gain approval, triggering more curses. The calls for his dismissal grew louder. Of course, not everyone was ignorant of the black-haired youth who jogged onto the field. For instance, John in the commentary booth. After repeatedly checking his materials, he confirmed the youth's identity. This player in the number 40 jersey is Chun Fong, dual Chinese and Belgian nationality, loaned this summer from Ajax's second team. Just saying that may not jog memory. Does anyone recall a young player terminated by Club Brugge 3 months ago? On the pitch, Wilson also recognized the youth. He quickly pulled out a report his paper had written months ago: talented youth violently assaults, kicked out by Belgian giants. The incident was far less dramatic than the headline. Wilson later inquired. It started when Chun Fong had a conflict with some rising stars during training. After weighing options, the club chose to terminate Chen's contract to appease the future stars. Then an Ajax scout saw his potential and recommended a trial. Chun Fong stayed with his impressive speed, but his uncontrollable temper and low EQ cost him again, leading to the loan to Molde. Wilson was surprised that Chun had gained Mo's trust so quickly. It seemed the lad had some real skill. Or maybe the rumors were false. On the pitch, the substituted Chun Fong brought Mo's latest instructions. The 4-4-2 formation changed. The midfield became a 3-man unit, the attack became a 3-man front line. Holland spearheaded, Brustad played right wing, Chun Fong left wing. Attacks would come from the flanks. The effect was immediate. In the 67th minute, Hyben intercepted in midfield, winning the ball. Holland dropped deep to receive the ball. Hyben passed to him, and with a defender behind, Holland flicked it softly to Chun Fong on the left. Chun Fong touched the ball for the first time. His breathtaking speed astounded the fans. With a simple push, he raced to the byline. Bodo defenders couldn't catch up, even with full strides. Before they could close in, Chun had already crossed. The ball arced beautifully through the air and landed on Holland's head. In that crucial moment, Holland's killer instinct shone. A lion's shake of the head. Holland kept his eyes on the ball as it slipped past the goalkeeper's fingertips. He knew it was in. He sprinted to the sideline and performed a lotus sit, his signature celebration. The stands erupted with roaring cheers. Molde fans in blue were ecstatic over the sharp pass and crisp finish. They chanted Mo's name. Even Mo, used to such scenes, couldn't help a bitter smile. Fans everywhere seemed the same. Well done, Erling. Captain Gabrielsen ran over and lightly punched the tall young man on the chest. All Chin's credit, his pass was perfect. Holland humbly deflected praise to Chun Fong. When Chun Fong ran over, his impressed teammates tousled his hair vigorously, showing their acceptance. The ball was kicked off again. Now it was Bodo Glimt's turn to attack. They pressed forward, but a passing error allowed Hyben to intercept again. He lofted a long ball to Brustad on the right. The 187-meter Norwegian forward Brustad was quite adept at dribbling. Using his strong physique, he charged to the right edge of the box, ready to cross. Bjornbak suddenly appeared and slid in. A scream echoed again. Brustad writhed on the ground. The referee, having seen the whole play, decisively showed a yellow card. Bjornbak wanted to argue, but was intimidated by the referee's fierce glare. Brustad's ankle was injured. After diagnosis, he was substituted, replaced by the fans' long-awaited prodigy Markovic. In front of the ball, the team's first free kick taker Hyben stood with hands on hips. Nearby, Gabrielsen and Chun Fong approached. The Norwegian international, authoritative in the locker room, said, "Let Chun take this." "What? Why? I am the designated taker." Hyben was displeased and agitated. He couldn't understand why the captain would take away his right. Chun Fong quickly waved his hand. "Captain, I think it's not appropriate. Hyben is the first taker, he should take it. I can assist him." Gabrielsen's grin vanished. He said seriously, "This is not just my decision. The head told me that if there is a free kick or corner, Chun takes it. Besides, we are still behind. Getting the score back is all that matters. No personal emotions, understand." Hearing it was the coach's decision, Hyben deflated. Chun Fong did not decline further. After Gabrielsen walked away, the referee's whistle blew. Only 2 men stood by the ball. In the commentary booth, John was puzzled. Chen Feng is also standing at the ball. Who will take it? Haiben, or the young substitute? The whistle goes. Both Haiben and Chun start their run-ups. So it seems Haiben will take it. Chun is just a decoy. Wait, did Haiben run past the ball? No. Haiben is the decoy. The real taker is Chen Feng. Chen Feng's right foot slammed into the ball, driving it into the crowd of players. By telepathy or sheer precision, the ball landed perfectly on Haaland's head at the far post. Another header chance. Haaland leaped high, overpowered two defenders, and powered a header toward goal. Clang. The ball crashed into the inside of the post and bounced into the net. The Bodo goalkeeper stood rooted, dumbfounded. Roar. In just 5 minutes, Haaland's double header had leveled the score. The Lotus Sit celebration returned. Teammates piled on, celebrating the hard-fought goal. Later, Haaland dedicated the goal to the injured Brustad, genuinely hoping his senior teammate would be fine. On the bench, the Mold players were stunned. Head coach Mo could barely contain his excitement, shouting toward Newellson. He returned 3 punches. The joy was beyond words when he saw the livid expression on Knutsen's face. Holy crap. In the stands, John was also stunned, almost spitting out his drink. What kind of miraculous substitution was this? No wonder Haaland was the supernova of Mold. He had single-handedly turned the tide. The most important thing was that kid named Chen Feng. That pass was simply divine. If the first assist to Haaland for the goal could be chalked up to a bit of luck, nothing to make a fuss about, then this second one could no longer be explained away by fortune. In an instant, a new report began to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, in the stands, many Mold fans nearly fainted from excitement. They had initially thought Mo had made a blunder by substituting in a waste, but they never expected that both goals would be linked to this very waste. This slap in the face felt so damn good. This sentiment was shared not only by the vast crowd of fans, but also by the dumbfounded John. Then John recalled his experiences from the start of the match to the present and couldn't help but think of an ancient Chinese saying he had seen online before. Today was truly a case of looking at the sky with one's, but in the air, having eyes, but failing to see. On the field, Chen Feng was unaware that he had already won the recognition of the vast fan base. At that moment, he had only one thing on his mind: seize this hard-won opportunity to earn Mo's complete trust and secure his starting position. Using Mold as a springboard, he would leverage the system's power to advance his football career step by step towards the top 5 leagues. What was he thinking? Wasn't this an inevitable outcome? On the football pitch, one shouldn't ponder the meaning of life. Meanwhile, in nice Balotelli, struggling somewhat, felt slightly offended. Back on the pitch after the score was leveled, Knutsen could no longer sit still. He made 2 substitutions in quick succession to bolster his team's attack. But soon he noticed a very strange thing. Why could he also see that annoying black-haired kid on the defensive end? Several times Delger picked up the ball on the wing and attempted to break through, seemingly on the verge of a successful dribble and further advance. Yet he was firmly pinned down on the wing by the suddenly arriving Chen Feng. Under the tight defense of 2 players, the wing attack was completely thwarted. There were also several occasions when Jornbach prepared to organize a powerful push through the center, only to find someone shadowing him closely. He turned his head, and who else could it be but Chen Feng? Damn it, doesn't this kid ever get tired? His presence was felt all over the field. Knutsen was deeply puzzled. 20 minutes passed, and regular time was soon coming to an end. Yet the situation remained deadlocked. Both sides wanted to make a final desperate push to secure the opening victory of the league season, but Bodø/Glimt lack of experience ultimately showed its weakness. Having expended too much energy in the early stages, the Bodo players were gradually growing weary in these final minutes. This presented a perfect opportunity for Chen Feng, whose stamina was maxed out and currently stood at 82. Bang! Delger's wing breakthrough failed, and the ball was successfully intercepted by Chen Feng. The moment he won the ball, he passed it back to the midfield core Haiben. Then he charged towards the Bodo half. Upon receiving the ball, Haiben hesitated for a moment before sending a diagonal long pass to Chen Feng. In nearly half an hour, this player, once so proud, had become completely convinced by Chen Feng. He cooperated without hesitation. When Chen Feng got the ball, Bodø/Glimt took him very seriously, quickly deploying 3 defenders to mark him. Chen Feng slowed his advance. Looking at the somewhat vulnerable defense, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Before him, the familiar passing lanes appeared once more. Among them, there were 3 options. He chose the one with the highest success rate, 93. Bang! He swiftly struck the ball with his right foot. The ball sailed over the heads of the 3 Bodo players, but they remained unfazed. Because judging by its trajectory, the ball would fall directly into the penalty area and be easily collected by the goalkeeper. But then something unexpected happened. The ball swerved in midair. It was only then that everyone realized he had struck a high-spinning ball with the outside of his foot. On the edge of the penalty area, Markovic, also eager to make a name for himself in the first team, suddenly appeared and controlled the ball perfectly. He surged into the box and on the right side of the area faced the on-rushing Bodo goalkeeper. He kept his cool and slotted the ball low into the far corner. Swish! In the 88th minute, Markovic scored the winner against Bodø/Glimt. Chen Feng recorded a hat-trick of assists. Roar! Holy crap! A winning goal has appeared. Long live Mold. Haaland is amazing. Chen Feng is amazing. Markovic is amazing. Mo is also amazing. In the stands, countless fans held their heads in their hands, babbling incoherently. The entire Mold Stadium erupted like a boiling pot, with praises ringing through the sky. OMG, after a long string of GOL, John took a sip of water and switched languages to express his inner excitement. Today's match was truly thrilling. Wilson, on the other hand, was typing furiously on his computer. At this moment his ideas were flowing endlessly and he couldn't stop. Mo looked around with a smug expression, unable to hide his proud little smile. After the celebration ended, he used his third substitution. Chen Feng was taken off the pitch. This young player, who had achieved a hat-trick of assists on his debut, won countless applause and cheers. In just half an hour he had captivated tens of thousands of Mold fans. Chen, well done. As he passed by the coach, Mo did not hesitate to offer his praise. Chen Feng responded with a smile. Having been a head coach himself in his previous life, he naturally understood that Mo was not only trying to waste time, but also to protect him. After all, to outsiders, his reckless style of play, being involved in both attack and defense, could easily lead to trouble. Soon the 3 minutes of stoppage time ended. Mold, with tenacious resilience, came from 2 goals down to win 3-2, securing the opening victory of the league season. Chen Feng was deservedly named the MVP of the match. That evening, a little past 8 o'clock, when Chen Feng stood at the door holding the heavy trophy, looking at the bustling scene inside the shop, his eyes suddenly reddened. Chen Fu, his face beaming with joy, pointed at the TV every chance he got. The screen was replaying Chen Feng's 3 brilliant assists. See that? That's my son. Haha, that's my boy old Chen's son. A hat trick of assists. Not bad, huh? Of course, just look at whose genes he inherited. Hey, coming right up. What would you like to eat? After calming himself, Chen Feng approached the restaurant with a broad smile and called out in a strong, clear voice, "Dad." Hearing this, Chen Fu, who had been slightly stooped, suddenly straightened his back. He turned to look at his son and replied with a trembling voice, "Hey." At 9 in the evening, the restaurant officially closed. In high spirits, the father and son bought some drinks and went home, enjoying a rare, heartfelt chat. Not long after, the family in Belgium also called to express their congratulations. The family of 5 chatted happily for a long time over video. It wasn't until late at night, around 11, that the call ended. Father and son then drifted off to sleep, each carrying their own happiness. The next day it exploded. The report was a massive hit. Sitting at his company desk, Wilson felt a great sense of accomplishment as he looked at the news report he had painstakingly written, now widely shared across major social media platforms. Mold's prodigy, a gift from God, a hat trick of assists on his Norwegian league debut. The next target for the big clubs. Sharp passes, inexhaustible stamina. Chen Feng's defining traits. Let's see how long it takes this young prodigy to land in one of the top 5 leagues. Each of these headlines was meticulously crafted by Wilson before being included in the report. The results proved his skills were not lacking. However, when he scrolled down to the bottom to check the byline, he was utterly stunned. His name was placed 4th. There were other names before his. Not mentioning the editor-in-chief, why was a newcomer who just joined ranked ahead of him? He had single-handedly completed the entire report from start to finish. The fruits of his victory had been divided. Wilson immediately grasped the issue. When he stormed into the editor-in-chief's office to raise the matter, he was met with severe criticism. "You are being too selfish. This isn't just your own achievement. Remember, you used company equipment, company funds for your travel and the layout publishing. All these utilized company resources. Claiming you completed this entirely on your own. Doesn't your conscience bother you? You have truly disappointed me." As the pot-bellied, balding editor-in-chief launched this verbal assault, Wilson's clenched right hand couldn't relax. The thought of resigning flashed repeatedly through his mind. Fortunately, the editor-in-chief stopped his attack and changed his tone. "However, Wilson, you did a decent job this time." Huh? Wilson was a bit confused. Why the sudden praise amidst all this? "Listen to me. I'm going to give you a task now. Conduct an in-depth exclusive interview with this Chen Feng. If you can secure the first edition of the exclusive interview content, I will strongly recommend you for the vacant chief editor position in the football section." "Really? Of course. You're a veteran of the company. Though your skills might be lacking, you've been loyal. Get this done, and I'll recommend you." "Alright, I'll go right now. I've already sent the interview questions to your email. Act quickly." "Yes." First a slap, then a sweet date. This is a tactic used by bosses everywhere. Whether this sweet date is truly sweet remains to be seen. At this moment, seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, Wilson left the company in a hurry with an excited heart. The path to a promotion and raise lay right before him. "Let's go." At the Mold training ground, when Holland arrived on the field carrying his bag, he indeed saw a figure who had already started training early. He jogged over and greeted with a smile, "Morning, prodigy. Get lost." Chen Feng didn't go easy on him and gave him a hard kick. After a bit of playful wrestling, the day's training officially began. At 5:30 in the afternoon, having finished the day's training and earned a shooting attribute point, Chen Feng appeared at the base's entrance. Suddenly a figure jumped out and blocked his path. Wilson, dressed plainly with an ordinary face and graying hair, quickly flashed his press card. "Mr. Chen, hello. I'm a reporter for Football News. I'd like to do an exclusive interview with you." Chen Feng refused. Furthermore, it was an order personally given by the head coach Mo. He had stated long ago that players were not allowed to accept any interviews privately. Thus Wilson couldn't even get through the gates of the Mold training base, and could only wait by the entrance. As for why Mo forbade players from giving private interviews, Chen Feng didn't know. Mr. Chen, please listen to me. Just 10 minutes of your time, okay? I'm very sorry. Though Chen Feng refused, Wilson was persistent. He followed him all the way to the restaurant. Chen Feng began to get annoyed and wanted to kick him out. Clearly Wilson had done his research. Knowing this was Chen Fu's place, he simply sat down, ordered a bowl of noodles, and ate slowly. Chen Feng couldn't very well kick a customer out, so he just let him be. This continued for the next few days. Soon time passed to August 13th. That day the second round of the Norwegian League was held at the Mold Stadium. At 8 in the evening the familiar music played in the packed Mold Stadium. The Mold players clad in their blue jerseys were led by their captain Gabrielsen as they slowly walked out of the player tunnel. At the very end of the line was a comical height difference duo. The 1.9-meter Holland and the 1.75-meter Chen Feng. Due to their outstanding performance in the previous match, both were directly selected for the starting lineup. As for the third member of the attacking trident, it was Markovic, who had also scored in the last game. There was no choice. The starting winger Brustad was injured. Someone had to step up. On the other side, the Lillestrøm players wearing their yellow jerseys also took to the field. This old club, founded back in 1917, was Mold's opponent for this round. This veteran team was very strong before the year 2000, boasting a total of 10 titles, including 6 Norwegian League championships. However, their performance after 2000 was merely passable. They had only won 2 Norwegian Cup titles. In terms of strength, Lillestrøm might not even be as good as the promoted team Bodø/Glimt. A strong start. Mold lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Starting goalkeeper Linda, a defense anchored by captain Gabrielsen, midfield orchestrated by Hyben, and a forward line of Markovic, Holland, and Chen Feng ready to charge. Lillestrøm, under the direction of Coach Baki, set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. The clash between the two sides was about to begin. Mold started with possession, and Lillestrøm immediately engaged in high pressing. Fortunately, Mo had trained the team well for this. The Mold players passed the ball calmly, and with ease, effortlessly breaking the pressure. In the 7th minute, Gabrielsen carried the ball forward before suddenly sending a long pass that pierced Lillestrøm's defense. Markovic, positioned on the right wing, controlled the ball, surged into the box, and completed a low shot. Lillestrøm's starting goalkeeper Mari reacted swiftly, diving to his side to palm away the dangerous shot. But the clearance was short, and the ball fell in front of the goal. After a brief scramble, Holland nudged the ball to the left. Chen Feng, following up, struck it first time. The ball soared into the stands. He didn't keep it down. A bit embarrassed, Chen Feng gave Holland a thumbs up, but inwardly he was raging. Damn it. He had put all the attribute points he earned these past few days into shooting. His shooting stat was now 52, so why was he still so lousy? In the commentary booth, John remarked with a mix of amusement and disbelief, "I feel like that shot by Chen Feng just knocked a significant chunk off the market value he built up in the last match. It seems this young player's strengths are just passing speed and stamina. When it comes to shooting physical duels and other areas, he's still far from being a top star. Keep working hard, young man." Although he lacked some experience, his teammates still trusted him. After intercepting the ball in midfield, the Coastal United defender quickly passed it to Chen Feng on the left. Exploit the speed. Chen Feng swiftly tore open a gap. Now is the moment. A clear passing route materialized in his mind. This time Chen Feng did not choose the one with the highest success rate, but instead selected the path closest to the goal, marked at 82. A resounding thud echoed as the ball soared into the air, landing on the far side right at the feet of Holland in the small penalty area. Upon receiving it, the Norwegian striker immediately took a shot. A fierce strike from a tight angle. Propelled by terrifying power and explosive speed, the ball pierced through the blockade of 2 defenders and smashed into the net before Molly's fingertips could reach it. With a whoosh, Holland scored in consecutive matches, and Chen Feng provided assists in consecutive games. As Holland laughed and struck a celebratory pose like a lotus-sitting Buddha, Chen Feng unceremoniously piled on top of him. "Well played, Erling. Chen, that was a great pass." The two exchanged praises, then rose one after another. Gabrielsen, Coastal, and the others also gathered around laughing. As for Markovic, he looked at Chen Feng somewhat aggrievedly. "Chen, I was in such a good position just now. Why didn't you pass to me?" "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you. I'll definitely pass it to you next time." Chen Feng raised his hands, slightly telling a white lie. In reality, the passing route with the highest success rate was indeed the one to Markovic. But Chen Feng had his selfish motives. Holland was his close buddy, while Markovic was just a teammate. Despite harboring such thoughts, Chen Feng was no Ashraf nor Vitinha. He wouldn't refuse to pass to a teammate in a good position, nor would he stubbornly only pass to the team's star player. If Markovic had been in a better position, he would certainly have passed. It was only when their opportunities were roughly equal that he preferred to set up Holland. The match continued. Lillestrøm, unwilling to return empty-handed, intensified their attacks in the midfield and forward areas. Given this situation, the hosts Mold were determined to give the visitors a proper hospitality on the pitch. Mo didn't stand on ceremony. Seizing a dead ball opportunity, he called Gabrielsen and Chinfeng over to his side, outlining new tactics and strategies. After listening for a minute, Chinfeng summarized it succinctly: fight tooth and nail, show no mercy. After all that verbose rambling, that was essentially the only point Mo was trying to convey. When the head coach gives an order, the players have no choice but to obey. Anyone who had previously disobeyed the manager's instructions had either ended up as a coach or was playing for the youth team. Unwilling to repeat such mistakes, the Mold players launched a fierce offensive. The ball went to the right side. Markovic charged forward with the ball. This young player's dribbling was quite sharp. It was just his passing that wasn't up to par. So when he broke through to the byline, Chinfeng moved closer to offer support. Then with a deft backheel pass, the following Coastal unleashed a powerful shot. Clang. The ball first struck the crossbar, producing a deafening sound, then bounced down onto the ground, crossing the goal line. Although Molly later grabbed the ball, it couldn't prevent the goal from being counted. Mold 2-0 Lillestrøm. With Mold's 2-goal lead, the atmosphere in the stadium gradually became more lively. As a result, every time a Mold player touched the ball, many fans offered their applause. Watch this. Holland actively dropped back to receive the ball. Blocked by two defenders in the middle, Chinfeng moved over to support, and the two executed a 1-2 passing move to bypass them. Chinfeng gently nudged the ball, then delivered a pass that directly eliminated two defenders, landing the ball at Holland's feet. Such an effortless and elegant combination immediately ignited the Mold stadium. Holland is awesome. Chinfeng is awesome. Many people were already calling the duo the Mold twin stars, the rising future stars of the Norwegian Eliteserien. In the commentary booth, John was intently narrating the match. We can see Holland and Chinfeng executed a clever 1-2, but Holland's subsequent touch was a bit heavy. He didn't control the power well. Missing the chance to shoot, Holland could only pass the ball back. Coastal passed it further back. Gabrielsen received it and promptly distributed it to the right flank. Right back Romer moved forward, combined with Markovic, and then sent a cross into the box. Oh dear, that cross was quite poor. It was headed out by a defender. The ball remained with Mold in the outer area. The attack wasn't over yet. After several passes, the ball eventually found its way to Chinfeng's feet. Let's see what choice Chinfeng will make. Holy shit, beep. As soon as he said that, a bleep sound suddenly rang out in the broadcast. It was hard to blame the excited John, for the young player on the field had performed too brilliantly. What kind of performance was this? Weren't people saying this guy only knew how to pass? When the big screen showed Mold's goal count turning to 3-0 and Chinfeng struck his signature CF gesture in wild celebration, the fans in the stands and the people on the sidelines were frozen in a second of stunned silence. Then an even more fervent roar erupted. Rewind 10 seconds. Facing Lillestrøm's starting fullback, Chinfeng delivered a brilliantly imaginative lob pass. The trailing Holland controlled the ball with his chest, then gently nudged it with his toes, sending it to the feet of Chinfeng, who had made a well-timed run into the box. Facing the goalkeeper with a narrow shooting angle, Chinfeng chose not to pass back to a teammate. With pursuers ahead and blockers behind, a backward pass was no longer the wisest option. So Chinfeng opted to shoot. He gently scooped the ball up with the tip of his right foot. His shooting stat of 52 finally paid off. The ball arced over Molly's desperate dive, struck the far post, and ricocheted into the net. With just 30 minutes gone in the first half, Mold had already established a commanding 3-0 lead at home. The outcome of this match was virtually sealed. The name Chinfeng was etched into everyone's memory. He was involved in all 3 goals. Absolutely fantastic. In the stands, Wilson, who had also come to watch the game, could barely contain his excitement. It solidified his determination to secure an exclusive interview with Chinfeng. If this trend continued, the future of world football would surely have a place for this young man. On the substitute bench, upon seeing Chinfeng score, Mo and his assistant coach Strand embraced tightly. They were overjoyed by Chinfeng's outstanding performance. Having contributed 5 assists and 1 goal in just 60 minutes, Chinfeng had completely won over the Mold fans. The chant of Chun echoed throughout the stadium as the fans called out his name loudly. In the small restaurant, the moment Chinfeng scored, the cramped space erupted with exhilarating roars and cheers. Huddled in a corner, Chinfu was moved to tears, his aged face streaked with them. Only he truly knew, having witnessed the entire journey, just how difficult it had been for Chinfeng to stand on the green pitch and play football. Trailing by 3 goals and completely on the back foot, Lillestrøm's fighting spirit was utterly shattered. Before the halftime whistle, Chinfeng provided another assist. A low-driven cross near the byline helped Holland complete his brace, while also allowing Chinfeng to record yet another hat-trick of assists in consecutive matches. When the second half began, unsurprisingly, the informed Chinfeng was relegated to the substitute bench, joined by his peer Holland. Mo came over to them and explained with a smile, "The team is now leading by 4 goals. We can probably secure this match. So you two should rest a bit. Boss, we can still play." Holland naturally understood the coach's good intentions, but he genuinely felt he could continue. "I understand. I'm just worried about you getting injured. You're both still young. You know how many talents have been ruined by injuries. I don't want you to become one of them." Mo explained earnestly. "Thanks, boss." Chinfeng relented and Holland stopped insisting. The two chatted and laughed on the sidelines. Soon Chinfeng remembered another matter. Boss, there's something else I need to tell you. Chen, go ahead. Chen Feng was now his precious gem, and Mo's tone was exceptionally gentle, a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. Watching from the side, Holland felt a shiver run down his spine. Chen Feng, however, paid it no mind, and quickly recounted the matter regarding Wilson. Mo fell silent after listening. Holland asked in confusion, "Why hasn't anyone come to interview me? And boss, why can't we accept private interviews?" Mo explained, "You're still young. I'm afraid the media staff might take advantage of you." Cyberbullying. Chen Feng understood instantly. When his brother left the Chinese U17 team, he had suffered from just such a thing. "In short, I won't harm you. The club won't either. We're counting on you to achieve results, and also hope you can raise the club's profile. As for that journalist, I'll discuss it with the sporting director. Chen, you don't need to worry about it for now." After weighing the options, Mo quickly laid out his plan. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, and the matter was temporarily set aside. In the remaining time, Lillestrøm's desperate struggle did yield some effect. In the 70th minute, their main striker Olsen pulled one back. But that was all they could muster. In the end, Molde defeated Lillestrøm 4-1 at home, successfully securing their second consecutive league victory. Chen Feng added another Man of the Match award to his collection. At a cafe, Molde's sporting director Stale Staldensen met with Wilson. After a brief introduction, they got down to business. "Your newspaper Football Weekly moves fast. But isn't it a bit too fast? He's only played 2 matches, and you're already pushing for an exclusive interview." "Director, it's not about being hasty. It's that Chen's abilities merit it. Many seasoned stars in the Eliteserien have struggled for years to get an exclusive from your paper. Chen has only just emerged and played 2 league games. I'm sure you've seen it too. 2 games, 6 assists, and 1 goal, consecutive hat-tricks of assists. Isn't that a clear sign of a future star? Why doesn't he deserve it? Don't worry, it's just a simple interview. There won't be any inappropriate questions." Bombarded by Wilson's silver tongue, Staldensen reluctantly agreed, but added one condition: Holland must be included in the interview. Wilson couldn't decide this on his own. After consulting the editor-in-chief, he agreed. Subsequently, the date for the exclusive interview was set. The two parted on good terms. Back at the Football Weekly headquarters at the same time, editor-in-chief Poulsen hung up the phone and said to the young man in front of him, "Prepare yourself. In 2 days, go to the Molde training ground for an exclusive interview." The young journalist grinned. "It's done, eh?" "Yes." Poulsen greedily inhaled the aroma of the cigar the young man had offered. "That fool Wilson is surprisingly competent. He actually managed to persuade the notoriously difficult Molde club. I've sent you the revised interview questions. Study them carefully. Don't miss a single question, understand?" "Understood." The young man nodded respectfully. "Good." Poulsen waved his hand, and the young man withdrew. Opening his email and seeing the listed content, his heart was filled with glee. On August 15, 2017, at 9:30 a.m., George, the young journalist from Football Weekly, nicknamed the Backdoor Manager, finally appeared at the entrance of the Molde training ground. While the security guard at the gate sought approval from his superiors, George let out another big yawn. He held a camera in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. He grumbled, "The boss is something else. 9 o'clock is way too early. He should have said it later. I'm so sleepy." After receiving permission, a staff member led George inside. Since the 3rd league match was scheduled for the 20th, Mo had given the players the day off, leaving the Molde training ground deserted. The further George walked, the more contemptuous he felt. As expected, people are all fond of pleasure. No one comes to train on a day off. The 2 little stars he was supposed to interview today were probably playing around in some lounge. Bang! Just as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of a ball hitting the post reached his ears. Drawing closer, he was rather surprised. Chen Feng and Holland were on the field doing shooting practice, while Mo's assistant coach Strand was diligently recording their shot data. Judging by their drenched appearance, they seemed to have been at it for quite a while. "Hey, morning." George approached leisurely, took a sip of his coffee, and greeted with a smile. However, his greeting was met with fierce glares. Strand said, somewhat dissatisfied, "Wasn't the interview supposed to start at 9? It's already past. Why are you only here now?" "Oomph. There was traffic." George forced a smile, making up a casual excuse. Not wanting to dwell on the matter, Strand instructed George to go to the meeting room first, then turned to tell Holland and Chen Feng to shower before the interview. No one objected, and they all went their separate ways. However, as Chen Feng left, he kept glancing towards the main gate, but he never saw the familiar figure he was looking for. "Boss, another bottle. I'm happy today I have to get drunk." Ha ha ha. At the Zhonghua Les Aheo small restaurant, Wilson, with disheveled hair and reeking of alcohol, was shouting loudly. Fortunately, it was a weekday, and he was the only customer, so he wasn't disrupting business too much. Hearing this, Chen Fu, who was busy in the kitchen, put down his cleaver, took out a bottle of his treasured Erguota liquor, and walked out calmly. Wilson's eyes lit up at the sight of the alcohol. He grabbed the bottle with a laugh and started gulping it down. But after just a couple of sips, the fiery sensation made him put the bottle down, coughing violently. Chen Fu sat quietly opposite, listening to Wilson's rambling without interrupting. He recalled that a few days ago Wilson had lingered in the restaurant, insisting on interviewing Chen Feng. Old Chen was somewhat won over by his persistence. The main reason was that every time this guy came, he only ordered the cheapest bowl of seaweed and tofu noodles, sat for an entire day, and single-handedly occupied a table, which was really bad for business. And Wilson? He struck up a conversation with Wilson. It was then that he learned how important this job was for the middle-aged journalist. If he did well, he would get a promotion and a raise, making life easier for Wilson's family and lessening his own sense of guilt. After more than 40 years of hard work, he had achieved nothing of note. He felt he had failed his wife, who had been with him since she was 17 and had never abandoned him. Those were the man's own words. It was a simple story, but it touched old Chen's heart. That very night, he found his son and explained the situation. The next day, Chen Feng reported it to Mo. Afterwards, the club's sporting director also asked for Chen Feng's true intentions. Chen Feng's answer was, of course, that he was willing. Finally, the director met Wilson in a cafe to discuss the interview. As Wilson drank, he collapsed onto the table, sobbing bitterly. Why does this terrible thing have to happen to me? He mumbled indistinctly. Chen Fu let out a soft sigh and gently patted Wilson on the back. The breakdown of an adult often happens in an instant. A feeling he himself had experienced 2 years ago. At the Mold training ground, Mo and club director Garland reviewed the interview questions. Finding no issues, they gave the signal to begin. George set up the camera and took out his pen and notepad ready to start the questions. Suddenly, Chen Feng interrupted. Wait, can I ask a question? Why isn't Wilson here today? What? George was startled, clearly not expecting Chen Feng to ask such a question. He hurriedly explained, he's sick today, so I'm filling in for him. If there are no more questions, shall we begin? Okay. Holland, being interviewed for the first time, was very excited and couldn't wait. When Chen Feng heard this answer, a realization dawned on him. The unspoken rules were truly everywhere. George, I'm a special correspondent for Football Daily. I'm very pleased to interview you both today. Could you introduce yourselves? Holland, of course. Hello everyone, I'm Erling, the forward for Mold. Chen Feng. Same here. George was no stranger to exclusive interviews. He calmly steered the conversation past this point, deliberately ignoring Chen Feng's crude self-introduction. George, you two have been making waves lately. Erling has 4 goals and 1 assist in 2 games, and Chen has 1 goal and 6 assists in 2 games. Many fans are calling you the Mold Twin Stars' future superstars. How do you feel about that? As the question was asked, Garland grew nervous. If they accepted the title, they'd seem arrogant. If they refused, they'd seem ungrateful. This was the new challenge brought by online media. The answer had to be carefully considered. Holland was about to speak, but Chen Feng cut him off. He rattled off a long, rehearsed, official-sounding response, skillfully sidestepping the issue. Hearing this, both Mo and Garland smiled knowingly. For the subsequent sharp questions, the two followed their practiced scripts to avoid them. As the interview neared its end, George, frowning with dissatisfaction, pulled out his trump card. One last question, and it's for Chen. I hope you'll answer it directly. Chen Feng frowned slightly, sensing something ominous. George asked with a smile, May I ask, what was the real reason you were dismissed from Club Brugge? Was it, as the rumors say, because of violent assault? Or is there another story? The question was sharp. It reminded Chen Feng, who had lived in China for 10 years, of a saying to describe George. You really are a rotten peanut, not a good kernel person. Old Chen, do you know why I'm so happy today? I quit my job. I finally did what I didn't dare to do over a decade ago. You should have seen how proud I was when I threw my resignation letter in that fat pig's face today. That bastard tried to fool me again, saying if I did this I'd get promoted. All the dirty hard work was mine, but none of the good things ever came my way. He's a real piece of work. Wilson cried and cursed as Chen Fu lit a cigarette and listened silently. About half an hour later, the torrent of angry words suddenly stopped. Wilson wiped the tears from his eyes, forced a smile, and said, Even though I quit, I don't have to see that fat pig anymore, and I don't have to suffer the bullying. It feels great. But life must go on. I have to pull myself together. My family depends on me. With that, he slapped his chubby cheeks hard twice. Composing himself, Wilson stood up, pulled out some euros, and slapped them on the table. He strode away, calling out, Old Chen, keep the change. Thanks for today. I'm off. I'll come see you again sometime. Hey, wait. Chen Fu held the thin banknote and shouted loudly. But on the bustling street, there was no longer any trace of that adult with his back held straight, humming a soft tune. Damn it. That was my precious Erguodu. What can 5 euros buy? I'll forget it. Next time we meet, I'll make you treat me. With that, Old Chen shook his head with a smile and began to clear the bottles and trash from the table. Faintly, the sound of a famous Chinese folk tune drifted out from the small restaurant. The sun was bright. Oh, another beautiful day. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was deathly quiet. Mo and Garland's faces were a mix of shock and anger. This question wasn't even in the approved list. What was Football Daily playing at? But the cameras were still rolling, so they couldn't just intervene. Worried for his player, Mo crossed his arms in front of him, making a you don't have to answer gesture as a reminder. Holland, sitting nearby, was furious. As Chen Feng's best friend, he knew this was a deep scar. Even he didn't dare bring it up. How dare this journalist? How dare he mention it in a setting like this? Rage surged from his heart, and he was about to explode. But a hand held him back. George looked at the black-haired youth before him with some confusion. This didn't match the rumors. Wasn't this guy supposed to have a terrible temper, prone to violent outbursts? But looking at Chen Feng's calm face, he didn't seem like someone who had lost his composure. Of course, Chen Feng wasn't going to lose his temper. because he was no longer the person he used to be. Chinfeng recalled that dark period in Brugge. Even if others had provoked him, his violent reaction was still wrong. So he stood up from his seat, faced the camera, and bowed deeply. He said calmly, "First, I want to apologize to my former teammates. It was my fault for lashing out during training." George was dumbfounded. He admitted it. He just apologized directly. But Chinfeng's tone turned resolute. "No one is allowed to insult my family, especially my brother." The statement ended quickly, and the interview concluded. George, having completed his task, hurriedly said his goodbyes and left. Mulholland and Garland wanted to comfort the dejected-looking Chinfeng, but the black-haired youth, his face set with determination, strode onto the training ground to resume his monotonous shooting drills. Holland didn't hesitate and followed him. The remaining two exchanged a knowing smile. Their fondness for Chinfeng only grew. Neither of them, being loyal men themselves, could tolerate anyone insulting their family. On August 20th, 2017, at the Christiansen Stadium, Chinfeng and Holland chatted in the player tunnel. It was the third round of the Eliteserien, an away game against IK Start, a fairly average team in the league. As they talked, Chinfeng silently allocated all 5 of the shooting attribute points he had earned from training over the past few days to his shooting stat. Chinfeng, age 16, ability 64, market value 3. 8M, improvable tackling 10, A shooting 57, passing 100, dribbling 48, strength 40, speed 80. His shooting became 57, but his overall ability rating remained unchanged for now. Soon the referee appeared. The players followed him onto the pitch. As the roar of the crowd washed over him, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Main quest 1, path to glory 1. 1, gain the trust of manager Mo and become a key player for Mold. Complete. Yes. Given the trend, Chinfeng had successfully earned Mo's trust. Starting the last 2 games was the best proof. Reward gold chest X1 open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained skill cut inside and unleash a blast level 1. Note success rate 10. Holy shit. This is amazing. But what does this 10 mean? As Chinfeng exchanged greetings with the opposing players, his mind was a mix of excitement and confusion. After clicking for a detailed explanation, he understood what the 10 meant. Simply put, out of 10 attempts to cut inside and blast the ball, only 1 would succeed. The success rate would increase as the skill leveled up. Damn, that's a bit of a ripoff, but it's better than nothing. Chinfeng was easily satisfied, at least in this aspect. Soon the system issued the next main quest. Main quest 1, path to glory 1. 2, earn the applause and respect of the fans. Starting from this game, contribute both a goal and an assist in 5 consecutive matches. Reward gold chest. 5 games. And I need a goal and an assist in each. Standing at the far left of the formation as the match was about to begin, Chinfeng silently complained. This task was no joke. The referee's whistle blew, snapping Chinfeng out of his thoughts. He focused all his attention on the game. Let's start counting from this match. The ball came flying from the back a bit too hard. Chinfeng stretched out his foot to trap it, but, damn it, his touch was too heavy. A chorus of boos erupted from the Christiansen Stadium. Even the few Mold fans in the stands could only cover their eyes in dismay. Chinfeng, who had been about to showcase his skills, scratched his head awkwardly and gave Hybin a double thumbs up. Fortunately, Hybin didn't seem to mind. As expected, his ball control and dribbling hadn't improved one bit. 13 minutes into the match, IK Start has possession. Their core player Norium is carrying the ball forward, met by 2 Mold defenders, including their defensive stalwart Sar. Sar closes in quickly, looking for the tackle. Norium executes a beautiful nutmeg followed by a drag-back turn. Oh, what a brilliant piece of skill. The 2 Mold defenders are left flat-footed. Norium has acres of space ahead of him. He drives into the heart of the defense and lays it off to the left flank. As John commentated passionately in the booth, the stadium erupted. This was Start's home ground, and the songs of praise were naturally for them. When their star player Norium put on a show by beating 2 men, the fans in Start jerseys were generous with their applause and cheers. Perhaps intimidated by the intense atmosphere, Mold's defender Fallen was a split second too slow when Start's sharp left winger Brinker chipped the ball over him in the box. This gave Bruyne a perfect crossing opportunity, and he delivered the ball into the box. Hauling in on the right edge of the penalty area, met it and slotted a low shot towards the far post. The ball traveled quickly. Even though Linda dove immediately, he couldn't stop it from rolling into the back of the net. Hauling in, having scored, raced to the sideline in excitement, beating his chest and roaring to express his joy. Nearby fans screamed in delight. On the sideline, Start's manager was very pleased with his player's performance. He spread his arms wide like a deity, basking in the fans' acclaim. Mo, on the other hand, was far from happy. He was furiously yelling at Fallen on the pitch. The stadium was reignited by the first goal of the match. The dejected Mold players slowly regained their morale, rallied by their captain Gabrielson. Play resumed. A slick passing move orchestrated by Hybin and Sar in midfield created an opportunity. A sharp through ball into the box. Markovic made a clever run to get on the end of it, but his subsequent volley was brilliantly saved by Start's goalkeeper Optal. Chinfeng collected the ball and went to the corner flag. After the previous game, he had earned the right to appease the squad. Mo had given the right side duties to Hybin, the team's original first choice taker. Chinfeng raised his right hand high. In the box, Holland began his run. In Chun Feng's eyes, a clear passing lane emerged with a 90 success rate. Without hesitation, he swung his left foot and struck the ball with force. The ball zipped through the air, landing perfectly on the head of Haaland, who had risen above the crowd. The tall Norwegian striker executed a textbook, looking back at the moon header. The ball was smashed into the top right corner of the net. Optal, who had been playing so well, knelt on the ground in frustration. A solemn-faced Haaland performed a guanyin sitting on a lotus pose in the Christiansen Stadium. A roar erupted from a corner of the stands. Mo pumped his fist 3 times and embraced his assistant coach. It's Chun again. This incredible player. This is his 8th goal involvement this season. With this assist, Chun now has 7 assists, sitting at the top of the charts. And Haaland, the talented striker who just celebrated his 16th birthday a month ago, has already scored 5 league goals this season, leading the scoring chart. OMG, what a prodigious duo this is. John's spittle flew as he watched the 2 young lads sprinting across the field, as if envisioning them crowned as the top scorer and top assist provider at the season's end. After the equalizer, the game fell into a stalemate. For the remaining 20-odd minutes, the 2 sides traded blows. But statistically, Molde held the advantage. However, his performance in the match seemed subpar. He squandered a perfectly executed through ball from Hyben. On that occasion, he had cleverly maneuvered past Optal with his nimble footwork, facing an open goal, and everyone assumed he would easily slot it in. In fact, Markovic thought the same. He even glanced at the goal before shooting. Who would have thought? Clang. The ball struck the post and flew out. A colossal gaping open goal, and Markovic missed an absolute sitter. This was definitely one for the even my grandmother could have scored that compilation. He also wasted a cross from Haaland, who had finally managed a decent pass. This time Markovic smashed the ball directly against the crossbar, and it bounced away. These 2 catastrophic errors, which should never have happened, subjected Markovic to a storm of criticism from Mo during the halftime break. Fortunately, the young man's mentality wasn't poor, and Mo was willing to give him more chances. As the second half began, Molde's lineup remained unchanged. As the play opened up in the 58th minute, Chun Feng delivered a low diagonal through ball from the left flank. The ball threaded between 2 defenders and landed perfectly at Markovic's feet. Markovic hits him again. In the first half, from almost the same position, he missed 2 huge chances. Can he seize this one? Let's see how he performs this time. He has the ball, he's running. His left foot swings back, and he strikes the ball with force, sending it rocketing away. Goal, and it's in. Markovic, it seems this horse of yours only eats the cakes made by certain people. Tell me, are the ones from Hyben and Haaland not as tasty as Chun Feng's? John, watching on the big screen as Markovic was enthusiastically mobbed by his teammates, made a rare jest. When Markovic scored the go-ahead goal, a wave of relief washed over Mo. However, that relief was short-lived. His tension immediately returned. Start's substitution paid off. A young winger just brought on sprinted all the way to the byline and delivered a cutback pass. Gabrielsen made a marking error, and Hollingen's powerful right-footed strike beat Lind, finding the back of the net. The score was level once more, and the game was wide open again. Stubborn Start, with their tenacious spirit, were like a calf riding a motorcycle. Absolutely incredible. Mo had a throbbing headache. With a wave of his hand, he substituted the poorly performing Vollen and sent on Nanestad with new explicit instructions: do whatever it takes to win this match. Of course, Chun Feng didn't need Mo to tell him. He was determined to give his all to secure the victory. After all, Chun Feng was a loyal player devoted to the club, not someone motivated by some so-called mission. As regular time drew to a close, Chun Feng's opportunity arrived. A cut inside and a powerful shot. A perfect display. The substitute Nanestad made a crucial contribution. His intense concentration allowed him to accurately read Start's attacking intent. A well-timed interception dispossessed Hollingen, sending the ball loose. Haaland instantly played a diagonal pass to the far left, finding Chun Feng, who was 2 body lengths ahead of him. Start's defense was exposed. This was a golden chance. Chun Feng sprinted with the ball, Start's defenders chasing desperately behind him, but they could never catch up. He quickly reached the edge of the penalty area. Start's defenders had converged in the center, and the goalkeeper had lowered his center of gravity, ready to rush out at any moment. Chun Feng glanced back. His teammates hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, the skill he had just acquired flashed through his mind. Instinctively, he cut inside. A fluid motion, an abrupt change of direction, while at high speed, effortlessly bypassing the chasing defender. Whoa, this sudden and highly aesthetic piece of skill drew cheers from many fans. Mo's eyes lit up. Was this a Robin-esque cut inside? How could this be? Was the kid holding back? On the pitch, amidst the rapidly changing situation, Chun Feng relied on instinct to make the most advantageous decision. After cutting inside, he faced the goal from the left side of the penalty area. He swung his right foot with immense force. Boom. In that instant, the ball, carrying immense power, had already arrived. It flew past him and slammed heavily into the net behind him. 1, 2, 3. Holy crap. With no better words to describe it, a single exclamation sufficed. That was exactly what the 10,000 fans in the stands were thinking at that moment. The magnificent cut inside and powerful shot had completely turned the tide. After scoring, Chun Feng sprinted across the green pitch, and the CF gesture appeared once more before the cameras. Behind him, the roaring Holland, Markovic, Hyben, and Gabrielson all charged over. This was a damn match winner. OMG. With this cut inside and powerful shot, Chen needs no further validation. He is undoubtedly a rising star on the football field. He can pass, shoot, and cut inside. Chen, is there anything you can't do? It's absolutely unbelievable. John sat in the commentary booth holding his head in his hands, words failing to capture his emotions. On the sideline, Strand made the same head-holding gesture as Mo. At this moment, the two of them were like old men climbing stairs. They had to accept it whether they liked it or not. In the 89th minute, Chen Feng, who had contributed 2 assists and a goal, participating in all 3 of his team's goals, was substituted. As he walked slowly off the pitch, he received the respect of the entire stadium, met with a thunderous ovation. The humble black-haired young man raised his hands above his head, politely acknowledging the fans' affection. In the remaining minutes, Start struggled to mount any effective attacks. Finally, the full-time whistle blew. Mold had secured a hard-fought 3-2 victory away at Start, earning their 3rd consecutive league win. In the locker room, Chen Feng had just returned to the locker room with Holland and the others. Suddenly, the sound of party poppers exploded around them, and colorful confetti rained down from the air. Immediately after, the familiar melody of Happy Birthday to You began. A cake adorned with 16 candles sitting on a cart was presented. Chen, happy birthday. Mo, the locker room leader, offered his congratulations with a smile, and the others followed suit with their well wishes. Yes, it was Chen Feng's birthday. After today, he would no longer be a 16-year-old youngster. He was officially turning 17. After the candles were blown out, his friend Holland didn't hesitate to smear a handful of cream on Chen Feng's face. This act ignited the celebration. While everyone was celebrating this double happiness, Mo wore a worried expression. The seasoned Strand, perceptive as ever, noticed his manager's displeasure and approached with 2 glasses of champagne. Mo took one and took a large gulp. Strand asked, "What's wrong? We've started the season with 3 straight wins and are top of the table. Why the long face?" Mo said with a bitter smile, "You know, Chen Feng is only on loan this season. If only we had signed him outright back then. What's so hard about that? Just get Garland to sign the kid. Honestly, this kid's talent is genuine, and he's growing so fast." "Are you kidding? With his current performances, do you think Ajax would let him go?" I forgot about that. I've already spoken with Garland. He's in negotiations with Ajax. I really hope we can make the deal permanent. Then don't overthink it. Just enjoy the moment." "Yeah." Mo nodded. "You really know how to live." They exchanged a knowing smile, silently watching the energetic young men laugh and play, their eyes reflecting their own youthful days. Time it is disobedient, always urging people to grow up. Ajax B team head coach's office. Heitinga was studying their next opponent in the Erste Divisie when a commotion arose at his door. "Tom. Oh, my old friend, you can't go in there. The boss isn't in his office. This is his private space, you can't just barge in." Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Old Tom, standing at 5 feet 5 inches thin, with piercing eyes, a sparse patch of graying hair, aged 54, and reeking of alcohol, appeared at the entrance. "Heitinga, I know you're in the office." Old Tom said, his face full of anger. Behind him, assistant coach Creek wore an apologetic expression. Heitinga signaled for the assistant to leave, then stood up and poured 2 cups of coffee. He smiled. "Oh, my old friend, what brings you here today? Have you found a promising young talent to recommend?" Old Tom closed the door, sat on the sofa, took a sip of coffee, and promptly spat it back into the cup. "Haven't you seen the news?" "News? I always read the news. I mean the news about the Norwegian Eliteserien." Bang! Heitinga slammed his coffee cup heavily on the table and sneered. "Tom, you are a veteran scout for the club, and you have indeed unearthed some fine prospects. Because of that, I won't hold today's intrusion against you. But if it happens again, I think your time with Ajax will be over." Old Tom was undaunted, meeting Heitinga's gaze. He retorted angrily, "Are you blind? 3 matches, 8 assists, 2 goals. Such outstanding performances. Are they not good enough for you?" "Exactly. The Norwegian league is just a second-rate league. The level there can't compare to the Erste Divisie. Just because he can dominate there doesn't mean he can do it here. And I wouldn't dare take on someone with his bad habit of hitting his teammates. I've told you it wasn't his fault." Old Tom's anger grew. "Why can't you understand? Honestly, he's one of the few good prospects I've discovered in recent years. Please just give him a chance." "Not his fault." Heitinga deliberately ignored the second half of the sentence, focusing on the first. He sneered, "Tom, you rushed over here. I doubt you've seen the latest news, have you?" "What do you mean?" A chill ran down Old Tom's spine. He had a bad feeling. At the entrance of the Zhonghua Leizaheo restaurant, Chen Feng, who had finally made it back that evening, called out loudly, "Dad." Chen Fu, who had been watching the news, hurriedly turned off the TV and turned around with a smile. "Xiao Feng, you're back." "Yeah." Soon a bowl of longevity noodles was placed on the table. In Chinese tradition, this held a special meaning. Chen Feng had known this since he was a child, and now he ate them with gusto. Chen Fu sat beside him and took out his phone, broadcasting the scene of Chen Feng eating the noodles to his wife and other children. "Xiao Feng, happy birthday. Happy birthday, little bro. Brother, happy 16th birthday." Hearing the familiar voices from the phone, a wave of warmth washed over Chen Feng. He smiled back, "Thank you." After finishing the noodles, the father and son sat together. The five of them chatted through the small phone screen asking about each other's well-being, but Chen Feng felt there was an unspoken tension in their words. Chen Feng couldn't pinpoint what it was until Holland called. Chen, don't listen to those reporters from the football news. They're talking nonsense. Huh. Puzzled, Chen Feng opened his phone and saw a headline trending at the top of the news. Its heat had already eclipsed headlines like mold on a 3-game winning streak. Chen Feng 2 goals, 8 assists, Holland 5 goals, 2 assists, and the rising twin stars. Bombshell. Norwegian League sensation Chen Feng responds to assault allegations for the first time. Admits fault for the incident. And apologizes to former teammates. Seeks their forgiveness. At the bottom of all the articles was a video, which was Chen Feng's apology video. However, only half of it was shown. The part about the insults to his family was cut out. Clicking on these attention-grabbing headlines, Chen Feng quickly skimmed through them. Chen Fu watched him closely, not daring to look away, fearing his son might do something impulsive out of rage. Contrary to his expectations, Chen Feng wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "This football news sure knows how to spin a story. But I should thank them, they saved me some publicity costs." Right. Bah. Chen Fu suddenly snapped out of it. Right, my foot. They're slandering you. They only edited half of it. Dad, there's no need to be so angry. I've grown up. And I've always believed that all rumors will eventually fall apart on their own. You've really grown up. Chen Fu had been worried this would affect Chen Feng's state of mind, so he and his wife and children had discussed it and tried their best to keep Chen Feng from finding out. But he never expected Holland with his big mouth to expose it all at once. After it came out, he feared Chen Feng would fly into a rage and do something rash, but not only did he not get angry, he even comforted him. It seemed time truly did make people grow up, and not everyone remained stagnant. Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. Let's hear it. In a good mood, Chen Fu hummed a tune and casually turned off the lights in the shop. Well, how much money have you saved up over the years? Slap. The light he had just turned off flicked back on. Chen Fu grabbed a rolling pin, feigning anger. Hey, you little rascal. I'm still alive and kicking, and you're already eyeing my property. No, let me explain. I have a plan. You don't have a plan. Your only task now is to play football well. Don't get involved in any nonsense. Oh, come on, I really need it. Fine, I won't tell you. I'll talk to Big Brother. Stop right there. Do you know what you remind me of right now? What? A wooden fish in a temple. What's that supposed to mean? Born to be beaten. Chen Feng ran. Chen Fu chased. In this tiny space, where could he possibly escape to? The taste of a bamboo stick. Ah, damn, it was good. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Chen Feng arrived at the training ground on time, as usual, practicing his shots on goal. Half an hour later, Holland and Strand appeared. They had already heard about the report and had come to offer some comfort. But when they saw Chen Feng practicing tirelessly, they silently left. Perhaps this guy didn't need anyone's comfort. Or maybe practicing shooting was his only way to vent his emotions. But one thing had to be said, this guy was damn hardworking. As Chen Feng was drenched in sweat, the director. In the office, Garland and Mo wore grim expressions. The former was on the phone with Paulson, the editor-in-chief of Football Daily. What do you mean? You're just reporting the facts. This is what you call reporting. Editing the video to show only half is malicious slander, do you understand? I'm telling you, delete the relevant news immediately and issue an apology, or our cooperation ends here. You don't care? You don't care, do you? Just wait and see. Slamming down the phone, Garland's fury remained unabated. He pounded the desk in anger. The negotiations with Ajax had been nearly finalized. But the assault apology incident had thrown a wrench into the talks, making them far more complicated. Mo stroked his chin, his voice low. Seems premeditated. They only released the footage about Chen, not a word about Holland, and only half of it at that. Either this kid has made enemies, or someone just can't stand to see him succeed. Troublesome. Garland quickly composed himself. Any ideas? None. The Football Daily people knew our meeting room surveillance was broken. Knowing we have no video, that's why they're so brazen. Bastards. Garland cursed, then roared, how's Chen doing? Is this affecting him? Him. Mo stood by the window watching the tireless figure on the training ground. Doesn't seem affected. This might even turn out to be a good thing for us. Oh, how so? Do you think Ajax might do the same as Club Brugge and kick Chen out over this? If that happens, we can swoop in and sign him. Not bad. While the two key figures of Mold FC conferred, Wilson once again appeared at the old Chinese restaurant. On August 26, 2017, at 4 p.m., the modest but packed Hexagon Stadium welcomed over 8,000 fans. These fans were all supporters of Hexagon, Mold's opponent for the day. Though Hexagon wasn't a strong club, sitting mid-table 11th with 2 wins and 1 draw in the Eliteserien, Mo still showed them ample respect. A 4-3-3 formation, a full-strength starting lineup, with Chen Feng partnering Holland to lead the attack. As Chen Feng walked out of the tunnel with his teammates, he was met not with thunderous cheers, but with a torrent of boos. All because of Football Daily's interview regarding the assault incident. The incident had been festering for a week, showing signs of intensifying. Many fans left comments on Mold's official website demanding Chen Feng be kicked out, arguing that a person of such poor character, no matter how skilled, didn't deserve to stay. But to the fans' astonishment, Mold reacted unusually. Instead of appeasing the fans, they publicly supported Chinfeng, issuing an official statement accusing Football Daily of deliberately slandering the player and demanding an apology. Football Daily naturally refused, sparking a war of words online between the two parties. Initially, many fans sided with Football Daily, but as time passed, other Mold players and staff also began to speak out. Even Strand, who never used social media, stepped forward, forcing people to reconsider. Was Football Daily truly engaging in deliberate slander? Or had Mold's management exerted pressure, making all the players and staff toe the line? Regardless of the truth, the deafening boos from the stands didn't affect Chinfeng's composure. After all, in his past life, he had faced the jeers of tens of thousands while coaching the Chinese national team. This was only a few thousand, a minor scene. He remained calm. Standing on the green pitch, Chinfeng silently allocated the attribute points he had earned from training over the past few days to his shooting, raising it from 57 to 62. Chinfeng, age 17. Ability 65, value 500. Improvable, his overall ability value also shifted from 64 to 65, an increase of 1 point. Hey bro, good luck. Just before the match began, the considerate Holland walked over, gently tapping Chinfeng's shoulder with his right fist. Don't worry. I'm fine. Just stay in the box and wait for the pass like always. Okay. No problem. Holland walked away with a grin. After he left, Markovic, the young substitute, who had successfully risen after the starting right winger's injury, also approached. Hey Chin, don't just feed Erling. I want some too. No problem. They bumped fists, turned and parted. As the referee's whistle blew, the battle began. Hexagon, riding the wave of home support, pressed their advantage. After midfielder Stolas brought the ball past the halfway line, the entire team pushed forward, settling in Mold's half to launch their attack. Mold, however, refused to be cowed. The three forwards, Chinfeng, Holland and Markovic, pressed high, causing considerable trouble for Hexagon's defense. Fortunately, their forward core Gale dropped back in time to help ease the pressure. The 24-year-old Norwegian striker was not only formidable in the air, but also possessed a decent through ball. Seizing an opportunity as Mold's defense loosened, he delivered a through ball into the penalty area. The 22-year-old Portuguese youngster Leite collected the ball, controlled it with one touch, and with a deft move easily bypassed the sluggish foreign before unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot. A fierce shot aimed at the far post. Linda stretched out his arms, but just missed the ball, grazing his fingertips and hitting the back of the net. Goal. The goal, a fierce drive from inside the box, put Hexagon ahead. It was also the young player's third goal in the Eliteserien. Leite was ecstatic after scoring, attempting a sliding celebration, which ended rather awkwardly as he face-planted into the turf midway through. Nevertheless, it didn't dampen the fans' affection for the young talent. 3 minutes into the match, the league leaders Mold had suffered a heavy blow. The celebrations ended and the battle resumed. Mo calmly directed the attack from the sideline. After gaining possession, Mold's players pushed forward en masse, aiming to equalize as quickly as possible. However, Hexagon had prepared thoroughly, knowing that Mold's attacking core lay on the left flank. Thus, whenever Chinfeng had the ball, 3 defenders would swarm him, preventing him from passing or dribbling. 20 minutes passed. Without Chinfeng's passes, Mold's attack seemed disjointed and chaotic. Seeing this, Mo used a dead ball situation to call midfield core Hyben over. Focus the attack around Chun for the rest of the game. Try to stay close to him and combine. Understood. Hyben took a sports drink from Strand, took a big gulp, and ran back onto the pitch. Following the coach's instructions, he moved closer to Chinfeng whenever he had the ball and was being marked. Chinfeng was relieved to finally have a teammate capable of holding the ball to combine with. Without hesitation, he passed the ball out of the triple team, then turned and sprinted towards Hexagon's penalty area. The ball was collected cleanly by Hyben. The moment he received it, he was double-teamed. The core midfielder, having played in the Eliteserien for 2 years, calmly evaded a sliding tackle. He then quickly threaded a through ball to the left side of the box. Chinfeng received the ball, and before Hexagon captain Carmelak could dispossess him, crossed it first time without stopping. In the center of the box between 2 defenders, the lurking Holland burst forward, gently nudging the ball with his toe. A deft finish, the ball heading straight for the bottom left corner. The young Bratvite, lacking experience, failed to read Holland's shot direction in time. By the time he reacted, the ball was already in the net. Having equalized the score and scored his 6th goal of the Eliteserien season, Holland didn't perform his signature meditation celebration. He found Chinfeng, slung his arm around his good friend's shoulder, and charged towards the stands. Unfortunately, this wasn't the Mold Stadium, and the fans here weren't Mold supporters. When the Hexagon fans saw football pariah Chinfeng provide an assist, boos, insults, and jeers erupted throughout the stadium. Some even threw shredded paper banana peels and water bottles at Holland and Chinfeng. This disgraceful behavior interrupted Mold's celebrations, but failed to extinguish the passion burning in their hearts. The first half ended with the score temporarily at 1-1. When the second half began, a minor incident occurred on the Hexagon side. Their starting right winger Akintola, who had been fouled by Foreign in the first half, was injured and couldn't continue. Thus, the Hexagon coach opted for a substitution. His eyes scanned the relatively equal substitutes before settling on a player with yellow skin, black hair, and a typical Eastern face. Ma, get ready. The called-upon Ma Lele was unsurprised. Born in China in 1989, the now 28-year-old was making his third substitute appearance of the season. In those 3 substitute appearances, he had contributed 1 goal and 1 assist. Not a dazzling record, but quite impressive among the bench players. When Malele took up his position on the far right, the Hexagon fans in the stands showed their support with considerable applause and cheers. The second half began with Molde in possession. In the 49th minute, after organizing a good attack from midfield, Hybin once again fed the ball to the left flank. Chen Feng received the ball, and his direct opponent Malele immediately closed him down. A Chinese player, Chen Feng felt indifferent as he recognized his marker. In his past life, he might have shown some goodwill towards a Chinese player. But in this life, recalling his brother Chen Lin's experiences in China, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, though it was directed not at the player but at the football association behind him. Pushing aside personal thoughts, Chen Feng saw, out of the corner of his eye, that Hybin was moving closer. He passed it directly, not bothering to duel with Malele. After passing, he immediately sprinted forward. Malele knew his intention and stuck close. But Chen Feng was simply too fast, he couldn't keep up. Hybin received the ball and played it back to the left flank. Chen Feng got the ball again, dribbled at speed down the wing, and when confronted by 2 defenders, cut inside and unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the arc. Braithwaite reacted superbly, punching the ball away with a strong fist. Molde missed a golden chance to take the lead. Malele, easily bypassed by Chen Feng, was met with a furious tirade from his own coach. But Malele, accustomed, or perhaps numb, to such treatment, remained unfazed. He was getting on in years, and once he finished this season, he could return to China and sign a lucrative contract. A top salary, a comfortable retirement for the remaining few years. That was the current ambition of this Chinese player. As for the World Cup or the Asian Cup, what did they have to do with him? Time flew by. Unnoticed, it reached the 61st minute with both sides making substitutions. Hexagon replaced 2 veterans with young talents. For Molde, the underwhelming foreign, who had also picked up a yellow card, was substituted. His replacement was Nanatitad, the hero of the previous match, with his crucial tackle. With fresh legs on the pitch, Hexagon intensified their attack. In the 64th minute, Malele completed a dribble down to the byline. He delivered a cross of decent quality, but unfortunately it was too close to the goal, and Linda plucked it out of the air like a monkey picking a peach. Linda went down for 3 seconds, then quickly sprang up and launched a powerful throw-in. The ball once again found its way to the left flank, the bane of Hexagon's existence. Chen Feng advanced rapidly again, met by 2 defenders. Predictably, he cut inside, but this time he chose not to shoot. With only a 10 chance of success, Chen Feng opted for a diagonal pass to Holland at the far post of the 6-yard box. Holland stretched out his foot, nudging the ball goalward with a delicate touch before a defender could arrive. But Braithwaite was almost instantly down to block. The ball struck the young goalkeeper's nether regions, causing him to howl in pain as the ball rebounded away. The rebound didn't travel far, landing right at Chen Feng's feet. The boos, which had momentarily subsided, erupted again, louder than ever. Chen Feng focused unperturbed. His eyes were fixed solely on the goal. He raised his right foot and smashed the ball with all his might. Braithwaite, unable to get up in time, and Carmelak, who had almost reached the goal line, could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. Roaring with excitement, Chen Feng sprinted towards the touchline, tearing off his black jersey to reveal his lean-toned physique. Amidst the torrent of boos, he leaped into the air and punched the air 3 times towards the stands. His inner turmoil didn't show on his face. In that moment, the immense pressure that had been building up over the past period finally brought tears to his eyes. He had thought about fighting back, about clarifying the truth, but he knew many people wouldn't believe him anyway. The world only sees what it wants to see, never caring about the real truth. So he had chosen silence, vowing silently to himself that he would retaliate forcefully on the pitch. With red-rimmed eyes, after separating from his teammates, he ran alone to a camera, pressed his index finger to his lips, and made a shush gesture. This act unsurprisingly enraged the home fans, intensifying the boos and insults. But Chen Feng didn't care. After taking the lead, Molde didn't resort to total defense. After Ma Chi came off the bench, Molde's attack and possession became even more ferocious and incisive. In the remaining time, Chen Feng executed a few more impressive cutting inside moves. The only regret was that there were no more of those explosive shots from the previous match. And while Holland had a keen nose for goal and excellent finishing, Braithwaite was simply outstanding in this match, using both hands and feet to make several fine saves. With a cross into the box, Ma Chi headed the ball into the net, adding icing on the cake and sealing the score at 3-1. Molde overturned Hexagon away, securing their 4th consecutive league victory while topping the table with 12 points. After the match, Ma Lei found Chen Feng and exchanged jerseys with him. This Chinese player had a premonition that the sweat-soaked No. 40 jersey in his hands would one day possess extraordinary value. At the Zhonghua Leizaheo restaurant, business was suspended for half a day. Chun Fu sat in the corner watching the television, where Chen Feng made a silencing gesture, his face a mixture of heartache and delight. Low sobbing filled the small space of a few square meters. Just then a short but familiar figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. He said boisterously, "Burp. Good lad, he didn't disappoint my expectations. That goal was pretty decent." In a corner of a bustling street in Molde. In the driver's seat of a taxi, Wilson lit a cigarette and closed the laptop, displaying the live broadcast of the just concluded Norwegian Eliteserien Round 4 match. Switching the screen to social media, he looked at an article about inside story of football news that he had long edited and left sitting on his account for a whole week. He gave a bitter smile. This matter started because of me, and there's not much I can do. I hope exposing those scoundrels' ugly faces can help you. Paulson George. Ugh, scum. Wilson clicked the mouse to send the article, then extinguished the half-smoked cigarette, put it in his pocket, and started the car to earn a living. Soon the article went viral. The reason for its virality was simple: football news was already under fire because of Chun Feng's assault incident, and now an article exposing the inside story appeared, making it impossible not to attract attention. Of course, that's later. Back to the main story. After the match, Chun Feng and the others immediately returned to mold. This hero, who had scored and assisted in 2 consecutive games, returned to the small restaurant as usual, but unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance. Hey, Tom, what brings you here? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Chun Feng saw a thin figure that looked familiar. As he approached, he recognized the scout Tom, who had found him after he left Bruges and recommended him for a trial at Ajax. Xiao Feng. Disrespectful. Tom is over 50 now, older than your father. How can you call him by his name directly? Old Tom, displeased, said. Hey kid, are you calling me old? Before Chen Fu could retort, Tom pointed for Chun Feng to sit down and grumbled, Don't listen to this old codger. I like it when you call me Tom, makes us feel like equals. Herp. He let out a long belch after speaking. Old Tom loved drinking, had a bad temper, and liked to curse, but he had a good heart. That was Chun Feng's assessment of the old man after several months together. Come on, tell me. What have you been eating lately? Such good form. And how are things here? Any difficulties? Old Tom cared about every detail like another father, and Chun Feng patiently answered. 2 hours passed without notice. After finishing the small talk, Old Tom set down his glass heavily and got down to business. I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll speak plainly. What exactly happened with that assault video? Just as Chun Feng had expected, Old Tom had come for this very reason. He guessed that Tom had gone to Heitinga's office to recommend him again, only to be brushed off with the assault incident, and came to find out the truth. Thinking this, Chun Feng smiled and said, the whole thing is actually like this. God damn it. After learning the full story, Old Tom jumped up angrily. Where is that football news? I'm going to smash their office. Tom, don't be angry. This will be resolved soon. Knowing Old Tom was not just talking, Chen Fu quickly stood up and held him back. Resolved? You don't even have the full video. Resolve my ass. I'm going to reason with them today. Old Tom was overwhelmed by both drunkenness and anger, refusing to let go of the bottle in his hand. Chen Feng also tried to persuade him, but to no avail. Chen Fu took a deep breath and said, About a week ago Wilson came to see me. He said he had a solution. Wilson? Who's that? Why did he come to see you? Chen Fu didn't answer, but pulled out his phone and showed them the article he had been browsing. Take a look yourselves. The two took the phone and read it carefully. In summary, Wilson had compiled a detailed account of the unfair treatment he had suffered over decades working at Football News. The list was very detailed. If one person's voice didn't carry much weight, when Wilson united several other laid-off employees who had also suffered unfair treatment at Football News, the credibility of the matter became much higher. Suddenly, Football News found itself in the eye of the storm, besieged by criticism and condemnation. Looking at the essence through the incident, more and more people began to question the assault incident reported by Football News. Football News's reputation was crumbling day by day. All right, I'm off. After understanding the whole story and knowing he hadn't misjudged Chen Feng, Old Tom patted his backside and prepared to leave. Chen Feng stood up to see him off and asked, leaving so soon? Found another promising talent. Old Tom laughed and cursed, found my ass. I quit. Quit. Chen Fu was startled and pressed. Wait, you were doing well at Ajax. Why did you quit? Is it because of Xiao Feng's incident? Did they give you trouble? Trouble me? Ridiculous. Who would dare? Old Tom said with authority. I've worked at Ajax for 30 years in both the first team and the youth team. I've found many good seedlings for them. Everyone owes me a favor. Then his imposing demeanor suddenly deflated and his straight back hunched a little. I'm just tired. I want to rest. All right, don't see me off. I'm going. Keep in touch, kid. When you make it big, don't forget me. You hear me, you little brat. At parting, Old Tom gave Chen Feng a firm slap on the shoulder. Only after getting a positive response did he leave contentedly. His steps were slow, his whistle light, but Chen Feng could hear a hint of emptiness or confusion in it. He watched the figure disappear at the end of the alley. Chen Fu sighed emotionally. People really have to admit they're getting old. After working hard for most of his life, it's time for a good rest. Dad, you're wrong. Huh? What do you mean? Old Tom isn't tired in body, he's tired in heart. Explain. From what I know, in the past 5 years, Old Tom recommended 18 young players. Only 8 were selected and not a single one truly established himself at Ajax. Maybe all the good talents have been picked clean. No. Chen Feng sneered. Of the 18 players Old Tom recommended, 9 are now in the youth academies of top 5 European League clubs. 3 are captains, and 1 was recently promoted to the first team. September 4th, 2017. After 2 consecutive away matches, the Mold players finally returned to play at home. There was still some time before the match. Meanwhile, something interesting was happening in the locker room. Head coach Mo walked in holding a Player of the Month trophy. The moment Gabrielson, Haaland, and others saw the trophy, they knew an award was about to be given. They quickly cleared the center space for Mo to give his speech. Ahem. Mo cleared his throat and looked at the team with a smile. Thank you all for your hard work and dedication in August. The results show it was worth it. After 4 rounds, we're at the top with 12 points. That's inseparable from your tenacious efforts. You're really great and deserve praise. Now I have a question for you. Who do you think performed the best in the past month? If you have someone in mind, please point your index finger at that person. The club's Player of the Month trophy will go to him. The moment he finished, the room split into 2 factions. One was the Haaland faction, 4 matches, 6 goals, 2 assists, averaging 2 goal involvements per game, truly impressive. The other was the Chun Feng faction, 4 matches, 3 goals, 9 assists, averaging 3 goal involvements per game, the absolute core of the attack, with a perfect performance. Mo took a quick look at the locker room. Support for Chun Feng was still greater. Even Haaland, Gabrielson, and Hybin were among his supporters. So the August Player of the Month trophy undoubtedly went to Chun Feng. Chun, congratulations. Chun Feng humbly took the trophy, and the locker room erupted in applause. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. If it were night, it would have drawn quite a bit of attention. After the short award ceremony and speech, the team prepared for the match. Meanwhile, the television displayed the official Eliteserien August Team of the Month. As the only team with a perfect record among the 16 clubs, Molde had 6 players selected, giving the league leader plenty of face. Of course, the players' own performances were also crucial. Goalkeeper Hansen 7. 68 Rosenborg, defenders Trav 7. 40 Molde, Gabrielson 7. 96 Molde, U Christensen 7. 48 Brand, Mela 7. 65 Valerenga, midfielders, Sar 7. 86 Molde, Hybin 8. 25 Molde, Knutsen 8. 17 Rosenborg, forwards Olsen 9. 0 Bodeglimt, Holland 10. 0 Molde, Chun Feng 10. 0 Molde. Everyone looked at the official team of the month and found it quite reasonable. In the goalkeeper position, Lin's performance was indeed disappointing. Rosenborg's first-choice keeper Hansen had done better. For the defenders, captain Gabrielson with multiple tackles and Trav with multiple interceptions were rightly selected. That was something to celebrate. In midfield, Sar and Hybin, 1 defensive and 1 offensive combined to produce an effect far greater than the sum of their parts. Sar ranked first in the league in several key stats, while Hybin had 2 league assists and several threatening passes. It would be unreasonable if they weren't selected. For the forwards, Paulsen was as vigorous as ever, making the team of the month with 5 league goals, second in the scoring chart. As for Haaland and Chun Feng, they needed no introduction. They contributed to goals in every match and earned perfect ratings. They were the undisputed twin stars of the Eliteserien. Time quickly reached 3:00 p.m. At Molde Stadium, under the expectant gaze of tens of thousands of fans, the Molde players, led by Gabrielson, finally appeared on the pitch. As soon as the 11 players emerged, a tidal wave of cheers erupted. Most fans focused on Chun Feng, the handsome black-haired player wearing the No. 40 jersey. After the recent mudslinging battle, the credibility and reputation built up by football news over decades gradually crumbled. Editor-in-chief Paulsen, the mastermind behind the whole affair, was demoted to a branch office. The nepotistic George was directly forced to resign. Then, under immense pressure from media and the Molde Club, Football News had to issue an apology statement and release the full video online. Only then did the public learn the whole story. Some expressed understanding and forgiveness, while others were angry and confused. To those netizens who kept saying, insulting your family isn't a reason to hit someone, Chun Feng only wanted to say, don't judge others' pain and don't persuade them to be kind. Fortunately, as time passed, the public's attention shifted away from Chun Feng, and the assault incident was temporarily put to rest. Only some ripples continued to stir online. Back on the pitch, Molde's opponent in this round was Strømsgodset, an old club founded in 1902 in Norway. This club was not particularly wealthy in its history, with only 3 league titles to its name, though it had 5 Norwegian Cup titles. Unfortunately, in recent years, investment had dwindled and the team's strength had declined significantly. With the referee's whistle, Molde kicked off. Hybin, who had made the team of the month, was brimming with confidence. After receiving the ball, he showed off some fancy footwork in midfield. With good technical skills, he faced 3 defenders and used a nutmeg and a back heel to pass the ball to Markovic, who had dropped back to receive. A brilliant dribble. A beautiful pass. It drew screams from the Molde fans in the stands. After receiving the ball, Markovic observed his teammates' positions and decisively passed it across to the left. Hamed, an old veteran on the flank, saw the ball go to Chun Feng's feet and sneered, "So this kid is Molde's attacking core. Take him out and Molde will be helpless." Bang! Chun Feng, still dribbling, didn't notice the danger approaching. As he continued to carry the ball, a tall, imposing figure suddenly slid in from the side with a tackle. Hamed tackles. That's a dangerous move. Let's see how Chun Feng handles it. With a cry of pain, Chun Feng falls to the turf. He didn't manage to avoid it. In the commentary booth, John watched the black-haired boy rolling on the ground with some concern. He seemed injured. Beep, beep. The referee, who had seen everything, decisively pulled out a yellow card. The tackle first made contact with the man before the ball, a clear foul. But Hamed didn't accept the card and argued with his teammates. Meanwhile, Chun Feng lay on the grass in pain, his right hand clutching his ankle. Captain Gabrielson quickly called for the medical team to assess the injury. Holland and others gathered around, concerned about the situation. The match continued, but Chun Feng was helped off the field. The medical team signaled for a substitution. Mo made an immediate change, bringing on a substitute. The atmosphere in the stadium grew tense. The fans waited anxiously for news about Chun Feng's condition. In the locker room, the team doctor examined Chun Feng's ankle. After a thorough check, he said, "It's a mild sprain. You'll need to rest for at least a week." Chun Feng let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't serious. But he felt frustrated. He had been in such good form. The match ended with Mold winning 2-0, but the victory was overshadowed by the concern over Chun Feng's injury. After the game, the media focused on the dangerous tackle by Hamed. Many criticized the harsh challenge. Hamed defended himself, saying it was a fair tackle, but replays showed otherwise. The league later suspended him for 3 matches. Chun Feng spent the next week recovering. He received many messages of support from fans and teammates. Old Tom visited him again, bringing a bottle of wine. "Don't let this get you down, kid. You'll come back stronger." Chun Feng smiled. "I know, Tom. Thanks." They chatted for a while, and Old Tom left, his steps still slow, but his spirit more at ease. A week later, Chun Feng was declared fit to play. He returned to training, eager to get back on the pitch. The next match was against Rosenborg, the league's top team. The whole city was buzzing with anticipation. On match day, Chun Feng stood in the tunnel ready to step onto the pitch. The roar of the crowd filled his ears. He took a deep breath and walked out, determined to make his mark. Fortunately, Chun Feng was already on guard when Hamoud launched his slide tackle, suffering only a minor scrape, without any serious injury. After the team doctor sprayed some medication, he asked, "How do you feel?" "Not bad, but I need a moment to recover." Chun Feng smiled as he temporarily stepped off the field with the team doctor's assistance. Mo also came over to check on him, asking if he could continue or if he should be substituted to rest. Chun Feng shook his head in refusal, unwilling to be taken off at this moment. The crowd, moved by his tenacious spirit, erupted into enthusiastic applause. They thought Chun Feng was showing loyalty and courage, but in truth he simply wanted to complete his mission. Just 3 more games with a goal and assist, and he'd be done. He couldn't give up halfway. On the pitch after Chun Feng left, Mold's players intensified their attack. Within 3 minutes, they had passed the ball into the penalty area. It was a through ball from the edge of the box by Hyben. It instantly pierced the defense of Stromsgodset, who had nothing left but brute force. On the left side of the box, Holland received the ball, turned, and without aiming, unleashed a fierce, powerful shot. Bang! The sheer force of the strike made it impossible for Stromsgodset's goalkeeper to save. It bounced off his palms and landed in the back of the net. Roar! The furious monster charged towards Stromsgodset's bench, pounding the team crest on his chest, repeatedly scanning every person in the seats with a menacing glare. Humiliation. It was blatant humiliation. Both the substitutes and players on the field for Stromsgodset were enraged, believing this 17-year-old Norwegian lad was far too arrogant. Fortunately, Captain Gabrielson remained rational. He quickly pulled Holland away. Not far off, Chun Feng, now fully recovered, jogged onto the field to join the celebration. The fans in the stands were busy congratulating Holland for his goal and welcoming Chun Feng back, almost overwhelmed by the excitement. Mo and Strand watched as Chun Feng seamlessly integrated into the group. Only then did their anxious hearts settle. But the conflict had already taken root, and with each exchange the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. In the 23rd minute, Mold completed a tackle in midfield and transitioned from defense to attack. Key player Hyben was met with a slide tackle while turning with the ball, a dangerous move by Stromsgodset's main defender Madsen. A minor scuffle broke out between the two sides. Madsen received a yellow card. In the 35th minute, as Stromsgodset attacked, their key players Girardi and Saul collided with each other. The former lost the physical battle and fell to the ground. Falling was one thing, but his foot was restless, tripping Saul in the process. Saul was not one to be bullied. He immediately clashed with Girardi, sparking a second minor skirmish, and both players received yellow cards. In the 40th minute, Mold seized an attacking opportunity, quickly sending the ball to the left flank. Chun Feng received it, cut inside, and delivered a lofted through ball from the center. Inside the box, Holland controlled the ball with his chest and was about to unleash a shot when Hamoud struck again with a dirty trick. As he jumped, he pressed both hands hard on Holland's back. Thud! Both players fell to the ground. The instigator Hamoud was unharmed, quickly got up and patted the back of a grimacing Holland. "Hey, get up, you diving kid." This act drew wild cheers from the fans. Watching this, Chun Feng felt his blood boil, rushed over and shoved Hamoud to the ground. "Get lost. Stop your cheap tricks here. You're disgusting to look at." To be honest, since his transmigration, Chun Feng hadn't felt such a surge of emotion in a long time. This time he stood up for his good brother Holland. The shove instantly ignited the conflict. The referee's timely intervention temporarily quelled the commotion. Chun Feng was firmly shielded by Gabrielson. Stromsgodset's players refused to let it go, chasing after him to settle the score. Seeing that the conflict between the two sides was far from resolved, the referee gave Chun Feng a yellow card to suppress the visiting team's volatile emotions. This was Chun Feng's second yellow card of the season. The first was for taking off his shirt in celebration. and this time it was for deliberately pushing someone. Naturally, Mo and the fans on the sidelines were outraged by the decision, their complaints growing louder. Bastard, he fouled. That damn guy should get a yellow card too, so 2 yellows make a red, and he can get off the field. He committed a foul with his hands. Are you blind? How can you make such a call? What the hell are you doing, you son of a bitch? Oh my god, only poor Chin Feng got a yellow card for standing up for his teammate. What did he do wrong? This is so unfair. But the referee did not bow to public opinion. Instead of giving Ham out another yellow card, he pointed to the penalty spot and awarded a penalty kick. Well, it was some consolation for the angry fans. Holland was unharmed and got up from the ground. The crowd quickly dispersed. As the team's primary penalty taker, Holland picked up the ball from the ground and casually tossed it to Chin Feng. He gestured, "Feng, you take this one." "Me, eh?" Chin Feng was surprised to hear Holland call his name so warmly. "Yes, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just kick it seriously." Holland walked over with a smile and whispered in Chin Feng's ear. Chin Feng didn't decline. He truly needed this goal to complete his mission. Taking a deep breath, he stood before the penalty spot. The rest of the Mold team watched seriously without any objection. Not only was this penalty earned by Holland, who could give it to whomever he wished, but Chin Feng's skill and character had already won them over. They were deeply impressed. On the training ground, he was always the first to arrive and the last to leave. Whenever he saw a teammate injured, he would go out of his way to help. If he saw a teammate feeling down, he would take them home for noodles. Though it cost money, it was incredibly delicious. Beep. The referee's whistle brought everyone back to reality. Standing at the penalty spot, Chin Feng silently checked his stats. Through his hard work during this period, his shooting attribute had reached 69. With this shooting stat, taking a penalty in the Norwegian league shouldn't be too difficult, right? He took 2 steps to run up, lifted his left foot high, and struck the ball with all his might. Strømsgodset's goalkeeper reacted quickly and guessed the right direction, but it was a powerful blast, aimed at the top right corner, fast and forceful. The goalkeeper had barely dived when the ball had already nestled into the top right corner of the net. Swish. Chin Feng's penalty helped the team extend their lead. Amid the joyous crowd celebrating, Chin Feng couldn't help but glance at Hamoud's expression, a face full of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. This reminded him of something old Chin used to say. Something like, a turtle without a shell propping up a table leg, toughing it out. 0-21, a 3-0 easy win, 5th consecutive victory. Whoa, great job, Chin Feng. Chin. Mold is awesome, 2-0, haha. Strømsgodset, you trash, go home. Holland showing such grace by giving up the penalty, what a remarkable lad. With these two in their current form, this year's league title is as good as ours. In the stands, when Mold fans saw Chin Feng score the penalty to make it 2-0, many took off their jerseys and waved them wildly. Veteran fans were moved to tears, young fans were ecstatic, and young fans cheered joyfully. Everyone watched the 2 young forwards celebrating wildly on the field, their fondness growing with every moment. On the sidelines, Mo pumped his fist 13 times in excitement, the frustration from the referee's unfair call dissipating in an instant. Holland and Chin Feng. These 2 spirited lads were simply incredible. Surrounded by his teammates, Chin Feng looked like a divine being descending to earth. With 5 rounds, 4 goals, and 9 assists, his phenomenal performance gave Mold fans hope for the Champions League. Winning the league title would earn a spot in the Champions League qualifiers. At this moment, Chin Feng was the chosen one. Even though Mold was already leading 2-0 at home, the match was far from over. After a brief halftime break, Strømsgodset's players reignited their fighting spirit and resolutely threw themselves into the battle, refusing to give up. But reality was still harsh. 10 minutes into the second half, Mold firmly controlled possession. Midfield core Hyben executed a Marseille turn and quickly sent the ball to the wing, where the explosive Markovic was ready. He charged past defenders and drove deep toward the byline. He lifted his foot to cross the ball into the box. Inside the area, a defender reached the ball first and headed it toward the left corner flag. Chin Feng was closest to that spot. He sprinted over first, and just as the ball was about to go out of play, managed to stop it. Without looking at the situation in the box, a simulated passing route appeared before him with a success rate of 89. Without hesitation, he used his heel to flick the ball backward. No look pass. The ball deftly evaded the defender's interception. To be precise, the defenders never expected Chin Feng to deliver such a pass. By the time they reacted, the ball had already reached the feet of the bull-like Norwegian lad beside them. A thunderous sound rang out. When they turned to look, the ball was already spinning in the back of the net. Roar. Holland scored a brace, Chin Feng delivered another goal and assist, and Mold led 3-0, dominating at home. Strømsgodset's players stood frozen in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Oh my god. A no-look pass, unbelievable. My god, what a beautiful assist. Chin, are you really only 17? In the commentary booth, John felt his scalp tingle. He had watched Chin Feng play 5 rounds of the Norwegian league, and the kid was incredibly composed. Apart from a few wild shots, he was virtually flawless. Perhaps the Norwegian league was no longer suitable for these 2 rising stars. They should move to a higher, bigger stage. Holland scored a brace. Chin Feng contributed a goal and an assist. When the celebrations ended, Mo decisively substituted the two heroes. Clap, clap, clap. In Mold's home stadium, the two players walking slowly across the pitch received a hero's welcome. Thunderous applause echoed through the packed stadium, and their names were chanted by the fans. With the introduction of two defensive players, Mold's tactical intent for the remaining time was clear: defend with all their might to secure the victory. Time slipped away quickly. Soon the match entered stoppage time. Just as Lind thought his first clean sheet bonus of the season was within reach. Damn it. The visitors, as if injected with adrenaline, engaged in a fierce scramble in the box. In the chaos, Stromsgodt's forward poked the ball home to pull one back. That shot struck Lind hard in the heart. MLGB, from the start of the season, he had played 5 matches without a single clean sheet. Why was it so hard to get a clean sheet bonus? In the post-match locker room celebration, Lind was smiling on the outside but cursing on the inside. Of course, 5 consecutive wins was still a cause for great joy, and the displeasure of some players was temporarily washed away by the immense happiness. After 5 rounds, Mold had amassed 15 points, sitting at the top of the table. Holland led the scoring chart with 8 goals, while Chun Fong topped the assists list with 10. This powerful momentum gradually brought Mold and their twin stars into the spotlight of football fans worldwide. The night in Mold was still quite cool. The refreshing breeze mirrored Chun Feng's mood, pleasant and joyful. As he hummed a tune, parting ways with Holland walking along the path to his restaurant, the increasingly detailed grand plan in his mind slowly took shape. Xiaofing, you're back. At the restaurant entrance, a handsome man with a brown trench coat, neat hair, and chiseled features stood there smiling at him. Brother, you're finally here. Chun Feng rushed over joyfully, and they embraced warmly. This was the first time Chun Feng had met his biological older brother Chun Lin, who was 3 years his senior since his transmigration. He indeed had a face that inspired envy. Even more handsome than Chun Feng, the transmigrated chosen one, and more importantly, Chun Lin's script was even more dazzling. At 15, he joined Belgian giants Club Brugge. A year later, he was promoted to the first team and became a key player. At 17, he won the Belgian Golden Boot, becoming a hot commodity for top clubs. Incidentally, the reason Chun Feng, who was young and not yet showing his talent, could enter Brugge's youth academy was because of Chun Lin's stellar status in the first team. Chun Lin was a man of deep loyalty. Faced with various temptations, he chose not to leave immediately, but stayed for another year to repay the club's support. During that year, representatives from both Belgium and the Chinese national team approached him. After much deliberation to fulfill his father's wish, he chose to join the Chinese national team. However, that decision marked the beginning of Chun Lin's nightmare and ultimately ruined his career. Not bad. You've grown taller and stronger. But you've gotten a bit darker. Chun Feng chuckled, grabbing Chun Lin's arm and pulling him into the restaurant. Brother, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. There's something I want to discuss with you. What is it, eh? Why were you so urgent to call me here? Chun Lin smiled, gently looking at his younger brother with affection. Chun Feng didn't rush to speak. Instead, he looked around and said with slight disappointment, "So you really came alone? Where's Mom and little sister?" "Your little sister has school. Mom has to take care of her at home, so naturally she couldn't come." Chen Fu had also finished cleaning up the kitchen and walked out carrying 2 bowls of noodles, placing them before the 2 brothers. Oh, a trace of disappointment lingered in Chen Feng's tone, but he quickly concealed his negative emotions. Picking up his chopsticks, he mumbled indistinctly, "Let's eat and talk." "What? You want to start a company?" The moment Chen Feng revealed his thoughts, Chen Fu immediately became agitated. So the kid wasn't joking after all. The money he'd saved over the years really wouldn't be enough. Old Chen, calm down. Chen Feng waved his hand, a hint of disdain in his voice. Slap. Hearing this form of address, Chen Fu unceremoniously smacked him on the back of the head. Caught off guard, Chen Feng plunged face first into his bowl, and the small restaurant immediately filled with laughter. Chen Lin suppressed a smile, pulled out 2 napkins, and handed them over. "Xiao Feng, tell us more." "All right." Chen Feng shot a feigned angry glance at his father before slowly explaining. "My idea is to start a football-related company, specifically in player agency, news reporting, and club operations." "Get out of here." Slap. Hearing this, Chen Fu immediately lost his composure and swung his palm again. Fortunately, Chen Feng was prepared this time, shielding the back of his head with his right hand, so he didn't fall into his bowl again. "Old Chen, why did you hit me?" Listen. Is that any way to talk?" Chen Fu fumed. "Player agency and sports reporting. Once you've made a name for yourself, we could try that. But what's this about club operations?" "What? You want to buy a football club? Do you know how much money it takes to buy a football club? Do you know how much you have to pour in every year just to keep it running? Do you know? You don't know a damn thing. I think you're getting too big for your britches." "Hey, Old Chen, we may be poor, but we can't lose our ambition." Chen Feng shot back. "You know what this is? This is looking at people through a crack in the door. You're underestimating me." "Underestimating you? I think you need a good thrashing. Bro, save me, aren't you going to do something?" Just as Chen Fu was about to grab a rolling pin from the kitchen to stage a Jing Ku's assassination of the king of Qin, Chen Feng, who was already dodging around the pillar, cried out for help. Accustomed to such scenes, Chen Lin didn't get up. He sipped his noodle soup slowly, occasionally letting out a soft hum. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a warm and lively scene. Before long, both men sat down panting. Chun Lin pushed a glass of water to each of them and asked seriously, Xiaofeng, it's good that you have this idea, but we have to consider reality. Do you have a concrete plan? Of course. Chun Feng slammed his glass down on the table and said, Bro, you're retired now. Have you ever thought about becoming a player agent? Oh. Chun Lin, who had been feeling quite idle lately, suddenly became interested. Even though he had retired, there was no denying that football was still the sport that captivated him most in the world. Perhaps staying active in the football world in a different form wouldn't be bad. You mean being your agent? Exactly. Chun Feng smiled confidently. Bro, trust me. When I become a football superstar one day, you'll make a name for yourself in the industry as my agent. Hey, you're pretty confident, kid. Chen Fu couldn't help but take a jab at his second son. Old Chen, don't interrupt. Your turn will come later. Then Chen Feng continued, not just me. There's a young guy in our club who's pretty good. We should consider signing him. You mean Holland? Yes. Chen Lin nodded slightly. He had watched every one of Chun Feng's matches, and this Holland was indeed impressive. He had some of the flair Chen Lin himself had shown in his prime. Then Chen Feng named a few other young talents, claiming these players were also full of potential. When Chun Fu questioned the authenticity of this list, Old Tom's role became evident as Chun Feng used him as a shield. Half an hour later, Chen Lin and Chun Fu fell silent. They had come to understand Chen Feng's plan. Step 1. Use the money Chen Fu had saved over the years to establish a company with Chen Lin as CEO and Chen Fu as the behind-the-scenes owner. Chen Feng and Old Tom would handle player scouting and development. The company's primary business in the early stage would be signing players, securing their agency contracts, and managing their social media accounts. Step 2. Once there was some profit, establish a subsidiary focused on media reporting, which could also take on other business. When the company grew and expanded, that would be Step 3. Acquire a football club with Chen Lin serving as club chairman, overseeing operations. As for Chen Fu, who had experience as an assistant coach at some clubs in the Chinese Super League, he could serve as assistant coach at the acquired club. When the time was right, Chen Fu would take over as head coach. Thus, the Chen family would establish a foothold in the football world. It was an ambitious, grand, and exceedingly difficult plan spanning 3 major areas: players' agency and club operations. To be honest, the vision Chen Feng described deeply intrigued both men, but the challenges they would face were truly numerous. After careful thought, the two quickly reached a decision. Chen Lin spoke first. Xiaofeng, I fully support your plan, but the hardest part is getting started. Even if we set up a company and sign you, if you don't perform well on the pitch, our first shot won't hit the mark, and it'll be hard to attract other players to sign with us. Even if you're close with Holland, we won't have strong arguments to convince him. Do you understand? Chen Fu seconded. I completely agree with your brother. If you want me to invest in setting up a company, at least show me the value of the investment. The Norwegian Eliteserien is still a bit lacking in level. Chen Feng understood. He had oversimplified things, but delivering results on the pitch wasn't difficult for him at this point. Then let's make a deal. What deal? They both asked simultaneously. Let's agree on this. Within 6 months, can I return to Ajax from Mold? If I can go back, then everything proceeds according to my plan. If I can't go back, then I'll act as if I never said anything. What do you think? Chen Feng spread his arms, interlaced his fingers behind his head, and flashed an extremely confident smile. Chen Fu and Chen Lin exchanged glances and agreed to the deal. With business settled, the 3 of them spent the rest of the time chatting about family matters. 2 evenings later, when Chen Feng left the training base and sat in the taxi heading home, he was completely dumbfounded. With Chen Lin helping out at the restaurant these past 2 days, Chen Feng had it much easier, able to extend his training by 2 hours each day. In 2 days, he had earned 2 attribute points, raising his shooting stat to 70. But once it reached that number, the green plus sign behind it turned gray. The remaining 1 shooting attribute point in his inventory simply disappeared. Seeing this in the locker room, he was completely stunned. When he checked the details, he learned that it could only be upgraded to 70 for now, and accumulated shooting points couldn't be stored. To raise the cap in the future, he'd need to open treasure chests and obtain special items. Damn. If he'd known, he would have maxed out his shooting at 70 yesterday, instead of wasting a day of training. Chen Feng, age 17, ability 65, market value 5 million, upgradable. Tackling 10, shooting 70, passing 100, ball control 48, strength 40, speed 80. Skill cutting inside and blasting shot level 1. Looking at the data panel before him, Chen Feng pondered which ability to train next. With shooting and speed being passable, it was time to work on ball control. A ball control stat of 48 might be tolerable in the Norwegian Eliteserien, but if he really returned to Ajax, things wouldn't be so easy. Having made up his mind, Chen Feng's thoughts gradually calmed down. He would strive to play well in every match ahead, steady and solid, improving himself. October 9th, 2017. The 6th round of the Norwegian Eliteserien arrived. This time Chen Feng and his teammates traveled to an away game once more. They faced the young and inexperienced Kristiansund. Why call this team with an owl as its emblem inexperienced? Because they were founded very recently, established in 2003, only a little over a decade ago. But don't underestimate that decade-plus history. Kristiansund was last year's Norwegian First Division champion, another strong promoted team. With the lesson of Bodeglimt still fresh, Mo dared not take them lightly. He directly deployed a 4-3-3 attacking formation. On the sidelines, Mo shook hands with Mikkelsen, who had joined the club as an assistant coach in 2013 and officially became head coach a year later, a position he still held. As the music played, the players from both sides stepped onto the pitch, led by their respective captains. The away team Molde wore white jerseys and blue shorts, while the home team Kristiansund donned black jerseys and black shorts as their home kit. The battle was about to begin. After all, they were a promoted team somewhat lacking in depth. Mikkelsen's 4-2-3-1 formation struggled a bit against a highly aggressive team like Molde. Within just 5 minutes, Molde had torn them apart. In the 3rd minute, Markovic dribbled down the wing and delivered a cross. Holland headed the ball back in the penalty area. Chinfong followed up with a volley, but the goalkeeper saved it. Holland took a quick shot, but a defender blocked it. The two failed attacks didn't mean Mo had gained nothing. He quickly adjusted Molde's attacking approach, changing from central short pass penetration. He switched to a wide attacking high-tempo, all-out offensive style. This swift and rapid assault left the newly promoted Kristiansund extremely uncomfortable, and in the 19th minute, they made a fatal mistake. This time, Kristiansund's marking was well executed. Unable to pass the ball forward, Chinfong passed it back to Hybin, who sent a diagonal pass to the unmarked Markovic. This young player, who had only scored 2 goals after 5 rounds, was eager to prove himself, mainly because his 2 partners were too dazzling. It was hard for him not to feel immense pressure. He dribbled forward, broke into the penalty area, lifted his left foot, and unleashed a powerful shot. But Kristiansund's goalkeeper was in inspired form today, deflecting Molde's attacking threat for the 3rd time, even though this time he took it to the face. After blocking the ball, the Kristiansund goalkeeper was about to rub his aching face when he suddenly heard his teammates shouting. Turning to look, the player at the top of the assist charts had just controlled the ball that hadn't been cleared far and was charging toward the goal. How could this be? Startled, the goalkeeper rushed forward. As he went to ground, Chinfong gently lifted the ball with the tip of his toe, chipping it into the empty net. Swish! The ball hit the net. Chinfong, seizing the rebound, scored his 5th goal of the season. After scoring, Chinfong extended his index finger, pointing to the distant Markovic. When the latter ran over, he whispered in Markovic's ear, "Well done." "Oh, what a shame," Markovic said with slight regret. "It doesn't count as my assist." "No worries. I'll pass to you later. How about helping you get your league goal tally to 3? Chinfong patted his teammate's shoulder, gently offering comfort. At that moment, Holland also rushed over. "What about me? Aren't you going to feed me?" "Get lost. You've already eaten plenty. Still want more." "That's not fair. What striker ever complains about too many chances?" "Erling, be reasonable." The brief celebration ended with Holland and Markovic's playful banter. Since it was an away game, this brilliant goal received little applause. Instead, it drew quite a few jeers. Mo knew that for a promoted team like this, conceding a goal would dampen their morale considerably. This was a golden opportunity to press the attack. Of course, except for a crazy team like Bodeglimt. So he started shouting from the sidelines, instructing the players to send more balls to the left flank. And Chinfong did not disappoint. In the 37th minute, his utterly unstoppable cut inside left Kristiansund's defenders helpless. After cutting inside, Chinfong lifted his foot and fired a powerful shot. By chance, it hit the left post. 3 minutes later, Molde's attack came again. This time, Chinfong cut inside again, and the defenders still couldn't stop him. Unlike last time, after successfully cutting inside, Chinfong didn't choose to shoot again. Instead, he faked a shot to shake off a defender and then sent a long diagonal pass to the far side. Near the right post, the speedy winger suddenly burst in, executing a beautifully graceful sliding shot that knocked the ball into the net. Roar! Markovic, scoring his 3rd goal of the season, ran excitedly and embraced Chinfong tightly. Just as he was about to make his next move, he was rudely shoved aside by a tall figure standing at 1.9 meters. Holland charged over unceremoniously, shoving Markovic aside with a feigned look of anger. "You've already had 1 goal, what more do you want?" Turning to Chinfong, he said tenderly, "Fong, could you set me up for a goal next time? If I don't score soon, I'm afraid I'll lose my top spot on the scorers chart." Chinfong laughed heartily and replied generously, of course. "The next one's for you, Erling. Make sure you seize it." The two happily reached an agreement. Markovic, standing behind them, couldn't feel the least bit joyful. He had scored, so why did it hurt so much? Oh, it was because he had lost favor. But what Chinfong and Holland hadn't anticipated was that events would spiral beyond their expectations. In the remaining time, neither side made any further progress, and they headed into halftime. The second half began. Holland stood on the sidelines, hands on his hips, staring at Chinfong, who was now seated on the substitutes bench, a hint of grievance in his expression. His eyes burned with indignation. "Didn't you promise to set me up? Why the hell are you sitting over there?" Chinfong spread his hands and replied with a look, "What can I do about it? Dare you defy the boss's orders?" "Holland, I don't care. Next game you have to set me up." Chinfong, all right, resigned. Having received the affirmative answer, Holland finally left contentedly and struck up a friendly chat with Brustad, who had just returned from injury and was taking the field. Muir, the culprit behind this scene, sat leisurely on the substitutes bench, sipping his drink in small mouthfuls. Chinfong was now his core weapon. With the situation so favorable, of course, he had to substitute him off to let him rest properly. If he stayed on the field and got injured, wouldn't he be crying in the bathroom? And Muir's substitution move happened to align perfectly with Chen Feng's wishes. He had already achieved a goal and an assist in this match, leaving only one game to complete his mission. It was a good idea to conserve some energy and save it for training. Speaking of training, luckily his stamina was maxed out and recovered quickly. After a night's rest, he could regain about 70 to 80% of his energy. Otherwise, with the training volume he had planned, he would be completely worn out within a month. While Chen Feng was pondering life on the sidelines, the two teams clashed fiercely on the pitch once more after Christiansund had pulled one back. Mold launched a ferocious attack. In the 56th minute, Hyben threaded a through ball for an assist. Brustad, back from injury, used his immense physical strength to shield off a defender and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball rocketed past the goalkeeper's outstretched hands, extending the lead to 3-1. Not long after Christiansund's attack faltered, Ensar intercepted the ball, cleanly passing it to the left flank, where Markovic had moved after Chen Feng was substituted off. Markovic received the ball, executed a sharp dribble down the wing, and then sent a cross into the box. Near the penalty spot, Holland followed up with a tap-in that left the goalkeeper in agony. Mold scored another goal. Holland's exuberant celebration on the sidelines seemed to say, "Little punk, you still dare to fight back. I'll beat you senseless." After the celebration, Muir made another substitution. The heroes Holland and Markovic were given a rest. Two defensive players got their chance to step onto the pitch. From then on, Muir firmly controlled the flow of the game, and no further goals were scored in the remaining time. Ultimately, the match ended with Mold winning 4-1 away against Christiansund. They secured their 6th consecutive league victory, topping the standings with 18 points. Watching the entire match, Chen Feng's most visceral impression was everyone was showing off except Lind, who was getting battered. The Mold first-choice goalkeeper's clean sheet bonus was gone again. The uproar over the assault incident gradually faded. At the restaurant, Chen Lin was helping out, so there was nothing to worry about. Chen Feng's world suddenly became quiet. Of course, it would be even quieter if it weren't for the tall guy chattering away beside him. At 7:30 in the morning at the training ground, Chen Feng was practicing his dribbling. Holland, who had arrived half an hour later, immediately bombarded him with questions. "Hey, why aren't you practicing shooting? That's not right. Why have you switched to dribbling? Feng, tell me about it. Also, you got the Player of the Month award and bonus. You promised to treat the whole team to a meal. Where are we going? You can't back out. Sai, I'm so bored. Why isn't everyone here yet? I'm so sleepy." Chen Feng stopped his training, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned to look at the yawning Holland, and scolded with a smile. "Nonsense, training is set to start at 9, so of course they haven't arrived yet. By the way, why are you so early today?" If you brought that up, he was wide awake. Holland shook off his drowsiness and perked up, saying, "Because I've figured out the gap between you and me. Where? I realized I'm not as diligent as you. Just you wait, once I ramp up my training volume, I'll be the top of the assist chart too." Tisk tisk. What are you tsking at? Chen Feng laughed. "Erling, it's good to have dreams, but in football talent matters more. Screw you, you dare to mock my lack of talent. You said it yourself. Feng, stop right there." Not far away, Muir, who had witnessed the entire scene of the two youngsters joking and roughhousing through the window, suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Tisk youth is wonderful, and he also felt a twinge of nostalgia for his playing days. "Stop staring. What about Chun Feng's situation?" Before the assault incident blew up, Ajax hadn't seemed to pay much attention to Chun Feng's performance, and the buyout deal was almost settled. Now that he's famous, Ajax seems to have studied him specifically. They flatly refused. Only a loan, no buyout. Sai, it's tough. The club's sporting director Garland slumped in his chair with a look of utter despair. In his eyes, if they couldn't keep Chen Feng, Mold's chances of winning the Norwegian league title this season seemed doomed. Muir turned around and said casually, "Let it go. Go with the flow." "Huh?" Garland was dumbfounded. "You were the one who talked the most about keeping him. What's gotten into you today? Why are you giving up now?" Muir stubbed out his cigarette and said solemnly, "I was thinking too simply before. I've been mulling it over seriously these past few days. Suppose we actually negotiate a buyout deal with Ajax. But can you get past the player's own wishes? In other words, the level of the Norwegian league is ultimately lacking. A genius like Chun Feng should shine in a higher-tier competition. Rather than dragging our feet and refusing to let go, it's better to be gracious, part on good terms, and leave a good impression. Isn't that right?" "Reasonable. Very reasonable." Muir's words were like a wake-up call. Garland sighed. It wasn't just Chen Feng. Other outstanding young players in the squad, Holland, Markovic, Hyben, had also been scouted by other clubs. Given the salary the club could currently offer and the current level of the Norwegian league, he had no idea how long these guys would stay. Forget it. After a long pause, Garland lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke, and laughed heartily. "Let's do it your way. No buyout, no forcing it. Let's live in the moment." Muir had anticipated the director's concession. Far from feeling disappointed, he was instead intrigued and proposed a bet. "Director, how about we make a wager?" "What bet?" "On when Chen Feng will return to Ajax." "Interesting." Garland stroked his prickly stubble and confidently held up 3 fingers. "I bet it won't be 3 months before those bastards at Ajax call him back. What about you?" Muir pointed at an unopened bottle of precious liquor behind Garland. That bottle is the stake. I bet 1 month. How about that? Garland cursed with a laugh. That's my stake too. What's yours? No need. Muir spread his hands and Garland chuckled. You old fox trying to swindle my fine wine for nothing. And you're so confident. Of course. He's my player. Muir stood by the window again, watching the two earnest and hard-working youngsters on the training ground, a surge of inexplicable confidence welling up inside him. Just as Holland had predicted, that stingy Chin Feng decided to treat the whole team to a meal at his own home. Let me be clear, I, Holland, am absolutely not complaining about the place being low class or too cramped. But damn it, you got a bonus. Can't you go somewhere a bit more upscale? Like a bar or a fancy restaurant, right? Holland's complaints went in one ear and out the other as far as Chin Feng was concerned. In his heart, Chin Feng thought, you little punk, what do you know? I'm saving my money for something important, got it? Ignoring Holland's one-sided complaints, the gathering was still a success, especially when Chun Fu brought out his treasured bottles of Erguo too. The few older players on the team who liked to drink were absolutely thrilled. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone drifted away one by one, leaving only the 3 members of the Chun family to clean up the mess. As Chin Feng lay contentedly in bed, he couldn't help but sigh, how wonderful another good day has ended. How wonderful when I open my eyes tomorrow, it will be another beautiful day. Good night. Macapaka. September 16, 2017. The 7th round of the Norwegian League kicked off as scheduled at Molde Stadium. This time Molde's opponent was Vålerenga, currently ranked 4th in the standings. A formidable opponent. An old club founded in 1913, they had won 2 Norwegian First Division titles, 4 Norwegian Cup titles, and 5 Norwegian League titles. Although their most recent championship trophy was from 2008, over a decade ago, their strength should never be underestimated. For this match, Muir's lineup remained unchanged, still a 4-3-3 formation. Captain Gabriel anchored the defense, Hyben led the midfield, and Chin Feng, Holland and Markovic started together. Today the away team Vålerenga also fielded an attacking 4-3-3 formation. Their captain and first-choice goalkeeper Korasi guarded the goal. In front of him was the defensive core Mela. Further ahead was the midfield linchpin Ibrahim. The 3 informed forwards Finn, Asri, and Johnson led the line. In the commentary booth, John was somewhat astonished after seeing Vålerenga's starting lineup. After 6 rounds, Molde sits atop the table with 18 points, proving their 4-3-3 formation is successful and perfect. Facing this, Vålerenga playing away has also opted for a 4-3-3 formation. It seems they came prepared. Let's see how it unfolds in the match. Vålerenga playing away showed no signs of intimidation. Several of their passing combinations were quite slick. After 10 minutes, a threatening attack came from the away side. The team's core Ibrahim received the ball and delivered a sharp through ball. The young defender Nanestad clearly underestimated the power of the pass. Finn on the right wing easily collected the ball and drove into the box. Seeing Lind crouched low in a save-ready stance, Finn neither opted for a powerful shot nor a chip, but instead slotted the ball diagonally to the left rear. Nanestad, who was tightly marking him, misjudged again. He was losing out due to inexperience. The ball effortlessly reached Johnson in the center of the box. The young American striker raised his foot and unleashed a powerful strike. The ball rocketed towards the top left corner of the goal. Even though Lind gave it his all, he couldn't stop it from hitting the net. Vålerenga had turned the tables, leading 1-0 away from home. Johnson, scoring his 4th league goal of the season, charged excitedly to the sideline and began a celebratory dance. His teammates followed suit, dancing gracefully on the Molde pitch amidst a chorus of boos and insults. It was an insult to the home side. Muir couldn't sit still any longer. He launched into a tirade at Nanestad from the touchline. Fortunately, Gabriel, who had been marking someone else, was understanding. He gently patted the young defender's shoulder to calm him down. He had been through it too. The pain of falling behind failed to crush the Molde players. This wasn't the first time this season they had fallen behind early in a match. They had staged several comebacks before, and their mindset quickly returned to normal. Hyben received the ball in midfield and began organizing the attack methodically. Chin Feng, Holland and Markovic took turns dropping deep to receive the ball, helping to relieve the pressure on Hyben. However, Vålerenga's players pressed aggressively. Clearly they knew how crucial Hyben was to the entire Molde team and understood that if they could shut him down, Molde's attack would stall. This time, as Hyben received the ball, 3 players swarmed him, 2 in front and 1 behind. Trapped in the middle, Hyben acted on instinct, quickly chipping the ball out to the left. And the left side was exactly where Chin Feng was. The Vålerenga players watched the ball descending in the air without a hint of concern. Through the previous round's recordings, they had already analyzed that this temporary leader of the assist chart was only passable in shooting and speed while being mediocre in other aspects. A ball of such difficulty could not be smoothly controlled by him, nor could he smoothly organize a forward advance. How could this be possible? The clueless players of Vålerenga had no idea that Chun Feng's ball control had been enhanced. Currently, Chun Feng's ball control had increased from 48 to 53, and his overall ability rating had also shifted from 65 to 66. Though the change was not drastic, his improved ball control was more than sufficient to handle such high aerial balls. Of course, it was impossible for him to bring the ball down to his feet with the flawless precision of Neymar Marcelo or Dani Alves, but at least it wouldn't go out of bounds. The ball struck his instep, paused for a moment, then rolled forward. Fortunately, the Vålerenga defenders were far away, and relying on his speed, Chin Feng quickly brought the ball under control, steadily advancing toward the penalty area. Quaresy, the captain of Vålerenga, kept a close watch on Chin Feng's movements. When he saw the young man advancing with the ball, a trace of panic crept into his heart. He quickly shouted for his teammates to defend. Hearing this, Mela swiftly closed in, blocking the path. Chin Feng merely glanced at him, recognizing him as Vålerenga's core defender. Then an unreasonable cut inside began. At the edge of the penalty area, a sudden change of direction and a lateral cut sent Mela, who had anticipated it, but could do nothing, tumbling to the ground. Roars of approval erupted. The crowd cheered for Chun to charge forward and smash the ball into the net. The brilliant cut inside truly ignited the passionate hearts of a live audience as cheers and applause resounded throughout the stadium. Mela, rising from the ground, felt bitter inside. Why did this guy's back look so much like Arjen Robben's? Everyone in the world knew that in this position Robben would cut inside, yet you simply couldn't stop him. In the moment of daze, Chin Feng at the edge of the penalty area had already chosen to unleash a powerful shot. The ball rose from the ground, carrying immense force as it raced toward the top right corner of the goal. With a noble intention, Quaresy bravely stretched out his hand, but he couldn't even touch the ball. The ball perfectly sailed over his hand and slammed into the back of the net. Goal. A perfect dribble, a perfect strike. Chin Feng pulls one back. John excitedly pounded the table. Watching Chin Feng's fluid cut inside and powerful shot, he felt both joy and a tinge of sorrow. Such a beautiful goal. Would he ever get to see it again on the Norwegian top-flight pitch? Inside the penalty area, Holland and Markovic exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. It wasn't until Chin Feng ran past them with a smile that the two snapped back to reality. On the sidelines, Mo, who had been holding a breath of frustration, punched the ground 3 times in quick succession. His flushed face showed no restraint in expressing his wild and unrestrained joy in front of the camera. Chin, you are our god, absolutely unstoppable. That cut inside, that explosive shot. This young man is such a delightful surprise. Chin, stay here, stay at Mold. I'm blown away, highly recommend. Garland, Mo, keep Chin Feng here, keep this remarkable young man here. If the entire Mold Stadium were compared to a balloon, then Chin Feng's cut inside and explosive shot were like a nail that burst the balloon. In that instant, the atmosphere in the entire stadium reached its peak. No one could help but love this humble and hard-working young man. Thousands were moved to tears, begging the management to buy out the young man. Garland, who was watching the game live, was deeply stirred. He heard every single cry from the fans. He had thought countless times about how wonderful it would be if this guy were a Mold player. Back on the pitch, the smile on Chin Feng's face remained unchanged. Only one assist away from completing the mission. With high spirits, Chin Feng patted his handsome face and joined his teammates in the great endeavor of fighting for a 7th consecutive victory. However, Vålerenga, as the 4th-ranked powerhouse in the Norwegian league, performed admirably in defense and balance during the remaining time. They no longer gave Chin Feng the chance to cut inside with the ball. Whenever he had the ball, 3 big men would swarm him to stop his advance. Unable to advance, Chin Feng could only pass the ball back to Hybin. But the life of Mold's midfield core was not easy either, as he was met with Ibrahim's tight marking. The game fell into a stalemate. Eventually, halftime arrived. Mo, holding a tactical board, walked into the locker room with Strand. He silenced all the noise in the locker room and brought everyone back to focus. Everyone quiet. I think we need to make some changes in the second half. Abandon the quick short pass style. That approach is clearly insufficient against a defensively tough team like Vålerenga. What I need from everyone is to use your speed more, open up the game through the flanks. Markovic, you rest. Brustad, you're up. I need you and Holland to stay in the box. Wait for crosses from the flanks, use your height and physical advantage to forcefully send the ball into the opponent's net. Understand? Understood. The 2 center forwards nodded in unison. Romer, you'll handle the right wing supply. Chin Feng, you take the left. The focus of the attack remains unchanged, centered on the left flank. We must win the second half. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. Mo's motivational speech was quite effective, quickly restoring and rallying everyone's confidence and enthusiasm. Once the second half began, a focused Mold team quickly created some threats. In the 47th minute, Romer delivered a low cross from the byline. Holland's turn and shot was blocked. In the 56th minute, Chin Feng delivered a precise cross from the left flank. Brustad's powerful header unfortunately hit the post and bounced out. In the 68th minute, it was another cross from Chin Feng on the left. Holland's chest trap and volley were bravely saved by Vålerenga's captain Quaresy. Seeing the time running out, both managers made substitutions, engaging in a tactical battle. Vålerenga's substitution proved more effective as substitute midfielder Lekven advanced the ball very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he dribbled past 2 defenders and broke into Mold's heartland. Lekven's advance is very fast. Gabrielsen comes out. Lekven doesn't dwell on the ball, passing it ahead to Azri. After receiving the ball, Azri charges into the box. Gabrielsen quickly turns and tracks back. But unexpectedly, Azri passes the ball back to the center, and Lekven gets the ball again. However, there are no Mold defenders left in the box. Linda is preparing to come out. He'll have to rely on himself to resolve this crisis. Lowering his center of gravity, Linda shuffles his feet. Lekvin shows no fear, charging straight at him. Just as the two are about to collide, Lekvin chooses a chip pass. Oh my goodness. There are no defenders on the goal line. Mold's defense is wide open. Lekvin's chip pass is incredibly clever. The ball is already descending from the air toward the goal. All Linda can do is watch in despair. Lekvin has already turned around, ready to celebrate. Wait, who is that? As John's commentary continued, the situation on the pitch suddenly changed. The young Lekvin had already grinned and spread his arms, ready to welcome his third league goal. He noticed his teammates weren't running towards him, but instead wore expressions of incredulity. Turning back, his pupils constricted sharply. Damn it, how did that black-haired kid get there? A loud thud rang out as Chen Feng diving and used his head to block the ball just outside the goal line. The following, Linda pounced fiercely, gathering the ball into his arms. The two lay on the ground, gasping for air, exchanging a smile. Chen Feng looked at the data before him. This defensive recovery was truly exhausting. Lekvin might not know what happened, but the Mold fans who witnessed the whole process understood it perfectly. From the moment Lekvin started his advance, the energetic Chen Feng had been sprinting back with his excellent speed. He managed to intercept the ball just before Lekvin could score. After the game, Linda would definitely have to treat Chen Feng to a good meal. A 100-meter recovery run and a goal line clearance. Absolutely spectacular. Chen is so dedicated. He participates in attack and still contributes to defense. This guy has such incredible stamina. Youth is truly wonderful, his energy is boundless. Have you noticed how wide Chen's coverage is on the pitch? Now that you mention it, it's true. This young man never seems to tire. Without a doubt, Chen Feng's 100-meter recovery run and spectacular goal line clearance once again stunned the tens of thousands of fans in the stadium. Logically, after playing for nearly 70 minutes, it's hard for a forward to have enough energy left to sprint back and participate in defense. But Chen Feng managed to do it. And he even completed a highly technical goal line clearance. All of this was because of Chen Feng. The more brilliantly he performed, the shorter his time at Mold would be before returning to Ajax. Unbeknownst to him, this sporting director, who hadn't been impressed by Chen Feng 2 months ago, was gradually being won over. Even Garland himself hadn't noticed this subtle change. Well done, Chen. Great job, kid. Your stamina is amazing. Able to attack and defend, I'm completely convinced. Gabrielson, Nanestad, and the others came to the goal, pulling Chen Feng and Linda up from the ground. They surrounded Chen Feng, showering him with praise one after another. A little shy, Chen Feng scratched his head and jogged back to the front, waiting for Linda to take the goal kick. Linda didn't waste time, unleashing his powerful throw once again at the Mold Stadium, sending the ball directly to Hyben in midfield. With both flanks attacking, Mold's offensive formation instantly spread wide. Vålerenga began to tighten their defense, quickly converging into the box. Once their defensive shape was set, Chen Feng received the ball from Hyben. He positioned himself near the left corner flag, and following the 87 passing guidance that appeared before him, sent the ball back into the box. Mela, determined to redeem himself, rushed out quickly and kicked the ball away. Unfortunately, with so many players in the box, the clearance didn't travel far. The ball went to Hyben. After a feint, he passed it back to Chen Feng. At this moment, the numbers before Chen Feng's eyes changed from green to red, and the success rate became 96. This was the highest passing success rate he had ever seen. Immediately, he gently nudged the ball with his right foot, lofting it into the box. In front of the goal, the sharp-nosed Holland and the physically strong Brustad leaped in succession. The latter was a decoy, while the former was the real attacker. The ball landed, he failed again. The ball hit the net, and Mold completed the comeback and reversal. Holland, mouth wide open, pointed at Chen Feng and charged towards him. What was this? Was the monster about to devour someone? That was the first thought that crossed Chen Feng's mind as he stood there. While celebrating with his teammates on the sidelines, a line of text appeared before him. Main Quest 1, The Path to Rise. Win the cheers and respect of the fans. From this game onward, contribute a goal and an assist for 5 consecutive matches. Mission reward, 3 gold chests. Open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a cut inside and shoot skill upgrade card, 3 immunity to physical damage cards, 3 seconds each, and the long-range shooting skill cruise missile, level 1 success rate 10. 3 gold chests, and I got a long-range skill and item cards. Indeed, the harder the mission, the richer the reward. Upgrade. Chen Feng used the upgrade card, and the cut inside and shoot skill rose to level 2, with the success rate increasing from 10 to 20. Chen Feng, age 17, ability rating 66, market value 5. 8 million improvable. Tackling 10, A shooting 70, passing 100, ball control 53, strength 40, speed 80. Skills cut inside and shoot, level 2 cruise missile, level 1. Inventory immunity to physical damage cards, X3. This was Chen Feng's current data and all his possessions. Main Quest 1, The Path to Rise. Road 1. 3. Become a darling of Mold fans, getting them to chant your name 5 times at home, reward a golden chest. This mission seems not too difficult. Chen Feng rubbed the tip of his nose, pondering carefully. Based on his current performance, as long as he scored, having his name chanted would be easy. A cruise missile single-handedly creating 3 goals. The match time reached the 74th minute. After Mold took the lead with a 2-1 comeback under Mo's signal, they entered a defensive phase. Without a core player like Chen Feng who could step up and change the situation at critical moments, Valoranga's attack became incredibly difficult. Whether it was crosses from the byline or through the middle, they couldn't create any good opportunities. Sunsar completed a tackle, giving Mold a chance to counterattack. Holland received the ball in the middle. Turning with the ball, two figures were moving swiftly beside him. On the left was his good buddy Chen Feng, and on the right was the veteran Brustad. After weighing his options, Holland chose his good buddy passing to the left flank. Valoranga's Mela kept a close eye on Chen Feng's movements, but didn't rush out after seeing him carry the ball forward. He chose to stand his ground inside the penalty area. Little did he expect this would give Chen Feng a chance to shoot. With no one ahead, Chen Feng felt the moment. From 25 meters out, he struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the pitch. The thunderous sound was like a cannonball being fired hurtling toward the goal with fierce momentum. Many defenders leaped high in the box, but none could alter the ball's trajectory. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, grazing Coruscant's fingers as it slammed into the net. 3, 2, 1 roar. The entire Mold Stadium fell silent for 3 seconds. When they saw the young man in the blue number 40 jersey strike a CF pose on the sidelines, everyone realized. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Chen Feng had scored a long-range world-class goal. Holland had picked up an easy assist. Damn, a super worldy. Hell, cutting inside and blasting at nearly 100 pass accuracy, and now a stunning long-range strike. How much more strength is this kid hiding? Brilliant. That was a heavenly goal from such a distance, and he smashed it in. It's just an unreasonable goal, way too awesome. The goal, the commentators, the substitutes, and even Mo on the sidelines were all left dumbfounded. Chen Feng. Amidst the shock, the name of the young player who had conquered everyone with his godlike performance echoed through Mold Stadium. Doesn't that count as one time? This mission is really simple. Of course, I was also pretty lucky today. A 10 chance and I nailed it on the first try. Having single-handedly created 3 goals in this match, Chen Feng, who had crushed the will of Valoranga's players, was in a very good mood. After celebrating with his teammates, he settled the rhythm into a defensive phase. In the time that followed, Valoranga's chaotic attack failed to organize any effective thrust. Finally, the match ended with Mold defeating Valoranga 3-1 at home. Their winning streak extended to the 7th round. Chen Feng added another MVP trophy to his collection at the Zhonghua Leizaheo restaurant. Having watched the entire match, Chen Fu, Chen Lin, and Wilson were somewhat stunned. After a long pause, Chen Fu said with lingering excitement, "This kid's pretty good now, has a bit of my style from back in the day." Stop right there. Chen Lin couldn't resist undermining him. You used to play as a defender back then. In your entire career, you didn't even score 5 goals. MMPH. As the saying goes, family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Chen Fu quickly stepped forward, covering Chen Lin's mouth to cut him off. Then chuckling, he said, "Ahem, well, let's get down to business. Wilson, what have you decided?" Phew. Chen Lin, having finally freed himself from his father's broad palm, let out a light breath. After taking small sips of tea, he said slowly, "You can take your time to think, no rush. I just feel that with your talent, working as a taxi driver would be a bit of a waste. Come with me, and we'll run a company together, make it big and strong. This is what you should be doing." But Wilson seemed hesitant. He understood the purpose of the Chen father and son bringing him to watch the game today. Simply put, they wanted to say that Chen Feng with his dazzling talent was like a money tree. As long as the tree stood, they wouldn't fall. But haven't you guys even started a company yet? According to your agreement with Chen Feng, you were supposed to wait until he returned to Ajax before starting it. Slap. As if reading minds. Chen Lin directly took out the company's relevant documents and employee contract, placing them on the table. "This is the contract. You can take it home and look it over first. And this is the information about my company. Actually, Xiao Feng and I think alike. We can't rely solely on football to make money. I just started making money earlier than him, so I'm ahead. So 3 years ago, while I was still playing for Club Brugge, my father and I jointly invested in a company mainly focused on football game development. We've made a decent profit, but because of the limitations I faced in my football career, the company's performance has declined over the past 2 years. It's barely holding up. If you doubt the conditions I'm offering or the truth of what I've just said, you can look it up online." Wilson looked at the contract first. As Chen Lin had said, the salary was 3 times what he earned at the football newspaper. It was enough to support his family. With this main issue resolved, the rest was no big deal. After casually flipping through the company documents, he asked, "So Chen Feng doesn't know you two jointly invested in a company?" "He doesn't know," Chen Fu said earnestly. At that time, he was still playing for Club Brugge, and the company was facing some crises. "We didn't want to distract him." "I understand. So the company I'd be working for is just yours and your father's, or all 3 of yours? Also, could you elaborate on the company's future plans?" "All 3 of ours," Chen Lin explained, looking at the replay on TV. "I plan to change the company's old trademark and name, and then bring Xiao Feng in. So you'd be working for the 3 of us. Then for a long time to come, the company's focus will be on being a player agent. Game development will be put on hold for now. Xiao Feng will be our company's first client. And I need an assistant. From what my father and Xiaofeng say, you're very capable. So what do you think? Interested? Once again, Chen extended a sincere invitation. This time Wilson didn't hesitate, reaching out his hand and shaking it firmly. Of course I'm willing. Ajax sent someone. Wilson successfully joined the team. The three discussed some more details, and before they knew it, the night had deepened. After seeing Wilson off, only the two of them remained in the small restaurant. Chun Fu, holding a cup of hot tea, smiled and asked, "When are you planning to come clean with that kid?" "Of course, when he returns to Ajax." Chun-Lin's eyes burned with determination. "I've been watching since you called me after his first match in the Norwegian League. After 4 rounds, I knew it was only a matter of time before he was called back. And with his current performance, that time will come much sooner. At most another month and Ajax won't be able to hold out. Their situation isn't good right now." "You little rascal." Chun Fu chuckled. "Did you plan all along to bring Xiaofeng in and restructure the company?" "Yeah." Chun-Lin admitted openly, "I just didn't expect Xiaofeng's ambition to be even greater than mine. He's already thinking about acquiring a club. Since that's the case, shouldn't I, as his older brother, give him a hand? Making that pact with him. It's also a way to push him to help him grow better, isn't it?" Yes. You're always right," Chun Fu said affectionately. Ajax 2-team base head coach's office. Haitinga kept rubbing his temples, and sighs filled the room. His days had been tough recently, and it was all due to that damn injury crisis. Well, the first team's injury crisis. About a week ago, several key players from the first team got injured. With no one available, first team coach Kaiser called up a few key players from the second team. The second team's results had already been poor in recent rounds, and after losing those key players, their performance had plummeted. A complete freefall. If this continued, he might not even last until the halfway point before being sacked. Knock, knock, knock. Assistant coach Creek walked in. "Boss, you wanted to see me?" "Yes. Have a seat." Haitinga gestured for his assistant to sit down, pushed the coffee on the table toward him, and said with a worried face, "I called you here to discuss the personnel issue again. Do you have any good solutions?" Creek was silent for a moment, then tentatively suggested, "How about calling back those young players out on loan?" At this, Haitinga's hand holding the coffee paused midair. Creek carefully watched Haitinga's expression for any change. Seeing none, he continued, "Chin's performance in the Norwegian League is indeed not bad. How about giving him a try?" As he spoke, he took a newspaper from his pocket and placed it on the table. Haitinga's gaze swept over, and he noticed that in a corner of the newspaper there was actually news about Chun. Although it was just a very small section, it was enough to show that the kid's reputation had already drawn the attention of the Dutch media. He picked it up and read carefully. "Genius striker, the tireless young winger. 8 goals and 12 assists in 7 rounds. The future pillar of football. Tisk TSK." After a moment, Haitinga tossed the newspaper aside in disgust. These news outlets always love to exaggerate. Reading through it, it was nothing but mindless hype. An 8-goal, 12 assist record was decent. But Haitinga dared to say that if he threw any of his second team starting forwards into that league, they'd put up even flashier numbers. Seeing this, Creek sighed inwardly, then pulled himself together and continued to persuade, "Boss, for now, we don't have a better option." Haitinga's body stiffened. Then Creek pulled out his phone. "I've been collecting videos of Chin's matches during this time. You can take a look first before making your final decision." Although he didn't really like Chen Feng, Haitinga had no choice but to bow to reality. He took the phone and quietly began to watch. Half an hour later, somewhat shaken, Haitinga tossed the phone onto the table, propped his head in his hands, as if making a difficult decision. Watching videos is never as real as seeing it live. How about this? You fly to Norway, observe his on-field performance, and send me the video. If he can still perform like this in the next 2 rounds, then let him come back. All right. Creek was overjoyed. He had actually wanted to suggest bringing Chun Feng back for a long time. It was just that Haitinga didn't like the player, so he had never brought it up. If the second team hadn't been pushed to the brink, he wouldn't have voiced his thoughts today. As it turned out, old Tom's judgment wasn't wrong, the timing was just off. At this moment, far away in Mold, Chen Feng had no idea that Ajax was already sending someone to evaluate him. He was still busy with his routine, the training ground, the small restaurant, and his rented apartment. Before the 8th round of the Norwegian League on September 23rd, after days of hard training, Chen Feng finally increased his dribbling stat a bit, from 53 to 59. This match was an away game for Mold. Their opponent was Sarpsborg, who were mid-table in the standings. Inside this stadium that could only hold a little over 6,000 spectators, the two teams delivered an exciting offensive and defensive battle. Right from the start, Mold got into their rhythm. The lethal threat posed by Chen Feng and Markovic on the flanks caught Sarpsborg completely off guard. In the 8th minute, Chen Feng sent a high ball to the right flank. Markovic near the byline controlled it and sent a cross along the ground. At the penalty spot, already Holland unleashed a fierce volley, opening the scoring for the team. Unwilling to surrender, Sarpsborg quickly organized a beautiful attack, eventually resulting in a stunning long-range worldie from their main defensive midfielder Gomez from just outside the left side of the box, leveling the score. However, before the Sarpsborg fans in the stands could celebrate for long, Chen Feng on the left flank embarked on a solo run of epic proportions. Suddenly cutting into the box, he delivered an incredibly comfortable cross. Holland, arriving on cue, slotted the ball into the bottom left corner, scoring a brace. It was only 15 minutes into the match, and there had already been 3 goals. In terms of excitement, they were all equally matched. Whether it was Gomez's stunning worldie or Chun Feng's solo run and crossfield assist, they were all highly spectacular. But as good as it was to watch daring to mess with the league leaders was something Mo would not tolerate. Under his affectionate direction, Mold went into overdrive. In the 19th minute of the match, Chen Feng executed a 1-2 pass with Sar near the corner flag. After dribbling into the penalty area under the defender's pressure, Chen Feng did not disappoint the eagerly waiting Erling Haaland. With an 89 pass accuracy, he precisely delivered the ball to the feet of the gifted striker. Haaland didn't shoot it first. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he dodged the defender's sliding tackle, then raised his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot, rejecting any unnecessary flair. Violent aesthetics are my trademark. Roar. Haaland, who had completed a hat-trick in just 19 minutes, struck his signature celebration pose on the green field, the Lotus, sitting at Sarpsborg's home ground. Teammates rushed over without any hesitation, piling on top of Haaland. Chen Feng was among them. In the southeast corner of the stands, Cleek, who had been recording every highlight with his phone, wore a broad smile. His judgment, no old Tom's judgment, was truly remarkable. Since arriving in the Norwegian league, Chen Feng had indeed improved significantly. His stamina, passing, and ball control had all seen tremendous growth. With such ability, establishing himself in the Dutch second division would be no problem. While the players celebrated wildly, Mew, calm and composed, sat on the bench with his legs crossed, chatting and laughing with his assistant coach. He firmly believed that 3-1 was just the beginning, far from the end. Sure enough, in the 38th minute it was Chen Feng again, this time with a cut inside and a powerful shot. Although the shot hit the crossbar, the following Sar pounced on the rebound. He scored with a follow-up, extending the lead to 4-1. What a mess! Before halftime they were already trailing by 3 goals. Their fragile mentality caused them to concede another goal just before the end of the first half. This time it was Haaland laying the ball off with his back to goal in the penalty area. He passed to the left, and the on-rushing Chen Feng struck a volley, beating the goalkeeper and sending the ball into the net. Beep, beep. When the referee's whistle blew, the score stood at 5-1. Haaland had 3 goals and 1 assist, while Chen Feng had 2 assists and 1 goal. With such a huge advantage, Mew applied the principle of leave some leeway for future encounters and substituted the 2 monsters off. Thus in the second half, Mold's attacking power diminished sharply. The score remained unchanged until the final whistle, and Mew's Mold secured their 8th consecutive victory. As soon as the match ended, Cleek couldn't wait to send the recorded video and made a phone call. "Boss, did you see that? In just 45 minutes he had 2 assists and 1 goal, including a brilliant cut inside and a powerful shot. This guy is a real talent. Should we call him back?" "What? Wait a bit longer. Observe one more game." "All right. Oh, and I have one more thing to tell you. That Haaland is also a promising beep, beep, beep." Before he could finish, the line went dead. Cleek, his enthusiasm somewhat dampened, recalled the last sound he heard before the call ended, a series of slapping noises. He seemed to understand Heitinga's anger during the call. This call was ill-timed. For days after the 8th round of the league, the Mold squad followed Mew to another away game. This time their opponent was Stabæk, an ancient club that had only won 3 trophies in its history, a mid-table team. Facing a not-so-formidable opponent in a modest stadium that could only hold 7,000 spectators, Mew once again deployed the 4-3-3 attacking formation, an open and aggressive style that proved to be the best way to break the deadlock, especially when the team had a winger like Chen Feng and an unstoppable striker like Haaland. Taking the lead became the norm. Bang! In the 17th minute, Chen Feng passed to the center, and Haaland's follow-up powerful shot hit the post with a deafening sound. Just as Stabæk fans were about to cheer, the unforgettable figure appeared. Short black hair, 1.75 meters tall, agile build, nimble steps, and impressive finishing. Thump! Chen Feng scored the rebound. Swish! The ball slammed into the net. Thus Chen Feng's season goal tally reached 10-0 and assists reached 14, making him the first player in the team to reach double figures in both categories. Roar! Roar! Well done! If there were levels for Chen Feng's fans, Mew celebrating passionately on the sidelines would be the #1 Chen booster. Then came the assistant coach, staff, other players, and fans. Looking at the big screen showing 1-0, Mew felt grateful that he had discovered such a promising talent. Celebration over the match continued. Mold displayed unprecedented dominance, completely taking over the game. In the 37th minute, Markovic sent a long pass to the far post. Chen Feng headed it across, and Haaland knotted it in. In the 56th minute, Chen Feng delivered an outside-of-the-foot cross from the wing. The ball curved in an unpredictable arc before landing at the feet of Markovic inside the right side of the penalty area. Markovic seized the unguarded opportunity and unleashed a powerful shot. Swish! Mold led 3-0. Chen Feng was involved in all 3 goals, shining brilliantly. After the 56th minute, he had little to do with the rest of the game. He and Haaland were substituted off again. Before the match ended, Stabæk pulled one back. But they couldn't change the outcome. Mold secured their 9th consecutive victory with 27 points, sitting at the top of the table 6 points ahead of second-placed Rosenborg. This time Cleek learned his lesson. After sending the video of Chun Feng's match to Haitinga, he didn't call immediately. He waited 10 minutes. Boss, are you busy now? For a long time there was no voice on the other and only heavy breathing. Damn. What was that guy doing? Why was he always so busy? Didn't he take the club's affairs seriously? Fortunately, the heavy breathing soon stopped and Haitinga answered the phone saying tiredly, just tell me what you need. It's like this. I've finished my observations. This kid's performance is outstanding. His passing is precise, his stamina is abundant, his speed is good, and his shooting has improved greatly. What do you think? Should we call him back? I've already sent you the relevant videos. You can take a look. While Clique was rambling on, Haitinga lit a cigarette and started watching the videos. Unknowingly, the cigarette had burned out. Ash fell between two snow-white peaks. An angry exclamation followed, abruptly cutting off Clique's chatter. Haitinga snapped back to reality. Clique stared at the phone that had gone dead, speechless. Especially recalling the woman's angry curses in the phone just before the call ended. Fuck. Bastard. Son of a bitch. His frustration was beyond words. Fortunately, Haitinga quickly called back, telling him to go directly to Mold's director to request the player, which made him feel a bit better. Checking the time, it was already 10 in the evening. Clique decided to go the next day and hurried back to the hotel to rest. The next morning at the entrance of Mold's training ground, Garland, who had had a sleepless night, and Mew, full of energy, stood chatting. You're so carefree. Huh. Mew lit a cigarette and laughed. Isn't it just a matter of time? Besides, we both had our mental preparations. That's true. But I didn't expect Ajax to act so fast. Garland looked worried. Once Chen Feng leaves, the team's strength will take a big hit, especially with our next opponent being second-placed Rosenborg. That's a tough rival. Do you have confidence? If you had asked me a few days ago, I would have said yes. Mew flicked the ash and exhaled smoke. Now? Not a chance. So what do we do? I need you to do me a favor. What favor? When the Ajax people arrive, we'll do this. 3 minutes later, Clique appeared at the gate as promised. The three men embraced like old friends, greeting each other warmly, though in reality they had never met before. Mew led the way with Garland accompanying Clique as they walked slowly toward the training ground. Garland said amiably, You see, Haitinga has already spoken to me. We're not going to refuse to release the player. You didn't have to make a special trip. Clique retorted, You don't understand. Chen Feng was personally selected by our head coach. He values him a lot. I had to come to pick him up. Oh really? Mew interjected. Of course. Then can Mr. Clique tell me why your Ajax second-team coach values Chen so much, yet still loaned him out? And why did it take so long to bring him back? Well, Clique was momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, he couldn't tell these guys that Haitinga didn't value Chen Feng at all, and only came looking for him because he had no other options. Garland pretended to be angry and glanced at Mew, quickly stepping in to ease the tension. The three of them skipped the awkward topic and headed to the training field. It was 8:30 in the morning. On the training ground, only two players were training diligently. Chen Feng was practicing dribbling and Holland was practicing shooting. Seeing this scene, Clique nodded deeply. So-called geniuses were just people who put in much more sweat and effort than others. The three of them lingered for a moment before leaving. Though they were gone, the ripples they caused remained on the training ground. After Holland fired his last ball into the goal, he grabbed the towel from his shoulder, wiped his sweat roughly, and tossed the water bottle to Chen Feng. Chen Feng caught it and stopped training. Glug glug. Neither spoke, only the sound of water going down their throats echoed across the field. Burp. Soon after finishing 2 bottles of water, they both burped at the same time and laughed together. Lunch. Chen Feng invited and Holland gladly accepted. On the way, a distracted Holland finally asked the question he most wanted to know. Are you really leaving? Chen Feng hesitated for a long time before muttering, A sudden wave of immense loss engulfed Holland, squeezing him tightly. The emotional young man's eyes instantly reddened. He looked up at the sky, trying hard not to let tears fall. Reunion and separation are everlasting notes in the melody of life. A brief farewell is only for a better reunion. Chen Feng put away his sadness and pretended to be lighthearted. But with our talent and strength after this parting, we're bound to meet again soon. Where will we meet? Won't it be on the pitch? If that day comes, I won't go easy on you. Holland, having composed himself, joked again. Knock it off. Chen Feng kicked him twice before laughing. As for the future, who knows? But one thing is clear to me. What? I will definitely land in the top 5 leagues before you. Dream on. It will definitely be me first. Erling, don't forget I'm going back to Ajax this time. If I establish myself there, I'll have more opportunities than you. You bastard, haven't you even left yet, and you're already looking down on Mold. I'm going to tell Mui. Go ahead. The familiar pleasant sounds of laughter and horseplay rang out once more. Time smooths everything over, yet it can never erase the profound memories etched into people's minds. Garland, just tell me, what exactly do you mean? You and Mui, are you two playing games with me? One gives a good face, the other gives a bad face. Could it be that you don't want to let him go? In the office, Klyak felt from the very first meeting that these two old foxes were up to something. After chatting for a long time, without getting to the point, he decided to just lay his cards on the table. How could that be? Garland slammed the table and stood up. Mold is a club that honors its word, you know. We will handle things according to the contract. Chen Feng is on loan with us. If you want to take him back, of course we won't stop you. But there's a small favor I'd like to ask of you. Go ahead. Plyak wore an expression that said, just as I expected. Garland and Mu exchanged glances, and ultimately the head coach stepped forward to make the request. We want to let Chen Feng play one last match for Mold. After the next league round, you and he can return to Ajax together. Is that possible? Huffed. Coffee was sprayed directly out, landing on the tips of Mui's hair. Plyak quickly apologized, mainly because he really hadn't expected such a request. Mui didn't mind. He took the handkerchief Garland handed him and casually wiped it off. Sincerely, he said, look, our club has helped train your young players for quite some time. Isn't this small request reasonable? That won't do. Our Ajax second team also has a heavy schedule. Next week. I've seen your schedule. Your next Eredivisie match is this Saturday while our match is this Wednesday. There's plenty of time. Before Plyak could finish, Mu interrupted him. Plyak was speechless, then turned to ask, what about the player's personal opinion? I am willing. Chen Feng's voice suddenly rang out from the office doorway. Plyak looked puzzled. Garland placed his phone on the table and spread his hands, indicating I called him here. Chen Feng politely greeted the three men, then said solemnly, I am very willing to give my all for Mold one more time. Mr. Garland, Mr. Mu, many staff members and my teammates. They have helped me a lot. Without them I wouldn't be who I am today. I really want to fight alongside them one more time. I hope the club can agree. Plyak said nothing. He was just an assistant coach. These matters were not his to decide. Besides, my father has opened a restaurant here, and we've rented a house. If we're to leave, we have to take care of these things first. All of this takes time. Seeing this, Chen Feng added another reason. Plyak let out a light sigh. All right, I'll go discuss it with Haitinga. If he agrees, then you can prepare well for the match. Thank you. Chen Feng nodded slightly, expressed his gratitude, and left. From the silent office came Holland's loud voice. Good brother. I didn't misjudge you. The day after tomorrow, let's crush Rosenborg on our home turf. Plyak raised his phone, indicating he needed to make a call. Garland and Mu nodded in understanding. When only the two Mold executives remained in the office, hearty laughter suddenly rang out. That Chen kid is really something. Useless thing. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. What good are you? Who is more impressive, him or me? Why should I listen to him? I'm the head coach. If I tell him to come back, he comes back. Who does he think he is? Ungrateful bastard. Can't his father stay there alone to handle things? Does that affect his return? Slurp. Plyak, holding a bowl of beef noodles, sat in the corner, skillfully tossed his phone onto the table, ignoring Haitinga's tirade. From time to time, the sound of slurping noodles could be heard. After finishing the bowl of beef noodles, he still felt unsatisfied. In his broken Chinese, he called out, Boss, one more bowl of beef noodles. Coming. A loud voice came from the kitchen. Soon a young man of striking appearance walked out and placed the bowl of beef noodles on the table. Before leaving, he glanced at the phone on speaker mode. Plyak, are you listening? Of course. Plyak quickly swallowed the broth in his mouth and said, but Chen can't come back in time for a reason. In 2 seconds, the young man only heard these 2 sentences, then returned to the kitchen. He said to the middle-aged man who was busy working, Haitinga's assistant coach is here. Really? Chen Fu, upon hearing this, immediately wanted to go out and see. Chen Lin stopped him. Better not. He doesn't know this restaurant is yours. And most importantly, Haitinga is cursing someone on the phone. What does cursing have to do with me? Because he's cursing your son. Huh. He dares to curse you. I'll kill him. Your second son. Oh, my beef isn't ready yet. I need to prepare it quickly. Watching his father's masterful Sichuan opera face-changing, Chen Lin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Speaking of which, he hadn't expected Ajax's people to arrive so quickly. It seems tonight is the time to reveal the cards. At 8 in the evening, when Chen Feng arrived at the restaurant, the two brothers exchanged information about what had happened today. After listening, Chen Fu couldn't help but praise, not bad, you've already caught the attention of those Ajax people so quickly. Chen Lin also chimed in, it is indeed faster than I expected. I thought you'd need a whole month. Chen Feng said modestly, what can I do? When the form comes, you can't stop it. Rascal. Get lost. They both spoke at the same time, and their palms simultaneously landed on the back of Chen Feng's head, lightly tapping him. After the laughter, Chen Feng asked worriedly, brother, do you think Haitinga will agree to my request? He will. Chen Lin said confidently, because he needs your help now, so he must value your personal wishes. And this won't affect Ajax's schedule. He will agree. But when you report to the second team, Haitinga probably won't give you a warm welcome. I don't care. Chen Feng said dismissively, on the football pitch it's strength that speaks. As long as I'm good enough, even if he doesn't like me, can he keep me off the field? As long as I go back and get to play, that's all that matters. Good, your mindset is excellent. Chen Lin's eyes were full of admiration. Remember, no matter what situation you find yourself in later, always keep a calm heart. Chen Feng nodded emphatically, then asked about the matter of setting up a joint company. The eldest Chen son and the father exchanged smiles. The former revealed that they had already established a company which could be renamed directly, and had recruited Wilson. After hearing this, Chen Feng was overjoyed. This way the time needed to establish the company would be greatly shortened, and they could start their plan immediately. Moreover, it would be a good way to repay Wilson for his statement of support. Then Chen Feng asked, have you thought of a name for the new company? No. Chen Fu took over. Your brother meant that you should come up with one. Then let's call it Monster. For some reason a word suddenly surfaced in Chen Feng's mind. Monster. Monster. Chen Lin rolled the word around in his mouth a few times. Yes. Let's call it Monster. Just like how we will grow like monsters in the world of football. Good. Neither Chen Lin nor Chen Fu had any objections. Then our company will be called Monster Group, or MWing Group, for short. Now that the new company name is settled, let me talk about the equity split. Dad contributed the most capital, so he gets 40 of the shares. Mom and little sister, though not here, will each get 10. Of the remaining 40, your brother and I will each take half. How about that? Chen Fu had no objection. The family should be united. Besides, the money he invested came from years of running the restaurant, a third of which came from the Belgian restaurant income. Those restaurants were managed by his wife and younger daughter, so they deserved a share. I disagree. Chen Feng suddenly spoke out in opposition, catching the eldest Chen's son and the father off guard. Xiao Feng, do you have a different idea? Chen Lin held a teacup in his left hand, while his right hand kept rubbing the old worn watch. That's right. Chen Feng said firmly. Once this group is established, the ones who will have to worry the most are Dad and you. It's only right for Dad to get the largest share. But you. Gulp. Chen Fu stared intently at the two brothers, facing each other, thoughts racing in his mind. No way, no way. The cliched TV drama scene where brothers fall out over money isn't going to happen in my Chen family, is it? Chen Lin's expression remained calm, his right index finger lightly tapping the watch, his mood unreadable. But Chen Feng, sitting across from him, suddenly turned his serious expression into a smile and said, but you shouldn't get so little. You should take 30, and I'll take 10. I only provide ideas, not management. Chen Fu breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Lin showed an expression of expected surprise. This was his brother, kind and honest. All right, then let's do it your way. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, not because he really cared about those so-called shares. To be honest, the MON group was just an empty shell now. Those shares were worth nothing. Rather, if he didn't agree, given Chen Feng's stubborn temper, he would never let it go. He still remembered when they were kids visiting relatives for New Year's, the elders would give them red envelopes. Old Chen would politely decline, but Chen Feng actually refused to take them. When forced to accept, he would angrily throw them at the doorstep. It caused quite a stir. Chen Feng, stubborn and headstrong since childhood, had suffered many setbacks because of it. Fortunately, in recent months his personality seemed to have improved. Business, signing players, securing agency contracts, managing various social media accounts of the athletes, expanding business, establishing an independent news media company and a game operation company. The ultimate goal, acquiring a club and officially entering the football world. As for the matter of signing Chen Feng, it was arranged to take place after the match against Rosenborg. With official matters concluded, the three tidied up and returned home to sleep. The next morning, Mu Air received word that Haitinga had relented. This also meant that Chen Feng was about to face his farewell match. When the Mold management released this news on their official website and social media, it stirred up 1,000 ways in the Norwegian Eliteserien and provoked immense dissatisfaction among tens of thousands of Mold fans. Finally, this scourge is leaving the Norwegian Eliteserien. His presence here has been suffocating us. Damn right. He should have left long ago. Chen being here is just a crushing blow to the competition. The Norwegian Eliteserien is ours. Rosenborg's again. Hey, you up there, what are you bragging about? Mold is playing you tomorrow, and this will be Chen's farewell match. I can't wait to see you utterly defeated. Oh shit. The Rosenborg fans suddenly felt a bit intimidated. Regardless, Chen's strength is indeed suited for higher level competitions. We still hope he shines on the green pitch. Blessings. These were comments from fans of other Norwegian Eliteserien teams under Mold's official website, which seemed relatively kind. But when you looked at Mold's own fans, it was unbearable to behold. Fuck Garland, how can you not keep such an amazing player? Are you out of your mind? Why keep a management like this? Chen Feng, don't leave. Stay, Mold needs you. Mu Air should be sacked, Garland should get lost. They are not fit to be at the club. Fortunately, the club issued several statements, one after another, explaining that Chen Feng was on loan and Ajax was unwilling to release him, so the club had no choice but to let him go. This was to quell the chaos that hadn't lasted long. Gradually, the fans accepted the reality. They crafted many exquisite props ready to display them at Chen Feng's farewell match. At 4 in the afternoon at the Mold Stadium. Unlike the usual joyful atmosphere today, this packed stadium held a touch of subtle sorrow. This emotion was particularly palpable for Garland, Chen Fu, Chen Lin Wilson, and others watching from the stands. On the sidelines, after greeting the Rosenborg coach, Muir sat on the bench with a heavy heart. In the player tunnel, Gabrielson and the others gathered around Chen Feng, joking and laughing. To be honest, there was still some reluctance in their hearts. After 2 months of getting along, they had long regarded Chen Feng as an indispensable part of the team. It was hard to imagine games without Chen Feng. How would they even play? What's wrong? It's not like we're parting forever. Why so serious? Chen Feng gently patted everyone's shoulders, using one risque joke after another to dilute the sadness of parting. Soon, under the referee's lead, everyone appeared on the pitch. When Chen Feng, the 175-meter-tall, 17-year-old black-haired youth, appeared before the crowd, an unparalleled roar erupted from the stadium. Giant banners appeared on all sides of the stands. Chen Feng, good luck in the future. Chen Feng, come back often, this will always be your home. Chen Feng, thank you for your contributions to the club during this time. Keep going. Chen Feng, go for it, you belong to the whole world. There is no doubt. The Molde fans are reluctant to see Chen Feng leave. His departure is also a great loss for the Norwegian Eliteserien. But for a player as talented as this, we cannot be selfish and keep him. Just as the banner says, Chen Feng belongs to the whole world. He deserves to go to higher, bigger stages. Let us wish Chen Feng a smooth future and look forward to him performing well in this farewell match. In the commentary booth, John, who had commentated on Molde's 9 matches, sent his sincerest blessings to Chen Feng, who had deeply captivated him. At the same time, he urged fans to focus more on the game itself. Rosenborg is a tough nut to crack, and the surging Molde is no pushover either. This is destined to be a spectacular clash of titans. If Molde is the giant of the Norwegian Eliteserien, then Rosenborg is the supreme overlord of the league. Not only do they hold 1 Norwegian Super Cup, 11 Norwegian Cups, and 26 Norwegian Eliteserien titles, but they were also last year's double winners, the Norwegian Eliteserien and the Norwegian Super Cup. With such a profound legacy, Rosenborg also fielded the same 4-3-3 formation as Molde in the away game. In goal, captain Hansen, who had been selected for the league's monthly best 11 for 2 consecutive months, started. In defense, the core defender Hovland, aged 28, and in his prime, anchored the backline. In midfield, Conradsen, who like Hansen had been selected for the monthly best 11 twice in a row, took the center. Youngster Trondsen was on the left, and veteran Lundemo on the right. Up front, Zeknini, a young player on loan from Fiorentina, appeared on the left wing. The young local striker Nade Amdrum was on the right. The center forward was the club's meritorious striker Soderlund. As for Molde, the 4-3-3 formation remained the same as the previous match, led by September's player of the month, Chen Feng. By the way, August's winner was also Chen Feng. The formations were set. The away team, Rosenborg, quickly organized a fast attack. Leveraging their players' nimble footwork and swift flank passing, they delivered a highly threatening pass in the 4th minute. Zeknini drove to the byline and crossed, and Soderlund, making a central run, leaped in the penalty area. He aimed a powerful header towards the goal. Lind reacted swiftly, clenching his fists to punch the ball away. Soderlund, undeterred by the missed goal, quickly adjusted his mindset and joined his teammates in a counter-press. On the periphery, Sauer, who had controlled the ball, quickly passed it to the right flank. Markovic broke through successfully. However, his subsequent long diagonal pass was intercepted by Conradsen, who read the play and cut it out, leading to another Rosenborg counterattack. The two teams exchanged blows on the field, but overall Molde was suppressed. The team's overall strength was inferior to Rosenborg's. Yet this did not dampen the fans' enthusiasm. They continued to cheer their home team's name tirelessly from the stands, perhaps inspired by the fans. Molde's defensive counterattack this time was quite effective. Gabrielsson's clean tackle relieved Lind, and his subsequent diagonal through ball sent the ball to Chen Feng on the left flank. This player, who was under Rosenborg's special attention, was met with tackles from all directions the moment he received the ball. He quickly passed it. Haibin went to support, advanced a couple of steps, and saw Chen Feng had run into space. He launched a long pass. By this time, Chen Feng's ball control ability had improved again from 59 to 63. Chen Feng cushioned the ball with his chest, then gently flicked it with his toe to bring it to his feet. He dribbled forward, scanning the far end. On the right, Holland was a step ahead and Markovic was 2 steps ahead. Both were viable passing options. In that split second, 2 passing lanes had already appeared before him. In such an important match, Chen Feng didn't hesitate and chose the first one, the one with the highest passing success rate. With a thud, he struck the ball from a standing position, playing a low diagonal pass. The ball shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, skimming the ground and curving in a large arc across the grass before arriving in the center. Holland accelerated, shoving off the tightly marking Hovland. With a half-step advantage, he reached the ball first and surged into the penalty area. Just as Holland was about to adjust his posture for a shot, Hovland turned rough, pulling and pushing until Holland was brought down to the ground. As luck would have it, he fell right at the moment of entering the penalty area. The referee blew his whistle. He pointed to the penalty spot, awarding Molde a penalty, which drew the ire of the Rosenborg fans. But the referee had seen the entire process clearly and was firm in his decision. The ball was in Holland's hands and cheers erupted from the stands. After a moment's thought, the Norwegian Terminator found Chen Feng and casually tossed the ball to him. "Come on, Feng. Today is your farewell match. I don't want to steal your thunder." "All right." Chen Feng was not one to be overly sentimental. He gripped the ball tightly, gave it a tender kiss, and gently placed it down. Hands on his hips, he stood still, quietly waiting for the penalty to be taken. "Chen Feng, come on." The fans in the stands were incredibly supportive. Finally, after half a minute, the referee blew the whistle to signal the kick. Chen Feng took 2 steps back, took deep breaths, adjusting his running rhythm and shooting angle. Bang! His right foot blasted the ball powerfully towards the top left corner of the goal. Hansen, being one of the best goalkeepers in the league, used his experienced instincts to read the direction of the shot, but he was already diving. Even with all his effort, he couldn't stop the ball from hitting the back of the net. Goal! After scoring, Chen Feng leaped into the air, pumped his fists, and roared in celebration. Holland Bin and the others rushed over quickly, draping their arms over his shoulders, sharing the joy unreservedly on their home turf. Holy shit, that ball went in. As expected, Chen Feng is the best. Scored in his farewell match. Isn't anyone going to praise Holland for giving up the penalty? Then I will. The Mold twin stars. Unstoppable. Many fans were moved to tears, and a large portion were touched by the warm camaraderie on the football pitch. As the celebration ended, Chen Feng clapped his hands, thanking the fans for their adoration. A goal down, Rosenborg fought back with a vengeance. Coming from behind was always their main theme. This was precisely why Muir did not celebrate passionately after Chen Feng's goal. He knew all too well that it was not yet time to celebrate. Fall back. Watch your positions. He went to the sidelines and switched to roaring mode. But Rosenborg's attack was very sharp. This time it came from the right wing with Nade Andrum's breakthrough. He effortlessly tore through Mold's defense and entered the penalty area. From the right side of the box, he forced a shot from a tight angle. Lind, with intense concentration, managed to parry the ball away, but it ricocheted off Nanotide and fell to Soderlund's feet. The Norwegian striker gratefully accepted the gift. He struck towards the center of the open goal, leveling the score. In just 3 minutes, the smiles on the Mold fans' faces froze. However, even more shocking events were yet to come. In the 28th minute, Chen Feng was dribbling on the flank when he was triple-teamed by 3 defenders. Just as the ball was about to be passed, Conradson blocked the referee's line of sight, and the following Hovland ruthlessly stamped, causing Chen Feng to lose control of the ball. Another defender, Lundemo, unceremoniously shoved Chen Feng to the ground. The 3 worked together to win the ball. The referee, having not seen the trio's foul play and mistaking it for normal physical contact, did not blow his whistle. Rosenborg continued their attack. Suddenly a chorus of boos erupted. On the sidelines, Mo could no longer stand still, continuously protesting to the referee. Chen Feng lay on the ground, clutching his instep, captured by the camera and displayed on the big screen. The sight filled the Chen father and son with anxiety. Fortunately, the kick wasn't vicious. Chen Feng quickly recovered. However, Mold's situation was now precarious as Rosenborg had already penetrated their territory. The ball was passed across to Zucchini, this young loanee who had performed exceptionally well, who inexplicably attempted a long-range shot near the arc. Bang! The ball, skimming the ground, astonishingly bypassed the defense of the Mold players in the penalty area, grazing Lind's fingertips and slamming heavily into the net. Swish! The ball went in. To be honest, even Zucchini himself couldn't believe it. It was only when his teammates rushed over and shouted in his ear that he snapped back to reality. He leaped from the crowd. Coincidentally, Chen Feng was right behind him, watching him show off. Rosenborg had taken a 2-1 lead. The visiting players immediately became emboldened, their various provocative actions magnified under the cameras, inciting the displeasure of the home fans. For the remainder of the first half, Mold launched a fierce assault down the left flank. But Rosenborg stubbornly refused to give them any opportunity. The score remained unchanged until halftime, still 2-1, with the home team trailing by a goal. In the locker room, after a determined 5-minute pep talk, Mo unveiled his detailed strategy. The gist was focus the attack on the left flank, and from that point expand to break open the situation. To this, Chen Feng offered a different perspective. Coach, perhaps we could change our approach. Since the opponent knows I'm the team's offensive core, they'll definitely focus on marking me. If I'm tightly guarded, we won't be able to crack their defense. How about we advance on all 3 fronts? 3 fronts. Mo stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then quickly said, all right, 3 fronts it is. Markovic on the right flank, try to stretch Rosenborg's formation. Holland, your task in the second half is simple, either push forward or drop back to receive the ball. As for Chen Feng, your role remains unchanged, you are still the team's offensive core. Okay. The 3 answered in unison. Finally, Mo concluded, we all know this match is Chen's farewell game. So shouldn't we play even better and let him leave happily? Yes. Then let's go. As they took the field again, the tactics had changed, advancing on 3 fronts, both wings flying complex and varied. This was the most immediate impression of the Rosenborg coach when he saw Mold's play in the second half. Mold's tactics were no longer confined to attacking from the left flank, nor were they solely focused on wing play. Sometimes there was, and it was precisely this fluid and varied approach that gave Chen Feng the chance to shine. In the 53rd minute, Holland dropped deep to receive the ball with his back to the goal. Using his powerful physique to fend off Hoffman's harassment, he gently nudged the ball with his toe, passing it from the flank to the left wing. Chen Feng received the ball. Naturally, he accelerated, cut inside past the defender, raised his leg, and unleashed a powerful shot. Clang. Clearly that 20 probability wasn't very reliable. This shot didn't help the team equalize, instead it handed possession back to Rosenborg. But Rosenborg's joy was short-lived. A crucial interception by Sar in midfield won the ball back. After steadying himself, he delivered a long cross-field pass to Markovic, who, seeing Holland in the center, passed it directly across. Damn! Holland had overrun the pass and couldn't reach it, so he let it slip through. Chen Feng arrived on the scene. He raised his leg and shot. Bang! Hansen saved it, and Mold won a corner kick. Damn it! Standing at the corner flag, Chen Feng couldn't help but curse. From such a close range, the guy had managed to save it. He was truly formidable. He raised his hand to signal took the corner kick with an 82 passing accuracy, sending the ball to the center of the penalty area. Haaland headed for goal. Again Hansen made a heroic save punching the ball to the back. Zacchini sprinted with the ball and Rosenborg's counterattack was about to gain momentum, but it was cut short by a sliding tackle from Gabrielsen. The attack was halted, but Mold's captain also received a yellow card. He had already saved 4 certain goals for Mold in the second half. In the 78th minute after Mo used his 2 substitution slots, Mold strengthened their attack in the midfield and forward areas. Watch this again. Chun Fong gets the ball, cuts inside and shoots. Hoffman and his teammates knew Chun Fong was going to cut inside, but they simply couldn't stop him. By the time they turned to look, the ball was already dancing through the air. An elegant arc and nimble run. Entered the penalty area. Struck the back of the net. Cut inside and blast. As expected of Chun Fong, this was his 3rd attempt at that move in the match. He lived up to expectations. Jean was ecstatic, narrating the goal with a thunderous voice from the commentary booth. The score was tied 2-2, both teams back on level terms. The difference was that Mold's momentum and fighting spirit had returned. So in the 86th minute, Chun Fong created another golden opportunity through his individual skill. He dribbled to the byline and delivered a cutback pass into the penalty area. Haaland was the one following up for the shot. A powerful driven strike. Clang. The ball hit the inside of the post and then went into the net. In the dying moments of the match, Haaland scored the go-ahead goal from Chun Feng's assist in the middle, turning the game around for Mold. Roar. Chun Fong. Haaland. Unmatched in this era. Mold. Long live. After scoring, Haaland pointed at Chun Fong amidst the passionate cheers of the fans, expressing his gratitude. At this critical juncture, Mo could no longer contain his excitement. He faced the camera bent over and pumped his fist more than 10 times in a row. In the stands, Chun Lin and the others cheered and celebrated Chun Feng's brilliant performance. The Rosenborg players and coach stood rooted to the spot, somewhat dazed. Thus the 10th round of the Norwegian Eliteserien came to an end. Mold at home, relying on Chun Feng's 2 goals and 1 assist, and Haaland's decisive strike, narrowly defeated the Eliteserien giants Rosenborg 3-2. Their winning streak extended to 10 matches. Mold sat at the top of the table with 30 points. After the match, Rosenborg's young player Zacchini found Chun Fong and exchanged jerseys with him. Chun Fong didn't leave in a hurry. Together with Haaland, Markovic, Gabrielsen, and Hyben, he went to thank the fans for their support. The young player sat bare-chested on the grass, listening to the thunderous cheers, gazing at the huge banners all around, unable to leave for a long time. His time at Mold would be one of the most unforgettable periods of his future career. This was where his dreams had set sail. 2 hours later, Chun Fong and the others arrived at the Western restaurant as promised. When they got there, Garland, Mo Strand, and the others were already waiting at their seats. Everyone took their seats. Garland raised his glass and said happily, "This meal today is a celebration to toast the perfect results we've achieved since the season began. 10 wins out of 10, truly remarkable. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. Cheers." Bang. Everyone stood up, clinked their glasses together firmly, and drank it all in one go. Then Garland continued, "As you all know, Chun Fong is catching a flight tonight. He's going back to Ajax. So this meal also serves as a farewell banquet. Let's wish Chun Fong a bright future and that he can quickly establish himself and get better and better after returning to Ajax. To Chun, wishing you all the best." Bang. They clinked glasses again hard and drank it all down. Chun Feng's eyes gradually reddened. He took up the responsibility of speaking. "Thank you all very much for taking care of me during this time, and I wish you all the very best." After the toast, they ate and drank heartily. After several rounds of drinks and ample food, they left in small groups. The precious bottle of red wine Garland had brought from his office had become Mo's personal property. Chun Fong had truly not let him down. With his outstanding performances, he was returning to Ajax in less than a month. This gamble he had ultimately won. But as Mo sat in the driver's seat looking at the bottle of red wine resting quietly beside him, even though he had won, he couldn't feel the slightest bit happy. Instead, he felt an emptiness in his heart. On the other side, having bid farewell to the group, Chun Fong, supporting Haaland, hailed a taxi and headed for the restaurant. There were still people waiting at home. In the car, Chun Fong, his face flushed from the alcohol, looked out the window at the fleeting night scenery and asked, "Erling, do you have any plans for your future career?" "Future?" Haaland, whose face was also red and hot, suppressed his reluctance and said indifferently, "I don't know. What about you?" Chun Fong, with a slight slur from the wine, leaned casually on Haaland's shoulder. "My brother has already planned it all out for me. He wants me to make a name for myself in the remaining half of the season after I return to Ajax. If I can make it to the 2018 World Cup, great. If not, then next season he'll arrange a move for me to one of the top 5 leagues. I need to hone my skills more there. Lucky you." There was a hint of envy in Haaland's tone. "At least someone plans things out for you." "That's because my brother and I started a company. He's my agent now. He has to plan for me. We're signing the contract tonight. So, how about considering joining my company?" Haaland opened the car window, letting the cold wind hit his face instantly, sobering him up considerably. He joked, "I'm not that talented. Are you really bold enough to sign me?" "Nonsense. Who says you're not talented? You're the top scorer in the league right now. Come on, that's all thanks to the chances you spoon-fed me. Without you I wouldn't have scored so many goals this season. Hey, weren't you the one who said before that we should compete to see who could break into the top 5 leagues first? Getting cold feet now. That's true, but everyone's talent is different. Your talent is just too strong. Erling, this isn't like you. Where's your confidence? Half-dragged, half-pulled Haaland was eventually taken by Chun Fong to the small restaurant. Chun Fong explained the situation in detail to Chun Lin, and then under Chun Fu's guidance began to sign the agency contract. A 5-year contract, 10 commission separate fees for signing bonuses. All in all, it amounted to several dozen pages. On the other side, Chun Lin invited Haaland to sit down and began a detailed discussion. Erling, I have a good understanding of your situation. Don't underestimate yourself. Now let me first share my thoughts with you. Listen, and if you think it's good, we can continue talking. If you don't think it's feasible, that's fine too. It won't affect the bond between you and Xiaofeng. What do you think? Okay. Haaland nodded. Chun Lin spoke slowly. You are a player with great potential. I hope you can focus all your attention on football. You can leave the other matters to us. I've also made some plans for your future career path. I suggest your next step after Mold should not be directly to the top 5 leagues. You could go to the Portuguese league, the Eredivisie, or the Austrian Bundesliga to gain more experience first. After spending a season there, we can then move on to the top 5 leagues. Of course, if your performances are outstanding enough to attract attention from teams in the top 5 leagues, this timeline can be moved up. As for which specific league, my suggestion is the Bundesliga. Comparatively speaking, you can adapt to the pace of the game more quickly, and whether you go to La Liga or the Premier League later, you'll be able to establish yourself faster. After you sign with our company, you won't have to worry about social media management. We'll have dedicated personnel for that. Also, if you encounter any problems in your life, you can always come to me. One last thing I want to tell you. We are a new company just starting out in the agency business. There might be some areas where we fall short, so you can sign or not, it's all the same. I'll sign. Before Chun Lin could finish, Haaland gave his answer. Are you sure? Don't you want to discuss it with your family first? Hold on. Haaland took out his phone and made a call. After about 10 minutes, he said with a firm expression, I've explained the situation to my family, and they all support my decision. All right then. Chun Lin took out a pre-copied contract and handed it over. Can you tell me the reason? It's simple. I trust my brother. And I trust Uncle Chun. Haaland grinned, picked up the pen, and signed his name casually. After Haaland finished signing, Chun Lin took the contract, and under everyone's watchful eyes slowly tore it apart. This left Chun Fong and the others utterly bewildered. Bro, what are you doing? Here. Chun Lin pulled out another contract from his briefcase. Haaland asked, puzzled, what's this? Chun Lin slowly tapped his finger on his old watch and explained, a contract reserved for signing a super talent. The one you just signed, the same as Xiaofeng's, 5-year term, 10 commission. That was a standard contract. The one I'm giving you now has a term of only 3 years with a commission rate of 5. This is a special treatment that in my mind only a super talent deserves. And you are a super talent. Chun Lin, are you playing favorites? Hearing this, Chun Fong looked at the completed contract in his own hand and immediately felt deceived. Although the money he paid to the company would ultimately be used for its development and eventually returned to his pocket as year-end dividends, he still felt extremely aggrieved. Chun Lin ignored him and sipped his tea slowly. Haaland didn't rush to pick up the pen but asked, why would you? You think I'm an even more formidable prodigy than Fong? Because I believe in Xiao Feng. He told me you are, so you are. Chun Lin's answer was simple. One could even say it was identical to Haaland's answer. Both were due to their belief in someone, and that someone indeed had not lied. Although Haaland was not yet renowned at present after he went to Red Bull Salzburg and Borussia Dortmund, he would become a super prodigy that everyone scrambled for. Haaland felt a warmth in his heart and signed his name without hesitation. It was at this moment that a line of text appeared before Chun Feng's eyes. Side quest 1 activated. 1 help Chun Lin become a renowned agent. Sign 5 players, reward 50 points. No points can be spent in the system mall, but the system mall is not yet open. Well, since I have to help my brother expand his business anyway, this quest is practically a bonus. The mall will open sooner or later, no rush. Seeing that there was still some gain, Chun Feng's earlier displeasure was swept away. Today, double happiness. The farewell match ended perfectly, and MON Group officially signed 2 players. Well, a smooth day. After securing the 2 talented players, Chun Lin left first. The new company had just started, and there were still countless matters to attend to. He returned to the Belgian headquarters first. Wilson and Chun Fu would handle things here before going. Originally, Chun Fu wanted to go to the Netherlands with him, but his youngest son wouldn't allow it. Using the excuse of having grown up, he politely declined dozens of times before his father relented. As for Chun Fong, after bidding a solemn farewell to Haaland and making a pact to meet in the top 5 leagues, he rushed to the airport. He was to return to Ajax with Klaassen. The next morning at 10 o'clock, the Ajax B team training ground. Chun Fong dragged his luggage and followed Klaassen into this place that was both familiar and strange to him. Klaassen walked in front. You've trained here before, so I won't bore you with too much introduction. Let's drop our stuff off at the dormitory first, then head to the training ground to report to Heitinga. I'll warn you in advance, Heitinga has a bad temper. He originally wanted you to report directly to the team. But you asked to delay by 1 game, which means you'll lack time to integrate with the other players, so he might yell at you later. Just ignore him. How could Chinfeng not be aware of Haitinga's notoriously bad temper? Kid, work hard. The first team is really short on players now. If you perform well, you might get promoted to the first team in a few days. And even if you make it to the first team, don't think you can rest easy. If you don't perform, you'll be sent back. A few were sent back just these past couple of days, people you know. Bang! When Chinfeng pushed open the dormitory door and saw clothes on 2 of the beds, he knew exactly which 2 acquaintances it was. Bakker and Dirk. Bakker was the B team's starting center back and Dirk was the B team's starting attacking midfielder. Of the 2 remaining empty beds, one was Chinfeng's and the other belonged to Zifuk, who had gone to the first team and hadn't been sent back. These 3 were the ones who had clashed with Chinfeng, with the most senior Zifuk being the leader of the trio. After briefly dropping off his things, the 2 headed to the training ground. At that moment, a simple intra-squad scrimmage was underway on the training ground. Haitinga was recording various data on the sidelines. When Klaassen brought Chinfeng before him, the B team coach didn't even glance at them. Having no other choice, Klaassen had to take Chinfeng to do some warm-up exercises. While moving, Chinfeng observed the situation on the field. He noticed that quite a few players had been called up from the B team. The starting midfielder Eiding and left-back Mazraoui had also been promoted to the first team. It seemed the first team's injury crisis was even more severe than he had imagined. 10 minutes later, the scrimmage entered a pause and Haitinga suddenly shouted, "Chinfeng, here." Somewhat surprised, Chinfeng immediately stopped his training and ran over. "Get ready to go in." "Yes, sir." Chinfeng acknowledged, took the blue bib from Klaassen, and replaced the B team's left-winger Johnson. The moment he stepped onto the field, Bakker and Dirk exchanged malicious smiles. Beep, beep. The game began shortly after. Haitinga was eager to see just how much skill this kid, praised to the skies by the Norwegian media and Klaassen, actually possessed. As if reading his coach's mind, Klaassen laughed. "Boss, just wait and see. This kid is going to surprise you." "Humph." Haitinga snorted coldly, but said nothing. The current score was 2-0. Team A was leading. Team B had possession and was attacking, but the teammates didn't trust Chinfeng. The ball was mostly active on the right flank and through the middle. This wasn't mold. Without getting the ball at all, no matter how skilled Chinfeng was, it was all for naught. Forced into a corner, Chinfeng could only make some off-the-ball runs on the wing. However, Team B's strength was far inferior to Team A's. The ball was quickly intercepted by Bakker. After a few passes, the ball reached Dirk's feet. This agile attacking midfielder, known for his quick turns and fast dribbling, soon carried the ball deep into Team B's territory. His flashy dribbling was unstoppable. After all, he had recently been called up to the first team, a testament to his formidable strength. Just as Dirk was about to put on a good show in front of Haitinga, and also to teach the newcomer a lesson, his right foot raised and about to strike the ball suddenly met a tremendous resistance. The ball was blocked by another foot that had shot out of nowhere. 038 Haitinga's arrangement. Dirk looked closely. It was him. How is that possible? Bang. Dirk's shot was blocked and the ball dropped to the side, controlled by Chinfeng, who had regained his composure first. On the sidelines, Haitinga's eyes lit up. This kid's speed and attitude in tracking back were quite good. Chinfeng dribbled forward, quickly encountering the interception of 3 defenders. Not one to dwell on a fight, he passed the ball horizontally to a teammate, then sprinted forward. Without the ball, Chinfeng naturally drew no defensive attention. This made it easier for him to call for it. But as he turned around, before he could even speak, his teammate had already transferred the ball to the right flank. Damn, is this guy stupid? There are so many people over there, what's the point of passing it there? As expected, the ball was intercepted as soon as it arrived. Under Team A's meticulous organization, forward Danilo delivered the finishing blow. Team A was now up 3-0. Seeing this, Chinfeng changed his tactics. Team B kicked off. After receiving the ball, ignoring his teammates' shouts, Chinfeng relied on his dribbling stat of 63, quite high for the B team, to easily shake off 2 defenders. He brought the ball to the wing and began a blistering run. Midway through, he suddenly cut inside horizontally, catching Dirk and the others off guard. Inside the penalty area, Bakker bravely stepped up, intending to teach Chinfeng a lesson. But unexpectedly, just as Bakker moved, Chinfeng had already taken a powerful shot. The ball rocketed towards the top right corner of the goal. Thud. It curled perfectly into the top corner. Holy shit. Haitinga, already stunned by Chinfeng's smooth cut inside, was now utterly shocked by this shot full of violent aesthetics. Beside him, Klaassen watched Haitinga, clutching his head, reminded of his own reaction the first time he had watched Chinfeng play live. On the field, Bakker, Dirk, and the other Team B players were also in shock. Was this the same Chinfeng they knew? After a brief moment of shock, the game resumed. Now that they realized Chinfeng indeed had some real skill, the attacking coordination on the left wing increased. In the 15th minute, it was Chinfeng's quick recovery run that disrupted Team A's attack. After dribbling alone and facing an interception, Chinfeng chose to trust his teammate. This time his teammate didn't let him down. A quick 1-2 allowed Chinfeng to smoothly guide the ball to the byline. With a delicate flick of his toe, a nonchalant chip passed over Bakker and into the penalty area. Frustrated by the failed interception, Bakker slammed into him viciously. Bang! The two collided heavily. How could Qinfeng's 175-meter frame possibly win a collision against the 188-meter, 65 kilograms backer? He was knocked straight to the ground. Uff, you piece of trash. Backer spat on the ground and spewed trash talk. In that brief moment, the crossball found its mark and a Team B forward headed it into the net. Hep, you piece of trash. Qinfeng got up with a smile, and as he passed by Backer, he casually threw the insult back. The 20-year-old Backer couldn't stand being humiliated like this. Clenching his fists, he was about to retaliate when in a swirl of motion, many Team B players rushed over, gathering around Qinfeng. At the same time the training match was declared over. Heitinga had already seen what he needed to see, so there was no need to continue the scrimmage. Boss. Not bad, huh? Clausen presented his smug expression at the perfect moment. Heitinga clapped his old colleague on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. I'll credit you for this one. With those words, all of Heitinga's previous prejudice against Qinfeng vanished. With Qinfeng on the team, he believed the B team's situation in the Eredivisie would greatly improve. As the head coach, it was only natural for him to build a good relationship with his core player. The training match ended, but Qinfeng's training was not over. He stayed on the empty training ground practicing his ball control until he had maxed out his training volume. He grabbed a quick bite outside the base before dragging his exhausted body back to the dormitory. The moment he entered, bang! A large figure ambushed him from the doorway, slamming him against the wall. Beside the large figure stood the fair-skinned Dirk, scanning the scene with a fierce glare. You still have the nerve to come back. The fight isn't over that easily with me. Apologize. Huh? Qinfeng laughed. What makes you think it's over for me? You were the ones who insulted my brother first. You haven't apologized to me yet. Bullshit, the hot-tempered Backer roared. Were we wrong? Your brother is a useless cripple who can't even play football. Boom. Rage surged within him, his fist clenched tight. Just as he was about to land a heavy punch on this bastard, Chun-Lin's advice echoed in his ears. His tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. Qinfeng sneered, tisk tsk. You two rejects that the first team couldn't be bothered with can only throw your weight around here. You don't have an ounce of real skill. What did you say? Backer flew into a rage, raising his fist to strike. Qinfeng stood his ground fearlessly. You piece of trash, go ahead and try it. Let's see if Heitinga takes your side or mine. I'll kill you. Smack. The large fist was intercepted by Dirk. Backer glared at him. What are you doing? Dirk explained, we can't touch him for now. The boss specifically called him back, so he must have big plans for him. If you injure him today, the boss won't let you off easy. You really are the clever one. Not like Backer here, all brawn and no brains. Qinfeng forcefully slapped Backer's fist away and nonchalantly returned to his own bed. Backer let out a heavy sigh before punching the wall in frustration. Dirk turned around with a cold smile. Kid, don't get too cocky. Backer and I have at least been to the first team. As for you, you might never make it in your whole life. Don't think that just because you dominated the Norwegian league, you can do the same in the Eredivisie. This isn't mold, and you're not the team's attacking core. Dirk expected Qinfeng to fly into a rage and come at him, or at least talk back. Instead, he was met with the sound of thunderous snoring. All the anger in his heart suddenly had no outlet. In the head coach's office, Heitinga was pondering the starting lineup for the day after tomorrow while asking, so how did it go? First day back, any trouble? No. He was very quiet. Then Clausen asked, puzzled, boss, weren't there other empty beds? Why did you insist on Qinfeng going back to that specific dormitory? 039 battling in the Eredivisie. October 19, 2017. Under the leadership of head coach Heitinga, the Ajax B team hosted FC Eindhoven at their home ground. At the time, both teams were hovering around the middle of the league table. FC Eindhoven held a slightly higher position, sitting in 8th place, while Ajax B team was in 9th. Playing away, FC Eindhoven's coach set up a balanced 4-2-2 formation. Heitinga, on the other hand, stuck to his attacking philosophy, a 4-3-3 formation, fielding his strongest lineup. However, Qinfeng was not in the starting 11. He was placed on the substitutes bench despite repeatedly insisting before the game that his fitness was fine and he was ready to play. Out of caution, Heitinga still denied Qinfeng's request. This disappointed several journalists who had come specifically to see him. They had heard that Qinfeng was a prodigy being hyped to the skies in Norway. They had come today to see the level of this talent for themselves, but he wasn't starting. They were greatly disappointed. Among those disappointed was Brusino, the assistant coach to Kaiser, the current head coach of the Ajax first team. A few days prior, following Kaiser's instructions, B-team assistant coach Clausen had sent over Qinfeng's match footage. After watching it, Kaiser was tempted to promote Qinfeng to the first team. But he wanted to observe him for one more round, which is why he sent Brusino to scout. Heitinga was unaware of this. If he had known, there was no way he would have let Qinfeng play today. Back to the pitch. Amidst the roaring crowd, the 11th round of the Eredivisie officially began. Riding a wave of recent consecutive victories, FC Eindhoven tore through the Ajax B team's formation. Today, their starting center-back Backer was clearly off his game. He made a marking error and followed it up with an overly rash tackle, conceding a penalty to FC Eindhoven in the 9th minute. FC Eindhoven's star forward stepped up to take the penalty. Thomas took his run-up, picked his spot, and struck the ball low towards the bottom right corner. Swish! The ball rocketed into the back of the net. FC Eindhoven took the lead while the Ajax B team, who had been winless in their last 5 matches, had their spirits crushed. A significant portion of their fighting spirit had been dampened. Subsequently, amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, FC Eindhoven pressed their advantage and scored 2 more goals in the 34th and 36th minutes. 2 goals in 3 minutes, trailing 3-0 before halftime. The Eindhoven fans in the stands were ecstatic. Bruyne, however, couldn't bear to watch the rest of the match and occupied himself with his phone in the stands. On the sidelines, Heitinga's face was turning a livid shade of purple. He had never imagined that his team would suffer such a devastating defeat, and all before the half was even over. As soon as the first half ended, he stormed back to the locker room in a rage. The dispirited Ajax players knew a storm of furious shouts and reprimands awaited them within. 15 minutes later, both teams returned to the pitch. Ajax, too, made a substitution. Chun Fong, whom many had been eagerly waiting for, finally took the field wearing the same number he had at Molde. He donned the number 40 jersey. Beside Chun Fong, Heitinga nervously offered last-minute instructions. "It's all on you, kid. I'll have the team play through the left wing. Don't let me down." Chun Fong nodded calmly. "I'll do my best." Chun Feng's appearance on the pitch sparked a glimmer of hope in Holland Chun Lin and the others watching from their televisions. They hoped Chun Fong could create a miracle. And that's what he had always done at Molde. This was Chun Feng's Eredivisie debut. He took it very seriously, eager to secure a stable starting position and eventually break into the Eredivisie. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half. Ajax, too, had possession. The ball circulated through the midfield before eventually finding its way to Chun Feng's feet. Eindhoven didn't assign too much importance to Chun Fong, only sending one player to mark him. This gave Chun Fong the opportunity to take on his defender. Receiving the ball, a feigned change of pace, a burst forward. His respectable dribbling ability allowed Chun Fong to execute some technically simple moves to beat his man. The level of the Eredivisie didn't seem as high as he had imagined. It was quite similar to the Eredivisie. So this one-on-one was a smooth success. Beautiful. The clean dribble drew praise from Heitinga and the substitutes on the bench. This was just the beginning. With no more defenders in front of him, Chun Fong moved like he was in an empty space. After an unexpected cut inside that caught the Eindhoven defenders off guard, Chun Fong delivered a cross into the box. In the center of the penalty area, Danilo fully displayed the technical talent expected of a Brazilian. He controlled the ball deftly with his chest and immediately unleashed a powerful volley towards the bottom left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper gave his all, but it was in vain. Ajax had pulled one back. Yes, scoring a rare goal sent Heitinga into raptures. In the stands, Bruyne was bewildered by the thunderous jeers from the surrounding fans. He quickly looked up at the big screen. What happened? Ajax scored. Who? Danilo. Oh, is that all? Bruyne sneered and was about to go back to his phone when he caught a familiar figure in the replay on the big screen. Chun Fong. When did that kid get on the field? Bruyne was a bit surprised. He had thought the boy would only get about 20 minutes of playing time. It seemed Heitinga was betting everything on Chun Fong. He couldn't help but watch the entire goal. After seeing it, he became interested. Such a dribble and pass were rare, even among players his age in the Eredivisie. Good kid, he really does have some skills. Bruyne put away his phone and focused on the game. Chun Fong had helped the team pull one back. Coupled with his performances in training the previous days and the coach's instructions, the Ajax 2 players were more willing to cooperate with the black-haired boy who had shown such significant improvement. Of course, there were exceptions. Dirk and Bakker, who were extremely hostile towards Chun Fong, were very unwilling to pass the ball to the left flank. This jealousy cost them dearly. With a huge gap on the left, Dirk passed the ball horizontally to the right wing. The pass was weak and the right winger was tightly marked. The ball naturally fell to an Eindhoven player, sparking a counterattack. Seeing this, Bruyne shook his head, grateful that he had decisively sent Dirk back to the second team. Eindhoven's attack quickly swept into the Ajax 2 penalty area. After some teasing play, the rashly charging goalkeeper was easily rounded by Thomas. The young Dutchman, who already had 2 goals and was eager for a hat-trick on home turf, was in high spirits. He slowly pushed the ball towards the unguarded net. Shot and done. Without a pause, he turned around, ready to bask in the fans' roaring applause. Unexpectedly, instead of cheers, he was met with angry shouts. "You son of a bitch, what are you doing? Wasting a chance. You're letting your teammates down." Huh. Confused Thomas turned to look, only to see the ball firmly clutched by the Ajax goalkeeper. An Ajax player wearing the number 40 shirt was standing on the goal line, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Before Thomas could figure out what had happened, the goalkeeper had already released the ball. The number 40 kid received it and began his performance on the wing. Holy shit. Awesome. Thomas was clueless, but Heitinga, standing on the sidelines, had seen everything clearly. Just as he thought Thomas was about to complete his hat-trick and seal the game, Chun Fong stepped up. He sprinted from the front line all the way back, and just as the ball was about to cross the line, he deflected the ball with his foot, which was then smothered by the onrushing goalkeeper. Now, after a high-speed sprint, Chun Fong immediately launched into another one. Watching this, Heitinga felt he understood what the Norwegian media meant by a tireless winger. This kid's stamina was truly incredible. This brilliant performance also captivated Bruyne in the stands. Back on the pitch, Chen Feng, after receiving the ball, didn't try to be a hero, but played a 1-2 with a teammate. His decent ball control and sharp speed quickly brought him into Eindhoven's territory. On the left edge of the box, Chen Feng stopped the ball. Instead of trying to beat his defender, he drove to the byline and delivered a cutback pass. The ball swept across the goal mouth, finding Danilo again. His keen instincts had brought him to the familiar spot. Right foot tense shoot. The ball breached the home team's goal once more. The Eindhoven goalkeeper was helpless, shocked by the precision of Ajax's number 40's pass, and even more shocked by his own teammates' inability to mark a single man. The score was now 3-2. Chen Feng had 2 assists and 1 goal line clearance, while Danilo's brace had pulled the team back from the brink. On the sidelines, Heitinga and his staff were overjoyed. In the stands, the thousands of Ajax fans were ecstatic. The substitute Chen Feng was a revelation. After 2 heavy blows, FC Eindhoven finally stopped underestimating Chen Feng. At their coach's instruction, they began to mark him tightly. This meant that whenever Chen Feng got the ball, he was immediately swarmed by 2 or 3 defenders, temporarily neutralizing his speed, dribbling, and passing. After 5 minutes of stalemate with Ajax unable to create anything effective on the left, the Eindhoven coach finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. No sooner had a smile appeared on his face than his team won the ball back and launched a counterattack, though the final shot was saved by the opposing goalkeeper. But his team was still leading by a goal. If they could just hold on for the remaining 20 minutes, the 3 points would be theirs and life would be good. However, he clearly underestimated the determination of both teams. Ajax, having pulled 2 goals back, was visibly more resolute. Furthermore, with 3 defenders assigned to Chen Feng, the right flank was inevitably left exposed. In the 78th minute, Chen Feng drew 3 defenders to him on the left before threading a brilliant pass to the right wing. The unguarded right side instantly became a dangerous gaping hole. Ajax pushed forward in mass, attacking down that flank. The Eindhoven players panicked. Leaving 1 defender on Chen Feng, the rest scrambled to the right side. This was exactly what Chen Feng had anticipated. How could one man stop him? With a feint and a quick burst, Chen Feng cut straight into the penalty box. The right back, who had been tussling with an Eindhoven defender near the byline, suddenly lofted a chipped pass into the box. Danilo leaped high, feigning a header. 3 defenders jumped with him, but the ball sailed over everyone's heads, landing directly at Chen Feng's feet. Turning sideways without stopping the ball, he struck it first time. A powerful volley. Although the Eindhoven goalkeeper reacted quickly and got his hands to the ball, it was only after it had crossed the line. The goal was good. Ajax too had equalized. Chen Feng, with 2 assists and a goal, caused a sensation in the stadium. But a draw was not enough for him. He was determined to break into the first team and make the world take notice. He gestured for his teammates to stop celebrating, picked up the ball, and ran back to the center circle, urging Eindhoven to restart the game. This suited the opponents just fine. As time ticked down, the physicality on the pitch intensified. There were frequent clashes and players hitting the ground. The number of yellow cards in the match increased from 2 to 5. Chen Feng alone had drawn 2 of them. This was a testament to the immense pressure Chen Feng was putting on the Eindhoven players. With his 100 passing, 100 stamina, 70 shooting, and over 60 dribbling, playing in the Eerste Divisie felt no different from playing in the Eredivisie for him. Without top-tier stars, no one could limit his performance. In the final 3 minutes of regular time, Danilo waved from the center of the box. "Chen, over here." The number 86 foot flashed before Chen Feng's eyes. He expertly cut inside, lifted his right foot, and sent a diagonal long pass soaring into the box. Danilo controlled it perfectly, turned, and unleashed a powerful shot. But the shot was blocked by a defender, the ball falling perfectly for Chen Feng just outside the box. At this moment, in this position, Chen Feng could no longer suppress the thrill. As the ball hit the ground, he pulled back his left leg and smashed it with all his might. Whether it was a guided missile or his 70 shooting stat, it didn't matter which foot he used. Both his feet were strong. The ball soared through the air like a cannonball, precisely evading the defenders, blasting past the goalkeeper's reach and crashing into the back of the net. A stunning world-class goal had appeared in the Eerste Divisie. Chen Feng had 2 goals and 2 assists, single-handedly creating 4 goals and turning the game around. Bruyne, who had shot to his feet, was utterly speechless. When the referee blew the final whistle, Heitinga fell to his knees, roaring with emotion. The young Ajax 2 players hugged each other in celebration, while the fans in the stands offered their sincere respect. It was no exaggeration to say this was one of the best Eerste Divisie matches they had seen in years. Today they had witnessed the birth of a super talent. Bruyne could no longer contain his excitement. He eagerly pulled out his phone and made a frantic call to Kaiser, who was training with the first team, to make a bold suggestion. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, who had conquered the home fans, received his 3rd ovation of the game. 2 more and his main quest would be complete. In the old district of Amsterdam, Chen Feng walked through the familiar alleyways, following the route from memory: 4 lefts, 7 right straight, through 2 intersections, 2 more rights, and then 1 more intersection. He had arrived. Before he even reached the door, he could hear the sound of football commentary. He paused to listen, confirming it was the Eerste Divisie match that had just ended. A smile played on Chen Feng's lips as he stepped out of the alley, approached the door, and knocked. "Who is it?" A grumbling voice came from behind the door. Soon the door opened, revealing Old Tom reeking of alcohol. Long time no see. I'm back. Old Tom's figure stiffened for a moment before he quickly recovered. He opened the door wide and turned away, tears welling in his eyes. Truly, the older one gets, the more emotional one becomes. He quickly calmed down and said with a wry smile, well, if it isn't Ajax's super talent. I thought you'd forgotten all about this old man. How could I? Chun Feng sighed helplessly, holding up 2 bottles of high-proof liquor. Oh my, you shouldn't have. Bringing gifts, how embarrassing. Despite his words, Old Tom eagerly snatched the bottles and warmly invited Chun Feng to sit down, a completely different person from moments ago. Old Tom was now as obsequious as could be. After some small talk, Chun Feng got to the point. I came today to chat and to thank you for your recommendation back then. If you hadn't recommended me to Ajax, I don't know where I'd be wallowing right now. Thank me, eh? A glint appeared in Old Tom's eyes. Then how about you steal one of those bottles of liquor your dad keeps hidden and give it to me as thanks? Stop joking, I'm being serious. Who's joking? After leaving Ajax, have you thought about getting back into the game? Get back into it. They all say I'm too old and my judgment is shot. No club wants me. What are you offering me, a job? Yes, I am. Chun Feng laughed heartily, pulling out a business card and handing it over. Old Tom took it, hesitated for a moment. M1 Group CEO, Chun Lin, contact info. This is my brother's number. Chun Feng then explained his plan to start a company. Before Old Tom could respond, Chun Feng said, I know it's a bit different from what you used to do, but rest assured the company will definitely acquire the club later. When that time comes, you'll be the club's chief scout. The authority and benefits will certainly be far better than what you have at Ajax. So are you in? Old Tom didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a sip of Baijiu, the fiery liquid burning his throat. Kid, don't try to feed me empty promises. I'm no greenhorn fresh out of school. I'll ask you 2 things. First, how can you be so sure the company will succeed? Absolutely. At that moment, a peculiar brilliance blazed in Chun Feng's eyes. I believe that both Holland and I will bring extraordinary value to the company in the future. And we are just a part of that extraordinary vision. The other part will be created by the other players the company signs. Well, that leads to my second question. Old Tom shelled 2 peanuts and tossed them into his mouth. You think finding promising talents is that easy? You think every player is Mbappe? Chun Feng said nothing, simply handing him a slip of paper. Old Tom opened it and found 5 names written on it. Dominic Soboslai, FC Liefering first team. Kareem Adeyemi, SBVGG, Unterhaching U17. Benoit Badiachile, AS Monaco U19. Eduardo Camavinga Stade, René's youth team. Gabriel Martinelli, Ichuano FC youth team. What's this? Old Tom recognized the names and the football clubs, but he had no idea what it all meant. Chun Feng chuckled. You're right. Not everyone can be Mbappe and achieve fame at a young age. But there are truly plenty of promising talents in the football world. If you take the time to search, you'll find them. First, go see my brother. Report to the company and collect your travel expenses. Then go scout these players. They probably don't have agents yet. If you're satisfied after the assessment, consider signing them. Wait, I need to ask, where did you get this list? Old Tom was far more concerned about this. He had never even heard of these 5 young players. How did this kid know about them? It's a secret. No, you need to explain this clearly. Chun Feng was somewhat exasperated. He couldn't very well tell Old Tom that he was a time traveler. So he had to placate him for now. If you want to know, handle this task first. When you get back, I'll tell you. Old Tom hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Fine, I'm heading out now. But if those kids turn out to be no good, I'll break your legs when I get back. Yeah, I know. So Nagy. By the end of it, Chun Feng knew that recruiting Old Tom to work for the company was a done deal. He rose to leave, heading for the door with a wave of his hand. Back at the training base, yawning Chun Feng was about to head to the dormitory for a good sleep. But he was intercepted by Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, who without a word dragged him straight to the head coach's office. Inside, 3 people were having a friendly conversation. When Chun Feng arrived, the second team manager wore a wry expression. Chun, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is our first team head coach, Mr. Kaiser. Hello. A shock ran through Chun Feng. He hadn't expected the first team representatives to arrive so soon, nor had he anticipated the head coach himself would come. Chun, pack your things. Come with us. Bald, and with a gleaming pate, Kaiser wore a warm smile as he extended a sincere invitation to Chun Feng. Chun Feng understood. He understood why Huntelaar looked so miserable. Well. He had just unearthed a promising talent, played only 1 match, and already the first team had come to poach him away. How could he not be miserable? All right. Coming to his senses, Chun Feng suppressed the fleeting joy within him. He had anticipated this scene would come sooner or later. The only difference was that it had arrived much earlier than he had expected. So he wasn't overly excited. Seeing Chun Feng's composed demeanor, Kaiser grew even more satisfied. Truly unflappable and steady. This kid was indeed impressive. Soon, with his luggage packed, Chun Feng followed Kaiser and Michel Borbach out of the second team base. The 3 drove to the first team facility. That evening, when the news spread through the second team, reactions were mixed with joy and concern. Some were happy for Chun Feng's early promotion to the first team, while others worried about the second team's future. But all of that had nothing to do with the protagonist of this story. First team dormitory. Knowing that Chen Feng had a grudge with the young player Deovezio Zifuik, Kaiser did not assign them to the same room. Instead, he arranged for Chen Feng to stay in another dormitory. Come on in. This is Chen. He'll be your new roommate from now on. Give him a warm welcome. Orbach pushed open the door and ushered Chen Feng inside. In the four-person dormitory, only one empty bed remained. Chen Feng glanced at the three occupants, three blonde young lads. One of them possessed a maturity and steadiness beyond his years. Chen Feng recognized him. It was Matthijs de Ligt. To de Ligt's left was a slightly shy Donny van de Beek. To de Ligt's right was someone a bit more boisterous. Chen Feng didn't recognize him at first, but he soon would. Orbach simply greeted them and left. The four young men close in age quickly grew acquainted, and Chen Feng learned the last one's name. Kasper Dolberg, the team's substitute striker. A Danish player promoted from the second team in July 2016. After settling in, the four began to chat. Dolberg, who had a rather nosy disposition, asked, Chen, where were you playing before? The second team. No. Chen Feng replied, I was at Mold before. I just returned to the club and only played one match before the boss brought me here. Impressive. Dolberg laughed. Looks like you've got some serious talent. I'm alright. Chen Feng was quite honest. He turned the question around. You guys have been in the first team for a while now. Why are you still living in the dorms? Dolberg answered first. My family is in Denmark. I'm all alone in a foreign land. Living alone is boring, so I stay at the base dormitory. De Ligt said gently, my home is in the city, but it's too far away. Commuting every time is inconvenient, so I just moved in. But he doesn't stay here often. Just occasionally. Dolberg added in a whisper, and de Ligt didn't contradict him. It was Van de Beek's turn. A trace of worry appeared on his face. Someone in my family is sick. Staying in the dorm saves money. Chen Feng had touched on a sore spot. He apologized and offered some words of comfort. The topic quickly shifted, and Dolberg tossed out one new subject after another. Chen Feng, why did you get into a fight with Zifuik? Chen Feng, what are your plans for the future? Chen Feng, what do you think of the boss? Is he strict? Chen Feng, hey. As the night grew deep and they desperately needed rest, Chen Feng and de Ligt simultaneously grabbed their pillows and charged at Dolberg's bed, giving him a good thrashing. The dormitory finally fell silent. At 8:30 in the morning, de Ligt, who always rose on time, sat up in bed and stretched. After washing up and waking Dolberg before he left, he headed straight to the training ground. Their two people had already arrived before him. He walked over to Van de Beek, who was warming up, and pointed at the drenched Chen Feng. When did he start? I don't know. It must have been before 8:20. He was already here when I arrived. Van de Beek answered helpfully before diving into his own training. De Ligt understood in his heart. It seemed Chen Feng's rapid promotion to the first team wasn't without reason. He was genuinely looking forward to seeing this guy's abilities. To the Ajax vice-captain's slight disappointment, Kaiser didn't organize any intra-squad matches over the next few days. They only did some specialized drills. On the afternoon of the 25th, though, at 3 o'clock, just before training ended, Kaiser casually announced the squad and starting lineup for tomorrow's second round of the KNVB Cup. Goalkeeper Andre Onana. Defenders Mitchell Dykes, Matthijs de Ligt. Midfielders Siem de Jong, Donny van de Beek. Forward Kasper Dolberg. As expected, for the KNVB Cup, Kaiser was clearly opting for a partial rotation. Having substitute striker Dolberg start wasn't surprising. Justin Kluivert. This wasn't surprising either. Though he had only been promoted to the first team in January of that year, his talent and ability were undeniable. He was a solid choice for the left-wing starting spot. And the last one. It should be David Nuz right. The forward line needs a main player. Nuz should be getting a rest. If it's not Nuz, it should be Václav Cerny. That kid's pretty good and has been getting a lot of trust from the boss lately. Cerny, no doubt. However, the final starting spot surprised everyone. It was Chen Feng. Gasps filled the air. When the result was announced, the training ground erupted. First came confusion, then anger. What the hell, Chen Feng? Who is this guy? He was just promoted to the first team today, and he's starting already. This kid must be the boss's love child to get such treatment. Cerny, you've got another competitor now. Damn, his starting spot got stolen. Shut up, you bastard. Cerny, who had been full of anticipation, felt his anger surge uncontrollably under the other's provocations. His gaze towards Chen Feng was filled with resentment. Zifuik shared the same look of hatred. He simply couldn't understand. He had been in the first team for quite a while, and had only gotten one starting opportunity. Why did Chen Feng get to start right away? If there wasn't some inside dealing going on, he wouldn't believe it, even if he were beaten to death. On the other side, the trio of roommates were also astonished by the news, but it quickly turned into congratulations. Now all four of them from the dormitory would be starting in tomorrow's match. What a glorious thing that was. Kaiser didn't stop the chatter. Instead, he walked over to Chen Feng and asked, starting tomorrow, are you nervous? Chen Feng shook his head calmly. Good. Then you'll play left wing. Damn it, Kaiser. If you're going to talk like that, you might as well not speak at all. Chen Feng could clearly feel another hostile glare directed at him. He didn't need to guess. It was definitely Kluivert's. The guy had arrived earlier, had good skills and a solid status. Then Chen Feng shows up and pushes him to the right wing. How could he possibly be happy? No choice. He'd have to give it his all in tomorrow's match. With that decision made, Chen Feng resolved to train his dribbling stat points today. So after everyone else had left, the exhausted Chunfeng finally earned 1 point in dribbling at 5 in the afternoon and added it to his stats. Chunfeng, age 17, ability 69, market value 6. 8M, improvable. Tackling 10, shooting 70, passing 100, dribbling 70, strength 40, speed 80. Skills cutting inside, power shot LV. 2 cruise missile LV. 1. Inventory physical damage immunity card X3. His dribbling had reached 70, and his overall ability had changed to 69. Dribbling was maxed out for now. Next he'd have to consider training other attributes like strength or aerial ability. Lost in thought, Chunfeng left the training ground. October 26, 2017. The Johan Cruyff Arena, capable of holding over 5,000 spectators, welcomed more than 2,000 fans today. After all, it was a cup match and the opponent wasn't particularly strong. Otherwise the stadium would have been packed. Why was Ajax's opponent in this round so weak? Because they were SV de Dijk from the Dutch 3rd Division, a club founded in 1999 with only a single Dutch 4th Division title to its name. That was exactly why Kaiser dared to make partial rotations and let Chunfeng play. Soon the referee led both teams onto the pitch. When the Ajax players stepped onto the green field, they were greeted by thunderous applause. The team's vice-captain and the captain for this match, De Ligt, waved to the crowd. The others followed suit. At that moment, the lineups for both sides were displayed on the big screen. De Dijk fielded a 4-1-2-1-2 formation, showing that this 3rd Division club had no intention of just defending. The home team, Ajax, lined up in a 4-3-3. Kaiser was sending a strong attacking signal to the outside world. But when the fans saw the starting left winger, they immediately became agitated. Holy crap, who's that guy wearing the number 40 jersey? Can someone tell me? God, what is Kaiser doing? Even if it's a cup match, you can't be this careless. Found it. This guy used to play for Mold. He was only promoted to the first team a few days ago. He's currently top of the assists chart and second in the scoring chart in the Eliteserien. Give me a break. I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a flop from the Norwegian league. Exactly. Can the Norwegian league compare to our Eredivisie? Someone should tell him this is Ajax, not Mold. Not only is he starting, but he's also taken Kluivert's spot. Kaiser must have a screw loose. Clearly the appearance of the unknown Chunfeng in the starting lineup caused serious dissatisfaction among the fans, and a chorus of boos filled the air. Chunfeng paid no attention. The Ajax players on the bench, however, were very interested. They grabbed handfuls of sunflower seeds, waiting to see Kaiser fail to clean up the mess. The referee's whistle blew, the match began. De Dijk took the initiative to attack, and their offense was fierce. But De Ligt and the others had been honed in the Eredivisie for a long time. Though young, their footwork was very polished. Their timing was also impeccable. In the 9th minute, De Dijk's counterattack was broken up by De Ligt, who quickly passed the ball to Siem de Jong. The midfielder, who had joined from Newcastle for a 2.3 million transfer fee that summer, used a brilliant turn to shake off the marking defender. He had eyes in the back of his head. Spotting a gap on the left flank, he swiftly delivered a diagonal long pass. Chunfeng controlled the ball steadily. Just then a huge wave of boos erupted from the stands, the fans expressing their displeasure. Chunfeng ignored it all. With a gentle flick of his left foot, he nutmegged the De Dijk defender. The player turned to grab Chunfeng's shirt. But how could a 3rd Division player anticipate a speed stat of 80? In an instant, Chunfeng was 2 body lengths ahead. Having successfully broken through, Chunfeng followed the path indicated by the passing route before him and deftly delivered the ball to Dolberg's feet. The sudden fortune was too much, as Dolberg failed to control it on his first touch. On his second, as he prepared to feint and shoot, the ball was blocked. It rebounded to the edge of the box, still hanging in the air. One player arrived at the ball's landing spot a step ahead of Chunfeng. He swung his right foot and smashed it fiercely. A loud clang echoed as Van de Beek's powerful shot struck the goalpost and bounced away. Ajax had squandered a golden scoring opportunity. Soon after, Ajax seized control of the match's tempo. In the 16th minute, the attack resumed. Siem de Jong charged forward with unstoppable momentum, driving all the way to the edge of the penalty area. With a feigned shot, he delivered a real pass into the box. On the right flank, Kluivert received the ball and unleashed a close-range thunderbolt. The ball rocketed past the helpless Veldhuizen, slipping through his fingertips and nestling into the back of the net. Roaring with delight after his explosive strike, Kluivert celebrated by the sidelines, pumping his fists. His teammates came over one by one to high-five him. When it was Chunfeng's turn, the young striker, who would later join Roma for 17.2 million euros, yet never truly establish himself, acted as if he hadn't seen him and walked straight past. This scene elicited a wave of supreme satisfaction from the vast crowd of fans. Chunfeng nonchalantly withdrew his hand and focused all his attention back on the match. Soon his chance to prove himself arrived. In the 22nd minute, a crucial tackle from Van de Beek was smoothly relayed to the wing. Chunfeng moved up to receive the ball, his forward drive incredibly swift. Glancing to his right, he saw only Dolberg had followed him up. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a breathtaking pass with the outside of his foot. The pass, boasting a success rate of 92, sliced through the defensive line of 3 players, landing perfectly and comfortably at Dolberg's feet. The Danish striker gently nudged the ball with his toe, then burst into a sprint. He gained a full body length on the defender, and that single stride gave him the window to take a shot. With a thud, he struck the ball low towards the bottom left corner. At the same moment, the defender marking Dolberg launched into a desperate sliding tackle. Thump! After falling, Dolberg scrambled back to his feet, thrust his arms into the air, and charged towards the stands. The goal was in. Chun Fong assisted Dolberg, extending the lead. Dolberg extended his index finger towards Chun Fong, and they collided in a heavy embrace. Well done, Chun. De Ligt and Van de Beek arrived as well. The former offered hearty praise while the latter simply extended a hand to pat Chen's back in a gesture of encouragement. Beautiful. On the sidelines, Kaiser, who had witnessed the entire goal unfold, was deeply satisfied. This was exactly the effect he had envisioned. With a wing attacker like Chun Fong capable of both passing and shooting, he could stir up trouble and break through any defensive stalemate no matter the situation. His formidable mental fortitude would compel him to make the most precise decisions. He was the man Kaiser had been searching for. On the bench, Zafuik and Cerny pursed their lips in silence. In the stands, a large portion of the fans remained stubbornly unconvinced, refusing to change their opinion of Chun Fong based on what they saw as a single accidental assist. Despite the fact that the outside of the foot pass had been truly exceptional, the celebrations concluded and the teams returned to the pitch. The manager of Dijk seemed to have given up, slumping deep into his seat on the bench. He made no attempt to offer sideline instructions or implement any tactical changes or adjustments. Consequently, the following period of play turned into the Chun Fong show. In the 32nd minute, De Ligt launched a long ball forward. Chun Fong collected it, cut inside from the wing, and unleashed a powerful shot that Veldhuizen managed to palm away with one hand. Siem de Jong then took the resulting corner kick, but the goalkeeper caught the ball, ending the attack. In the 39th minute, another attack came down the left flank. Chun Fong cut inside once more and delivered a looping cross to the near post. Siem de Jong, arriving late, easily chipped the ball into the net. With that, Ajax led 3-0 against Dijk. Siem de Jong had a goal and an assist. Kluivert and Dolberg scored, and Chun Fong provided 2 assists. The first half ended with that scoreline. The teams returned for the second half. Kaiser used a substitution, giving Kluivert a rest. The disgruntled Cerny came on as his replacement. The young forward, a product of the Ajax Academy, delivered a disappointing performance after coming on. Seemingly too eager to prove himself, he repeatedly went on solo runs down the right flank, ignoring his teammates. In the 48th minute, Cerny's lone wolf mentality gifted Dijk a counter-attacking opportunity. With a few quick passes, the ball swiftly crossed the halfway line. De Ligt, fighting alone, was struggling to hold the line. El Gharari, Dijk's key player, burst into the penalty area and was just about to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Under this player's forceful interference, Onana was able to rush out and claim the ball. Furious, El Gharari turned to confront the offender, only to find that the number 40 player who had disrupted his shot was already sprinting back towards his own half. Cursing under his breath, El Gharari hurried back to defend. This fleeting moment left an indelible impression on many Ajax fans. They would always remember on a warm afternoon a black-haired youth wearing the number 40 jersey tirelessly running across the pitch. When the team needed him to attack, he was a winger capable of passing, shooting, and breaking the deadlock. When the team needed him to defend, he could be a defender, disrupting attacks, and even putting his body on the line to block shots. He was Chun Fong, the tireless winger of the football world. The fierce sounds of collision on the pitch jolted many astonished fans back to reality. They rarely witnessed a forward put in such an exhaustive defensive shift. With this attitude, this fighting spirit, anyone who dared to criticize Chun Fong would have to answer to them. Chun, over here. Dolberg, moving with clever runs, waved and shouted from inside the box. Chun Fong was about to pass when a better passing lane appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, he chose the alternative route. With a thud, his right foot connected, sending a high looping cross to the right side of the 6-yard box. A momentarily stunned Cerny leaped high and slammed the ball into the net. The game was completely blown open. Ajax now led by 4 goals. After scoring, Cerny's rigid expression finally softened. He approached Chun Fong and asked, "Why did you pass to me?" "Yeah, why pass to him?" Dolberg chimed in from nearby. "My position was clearly better. Look at how many defenders are around you. If I passed to you, could you have taken a shot? You couldn't. So what would be the point of passing it to you?" Chun Fong couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He generously extended his hand. "Pleasure working with you." Cerny initially wanted to pull away, but then remembered how deliciously easy the pass had been to finish. He placed his hand in Chun Fong's. "You're not bad. 1 assist could be an accident, but 3 mlgb. I was wrong today. This Chun Fong actually has some skill. A hat trick of assists just like that. So easy. It makes me feel like even my grandma could do it out there. Am I getting cocky? Kaiser, you're the man. Haha, seriously, I'm starting to like this kid. Don't get carried away. It's just a team from the 3rd division. What's the big deal about putting up numbers like this? And what about that defensive work? You don't see forwards doing that very often." With 3 assists and a tenacious defensive display, Chun Fong had successfully turned the tide of public opinion among the Ajax fans. Although he hadn't won over every single fan in the stadium, he had certainly won over a solid majority. Still, this scene fell slightly short of Chun Feng's own expectations. He glanced at the dazed Velthuizen and silently muttered an apology. Sorry, buddy. The match reached the 65th minute and Dolberg's shot was blocked. Chun Feng, following up, pounced on the rebound and slotted it into the bottom right corner, extending the lead further. 3 minutes later, Chun Feng was again driving forward with the ball. After being challenged, he passed back to his captain De Ligt and then charged into the penalty box himself. De Ligt understood the intent and delivered a piercing through ball. Chun Feng collected the ball and smashed it home from a tight angle. By the 69th minute, the young debutant in the Dutch Cup had been directly involved in 5 goals, scoring 2 and assisting 3, stunning the entire stadium. Having accomplished his mission, Chun Feng was given a rest and substituted off. As he slowly walked across the pitch, a chant erupted from an unknown corner of the stands. Then, like a tidal wave, the chant surged from all directions, enveloping Chun Feng entirely. Chun Feng, you're awesome. Chun Feng faced the fans applauding in acknowledgement. Glancing at his main quest, the progress indicator showed 45. Just one more match to go. A brief 1-minute substitution window, yet a far from brief 1-minute ovation. After this, in Bruges, Belgium, within a bustling office building in the city center, Chen Lin, having finished his own work, was browsing a detailed recap of the recently concluded Dutch Cup match on his phone. 5 goals involved. A prodigy returns after dominating the Norwegian league. Is Chun Feng set to conquer the Eredivisie? Sharp passing, tireless stamina, clinical finishing, incredible ball control, blistering pace. Are these the attributes of a 17-year-old? Let's anticipate the next Eredivisie match and see what this young talent can do. Chun Feng, the future pillar of football. After reviewing the match reports, Chen Lin checked several Dutch football media outlets. Just as he expected, the story had exploded. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a new post popped up on his social media feed. He tapped on it and saw it was from Chun Feng's official account. A great day, a perfect debut. Photo of me with the match ball. The likes had already surpassed 10,000, including a like and a comment from Holland. Chen Lin knew this wasn't a post by Chun Feng himself, but one published by his own company's staff under Wilson's arrangement. He believed that given more time, the follower count and influence of these 2 young men on social media would only grow larger. A knock at the door broke his train of thought. A figure was standing at the entrance of his office. Chen Lin looked up, surprised and delighted. When did you get back? Come and have a seat. Old Tom, travel-worn and yawning, settled onto the sofa. I just got off the plane. Came straight to see you. That urgent? Looks like the trip was fruitful. Chen Lin filled 2 delicate teacups with tea, pushed one over to Tom, and took a sip from his own. Old Tom took the cup and downed it in one gulp. A wine is still better. Let's get down to business. The trip was indeed quite successful. Give me the details. Chen Lin's interest was piqued. Old Tom nodded. Let's start from when I met you a few days ago. I looked at the list that kid gave us and decided to check out the closest one first. I found the closest one was Dominik Szoboszlai from FC Liefering in the Austrian Second League. Szoboszlai is 17, plays as a midfielder, and is already a key player for the team, highly trusted by the coach. His strengths are passing, set pieces, and crossing. He's very adept at organizing attacks. His current market value is €5,000,000. Here's his detailed scouting report. Take a look. Old Tom produced a comprehensive scouting report covering everything from match data to training statistics, incredibly detailed. Tom, thank you for your hard work. So you think highly of him? Chen Lin scrutinized the report before asking. Old Tom chuckled. At the very least, I think he's a promising talent. I've also heard that Red Bull Salzburg is interested in bringing him over. So if we sign him now, we could potentially help negotiate his transfer later. It's not that simple. Old Tom continued. Szoboszlai originally came through the Salzburg Academy. When he moved to Liefering, it was a free transfer. Going back would probably be handled the same way. Then we'll just have to sign him first and develop him. For now, that seems to be the only option. Old Tom fell silent after speaking. There was one more thing he didn't say. If they could acquire a club next year, they could bring him over during the summer transfer window. It would be a win-win situation. But who could say for sure about next year? For now, it was best to lay low and develop quietly. After finalizing the remaining details, Chen Lin stamped the company seal on the contract Szoboszlai had signed. The Imoen Group's roster of signed players had grown by 1 more. Later, Chen Lin would mail a copy of the contract to Szoboszlai. Old Tom, meanwhile, set off once more on his journey to scout players. Back in Amsterdam, in the first-team dormitory, Chun Feng was resting on his bed after a team dinner when a new notification appeared before his eyes. Imoen Group has signed Szoboszlai. Quest progress, 35. Not bad, they're efficient. He took out his phone and called home. During the call, Old Chen mentioned whether they should consider approaching core players from mid to lower table clubs in the top 5 leagues. Both brothers gave the same answer, no. Chen Lin's reasoning: most of those players were already signed by other agents. Even if they weren't, they were often overambitious and wouldn't look twice at a newly established company like theirs. Chun Feng's reasoning: start with young players. The competition is lower, they're easier to sign, and as these youngsters develop, as long as the company can orchestrate a few good transfers and build a reputation, the core players will come knocking on their door themselves. In summary, play it safe, develop steadily, build a good reputation, and don't get cocky. After old Chun left the chat, leaving only the two brothers, Chun Lin finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Xiaofeng, how did you get that list? A friend. What kind of friend? Bro, the signal here is bad. I'll hang up now. Chen Feng hung up without waiting for a reply, not giving Chen Lin a chance to speak further. A few seconds later, he rubbed his temples and sighed. Looks like giving out that list was too hasty. I should have thought of a better excuse first. I need to figure out another story to tell him. At the Willem II club in the manager's office, Vander Rue sat in his office chair watching the same footage play over and over again on the computer screen. It was a compilation of Chun Feng's goals and assists from the Norwegian Eliteserien and the KNVB Cup. Half an hour later, the Willem II head coach lit a cigarette, muttering somewhat dejectedly. Finally, after waiting so long for Ajax's key players to be sidelined with major injuries, I thought we could make a real push. And then out pops this Chen Feng. And the damn kid can actually play. If he's allowed to just charge at us like that, then in the next league match, the club won't get away unscathed. What should I do? The cigarette had burned down to the filter, but Vander Rue's brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, he noticed a physical confrontation between Chen Feng and another player. His expression turned ruthless. He stubbed the cigarette out directly on the desk. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he sneered. Kid, you're just unlucky to run into me. Tomorrow's match is a must-win. If you don't play, fine. But if you step onto that pitch, don't blame me for being merciless. I don't want to take this team down into the relegation zone. October 29, 2017. At the Johan Cruyff Arena, Ajax, currently sitting 6th in the Eredivisie with a record of 5 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, hosted the challenge of Willem II, who were ranked 14th. Ajax's season had not gone as ideally as in previous years. Last year's league runners-up, the Eredivisie Giants, had initially earned a spot in the Champions League qualifiers. Unfortunately, they were defeated by Nice in the Champions League qualifiers, missing out on the group stage. Subsequently, they were doubly eliminated by Rosenborg in the Europa League qualifiers, completely losing their chance for European competition. This incident had already made the club's higher-ups extremely dissatisfied with Kaiser. Coupled with an imperfect start to the league season, the Dutch manager's position was already precarious. In September, they managed a 3-match winning streak, slightly improving the team's standing. But who would have guessed that key players like De Jong, Veltman, and Zeech would get injured one after another? This directly led to a 3-match winless streak. This had Kaiser frantic, fearing he would be sacked before the halfway point of the season. Promoting promising youngsters from the second team was truly a move of desperation. Hey, old friend. Long time no see. As Kaiser was lost in thought, the Willem II manager Vander Rue approached with a smile. Kaiser responded warmly. It has been a while. How have you been? Doing well. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment before parting ways. Immediately after, the players from both teams marched onto the pitch, and the over 5,000 fans in the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The starting lineups for both teams were announced. The away team, Willem II, adopted a 5-3-2 formation primarily featuring 5 defenders. The home team, Ajax, lined up in a 4-3-3. Goalkeeper Onana. Defenders Veltman, Wabber, De Ligt, Christensen. Midfielders Siem, De Jong, Schoen, Van de Beek. Forwards Kluivert, Huntelaar, Nuss. The starting goalkeeper was a given. On the defensive line, the loaned-out Veltman and the young Christensen partnered as fullbacks. With Captain Veltman injured, Vice-Captain De Ligt took over the captain's armband. Partnering him in central defense was Wabber, who joined this summer from Rapid Vienna for 8.1 million. A very young defender, only 19 years old. In midfield, Siem, De Jong, and Van de Beek, who performed well in the last match, started consecutively, with veteran Schoen anchoring the center. On the wings, Kluivert started on the left, while the right wing was occupied by Nuss, a young winger, who joined this summer from Sao Paulo for 17.4 million. Leading the line was the veteran Huntelaar, who joined on a free transfer this summer. As for Chen Feng, he was seated on the substitutes bench. Kaiser ultimately felt that Chen Feng, having never played in a league of the Eridivisie's caliber, was not yet ready to be trusted with a starting position. Chen Feng had anticipated this, and his mentality remained unchanged. He simply sat quietly on the bench observing the match. What's going on? Didn't they say they had an incredible prodigy? I came specifically today to see how good this so-called genius really is, and he can't even make the starting 11. I told you that KNVB Cup match the other day was just a game against Minos. What's there to brag about performing well in a match like that? Look, even Kaiser doesn't trust that guy. What the hell are you all boasting about? Ooh, the genius can't even get a start. Haha, that's the funniest damn thing I've heard. And they call this guy a prodigy. In the stands, quite a few Ajax fans were gloating. Seeing that Chen Feng couldn't even make the starting lineup, they added even more mockery. Ultimately, Chen Feng's performances hadn't completely won them over. In their eyes, he still bore a label that couldn't be shaken off. A small-time bully, a flat-track bully. Since his debut, despite his exceptional performances in the Eliteserien, Eerste Divisie, and KNVB Cup, he had never truly gained recognition. Today was his chance to prove himself. With a calm expression and a profound look in his eyes, Chen Feng believed that Kaiser would need him soon enough. All he had to do now was wait patiently. Back on the pitch. Amidst the fervent cheers of the home fans, the Ajax players grew bolder and more confident. In the 6th minute, a through ball from Van de Beek sliced straight through the Willem II defense. The brilliant pass sent the fans into a frenzy. Kluivert, following up, collected the ball. Desperate to prove himself and secure his starting position, he unleashed a powerful shot on goal. Bang! But precisely because he was too eager, too anxious, he couldn't keep the shot down. The ball slammed against the crossbar and bounced away. Oh! Kluivert, having missed a golden opportunity, knelt on the ground in frustration. On the sidelines, Kaiser was going crazy. What a roller coaster of emotions. Just a moment ago, he had already planned his celebration, and you give him this. The stands were also filled with groans of despair. Regaining their composure, the Ajax players resumed the battle. However, things weren't so easy anymore. Willem II, having settled into the game, were performing excellently in defense. Their five-man defensive system made it difficult for Ajax to penetrate the back line as easily as they had at the start. Nonetheless, Ajax ultimately had the edge in individual skill. In the 22nd minute, Nuz on the right wing received a long pass from a teammate, controlling it with ease. With a feint and a dragback, he showcased his Samba flair. After beating his defender, Nuz cut inside the box. Spotting his chance, he unleashed a powerful drive that beat Brandhorst, opening the scoring for his team. Whoosh! Nuz celebrated excitedly with a sliding knee. This was already his 5th league goal of the season. His teammates rushed over to embrace him in celebration. Trailing 1-0 away from home, Van der Rue's expression darkened. He strode to the touchline, using harsh language to ignite the fighting spirit and ruthlessness within his players. In the ensuing play, Willem II's tackles and attacks became increasingly ferocious. In the 39th minute, Kluivert, too engrossed in his dribbling, failed to release the ball in time. Willem II's midfield General Chirivella dispossessed him with a clean, powerful sliding tackle. Ajax's defense was caught out. Willem II didn't waste the opportunity. Chirivella played a through ball. Velakanja latched onto it for a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Charging into the box against the advancing Onana, he slotted the ball into the far corner. Swish. Goal. Level. Did you think that was it? No. Van der Rue wasn't satisfied. Their aggressive pressing style left Ajax struggling to cope. Once again it was Kluivert, and once again it was Chirivella. The two met again in the center circle. Kluivert's face darkened. As he contemplated how to dribble past his marker, Chirivella made the first move. Using his powerful physique, he brutally shouldered Kluivert to the ground. The ball was lost again. Kluivert was down, but the referee didn't blow his whistle. This incited displeasure from the home fans. But in the referee's eyes, it was a fair challenge for the ball. What's the use of all your booing? Are you the referee, or am I? The whistle didn't sound, so the play continued. Chirivella drove forward with the ball. Hay came over to support. The two combined with good understanding, getting past the onrushing Delict. Inside the box, there were no more defenders. A perfect opportunity. Hay darted into the penalty area. Chirivella unselfishly laid the ball off. Hay received the ball. Cleverly, instead of shooting directly, he chipped it. The ball sailed over the head of the half-kneeling Onana and nestled into the back of the net. Whoosh! An ecstatic Hay tore off his number 10 jersey, held it in his hand, and ran wildly across the pitch in celebration. Cheers erupted from one corner of the stands, but the rest of the stadium fell into a heavy, oppressive silence. The brief calm was a prelude to a storm. The fans were extremely dissatisfied with the first team's performance. This was their own home ground. To have taken the lead only to concede 2 goals in a row was a disgrace. Kaiser, with his hands on his hips, looked equally dejected. How had things, damn it, turned into a comeback for the opponent? Ha ha ha. Just as I thought. To beat a technical team like Ajax, you have to play rough. Aggressive pressing. I don't care if we pick up a few yellow cards. As long as we win. His tactical plan had been a resounding success. The grin on Van der Rue's face seemed to stretch all the way to the back of his head. As the first half drew to a close, the Ajax players were dejected, while the Willem II players focused on consolidating their hard-earned lead. The tempo of the game slowed down, and the score remained unchanged until the halftime whistle. Without any surprises, Kluivert, whose first half performance was nothing short of disastrous, was benched by Kaiser at halftime. Taking his place was Chun Fong, who had impressed in the CanVB Cup. Whoosh! As Chun Fong took a deep breath standing on this world-renowned pitch, feeling the cheers and boos of the surrounding fans, he felt surprisingly good. The Eredivisie. I'm here. Stepping onto the hallowed turf, Chun Fong had truly entered a top-tier competition. The standard of the Eredivisie is considered second only to Europe's top 5 leagues. If he could make a name for himself here, how far could the top 5 leagues be? With a smile on his lips, Chun Fong received a pass from a teammate. It was his first touch since coming on. Naturally, he had to do something with it. Bang! He dragged the ball to turn and surge forward. Thud! But he had barely taken 2 steps when a high-speed tank came charging in from the side, crashing directly into his standing leg. Oh! A scream echoed across the stadium. The burly Rienstra coldly watched the kid rolling on the grass, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Immediately after, the referee ran over and brandished the first yellow card of the match. On the sidelines, Kaiser's face fell. He called for the team doctor, preparing to send him onto the pitch to assess the injury. Rienstra waved his hand dismissively. As he turned to walk away, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. He turned his head and froze on the spot. There, Chun Fong quickly got to his feet. Though his expression was pained, he could still walk normally. How was this possible? Rienstra couldn't understand it. He had followed his manager's instructions once Chen Feng came on foul him aggressively to prevent him from orchestrating attacks, even if it meant getting a card. He prided himself on his tank-like tackling, which had sidelined many a talented young player. Why wasn't it working now? Chen Feng, now walking normally, patted his chest in lingering fear. Damn, was that a tackle? That was attempted murder. Luckily, just as Rienstra charged and a prompt appeared before his eyes, Chen Feng decisively used a physical damage immunity card, which lasted for 3 seconds. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to get up now. So this was the intensity of the Eredivisie. Interesting. The match resumed. Van de Beek took the kickoff. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng had the ball on the left flank. Rienstra immediately charged over to press him tightly. Chen Feng feigned a pass. Rienstra took the bait, making a move with both his hands and feet. He showed his studs, stamping down hard. Using his upper body strength, he shoved Chen Feng sideways. Oh. Chen Feng used another item card, but his entire body was still sent crashing over the touchline, slamming into the advertising hoardings. Beep. The referee sprinted over, immediately intervening to separate the two groups of players who were starting to scuffle. The team doctor also rushed over. After assessing the situation, the referee first showed a yellow card, then pulled out a red card. Rienstra was sent off. The Willem II players protested, but were repeatedly warned. On the sidelines, Kaiser was frantic with worry while Van der Rohe casually exchanged a high-five with the departing Rienstra. Good job. That kid shouldn't be getting up from that one. As long as he's out, Ajax loses there. Huh. Mid-sentence, the two of them clearly saw Chen Feng bouncing back onto the pitch alive and kicking. Holy shit. Was this kid's body made of iron? Chen Feng was fine. De Ligt and the others decided to let the Willem II players off the hook. They were trailing, and time was of the essence. Undoubtedly, Chen Feng, having been brutally fouled twice and getting up quickly both times, stunned the tens of thousands in the stadium. Even manager Kaiser found it hard to believe. This incredible physical resilience. From a 17-year-old. Bang. Even more astonishing was yet to come. With Willem II down to 10 men, they were forced to sit deep, which gave Chen Feng a perfect chance to deliver a pass. From the left flank, he sent in a cross from a 45-degree angle. In the box, Huntelaar leaped high. The 33-year-old veteran met the ball with a powerful header, crashing it past the Willem II goalkeeper. Ajax had leveled the score. The match was tied, and the game became a stalemate. With neither side willing to give an inch, a hero was needed to step up and change the course of the game. In the 88th minute, Van de Beek passed the ball to the left flank. Chen Feng received it and cut inside. Two Willem II defenders converged on him. They blocked his path forward, but couldn't block his cutting angle. Bang! From the left edge of the arc, having successfully cut inside, Chen Feng lifted his right foot and unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball rocketed towards the goal like a missile. Brandhorst misjudged the flight of the ball. It slammed violently into the back of the net. Goal! Whoosh! The winner had arrived. In the 88th minute, it was the Chen Feng show. With a single curving drive from inside the box, he had completely turned the game on its head. Chen Feng. In 45 minutes off the bench, he had drawn a red card and contributed a goal and an assist. At that moment, with his perfect Eredivisie debut, Chen Feng had completely and utterly won over the Ajax fans. A new figure had etched itself into their hearts. The young number 48 Chen Feng. As Chen Feng showered in the locker room, a line of text appeared before his eyes, stirring a mix of emotions within him. Back at Molde, he had thought this task would be simple, easily accomplished. Who would have guessed that he would soon find himself at Ajax? Had it not been for his dazzling performances in these consecutive matches, this task would not have been completed so swiftly. Open it. Open. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a cruise missile upgrade card, the privilege to assess others' abilities, and the privilege to spend in the mall. Note ability values and other data are for reference only. Not much of a reward, Chen Feng muttered as he quickly rinsed off the foam from his body. However, the mall being opened is not bad, and this privilege to view ability values is quite enticing. I just wonder how exactly I will be able to access it. A main quest has been issued. Main quest 1, Path of Ascension 1. For make your national team debut. Reward diamond chest. Damn it. Chen Feng couldn't help but curse as he dried his wet hair with a towel. What's wrong? Chen, what happened? De Ligt, who had just finished showering, walked out and asked with concern. Oh, nothing. The floor was just too slippery. I almost fell just now. Chen Feng explained with a smile, but inside, he was frantically complaining. National team debut. Is the system out of its mind? He held dual citizenship with China and Belgium. Make his national team debut. Fat chance. This damn system. In Chen Feng's current view, this was an almost impossible task. The two quickly got dressed and boarded the bus back to the base. On the bus, Chen Feng, who had been named man of the match, unsurprisingly became the center of attention, with everyone gathered around chatting and laughing. At that moment, Chen Feng's mind stirred. He fixed his gaze on De Ligt, who was closest to him, and soon a line of data appeared before his eyes. De Ligt, age 19, ability value 73, a market value 15 million, improvable. Damn, just as I thought, this familiar ability value panel. How I've missed it. At just 19 years old with an ability value of 73, De Ligt was indeed Ajax's youngest ever captain and destined to be one of the greatest defenders of his generation. Unfortunately, in this life, Chen Feng couldn't boost other stats, only his own. Delict, you'll have to grow on your own. Turning his head, he looked at others to check their ability values. Van de Beek, age 20, ability value 73, a market value 14 million, improvable. Siem de Jong, age 28, ability value 72, market value 9.6 million, improvable. Dolberg, age 19, ability value 71, market value 15 million, improvable. Huntelaar, age 33, ability value 72, market value 5.7 million, declining. Overall, the ability values of this Ajax squad were all in the 70s. He really wondered how high Zeech and de Jong's values were. He was eager to find out. At 7 in the evening, Chun Fong, Dolberg, and Van de Beek returned to the dormitory, while De Ligt went to his home in the city. Lying in bed, Chun Fong opened them all. A dazzling array of items, each shrouded in a veil of mist, came into view. These were unavailable for purchase. 2 item cards were available for purchase, one for immunity to physical damage priced at 10 points, and one for immunity to mental damage also priced at 10 points. Immunity to physical damage was easy to understand. Immunity to mental damage likely meant blocking out trash talk. Never underestimate the critical role trash talk can play on the football field. That year, if Zizou hadn't been provoked by Materazzi's trash talk and headbutt him, the World Cup's outcome might have been very different. Looking at the row below, there was only one item available for purchase, the Super Scout system. Chun. His roommate turned to look at him, and Chun Fong could only use an awkward smile to hide his inner shock. He had never imagined the mall was this incredible. It even had systems for sale. But the price was staggering 500 points. Chun Fong tried to tap for details, but a prompt appeared detected that the host's current financial status cannot afford this item, thus no access to details. R&M. This damn system looks down on people. Unable to view it, he had to give up. With nothing else to do, Chun Fong got out of bed and headed to the training ground to work on his strength, his current focus. Meanwhile, in Beijing, China, at the Football Association headquarters, Zhu Kai, one of the association's leaders, had been having a rough time lately. Chinese football had been stagnant for years. A few years ago, he had scouted a player from Belgium, hoping to groom him into a leader for the next World Cup campaign. But that plan had fallen apart midway. Too many unpleasant things had happened in between. He didn't want to dwell on the past. Now, with the new naturalization policy and targets set from above, he had to look abroad again. But who should they naturalize? Good young players didn't want to come, and mediocre ones were useless. Just as Zhu Kai was fretting, his private scout Chris, whom he had sent abroad to investigate, called. Hello. How is it? You found one. Really? That's fantastic, Chris. You've been a huge help. Which country? I'll come find you right now. Amsterdam, Netherlands, right? Okay, wait for me. I'll treat you to a meal when I get there. Don't worry about the payment. It's not an issue. All right, good, that's it. Zhu Kai hung up the phone, quickly packed his things, booked the earliest flight, and rushed to the airport. Meanwhile, in Belgium, at a vacation resort, Martinez, in a rather good mood, was leisurely enjoying his holiday. Suddenly, a familiar number called. Martinez recognized it. It was Anthony Barry, the newly appointed lead coach on his staff. Barry, what's up? You say you found a decent young player. How old? 17. Oh my God, that is young. Where does he play? The Eredivisie. Okay, I understand. Send me his relevant information, or I'll take a look first. All right, that's it. Martinez hung up the phone, stretched, and felt even more pleased. Although his current generation of Belgian players was truly excellent. On the front line, aside from Hazard, Lukaku, Batshuayi, Mertens, and Thorgan Hazard, there was really no one else to call upon. With over half a season left before the World Cup, it was unpredictable whether any of these 6 forwards might get injured and miss the tournament. These were all difficult to foresee. So ever the planner, Martinez had started compiling a backup list a year ago. If someone really couldn't make it, he would select a replacement from that backup list. Chun Fong, still training at Ajax's first-team base, was unaware that he had caught the attention of the national team. At this moment, he received a piece of good news. 2 key first-team players had returned. Zeech, the team's highest-rated player, and De Jong, the team's core playmaker. Both players were now able to join the full training session, a fantastic development for the entire squad. Come, let me introduce you. This is Chun Fong, a winger who recently joined the team. Kaiser led the 2 over to Chun Fong, who was practicing strength training with De Ligt. De Jong, with his natural blonde hair, flashed a sunny smile and greeted warmly. Chun, I watched yesterday's match. Your performance was really impressive. Thank you. Chun Fong responded politely. Zeech was not as enthusiastic as De Jong, his demeanor slightly cool. Hello. Chun Fong replied politely in turn. After a brief chat, the 3 went their separate ways. Chun Fong asked curiously, is Zeech always this quiet? 48. 49. 50. After completing his 50th strength rep, De Ligt panted. Yes, you'll get used to it after a while. That's good to know. I thought he was being cold because I took his spot. Chun Fong put his mind at ease and continued his strength training. Get out of here, De Ligt laughed helplessly. Where do you get the confidence to think you could take his place? No exaggeration, Zeech's footwork and technique are the best on our team. And you must be misunderstanding him. Since the season started, he's been playing as a left midfielder. What does that have to do with your winger position? He started out as a winger, didn't he? Chun Fong was baffled. Had he remembered wrong? He was sure Zeech usually played as a winger. That's true. But this season the boss has mainly been using him in midfield. Also, if Zeech really wanted to play winger, there wouldn't be any place for you. Delict was curious about the black-haired kid beside him. Where did his blind optimism come from? Having just joined the first team, he already wanted to outshine the veteran. Times really had changed. If Chen Feng had known about this old soul thought, he would have had a thing or two to say. You're only 19 yourself, don't act like a big shot. Zeech, age 24, ability 79, value 25 million. Chen Feng looked at the data he had just gathered and wondered. Wasn't this only 10 points higher than his own ability? How much better could he really be? As it turned out, during the afternoon's group training session, Chen Feng's group B was utterly crushed by Zeech's group A. The final score was a devastating 6-1. Zeech's long-range shooting was truly exceptional. He scored 2 with powerful strikes from distance. No wonder he was the team's primary free kick taker. Having understood the gap between himself and Zeech, Chen Feng put aside his arrogance and focused on training. He was determined to raise his ability score no matter what. In Bruges, at the M1 Group office building, Chen Lin was working when a middle-aged couple suddenly burst in. He looked up startled. "Mom, Dad, what are you doing here?" Chen Fu sat on the sofa, his face dark and silent. Instead, it was Amalini with her delicate V-shaped face, smooth forehead, defined chin, distinct lips, and flowing blonde hair, who spoke. "Feng Feng is in trouble." "What a—" Chen Lin shot up from his seat, his hands on the desk, his face filled with anxiety. Amalini's deep eyes were full of worry. She extended her slender hands, smoothed her skirt over her long legs, her ample bosom heaving as she sighed. "Feng Feng. What happened to him?" "Mom, please just say it." Chen Lin quickly walked over and half knelt by the sofa, feeling uneasy. Amalini frowned, her delicate jade-like long legs shifting restlessly as if finding it hard to speak. "He's been targeted by that guy Zhu Kai." It was Chen Lin who spoke, his tone laced with helplessness. "Huh?" Chen Lin was stunned. "You two rushed over in a panic, putting on a face like the sky was falling just to tell me this. Come on. It's not like the world is ending." "Well, actually, it might not be much different." Chen Lin shook his head, clearing the jumbled thoughts from his mind. He stood up, tapping his watch, and said thoughtfully, "I knew it would come, but I didn't expect it so soon." Amalini, as if recalling something unpleasant, said, "I don't want the tragedy that happened to Lin Lin to be repeated with Feng Feng." "I know. That's why we're here to discuss a countermeasure." Chen Fu was also deeply worried, otherwise he wouldn't have come to find his eldest son immediately. Chen Lin said, "Feng's own opinion on this matter is the most important. How about this, Dad, and I will go handle it. Mom, you go home and wait for news." "No, I'm coming with you." Amalini shook her head in refusal. She was just worried that her second son might impulsively agree to play for the Chinese national team. It definitely wasn't because she was bored and wanted to go out. "What about little sister? Someone needs to stay and take care of her, right?" "Don't worry, I already asked Grandpa and Grandma before coming. Willow and the others will take good care of her." Chen Lin looked at Chen Fu. After receiving a nod of approval from the latter, he relented. "All right, all 3 of us will go. We'll leave tonight." November 5th, 2017, 7:00 p.m. At the Johan Cruyff Arena, the Eredivisie's 11th round match was about to begin, featuring league's 5th-placed Ajax against 4th-placed Utrecht. Before the match, the two managers exchanged a warm greeting. "Kaiser, hey brother, how have you been?" "Ten Hag, good, very good." His eyes gleamed with an expression that seemed to say, "Give me your job, and I'll be even better." As the two laughed and chatted, a beam of light suddenly shone down, illuminating the tops of their heads. "Damn, 2 giant light bulbs. Now Mom won't have to worry about me not being able to see the pitch. Are these two competing to see whose head is shinier? Why, you baldies." Laughter and chatter erupted from the stands behind them. Upon hearing this, Kaiser and Ten Hag's faces immediately fell. The latter snorted coldly and promptly pulled the hood from his jacket over his head. Kaiser, standing beside him, was dumbfounded. A tactical mistake. He wasn't wearing a hooded jacket today. He instantly became the most dazzling person in the entire stadium. The starting lineups for both sides were announced. The away team, Utrecht, deployed a 5-3-2 formation. Ajax lined up in a 4-3-3 formation, with De Jong and Zeech returning to the starting 11. Goalkeeper Onana, 75. Defenders Veltman, 72. Delict, 73. Waber, 71. Christensen, 70. Midfielders Zeech, 79. De Jong, 76. Van de Beek, 73. Forwards Chen Feng, 70. Huneler, 72. Nuz, 75. After several days of training, Chen Feng's strength had improved from 40 to 45, and his overall ability rating had also changed from 69 to 70. After the handshake and team photo, Chen Feng took his position on the left wing, loosening up his body. He was determined to play a brilliant game today. It wasn't just because this was a hard-earned starting opportunity, but also because some important people were in the stands. Of course, these important people were Chen Fu, Amalini, and Chen Lin. "Go Feng Feng!" Amalini shouted excitedly when Chen Feng appeared on the big screen. Not far from them, Zhu Kai and his personal scout Chris were also at the stadium to watch the game. "Mr. Zhu, that's him." Chris pointed at the young player with Asian features on the TV screen. Zhu Kai frowned. Why did he look so familiar? "Do you have detailed information?" "Yes." Chris pulled out 2 sheets of paper and handed them over. Zhu Kai read them carefully. 3 minutes later, the realization dawned on him. "So it's him, you know him?" No, but I know his brother. Zhu Kai put away the documents and said with a smile, an old acquaintance so to speak. If that's the case, things might be a lot easier. Come on, kid. Let me see who's better, you or your brother. In the commentary booth, professional Eredivisie commentator Stadici also saw the young player on the big screen and said, "This is Chen Feng, who has recently become a sensation in the Eredivisie. This is my first time watching Chen Feng play. Personally, I don't agree with the claim that he is a super genius. However, a friend of mine in the Norwegian League, John, once told me, on the pitch, Chen is capable of anything. For now, I'll reserve a little doubt. Whether this doubt will be dispelled depends on this young player's performance today." Alright, back to the main topic. Ajax's opponent today is a tough nut to crack. Under Ten Hag's leadership, Utrecht has remained unbeaten in their last 5 league matches and are in the title race. Speaking of Ten Hag, before coaching Utrecht, he was the manager of Bayern Munich's second team. Utrecht is his first team as a head coach. Since July 2015, it's been about 2 years now, and his record has been quite impressive. Amidst Tadici's rambling, the 11th round of the Eredivisie officially kicked off. The away team, Utrecht, launched a fierce attack. Just 5 minutes into the match, they pushed forward en masse, flooding into Ajax's half. Their core player Streeter was orchestrating play from the center. Flanking him, Ayoub and Van der Streek were providing support on the wings. Ajax didn't want Streeter to advance so comfortably. De Jong moved in, pressuring him. Streeter didn't dwell on the ball and shifted it to the left. Ayoub, after receiving the ball, attempted a risky through pass. The ball was a bit too heavy and Labiad couldn't control it. The ball was intercepted by De Ligt, who then launched a counterattack. Ten Hag watched the pitch intently. Without needing his instruction, Utrecht's players quickly retreated to their own half to set up their defense. Ajax's attack stalled momentarily as they began to build patiently. In the 17th minute, Zeech received the ball on the flank and started to dribble. After being double-teamed, he easily shook off his markers and slipped the ball through them. He passed it to the center and then made a run into the box. In the center, Chen Feng received the ball and without hesitation played a through pass forward. Whoosh! Zeech, swift as the wind, charged straight into the left side of the penalty area. Despite a defender pressuring him from the right, he forced a shot. Thud! The shot caught Utrecht's starting goalkeeper David Jensen completely off guard. By the time he sat down on the grass, the ball had already passed through his legs and rolled slowly into the net. Roar! Scoring on his return, even the usually reserved Zeech couldn't contain his excitement at such a crucial moment amidst the cheers of the fans and the embrace of his teammates. He pounded his chest and roared towards the stands. Hakim Zeech. The fans enthusiastically chanted the full name of Ajax's number 10 from the stands. After basking in the applause, Zeech made a point of running over to Chen Feng. "Chen, you're really good. I like this kind of cooperation. Your shooting is excellent. Let's keep pushing." They bumped fists and the players returned to their positions as the match restarted. Ten Hag touched his bald head in slight frustration. Watching his players being suppressed on the pitch, he began to ponder tactics in his mind. On the other side, after Ajax took the lead, Kaiser relaxed a bit, chatting and laughing with his assistant on the bench. On the pitch, Ajax, now leading, seemed to let their guard down. They handled several promising attacking opportunities rather carelessly. In the 32nd minute, De Jong played a through ball. Sesh assisted Nuz in finding an opportunity. The latter maneuvered within the penalty area, opting not to pass, but to unleash a fierce shot. Unsurprisingly, the ball was blocked. In the 39th minute, Utrecht's counterattack faltered, gifting Ajax another golden chance. Chen Feng delivered a sublime pass from the left flank, but Huntelaar's sliding tackle was a fraction too late, and the ball was collected by right-back Christensen. The ball was played to the edge of the box where Van de Beek received it and unleashed a long-range strike. It veered wide of the goal as Ajax squandered another opportunity. In the 44th minute, Zeech's pass was overly casual, allowing Utrecht to intercept and launch a counterattack. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Onana made a heroic save, otherwise the score would surely have been level before halftime. Back in the locker room, Kaiser droned on with cliches, urging everyone to maintain their form, uttering words devoid of substance. However, the visiting team's Ten Hag was different. "Trust in my tactics. Follow my plan, and we will surely win this match. Do you understand?" The team hesitated slightly, but at this critical juncture, Captain Jensen stepped forward. "Boss, we trust you just as we did 2 years ago when we believed you would lead us out of the slump." "Yes, we trust you." One by one, the team members rose from their seats, expressing their support for Ten Hag. Before the Dutch coach arrived, Utrecht's situation was dire, often languishing in the lower half of the league table, even facing the threat of relegation. Yet since Ten Hag took over under his sweeping reforms, Utrecht has transformed into a team capable of contending for the championship. With 5 minutes remaining before the end of the break, Zhu Kai on the stands could barely contain his excitement. His face flushed, he turned to his friend. "Chris, this young lad is absolutely incredible. I must recruit him to play for our country." His passing in those moments. No one in the current national team except for a few veterans can match it. And his speed and finishing are simply perfect. "You've done me a great favor." "Huh?" Chris chuckled slyly, saying, "Mr. Zhu, don't forget to deliver the promised reward once this is all over." Of course. Zhu Kai patted Chris on the shoulder, already fantasizing in his mind about the adulation he would receive from the old guard at the Football Association after discovering such a super talent. On the other side, Martinez, who had been watching the live broadcast on television, shook his head almost imperceptibly. Chen Feng's current abilities had thoroughly dazzled Zhu Kai, who had come from China, but they failed to impress the experienced young manager who had been in charge of the national team since 2016. His final ball passing ability is indeed quite good, but De Bruyne's ability is far superior. His speed and shooting are not bad either. Compared to Hazard, he still falls far short. Although he is young and has room for improvement based on his current performance, there is nothing truly remarkable about him. I wonder if the second half will bring any surprises. Martinez savored the coffee in his cup, waiting leisurely for the match to resume. In the second half, the players returned, and the Belgian Warrior Stadium once again erupted into a state of fervor. The team switched sides and resumed play. For Utrecht, the spirit of all their players had returned. Their eyes blazed with ferocity as they fixed their gaze on Ajax's goal. As the referee blew the whistle, the two forwards and the midfield trio surged forward, aggressively launching a high press against Ajax. What's gotten into these guys? Pressing so fiercely? De Ligt mused deeply as he passed the ball back to Wabber beside him. On the other side, Wabber was also struggling. Although he was also 19 years old, he lacked De Ligt's composure, which far surpassed his peers. Under the pressure of Labiad's pressing, he was clearly at a loss. In the 49th minute, Wabber attempted to pass the ball to Veltman on the flank, but made a mistake disrupted by Utrecht's Kirk. The passing lane deviated, and the onrushing Streeter collected the ball. Veltman hurried over to cover. Streeter dribbled a couple of steps before playing a timely through ball. The advancing Kirk received the ball with Wabber closing him down, and the two began a duel. After breaking into the penalty area, Kirk prepared to shoot, and Wabber unhesitatingly slid in to block, only to realize it was a feint. Kirk, feigning a shot to make a pass, gently nudged the ball to the center. Labiad used his left arm to hold off De Ligt, while his right foot had already struck the ball with immense power. Onana dived swiftly to make the save, but he was just a fraction too late. Swish! The ball rocketed into the bottom right corner. Utrecht's high press yielded an unexpected result. Capitalizing on Wabber's error, they successfully pulled a goal back. After scoring, Labiad performed an impassioned knee slide at the Belgian Warrior Stadium. On the sidelines, Ten Hag also clenched his fist and punched the air with a fierce expression. His tactics were not wrong. As long as the players could maintain their form, this match was surely winnable. Faced with being pegged back, Kaiser sat dejectedly on the bench, momentarily at a loss for a countermeasure, merely urging his players to stay focused and avoid further mistakes. His in-game management skills were, after all, somewhat inferior to Ten Hag's. In the 51st minute, play resumed. Ajax maintained steady possession, avoiding any more elementary errors this time, as they slowly orchestrated their attacks. De Jong received the ball in midfield, surveyed the situation, then distributed it to the right flank. Nes took possession, drove forward, and after reaching the byline, delivered a cross. At the far post, unopposed, the ball rolled gently to Chen Feng's feet. Chun, over here. Huntelaar called out immediately. Chen Feng, following the passing lane before him, sent the ball towards his head. Ajax squandered chance after chance. Ultimately, in the 73rd minute, they were punished. Utrecht's fluid attack presented their number 10 Labiad with a one-on-one opportunity. Before the out-of-position De Ligt could even chase back into the penalty area, Labiad had already taken his shot, a powerful drive aimed at the top left corner. The dull thud echoed in Onana's ears. This first-choice goalkeeper, a product of Barcelona's La Masia, who later moved to Ajax, and was fervently adored by the fans, was ultimately powerless, the ball brushing past his fingertips. Swish! Utrecht, thanks to Labiad's brace, had successfully taken the lead. Whoosh! In wild celebration, Labiad tore off his jersey, waving it in his hands. This was Ajax's home ground, yet they had scored 2 consecutive goals to overturn the scoreline. What an exhilarating feeling. Yeah. On the sidelines, Ten Hag, having witnessed the comeback, shouted out in excitement, embracing his assistant coaches and others warmly. This somewhat heartwarming scene, however, appeared rather jarring in the eyes of the Ajax fans. Remember, this was their home ground. Being dominated by another team on your own turf, Kaiser, how did you manage that? Kaiser, resign. Get lost. Damn it, you can't even utilize such good players, just get out. This match was played like a pile of shit. All I saw were players running around the pitch like headless flies with absolutely no set tactics. In this match, Ten Hag completely outclassed Kaiser. Please just resign already, stop ruining things. The stands were filled with complaints. Many fans began to furiously denounce Kaiser's inaction, hoping he would step down immediately. On the sidelines, wasn't Kaiser also anxious? He was trying to find solutions, first using 2 substitution slots, bringing off Wabber and Huntelaar. Dolberg came on. After the young player entered the pitch, he also conveyed the head coach's latest instruction for the remainder of the match: focus all attacks down the left flank. As for the specifics of how to play, Kaiser didn't elaborate. He simply hoped that the 2 talented players on the left wing could turn the tide of the unfavorable situation. The team understood the intent, and so for the rest of the match, Ajax's attacks were primarily launched from the left flank. Regardless of Kaiser's tactics, he did get one thing right. That was substituting Dolberg for Huntelaar. The clock had already ticked past 70 minutes, and the 33-year-old veteran was clearly running low on stamina. The young Dolberg was different. His repeated forward runs and ability to attract defensive attention brought a much-needed change to Ajax's stagnant front line. This change also provided a stage for Chunfeng's maxed-out passing ability. In the 82nd minute, Zeech was dribbling on the left flank, stretching the opponent's defense when Chunfeng moved closer. Zeech, who now fully trusted Chunfeng's ability, didn't hesitate and passed the ball to him. Near the byline, Chunfeng received the ball. He observed the positioning of his teammates in the box, and a passing lane with a 95% success rate appeared before his eyes. However, when he looked towards that spot, it was right in front of the goal. Moreover, no teammate was there. Just then, Zeech, who had already entered the box, was signaling for the ball. Chunfeng hesitated for a moment, then, thump, sent the ball out. Contrary to everyone's expectations on the pitch, the ball didn't go to Zeech's feet, but was played diagonally across the face of the goal to a spot 2 body lengths to the left of the Utrecht goalkeeper. From that position, David Jensen only needed to drop quickly to his knees to gather the ball into his arms. Chun, what are you doing? Zeech was completely baffled, standing still and throwing his arms up in frustration. Inside the penalty area, the Utrecht defenders couldn't help but chuckle. Was this pass for real? In the stands, tens of thousands of fans let out a collective groan. This chance was gone. Unsurprisingly, the disappointment in Martinez's eyes grew more pronounced. But just as Jensen knelt down ready to reach out and claim the ball, a tall figure about 1.78 meters burst in from the side. This tall lad had long legs. Thump! With a deft poke, the ball was touched first by him, grazing past Jensen's hand and rolling towards the goal. Thump, 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 thump. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the ball rolled straight into the net. Goal! The ball went in, it went in. In the commentary booth, Statusai was stunned, but his excellent professionalism allowed him to react instantly. He exclaimed excitedly, "My God!" When everyone had written off this pass, Dolberg suddenly emerged from the side. He stretched out his leg and poked the ball into the net. What a wonderful pass, and what a wonderful finish. The question is, did Chun intentionally pass it to that spot, or was it just a stroke of luck? If it was deliberate, that would be truly terrifying. It would mean Chun can predict the ball's landing point and his teammates' movement. Holy shit, that actually went in. Dolberg is amazing. Chun is the amazing one. Look at that pass, absolutely brilliant. Unquestionably, this splendid attacking combination ignited the fervent emotions of the tens of thousands of fans in the Belgian Red Stadium. Ajax's anthem once again soared into the sky. This was a moment to remember. Yeah, Kaiser was moved to tears, pumping his fists repeatedly to express his excitement. A masterstroke of a substitution, no doubt about it. In front of the television, Martinez's eyes lit up. Chun, thanks. After the celebration ended, Dolberg specifically sought out Chunfeng and embraced him warmly. Chunfeng didn't refuse. At that moment, Zeech walked over and asked, "How did you know Dolberg would be in that position?" Oh, Chunfeng had expected Zeech to ask why he hadn't passed to him instead. It seemed he had underestimated him. Chunfeng. Feng smiled faintly, pointing at his own head. Intuition. Zeech corrected him. Perhaps this isn't intuition, but an innate talent. I take back what I said earlier. You're not just decent, you're truly remarkable. Zeech turned to leave with an air of cool confidence. Remember, you owe me a pass. Next time, if I'm in a better position, make sure to deliver it. Got it. Chunfeng gave a thumbs up. The score was tied once again, and the tension on the field grew ever more intense. As the match progressed, Ten Hag was already content to settle for a draw. At least they'd get a point right. But Chunfeng on the field was far from satisfied. His parents and brother were watching from the stands. In this game, if he couldn't score, he at least wanted a hat trick right. Then he'd have the whole stadium chanting his name. Now that would be thrilling, wouldn't it? While Chunfeng was lost in his daydreams, De Jong had already passed the ball. The match clock now read 88 minutes. In other words, if this Ajax attack proved fruitless, they'd be staring at a draw, or worse, a last-minute defeat. Thump. After receiving the ball, he used his speed to forcefully bypass a defender. Advancing past the halfway line, he had one defender hot on his heels, while another closed in from the front. Chunfeng knew he couldn't turn the tide alone. He scanned for his teammates' positions. On the far right, Nuz was sprinting with all his might. In the center, Zeech was waiting for the ball marked by 2 defenders. Just then, a red passing lane appeared before Chunfeng's eyes, and at the end of that lane was 100. This was a sight he had never seen before. Without a moment's hesitation, before the defender in front could fully block the passing route, he struck the ball with the outside of his foot for a low-driven pass. Crack. The moment that pass was made, the Belgian Red Stadium fell silent for a few seconds. Martinez's coffee cup even dropped to the ground. Thump. The ball skimmed the grass at high speed. Everyone expected it to travel in a straight line to Nuz's feet. But unexpectedly, halfway through its flight, it began to curve. De Bruyne-esque low-driven curling pass. In that instant, witnessing this magnificent pass, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Well delivered. The ball landed perfectly at Zeech's feet. In high spirits, he accelerated instantly, creating 2 body lengths of space between himself and the chasing defender. He took the ball into the box, faced Jensen, and smashed a fierce shot into the bottom left corner. Swish! It was a goal. In the 89th minute, Chunfeng's outside foot low-driven curling assist helped Zeech score a brace. Meanwhile, he himself had completed his first hat-trick of assists in the Eredivisie. The stadium erupted. This thrilling match was truly unpredictable until the very last moment. Kaiser smiled, but Ten Hag was left dejected. With 3 minutes of stoppage time, Utrecht couldn't change the scoreline. Ajax had broken Utrecht's 5-match unbeaten league streak. To be precise, Chinfeng had broken it single-handedly, reversing the team's fortunes. Ten Hag felt he hadn't lost this match in terms of tactics. If he had players like Chinfeng and Zeech, how could his team be languishing in 5th place in the league? Without a doubt, Chinfeng was named man of the match for his 3 assists. After the match, a reporter asked, "Was your second assist a coincidence, or did you already know Dahlberg would be in that position?" Answer: talent. Question: was the outside foot curling pass a fluke? Very few in football can pull off such a pass. Answer: hard work. So summing it all up, Chinfeng's current performance was entirely due to talent plus hard work. From then on, he earned a new nickname in the Eredivisie, the Cool Kid. The next day, his name topped the headlines of major Eredivisie sports media. At the stadium entrance, Chinfeng said goodbye to his teammates and coach. He met up with his family. Chinfeng boasted first. "How was my performance today? Was I cool? Cool. Absolutely awesome." The speaker was the family's cheerleader, Emmeline. She was the epitome of Western feminine beauty. This was Chinfeng's first time seeing his mother since his transmigration, and she was truly beautiful. Her beauty was so profound it was hard to harbor any improper thoughts. He wondered how old Chun had managed to marry her. Born into a privileged family, Emmeline possessed an indescribable innate elegance. Every gesture she made commanded attention. "Mom, I'm hungry," Chinfeng shouted boisterously, patting his stomach. "All right, let's go eat then." Emmeline doted on her children. Hearing her youngest son say he was hungry, she immediately told old Chun to get the car to head to a restaurant. Chen Fu smiled helplessly. He exchanged a glance with his eldest son and was about to leave when an uninvited guest arrived. "By the way, why did you all come? Is little sister home alone?" Before the family could answer, a pot-bellied, balding, red-faced man named Zhu Kai appeared with Chris, forcing a smile as he greeted them. The moment Chinfeng saw this man, his expression turned cold, and he understood everything. "I know why you're here. It's because some annoying person has come knocking." Chinfeng's tone didn't hide his disgust for Zhu Kai. Years ago, this was the man who had recruited Chen Lin to the national team. Zhu Kai didn't mind. "Old Chun and old friend reunion, shouldn't we have a good drink?" Chen Fu said nothing, merely letting his emotions simmer within. Inside a room, Martinez was still watching the replay, specifically Chinfeng's final pass. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. After several minutes, Martinez made a decision and dialed Anthony Barry's number. "Barry, I need to call him. A player with his talent must join the Belgian national team. Just imagine putting him and De Bruyne on the same pitch. The passing combinations would be absolutely magnificent. Don't worry about anything else. Just give me his number now. I'll call him personally to confirm this. The sooner the better." After hanging up, Martinez felt much better. After planning for over a year, he had finally found a promising young talent. Inside a private room at a restaurant, Zhu Kai ate his steak slowly and deliberately. The 4 members of the Chun family sitting opposite him remained silent. When the steak was half-eaten, Zhu Kai looked at Chen Lin and said cordially, "Xiao Lin, I did you wrong before. Those guys on the national team were too unruly. Don't take it to heart." "Huh?" Chinfeng sneered. "Are you kidding? You think a simple apology can just sweep everything under the rug? Back then, my dad entrusted my brother to you out of friendship from working together and a genuine desire to see the national team rise. But how did you take care of him? You took care of him until he was plagued with injuries. Until now, he's practically semi-retired and can't even play football." Zhu Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He slammed the table. "Chinfeng, you don't understand what happened back then, so don't spout nonsense here. I've said it before, the injury was an accident. What does it have to do with me?" Bang! Chen Lin was furious. He braced his hands on the table. "Don't you dare yell at my little brother. Shaolin. Forget it, Zhu Kai. Don't bring your filthy mess to corrupt my brother." The past played out in scenes before Chen Lin's eyes. Getting injured during training due to a teammate's stamp, returning to Belgium, recovering briefly only to be recalled to the national team, threatened with expulsion if he didn't return, and then not being allowed to play upon his return. Over time, he lost his form and his injuries recurred repeatedly. If only he had known, he wouldn't have gone back then. "Chen Lin, what kind of talk is that? How is it a filthy mess? That's the team you once played for." "Played for?" Chen Lin cut him off before he could finish. "Which of your eyes saw me actually play for the national team? I never played a match, so I never really played for them, did I? You didn't play because you weren't good enough. Whether it was a lack of skill, not paying to get a spot, or paying, but not being able to compete with connections, you know that better than anyone. You, don't slander me." Zhu Kai's face turned red with rage. Chris quickly covered his ears, signaling he hadn't heard a thing. Hearing this, Chen Fu could no longer contain himself. Any sense of wartime camaraderie was cast aside. He pulled back his fist and slammed it into Zhu Kai's fleshy face. Back then, he only knew that Chen Lin's form had plummeted after getting injured in the national team. But he never imagined that Chen Lin had suffered so many injustices in the national team. His eldest son never brought it up after returning, and over time the matter faded from memory. Now that he knew the full story, he was filled with both guilt and fury. They say a child is a piece of a mother's heart. Emmeline was no exception. She picked up her bag and joined the assault. Thankfully, they were in a private room. Besides the 6. No 5 people present, no one could see them, so no commotion was caused. As for why it was 5 people, Chris had already put on his headphones, sat in the corner, and was playing on his phone pretending to be deaf and mute. Tisk, the Chinese national team, was truly a chaotic mess. Enough. Zhu Kai wasn't made of clay. He finally lost his temper, pointing at Chen Fu. Old Chen, consider this punch as payment for me not taking good care of your son, alright? The hell it is. That's because he was stupid. He didn't know how to adapt. Zhu Kai felt no remorse. The environment was what it was. Those who couldn't adapt deserved to fail. Alright, that's enough. As the person most involved, Chen Lin stepped forward to stop the farce. He looked at Zhu Kai. I know you're here for my little brother to get him into the national team. As his older brother, I'll make the decision for him. No need. Chen Feng and Zhu Kai spoke almost simultaneously. I'm not joining that national team. No one from the Chen family will ever play for the national team as long as I'm in charge. The two spoke at the same time. The first sentence was clearly from Chen Feng, the second from Zhu Kai. Unexpectedly, the two had reached an agreement. Chen Feng laughed. Actually, I'd really like to play for the national team. But with the current state of things, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower ones are worse. I don't dare to go. Huh. Zhu Kai spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. If you won't go, I'm not recruiting you anyway. You little brat, this is your lot in life. You'll just waste away in the Eredivisie, never getting a taste of international competition. Belgium is overflowing with talent. Do you think they take a second look at a kid like you who hasn't even grown his hair? Ungrateful wretch. Huh. Zhu Kai cursed as he got up to leave. He had thought that relying on his friendship with Chen Fu, he could pull the same trick and bring Chen Feng to the national team. If friendship wasn't enough, he could appeal to national pride. Chen Fu was Chinese after all. How could he not want? The rise of Chinese football. However, the turn of events had caught him off guard. Just as Zhu Kai, accompanied by Chris, was about to turn around at the door to deliver a scathing remark, Chen Feng's phone rang. Hello. Who is this? In an instant, Chen Feng's expression shifted. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. He switched the call to speakerphone and said respectfully, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat yourself? A vigorous voice came through the phone. Is this Chen? I'm Martinez, head coach of the Belgian national team. We have a friendly match on November 11th. Can you play? Of course. I would be honored to play for the Belgian national team. A smile spread across Chen Feng's face, yet to Zhu Kai that smile carried a hint of smugness. Alright, see you then. Goodbye. The call ended with a click. A triumphant Chen Feng slowly approached Zhu Kai, grinning. Uncle Pig, is it? You needn't worry about my future anymore. Take care, don't let the door hit you on the way out. With a loud bang, Chen Feng flung the door wide open. Swallowing his harsh words, Zhu Kai let out a furious snort, and with Chris in tow slunk away in disgrace. The matter of the national team was settled. Chen Feng had received the call up from Martinez. Ajax training ground. Kaiser strode directly into the general manager's office. Van der Sar, who was reviewing documents, looked up at the first-team coach, who had barged in, a hint of displeasure in his voice. You should knock before entering. Kaiser approached the desk, his expression grave. This is no time for formalities. I believe the club needs to improve Chen's contract. We must do everything in our power to keep him. Chen. Van der Sar remembered the player. He had also watched the match today. His performance was indeed impressive. What do you have in mind? It's not about what I have in mind, but what is the club prepared to do? If I recall correctly, he's still on a reserve team contract. With his stellar performance of 1 goal and 5 assists in 2 league matches, he deserves a much better contract. Van der Sar didn't answer immediately, instead taking a moment to think it over seriously. The contract can be improved. However, the club's budget for player wages is limited. We can't offer too much. The maximum we can offer is this much. Van der Sar held up 5 fingers. Kaiser understood this meant a weekly wage of 5,000 euros, which was a mid to low tier salary for the first team. That was the same wage level as Waber. Chen Feng's current weekly wage was 700 euros, so this was a 7-fold increase. In theory, it should be sufficient. But Kaiser felt it wasn't enough. Can we go a bit higher? Are you joking? Van der Sar retorted with some irritation. This wage is already very high for him. Besides, he's only 17 years old with plenty of room for future pay raises. No, you don't understand his abilities. I understand perfectly. Listen to me, just raise it a little more. How about 7,000? You're overstepping, Kaiser. Just 7,000. Van der Sar was silent for a moment, reviewing the salary levels of all current first-team players. The highest was Zeech at 20,000 euros a week, followed by De Jong and others at 11,000 euros. 7,000 was a mid-level salary for the first team. Considering Chen Feng's recent impressive performances, he gritted his teeth and said, I can offer 7,000, but the contract term must be long. We need to sign him for 5 years. No problem. I'll call him in tomorrow and discuss it with him. Van der Sar breathed a sigh of relief as well. 7,000 was acceptable. It wouldn't break the club's wage structure. After all, the kid's recent performances had been nothing short of remarkable. That night in the hotel room, Amelie had gone to bed early, leaving the 3 men, father and sons, sitting by the window talking into the night. The long silence was broken by old Chen's sigh. Shaolin, why didn't you tell me about something like this? And what would be the point? Chen Lin replied with a nonchalant air. What's done is done. We can't go back to the past, nor can we rewrite this chaotic situation. I know you and Zhu Kai are close. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to upset you. I can just deal with it myself. Why drag everyone else into the misery? So you spent 2 years trying to bury that painful memory. Chen Feng wasn't surprised by the state of the national team, he just felt a pang of sympathy for his brother. After the incident, both the national team and the club had abandoned him, and he had been in this slump for 2 years. Yeah. Originally, if Zhu Kai hadn't come, I was planning to take this secret to my grave. But he had to come looking for you. How could I stand by and watch you walk into a trap? People, old Chun sighed with emotion. They really do change. Zhu Kai wasn't like this before. Chun Fu's eyes slowly reddened, recalling the days when they fought side by side in the Chinese League. Back then they had sworn a solemn oath to become head coaches and lead the national team to glory. In the blink of an eye, over 20 years had passed. Those grand aspirations from their youth had ultimately dissipated with the wind, along with that brotherly bond. Enough. That's all in the past. What matters now is the present. Chun Feng disliked this kind of melancholy and sorrow, quickly pulling himself out of it. Chen Lin agreed. Xiao Feng is right. Let's just let these things fade into the annals of history. Let's focus on enjoying the present. So Feng, where did that list of yours come from? Holy shit. What list? Chen Fu hadn't been to the company since returning to Belgium, so he was naturally in the dark. The list of players. This guy gave old Tom a list of young players, all of whom were promising talents. Just a couple of days ago, the company signed another one. Old Tom is in Brazil now. It really was given to me by my friend. Stop tickling, I'm ticklish. Please have mercy. Don't mess with me, oh my god. Thud. Suddenly a large pillow descended onto the three of them from above. The awakened Amelie had bestowed upon them 3 mighty smacks. The 3 Chin men instantly fell silent. Amelie glared at them. If you 3 aren't going to sleep, get out. Don't disturb my sleep. After diagnosing it as a case of waking up on the wrong side of the bed, old Chun obediently lay back down, while Big Chun and Little Chun, supporting each other, scurried back to their own room. The world was suddenly quiet. Of course, the queen's wrath wasn't so easily appeased. Amelie rolled over and delivered a swift kick to old Chin's backside. Thud. Old Chun crashed heavily to the floor, utterly speechless. The next morning, while Chun Fu and the other 2 were still sleeping, in Chen Feng had already left the hotel. After breakfast, he arrived at the training ground and, as usual, began his strength training. 3 hours later, the progress bar was at 88. Just a little more practice and he'd earn a strength attribute point. Just then Kaiser walked over. Chun, boss. Chen Feng, wiping the sweat with a towel, walked over to him. Kaiser was actually looking for Van der Sar. He had initially planned to call Chen Feng, but hadn't expected to run into him at the training ground. Didn't I give you all a day off? Why are you still training? You know me, boss. I just can't seem to sit still. Perfect timing then. I have 2 things to discuss with you. Let's walk and talk. All right. They walked side by side. Kaiser began. The international break is here. Congratulations. Martinez called me last night. You've been selected. He wants you to report tonight. Keep an eye on the time. Okay, thanks, boss. Martinez had sent the address after the call yesterday. Chen Feng checked it was in Belgium. He planned to get that strength attribute point first, then catch a ride back with old Chen. Time-wise, it was manageable. Good. Now for the second thing. Follow me. Soon Kaiser led Chen Feng to the general manager's office. Welcome. Van der Sar displayed the patience and affability befitting a CEO, standing up to give Chen Feng a hearty embrace. The 3 of them sat down. Kaiser got straight to the point. The general manager and I have discussed it. We're prepared to offer you a new contract. Your salary will be increased 10-fold. As he spoke, Van der Sar slid the contract across the desk. Chen Feng picked it up and began to scrutinize it carefully. Kaiser and Van der Sar exchanged a glance, their eyes full of confusion. They hadn't seen the joy and excitement typical of a young man. He was far too calm. Chen Feng finished scanning it quickly and smiled. Boss, general manager, thank you for your trust. A 10-fold increase to 7,000 euros a week is certainly not a low wage in the squad. Of course, it's above average. Van der Sar answered truthfully, lighting a cigarette. I see. I can't sign this contract. Chen Feng gave his honest answer, pouring himself a glass of water. What? Chen, are you serious? Kaiser and Van der Sar showed varying degrees of astonishment. Kaiser quickly interjected. Chen, don't be hasty. This is the best the club can offer. You should think it over carefully. How about this? Go report to the national team first. We can discuss this again when you get back. There's no need. Chen Feng shook his head, his stance unyielding. Van der Sar shot Kaiser a glare as if to say, so this is your idea of a negotiation. He's not satisfied with 7,000 a week. This young man has quite the appetite. Kaiser inquired, so what is it about the contract that doesn't satisfy you? The salary? No, it's the contract length. 5 years is too long. I only want to sign for 2 years. Bang. Van der Sar slammed his hand on the table in anger. Chen, you are constantly testing my patience. This is not a good look, do you understand? Furthermore, no young player in European football has ever dared to talk back to me like this. Only 2 years. Do you think the club is your own private property? General manager. Chen Feng explained, I have no intention of provoking you. It's just that I really don't want to sign a long-term contract. I'm willing to compromise on the salary. 5,000, even 4,000 would be acceptable. Chen, this isn't about the money. Seeing the sparks about to fly, Kaiser stepped in to mediate. If we sign for 2 years and you leave on a free transfer after that, the club gets nothing. First of all, the club won't get nothing. I will do my best to help the team win titles. Secondly, I might not necessarily leave after 2 years. I could leave even sooner. It's not impossible that I'll be taken by another club. Finally, if you really can't agree to my request, I can simply refuse to sign this contract. I'm just reminding you that I'm currently on a reserve team contract. Once I make a name for myself, it'll be very easy for someone to poach me. So I hope the club will consider this carefully. Let's do this. For any further negotiations, please contact my agent. I need to get back to training now, and I have to leave for Belgium soon. I can't waste too much time. I'm very sorry for disappointing you both today. Chen Feng spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, measured and reasonable. He left a business card on the table. Van der Sar picked it up and examined it closely. MON Group, Chen Lin. What do we do now? Chen's stance is very firm. Kaiser was at a loss, unsure of what to do next. Van der Sar, who had been through hundreds of such negotiations, remained calm. What can we do? We'll do as he says. Contact his agent and take our time negotiating. He's about to play for the national team, isn't he? That's perfect. We can use this chance to make a proper assessment of him. I suppose that's the only option for now. Kaiser was feeling quite frustrated. Nothing seemed to be going his way lately. Truly, life is full of disappointments. After finishing his training, Chen Feng hurried back to the hotel and got a ride with Chen Fu to Belgium. At that moment, his strength had increased once more. After comforting himself inwardly, he fell into a deep slumber in the car. The two locations were not far apart, and finally, before 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Fu successfully delivered Chen Feng to the national team training base. At the entrance, Martinez's assistant Anthony Barry led Chen Feng into the base. As they toured together, Barry meticulously introduced the facilities. Soon they became acquainted. The dormitories at the national team training base were slightly more luxurious than those at the club. It was a 2-person room, and when Chen Feng arrived, someone was already inside. Januzaj, born in 1995, a product of Manchester United's youth academy, had transferred to La Liga side Real Sociedad in the summer window for a fee of €850. He was a 22-year-old young forward. Hello. Hi. Led by Barry, Chen Feng moved into the dormitory with a light and cheerful mood, and the two young players greeted each other amicably. In the moment they shook hands, a string of data flashed before Chen Feng's eyes, allowing him to grasp most of Januzaj's approximate ability value and market worth. Chen, get some good rest. Training starts promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. With these 2 sentences, Barry left, leaving the 2 young men to gradually get to know each other. Hello, I'm Chen Feng, currently playing for Ajax. I'm very good, a great team. I'm Januzaj, currently playing for Real Sociedad in La Liga. You're more impressive playing in a top 5 league. Haha, you're not bad yourself. After the mutual compliments, they moved on to a more pointed topic. Januzaj asked, you look very young. How old are you this year? Since it was a squad for a friendly match, it hadn't attracted much attention, and naturally, there wasn't much media coverage. So Januzaj didn't know the background of the black-haired young man before him. Chen Feng said seriously, I'm 17 this year. This is my first time being selected for the national team. 17. Januzaj felt a pang of envy. Comparing people could be so frustrating. He remembered his own national team debut was on June 27, 2014. He was 19, then a full 2 years older than the 17-year-old in front of him. This showed just how terrifying Chen Feng's talent was. Januzaj quickly moved past that topic, and they began to talk about their respective roles on the field. Upon learning that Chen Feng mainly played as a left-winger, Januzaj couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could play multiple positions, otherwise getting playing time during this international break would have been difficult. After a dozen or so more exchanges, the nightly chat came to an end. Chen Feng hurriedly washed up and lay down to sleep. Within 30 seconds, the sound of breathing filled the room as his stamina slowly began to recover. At 7 in the morning, after a 10-minute warm-up on the training ground, Chen Feng began his strength training. Getting his strength up first, then working on his physical conditioning. That was Chen Feng's current plan. An hour and a half later, a handsome blonde man and a very tall, strong, dark-skinned man approached. As they drew nearer, they heard the sound of heavy, labored breathing and felt quite surprised. Coming closer, they saw it was an unfamiliar young man and were momentarily taken aback. The tall, dark man asked, "Little friend, who might you be?" Before the system could even provide the data on the tall, dark man, Chen Feng had already recognized the two arrivals, Lukaku and De Bruyne. Both were absolute superstars of European football. Hello. Meeting superstars for the first time made Chen Feng a bit nervous. He introduced himself. "My name is Chen Feng. I'm 17 years old, from Ajax. Nice to meet you, please take care of me." 17 years old, huh? De Bruyne felt a bit emotional too. His own debut for the Belgian national team was on August 19, 2010, when he was 19 years and 44 days old. Lukaku, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Welcome. But I still have a slight edge over you, you know." De Bruyne knew what Lukaku was boasting about. Lukaku's national team debut was earlier on March 3, 2010, when he was just 16 years old. He was widely regarded as the most promising young striker for the future. Generally speaking, the younger a player is when they debut for the national team, the greater their potential. De Bruyne knew Martinez wouldn't call up a kid for no reason, so he made a mental note of the name Chinfeng. What De Bruyne didn't expect was that one day in the future they would even become teammates at the club level. Of course, that was a story for another day. Seeing two superstars before him, Chinfeng couldn't resist checking their ability values. De Bruyne, age 26, ability 90, value 75 million improvable. Lukaku, age 24, ability 86, value 60 million improvable. While De Bruyne was at 90 ability and Lukaku the Lord wasn't bad either at 86. The core players of the Manchester clubs really were powerful. Subsequently, Chinfeng met many other football superstars he usually only saw on TV or on his phone. Hazard, age 26, ability 90, value 75 million improvable. At this time still at Chelsea, and in the absolute prime of his career, Hazard's ability was no less impressive. Courtois, age 25, ability 86, value 50 million improvable. And Chelsea's first-choice goalkeeper Courtois also had a very strong ability value as high as Lukaku's. It was worth noting that Witsel, a key midfielder currently playing for a team in the Chinese league, was also selected for this national team squad. Chinfeng didn't have time to check the ability values of all the players one by one because Martinez arrived. The young head coach merely glanced at Chinfeng before starting his training plan. Over the next few days, everyone trained and engaged in small-sided games according to Martinez's plan. The friendly match was slowly approaching. On November 11, 2017, Belgium faced off against the visiting Mexican national team in a friendly match. Before the match, after Martinez and Osorio shook hands, the official starting lineups were announced. As it was a home friendly, there was still a considerable crowd of over 20,000 spectators in attendance. Amidst the eager anticipation of the fans, Belgium revealed their formation and starting 11, a 3-4-3. Goalkeeper Courtois. Defenders Boyata, Vermaelen, Simon. Midfielders Tielemans, De Bruyne, Witsel, Meunier. Forwards Hazard, Lukaku, Chadli. Indeed, this current Belgian squad was the true golden generation. Just think a 25-year-old Courtois, 26-year-olds Hazard, and De Bruyne, plus a 24-year-old Lukaku. These players were both young and full of energy. In their original World Cup journey, they won all 3 group stage matches and came from 2 goals down to beat Japan in the knockout stage. In the quarterfinals, they narrowly defeated Neymar's Brazil 2-1. Only to be slightly outdone by a more complete and balanced French side. A header from Umtiti sent them back home. It was a pity, a real shame. Belgium's squad was a bit top-heavy. The forward line and midfield were decent enough, but the defense had no one truly capable to step up, relying on veterans like Vermaelen, Vertonghen, and Alderweireld. The younger generation lacked outstanding talents. Compared to forwards, what Martinez needed more was defensive talent, and his main goal in building a player pool was to continuously search for young defenders. Chinfeng had only been noticed because of his impressive performances in the Eredivisie and the Eliteserien. Meanwhile, Mexico's starting lineup was also announced. Goalkeeper Ochoa. Defenders Salcedo, Araujo, Reyes, Leon Moreno. Midfielders Herrera, Guardado. Forwards Lozano, Hernandez, Vela. Mexico's national team goalkeeper was undoubtedly the veteran Ochoa, who had recently faded from the top 5 leagues and was playing for Standard Liège. In front of him were 5 center-backs, a mix of old and new, with the veterans seemingly guiding the younger ones. The midfield duo Herrera was a key midfielder for Portuguese giants Porto. Captain Guardado had just left PSV Eindhoven in the summer, transferring to Real Betis in La Liga for €2.5 million. Up front, Lozano was a key player for PSV, playing on the left wing. West Ham's main striker Hernandez was in the center, and Vela, who was on the same team as Januzic, was on the right. On the bench sat Benfica player Raul Jimenez, wearing the number 9 shirt. Overall, Mexico's squad was not weak. The battle was about to begin. Amidst the passionate cheers of the home crowd, Belgium, enjoying the home advantage, took control of the game from the very start. In the 3-4-3 formation, De Bruyne and Hazard enjoyed privileges unmatched by any other player on the team. They took turns orchestrating the attack and had unlimited shooting rights. As the two teams clashed, the Belgian players demonstrated noticeably superior technical footwork, making it difficult for Mexico to mount any effective attacks. In the 17th minute, the first goal of the match arrived. In Mexico's half, a defensive passing error occurred. The ball was intercepted by Tielemans, who drove forward vertically. Mexican players immediately organized a counter-press. Araujo executed a very clean sliding tackle, blocking Tielemans' advance, but the ball was also knocked away. After a scramble, the ball came to the left side. The agile Hazard got to it first, using a very slick drag-back move to evade Guardado's challenge. With nimble footwork, he danced along the left flank, cut into the box, and facing the Mexican goalkeeper, he slammed his right foot into the ball with force. Thump! The shot was a low drive aimed at the far post, heading straight for the bottom right corner. Though over 30, Ochoa was still quick to react, diving swiftly and stretching out his hand. The ball was deflected by his hand, but only for a moment. It didn't alter the ball's trajectory significantly. Clang! The ball struck the inside of the post and rolled into the net. Hazard had single-handedly breached the Mexican defense, using his perfect individual ability to open the scoring for his team. After scoring, Hazard didn't show much excitement. He calmly clapped and exchanged encouragement with his teammates. On the sidelines, Martinez was very pleased with his players' performance. On the bench, Chin Feng, Januzic, Thorgan Hazard and Origi high-fived in celebration. Finally, Chin Feng sighed inwardly. The Hazard from his Chelsea days was truly unstoppable. His dribbling, shooting, driving forward, and playmaking were far superior to the Hamburger King version. Well done, Hazard. Keep it up, bring the World Cup back to Belgium. Belgium will win. The players might have remained calm, but the fans couldn't contain themselves. This generation of Belgium was the most promising and also the most favored contender for the championship. With Belgium leading by a goal and it being a friendly match, the players gradually relaxed a bit. This gave Mexico an opportunity. In the 35th minute, Mexico used the excellent driving ability of their midfield duo to quickly advance to the edge of the penalty area. Logically, at least one player should have come out to defend that area. But a somewhat complacent Belgian team failed to do so. Not one of their four midfielders came to defend. Seeing this opportunity, Guardado directly signaled for the ball. Lozano saw it and passed the ball square to the captain. Guardado received the ball, wound up his left leg, his gaze fixed like an eagle's on the goal. The next second, a booming sound exploded in many ears. The ball left the grass like a cannonball fired from a heavy cannon, rocketing fiercely towards the top left corner of the goal. Courtois had done his utmost to save it, but this was an unstoppable world-class strike. Even if you brought Neuer, it wouldn't have mattered. Whoosh! The ball intimately connected with the back of the net. Guardado, with a spectacular world-class goal, helped his team equalize. Whoop! Mexico was different from Belgium. They didn't hold back at all, dancing on the pitch and celebrating exuberantly. On the sidelines, Martinez felt his face burn with frustration. He couldn't help but shout, "Pay attention to defense. Why were you standing there like statues? Couldn't someone have gone out to intercept?" After being doused with cold water, the Belgian players shed their contemptuous attitude. Meanwhile, Mexico was just hitting their stride at the peak of their morale. The two teams clashed fiercely, and the remaining time slowly ticked away. Halftime arrived. Angry Martinez stormed into the locker room and began, "Don't you dare think, because this is a friendly meant for practice, that you can take it lightly. How many times have I told you? Take every match seriously. Only then will you not embarrass yourselves at the World Cup. Only then will you leave no regrets in your career. We'll change our approach in the second half." De Bruyne. When the second half began and the teams switched sides, the fans quickly noticed that Belgium had made two substitutions. De Bruyne and Tielemans were replaced by Mertens and Moussa Dembele. At this time, Mertens was still Napoli's main forward, while Dembele was a key player for Tottenham Hotspur. Their introduction caused a slight tactical shift in Belgium's formation. Meunier dropped back to form a back, for Hazard moved into left midfield, forming a new midfield trio with Dembele. Up front, they left Mertens, Lukaku, and Chadli. The 3-4-3 had become a 4-3-3. Returning for the second half, both sides showed their absolute strength, and the contest became increasingly exciting. In the 51st minute, Mexico also made a substitution. They brought off Hernandez. Jimenez, 81, was given the opportunity to play, and the Mexican international, currently playing for Benfica, became very active upon entering the field. He frequently appeared between the forward line and the midfield, engaging in multiple attacks and interceptions. The turning point of the match arrived in the 55th minute. Substitute Mertens, positioned in the center of the penalty area, received a cross from the right flank delivered by Meunier. He headed the ball backward to his teammate beside him. On the left side of the penalty area, Lukaku, who had been waiting patiently, struck, decisively, powerfully heading the ball. His body was in a diving posture, making the trajectory of the ball utterly unpredictable. Ochoa lunged to his left on instinct, but grasped at thin air. The direction was correct, but he misjudged the height. Lukaku scored with his header. The score became 2-1. Having scored, Lukaku sprinted exuberantly across the pitch, his spirits soaring. Thankfully, he didn't rush over to jump on anyone's back. With his physique, not many could withstand that. Beautiful. Great goal. Lukaku's goal ignited the spirits of the players and fans on the substitutes bench and in the stands. At that moment, Martinez glanced at Chin Feng. "Nope, excellent mentality," he praised inwardly, then called out, "Origi, Thorgan, Chin, go warm up." The three named players quickly rose to their feet. Januzic cast an envious look towards Chin Feng, knowing that he would not get a chance to play in this match. He was also envious that Chin Feng had earned his debut upon his first call-up to the national team. Currently, there was no dead ball situation on the field, so the substitution had to wait. And as they waited, an unexpected event occurred. Lozano, who favored cutting inside short passes and headed goals, used his considerable skill to tear open a gap on the flank. He passed short to Jimenez. Acting as the target man, Jimenez received the ball and quickly chipped a pass into the penalty area. Due to poor defending by the center-backs, Lozano got an easy shooting chance. He met the ball with his head, smashing it into the top right corner of the net. Courtois knelt on the grass, utterly dejected. The disheartened Belgian fans could only watch helplessly as Lozano and the Mexican players roared wildly on the pitch, powerless to do anything. Substitution. Damn it, another goal conceded. Martinez cursed inwardly as he sent on three forward players. Hazard, Lukaku, and Chadli were substituted off. Thorgan Hazard went to the right side of the forward line, Chin Feng went to the left side, and Origi took the center-left position. Simultaneously, Mexico also made their substitutions, directly changing 3 players. Guardado, Reyes, and Vela were taken off. With the lineups of both sides significantly altered, a new phase of the battle began. There were 22 minutes remaining in regular time. Martinez's tactic was simple. The abilities of the 2 wingers Chunfong and Thorgan Hazard were considered decent. So they would focus the attack on the 2 flanks, with Mertens holding the central position, waiting to finish the chances. However, what happened next surprised Martinez and the fans present. Belgium's defensive line was far too unstable. He managed to deliver a cross. Lozano, who had been waiting in the penalty area, struck with cold-blooded killer instinct, unleashing a powerful shot on the ball. Swoosh! The ball went straight into the bottom right corner. Mexico took the lead and Lozano scored a brace, shining brilliantly across the entire stadium. It wasn't over yet. The demoralized Belgian team was soon caught by Mexico on the counterattack, creating a 3v3 situation in the front court. Belgium's defense was easily breached. It seemed Lozano was about to complete his hat trick. A figure in the red jersey with the number 22 sprinted rapidly across the pitch, moving faster than his own center backs. By then, Lozano had already entered the penalty area. Facing the on-rushing Courtois, he chose a delicate chip. He completed the chip and turned to celebrate. Bang! A strange noise made him turn around, and he froze in place. Staring at the unfamiliar, "Why are you in this position?" Huffing and puffing, Chunfong, leaning on the goalpost, saw his stamina at 87 and grinned widely. Finally made it in time. A second before the ball crossed the line, Chunfong headed it clear. It was then kicked out for a corner by a teammate who arrived just after, thus averting the tragedy of conceding 2 goals in 5 minutes. The black-haired youth, encouraged by Courtois, sometimes couldn't figure out if he was a forward or a defender. Why was it always him doing this kind of cleanup work? Thump! The corner kick was taken. Courtois used his height advantage to easily pluck the ball out of the air. This time it was Belgium's turn to counterattack. Outside the penalty area on the right side, Thorgan Hazard delivered a cross from the byline. The ball was deflected by a defender to the top of the arc. From this position, Chunfong delivered a highly imaginative chip pass. The ball sailed over the heads of the defenders. Mertens timed his run perfectly, controlling and shooting in one fluid motion, sending the ball straight into the net. A powerful shot found its mark and Belgium equalized. With 10 minutes left, Mexico intensified their attack, but Courtois stepped up, making save after save, 3 in a row, repeatedly thwarting their fierce onslaught. With 7 minutes left, it was Belgium's turn to attack. Thorgan Hazard unleashed a surprise long-range shot, hoping to change the situation. The experienced Ochoa calmly gathered the ball into his arms. With 5 minutes remaining, Lozano fired a powerful shot from distance, but it struck the crossbar and bounced out for a goal kick. In the final 2 minutes, Belgium's attack once again originated from the right flank. Thorgan Hazard sent a cross into the box. Mertens overran the ball, causing a miscommunication between the duo. However, from a position to his left rear, Chunfong had followed up. Facing the goal, he smashed a drive. Swoosh! The ball, carrying immense force, slammed violently into the bottom left corner of the goal. Roar! In the dying moments, Belgium ultimately turned the game around and secured the victory. Although the match was full of dramatic twists and turns, Belgium lived up to the depth of a strong team. They successfully claimed the victory. The 17-year-old Belgian youngster Chunfong contributed a goal and an assist in the final 20-plus minutes, bringing his debut to a perfect close. In this friendly match, looking solely at Belgium, Hazard played the most brilliantly for the first large portion of the game. In the latter smaller portion, Chunfong, who brought so many surprises, was naturally the one who played the best. This summary, made by a journalist in a post-match interview, not only received unanimous approval from the vast majority of fans, but was also affirmed by the Belgian head coach. At the post-match victory banquet, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate the training victory before the World Cup. After Martinez finished his impassioned speech, all eyes fell on Chunfong, as he was the newcomer on the national team. A newcomer joining the team naturally had to introduce himself, although Chunfong had been training with the team for several days and was already familiar with most of the players. "Hello everyone. My name is Chunfong, I'm 17 years old." Before Chunfong could finish, someone started heckling. "Skip the age part. Hey kid, don't rub salt in our wounds, okay?" The speaker was the socially confident Lukaku. Having made his national team debut at 16, he was indeed considered a veteran on the team. After the introduction, Chunfong was about to step down when Martinez stood up. "Chun, don't rush, there's another segment." "What segment?" "Sing, sing, sing." Chunfong was stunned. Having been tone-deaf since childhood, he dreaded this the most. Martinez laughed. "This is a traditional program on our team. No newcomer reporting to the national team can avoid it." Chunfong cast a pleading look at Januzic. The latter nodded slightly. Chunfong confirmed that this program was indeed real, not a prank. Left with no choice, Chunfong handed his phone to Januzic, asking him to film a clip. He randomly selected a song and began to sing with deep emotion. Well, if the squeaky grating sounds didn't affect the mood, it should have been emotional. Undoubtedly, Chunfong's terrible singing ability caused everyone present to burst into laughter, but the laughter was full of goodwill. Gradually, Chunfong had integrated into the Belgian family, relying on his considerable skill. Ding dong, Chun Lin, burning the midnight oil in his office, suddenly received a message. Opening it, he found a video of Chun Feng singing. As expected, this singing video received official mockery from his older brother. "You look decent enough, how can your singing be so terrible?" He forwarded it to Wilson. After receiving it, Wilson naturally started another round of ridicule. "I thought the guy had no weaknesses. This sounds like a mouse squeaking, it's hilarious." Opening social media, he directly uploaded the video attaching a caption, "National team debut, 1 assist, and 1 goal, a perfect curtain call. Let's end this beautiful day with an even more perfect song." After posting this nationally mocked video, unexpectedly became a hit. Is this even singing? Without watching the video, just listening, I'd think I had mice in the house. Who is this? Chun Feng. This voice is completely incompatible with his handsome looks. Kid, just focus on playing football. Please don't sing anymore. Your singing is deadly. At the top of these comments, Wilson had used the social media accounts of Holland Sobosly and Adeyemi to leave a comment each. Holland, good buddy, well sung, next time don't sing anymore. Facepalm laughing emoji, Sobosly voice of China. Clapping emoji, Adeyemi, I bow to this voice. Heart gesture. Incidentally, Adeyemi is the newest player recently signed by the MON group. So far the group has 4 players under its banner. Wilson, watching the comments quickly disappearing into the stream, knew in his heart that although these accounts were insignificant now, once these young players became famous, these accounts would be very useful and valuable. He believed that the MON group would eventually grow bigger and stronger, reaching new heights. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Holland arrived punctually at Mold's training ground. Since Chun Feng left, he had been arriving 2 hours early every day, training with teammates, and then going back, effectively adding 2 hours of extra training each day. Holland desperately wanted to train as maniacally as Chun Feng, but he didn't have Chun Feng's freakish system or maxed out stamina. Therefore, he could only add a maximum of 2 extra hours of training each day. This was the highest amount of exercise his body could withstand after experimentation. If he insisted on more, he risked injury. Half an hour later, Holland sat on the grass to rest, grabbed his bag from beside him, and scrolled through the news on his phone while drinking water. Ajax young forward makes national team debut, substitute appearance for less than half an hour, provides a goal and assist, helps team beat Mexico. Belgium has a worthy successor, incredible comeback. Chun Feng, a bright future. Help. Please stop Chun Feng from singing. Others sing for money, he sings for your life. Holland didn't pay much attention to the last few news items. He mainly focused on the first 3, sighing. How long has it been since we parted? And he's already able to play for Belgium. He knew that was Belgium, a team overflowing with talent, not his talent-scarce Norway. The difficulty of getting into the national team was several times higher. What's more, I haven't even played for the Norwegian senior national team, yet only for the U16s. Comparing people just drives one crazy. Thinking about this, Holland didn't even drink his water anymore. He hurriedly threw himself back into training. He didn't want to be left too far behind by Chun Feng. He had not forgotten and would not forget the promise to meet in the top 5 leagues, and he would achieve it. Brazil, Ituano Club youth training base. Old Tom stood under a tree not far from the training ground, scrolling through his phone. His target hadn't appeared yet, so he could only play on his phone for now. Soon he came across the news of Chun Feng playing for the Belgian national team. This little rascal, he's improving faster and faster. He's already made the national team. Based on his current performance, there should be a spot for him in the 23-man squad for the World Cup in Russia. TSK tisk, I never thought a good seedling I casually dug up would grow so quickly. Amazing. After turning off his phone, the noisy sounds from the training ground reached him. Old Tom looked at the photos on his lock screen one by one and soon found the target in the vast crowd, the 16-year-old Little Martin. At this time, Martinelli was very thin and not tall. He had not been scouted by Arsenal to join their U21 squad. Instead, he was lingering in the youth team of Ituano. Martinelli's dribbling and key passes were quite good. However, at just 16 years old, these talents had not yet been revealed and had not caught the club's attention. Otherwise, he would not have waited until 2018 to be promoted to the first team, nor would he have been decisively bought by Arsenal for €7.1 million in 2019. Old Tom, who had already informed the club and was allowed to watch the training, confirmed his target and slowly approached the training ground to observe little Martin's abilities. Although he was now fully convinced by the list Chun Feng had given him, his years of scouting experience told him he had to come here himself to personally verify the goods. 2 hours later, training ended. Old Tom frowned and wrote the following sentence in his scouting report. Martinelli passing, dribbling, breakthroughs, and speed are all decent, but his physique is too weak, his physicality is poor, and his ability to win duels and finish is also lacking. Overall assessment average. Old Tom sighed and said, this Martinelli seems quite ordinary. Why did Chun Feng put him on the list? Oh well, let's make contact first. He does have talent. Not a top prospect, but not terrible either. After training, Old Tom stopped Martinelli at the base gate and handed him a business card. Martinelli took it and glanced at it. MON Group Director of Scouting. His eyes gradually lit up. You're a scout. Which club? What is MON Group? Old Tom introduced. MON Group currently has no clubs under it. It mainly handles player agency business and can help you with any issues you encounter on your football path. Oh, When he heard it was just a company handling agency business, Martinelli immediately lost interest and turned to leave. Good heavens, he looks down on our company. Old Tom suddenly became interested. Previous recruitments had been too easy, and hitting a bottleneck now was actually somewhat intriguing. You want to transfer, right? Our company can help you contact clubs and arrange it. Old Tom quickly caught up and explained to the young player. No need, thank you. Martinelli's attitude remained firm. Old Tom finally blocked his path and asked, do you want to transfer? Why? Because you feel there's no way out here. Or do you lack confidence in making it here? Martinelli fell silent. Yes, he was already 16 and still couldn't break through. Now he desperately needed to make a name for himself, so he could earn a high salary to help his family escape that damn slum. He didn't need any damn agent who not only gave him no money, but also asked him for money. If possible, he wanted to switch clubs as long as he could get paid. Old Tom said solemnly, do you know why I came to find you? Because you're a genius. And our company only works for genius players. Ha, genius. Martinelli sneered. Have you ever seen a genius doing so poorly that he can't even secure a starting spot in the youth team? What you need is time. Your talent isn't bad. What you need most now is to calm down, slowly improve your skills, and success will find you eventually. Don't lie to me. I don't believe a word about you or that company. Wait. Moi. Old Tom took a deep breath and said quickly, do you know Holland Soboslai Chinfong? They are all players under our company. You can check the official website. Martinelli scratched his head and said, I don't know who you're talking about, but that Chin, is he the one whose singing kills people? Huh. Singing kills people. Slap. Old Tom slapped his forehead and remembered. Chinfong had indeed become wildly popular recently. Not for his football skills or looks, but for his soul-crushing singing video. He immediately nodded. Yes, that's him. How can you prove it? That's easy. Old Tom directly made a phone call. Hey Chin, I'm in Brazil now. Yes, I'm talking to little Martin. He doesn't believe our company only serves geniuses. So I'm calling you to prove it. Here, talk to him. Martinelli took the phone and heard a familiar voice. He said very seriously, is that Chun? Can you sing me a song? Uft. On the other end of the phone, Chinfong, who was eating lunch, directly sprayed the food from his mouth onto the faces of Orgy and Januzaj. This led to a beating from the two. Chinfong felt quite wronged. He thought little Martin was a fan, but never expected him to be a music fan. Chinfong, are you asking for it? Kid, can't you eat properly? You sprayed us. Orgy, Januzaj, let me explain, I really didn't mean it. Ouch, easy. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended quickly. Martinelli returned the phone to Old Tom, who was utterly speechless, and broke into a smile. Phew, that's a relief. Thank you. With that he turned to leave, but Old Tom grabbed his tattered backpack patched in 8 or 9 places. Rip, the 6-year-old bag tore in two. A metal lunchbox clattered heavily to the ground, and along with it fell a pair of worn-out football boots with holes. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Old Tom's face flushed red as he quickly apologized. Martinelli said nothing, silently picked up his things and left. Old Tom's nose stung. He had long heard that children from Brazilian slums lived in poverty, but he never imagined it was this harsh. The word stuck in his throat, unable to come out for a long time. Belgium national team training base. That hurts. Brother, what's up? Chin Lin, Ajax called. They want to renegotiate the contract. What time does your training end? I'll come find you to hear your thoughts. Chin Feng. Okay, I finish at 6. Come early. Chin Lin. Alright, see you then. Chin Feng. Yeah, see you, brother. After hanging up, Chin Feng stretched and strode forward, charging into the training ground to continue his repetitive and grueling strength training. In a small restaurant outside the base, Chin Feng waved and Chin Lin walked over with a girl who bore a 70 resemblance to Aimline with beautiful long golden hair. Chin the second. You sing pretty well. Chin Lu sat down casually, resting her delicate chin on her hands, teasing him freely. Don't be disrespectful. He's your second brother. Chin Lin sat beside them looking somewhat helpless and corrected her. TCH. Chin Lu rolled her eyes. What second brother? He was just born about 10 seconds before me. If I hadn't lost the fight in the womb. He should be calling me big sister. Yes, the golden-haired beauty named Chin Lu was Chin Feng's twin sister. Despite Chin Lu's habit of teasing Chin Feng, the two were incredibly close. So close that if they slept in the same bed they'd fight, if they ate at the same table they'd brawl, or if they played with a mutual friend they'd scuffle. Of course that was when they were young and didn't know better, only using their fists. Now that they were older they just used words. Chin Feng rolled his eyes back at her and quickly got to the point. Enough chit-chat. I'm short on time. Let's talk business. Okay. What's your idea? Chin Lin tapped his watch patiently and asked. Meanwhile, Chin Lu grabbed the menu and started ordering frantically. It's simple for me. I don't want to sign for too long. If I sign a 5-year contract with the club, I'll be stuck for at least 3 years. I've seen the contract they offered. The release clause is 80 million. Tell me which club would pay that much for a young player. It's impossible. Chin Feng spoke passionately, laying out all the pros and cons. In the past, clubs didn't care much about release clauses, but damn Paris Saint-Germain changed everything. Right? Chin the second isn't worth that much. Chin Lu, listening, couldn't help but interject. Chin the third, shut up. Chin the second, who are you yelling at? Alright. Chin Lin had no idea what to do with the two of them, so he focused on calming them down before continuing. I understand what you mean. But are you really that confident that a top 5 league club will want you within 2 years? Of course. Chun-Lin thought for a moment, and said, how about this? I'll negotiate a 3-year deal with a salary of 5,000 and a release clause of 30 million. If a club really wants you, then 30 million isn't too high. We have to leave them some room. Negotiation is about give and take. Being too aggressive isn't good either. Fine. Chen Feng nodded. Let's do it your way. Great. Business is done. Let's eat. It's been a while since the three of us had a meal together. Chun-Lin waved his hand, finalizing the matter, and then busied himself with the meal. I can't eat this fried stuff. The national team has already set strict dietary standards for me. I can't let my body fat percentage get too high. Understood. Chun-Lin waved him off. So you're leaving now, eh? Yeah. Chen Feng nodded, carefully observing Chun-Lu's mood. Noticing she was a bit down and silent, he hesitated. Go on, go on. It's better if you don't eat. No one's fighting me for it. Chun-Lu buried herself in her food, delivering the forgotten lines. Chen Feng nodded and turned to leave. Wait. Chun-Lu shot up from her seat, pulled a small, exquisite palm-sized box from her pocket, and tossed it over. Chen Feng caught it quickly and asked, what's this? Chun-Lu pouted and said, a birthday gift. You weren't around on your birthday, so I'm giving it to you now. Chen Feng waved. Thanks, I'm off. Hey, what about mine? Chen the second stopped right there. After throwing the gift, Chun-Lu waited expectantly, but got no response. Huffing, she plopped back down on her chair. When she looked at the table, she noticed a pretty pink gift box where Chun Feng's hand had just been. She opened it. It was a necklace, a sparkling necklace shimmering under the light. It was that afternoon when she was 14, on her way home from school, that Chun-Lu had been deeply captivated by this galaxy necklace while passing a jewelry store. Just one glance, and it had been remembered until now. Back in the dormitory, Januzaj lay on the bed like a dead dog, motionless. Chun Feng lay on his bed and carefully opened the packaging. Inside were player cards. One of Neymar in the Brazil national team jersey, and one of Messi in the Argentina national team jersey. He remembered that as a child, every birthday, he would pester his family to buy him player cards. He never expected this little girl to be so generous. Chen Feng placed the 2 player cards under his pillow, a symbol of his ambition to chase Neymar and surpass Messi. Then came the most exciting part. Chen Feng had completed the main quest, making his national team debut, and thus earned a diamond chest. This chest felt somehow more powerful than the gold one. Open. Congratulations, host. You have received Inside Cut Blast Upgrade Card 1, a Cruise Missile Upgrade Card 1, a Skill Pendulum Dribble, Level 1 Lucky Draw 1, Holy Crap Pendulum Dribble. Ronaldo's signature move. I got that. Awesome. Chen Feng, who had been on the verge of sleep, was suddenly wide awake. He first upgraded the Inside Cut Blast and Cruise Missile skills, bringing both to Level 3, and then opened the Lucky Draw. A 9-grid interface appeared. 3 squares read better luck next time, while the other 6 contained other rewards, including immunity cards for physical and mental damage, as well as coupons and other items. He clicked draw. Soon the glowing square stopped on the coupon section, 288 coupons. What a lucky streak. Chen Feng was very satisfied with the haul. The coupons were secondary, the 2 skill cards, and the pendulum dribble skill were the real treasures. Of course, the current pendulum dribble was only level 1, meaning out of 10 attempts, only 1 would succeed. In comparison, the most practical skills were still Inside Cut Blast and Cruise Missile, with a success rate of 50, which was already quite high. They were also the 2 skills he used most frequently. Chen Feng then happily opened his stats panel. Chen Feng, age 17, ability 70, a market value 11 million, improvable tackling 10, shooting 70, passing 100, ball control 70, strength 48, speed 80, skills Inside Cut Blast level 3, Cruise Missile level 3, Pendulum Dribble level 1, inventory physical damage immunity, card 1, coupons 288. Not bad at all. Chen Feng was quite pleased with his stats. Then the system issued a new main quest. Main quest 1, Path to Glory 1. 5, score 10 goals and provide 10 assists in the Eredivisie. Reward gold chest filled with anticipation for the future, his head resting on the images of Messi and Neymar. Chen Feng gradually drifted into a beautiful dream. November 15th, 2017. This was Belgium's last match of the year. Today they faced their final opponent of the year, Japan. The number of fans for this match was no less than the previous one. Among them were Chun Fu, Aimline, and Chen Lu. They had all come to the scene to watch the match. Knowing that after this game Chen Feng would return to the Netherlands, they had gathered to see him off. Martinez had changed the formation for this match, switching to a 3-5-2. Goalkeeper Courtois, 86. Defenders Vertonghen, 81, Vermaelen, 78, Caceres, 74. Midfielders Chen Feng, 70, Thorgan Hazard, 80, Witzel, 83, De Bruyne, 90, Meunier, 82. Forwards Lukaku, 86, Mertens, 84. Martinez knew that the reason the previous match had been so difficult was the poor defense, so for this game, he brought back the veteran Vertonghen, who was still playing for Tottenham. In midfield, the promising young Hazard and Chen Feng, who had performed well in the last match, were given starting opportunities. De Bruyne, Meunier, and Witzel started consecutively in midfield. Up front, Lukaku and Mertens started together. On the other side, Japan's head coach Halilhodzik had deployed a 4-1-4-1 formation. Goalkeeper Eiji Kawashima, 74. Defenders Yuto Nagatomo, 73. Tomoki Makino, 72. Maya Yoshida, 75. Hiroki Sakai, 75. Defensive midfielder Kazuhiko Chano, 70. Midfielders Genki Haraguchi, 76. Hatoru Yamaguchi, 72. Yosuke Ideguchi, 70. Takuma Asano, 75. Forward Yuya Osako, 74. There's no need for an extensive introduction to Japan's lineup. Suffice it to say they were all seasoned veterans with decent stats, which Chin Fong considered quite impressive. The referee's whistle blew and the battle officially commenced. Japan had possession and began their attack. Their renowned footwork was quickly shattered in the face of Belgium's prowess. The ball was kicked high into the air during a scramble. Players from both sides vied for the header. Witsel, using his exceptional physicality, headed the ball to De Bruyne at the far post. De Bruyne's deft ball control and dribbling left Haraguchi rooted to the spot. This reminded Chin Fong of a saying, dribbling past you is like crossing an empty street in the early morning. Chin Fong silently cheered for De Bruyne as he himself began to run, positioning himself on the left flank ready to receive a pass at any moment. De Bruyne, well aware of Chin Feng's passing skills, casually swung his foot and sent the ball to the left wing. After receiving the ball, Chin Fong dribbled forward, soon encountering the challenge of two defenders. Calm and composed, Chin Fong decided to test the power of his new skill. He took a step forward with his left foot, shifting his center of gravity slightly left without touching the ball. Then he stepped forward and to the right with his right foot, staying behind the ball to keep it under his control. He then repeated the motion with his left foot. And that was when a Japanese player made a tackle. Yamaguchi slid in first, followed by Asano, who pushed him. Chin Fong was brought down, letting out a pained groan. The pain was real. After his failed pendulum dribble, Chin Fong landed on his rear, having a close encounter with the turf. This clearly foul play, the slide tackle, and the push, somehow failed to catch the referee's attention. No foul was called, and the match continued. Asano advanced with the ball. Chin Fong, lacking physical strength, did not get up immediately, but sat on the ground for a while to recover. Meanwhile, Asano had already pushed the ball into Belgium's half, looking for his teammates. He soon spotted a perfect passing opportunity. The ball was passed diagonally. Osako received it inside the penalty area and tried to shoot, but Vertonghen was marking him tightly, denying him any chance to fire. Forced to pass back after a few exchanges, Haraguchi sent a cross from the wing. Several players leaped into the air inside the box, vying for a header. Courtois made a heroic save. Using his immense height of 1.99 meters, he punched the ball away with one fist. It fell to the periphery, where De Bruyne took control. The crisis was averted and the attack transitioned. In the 18th minute, De Bruyne and Lukaku executed an attacking combination, with the latter acting as a pivot inside the box. After receiving the ball, Lukaku played a short pass. De Bruyne took a shot from the right side of the penalty area. It was a curling shot that cleverly evaded Kawashima's dive and floated gently into the net. Overjoyed, De Bruyne was somewhat reserved, simply high-fiving his teammates instead of making any exuberant celebrations. But that didn't dampen the adoration of the tens of thousands of Belgian fans in the stands. A thunderous roar erupted in the stadium, the kind of top-tier treatment reserved for Belgium's king, the man wearing the number 7 jersey, one of the top 3 midfielders in the world. At that moment, he was undoubtedly the king of the Red Devils. The passionate atmosphere ignited the blood of every player on the field, making the subsequent match even more captivating. However, Japan, being the weaker team overall, could not seize the initiative. The clock ticked to the 29th minute. On the left flank, Thorgan Hazard dribbled past 2 players and sent a cross. At the edge of the arc, Chin Fong received the ball, and before the defender could close him down, took a powerful shot. The ball flew off the grass, whistling through the air as it rocketed towards the goal. The explosive sound caused the veteran Kawashima to hesitate for a moment. He wondered if he should even try to catch such a ferocious shot. He decided to go for it, but a cruise missile is not so easily handled. He barely raised his right arm when the ball whizzed past his head. It slammed violently into the net behind him, as if slapping him across the face, the sound echoing loudly. Eiji Kawashima, a veteran who had graced the pitch for years and the absolute first-choice goalkeeper for Japan, had just been beaten by a 17-year-old kid. Watching Kawashima's stunned expression on the big screen, Martinez felt like saying, "You probably don't know, but in training, the goals guarded by Chelsea's first-choice keeper, Liverpool's second-choice, and Wolfsburg's first-choice have all been breached by this little prodigy." Fans were amazed, saying they thought the young number 22 could only pass, but he had such a long-range shot in his arsenal. They praised the goal and hoped Martinez would bring Chun to the World Cup, celebrating the abundance of talent on the Red Devils. Although Chin Fong was not as famous as De Bruyne, the effect of his cruise missile goal was no less impressive, perhaps even more so. In the world of football, no one ever tires of such aesthetically pleasing and powerful goals. They only wish for more and more. After scoring, Chin Fong ran to the side of the stands where his family was and made a heart shape with his hands. Emmeline responded enthusiastically. Chen Fu wore a beaming fatherly smile, while Chun Lu turned her face away, muttering under her breath, though she was happy inside. De Bruyne, Lukaku, and the others swarmed around him, patting his head and offering praise for the beautiful goal. They were genuinely happy and had grown fond of this humble, polite, humorous, and witty 17-year-old. Martinez on the sidelines clenched his fist in fierce satisfaction. Surely Chinfeng had brought him too many surprises. Perhaps there could be a slight adjustment to the 23-man squad for the World Cup. Back on the pitch, Belgium's 2-goal lead did not break Japan's resilient spirit. Soon, with their indomitable will, they pulled one back in the 33rd minute. It came from Asano's low cross from the right flank. Cáceres, who was not marking properly, gave the Cologne striker a perfect shooting opportunity. Osaka's sudden run caught Cáceres off guard. His subsequent powerful right-footed shot left Cáceres in the dust. The ball sped rapidly across the turf. Despite Courtois' timely intervention, he couldn't stop its forward roll. It slowly crossed the line and entered the goal. Osaka, who had breached Courtois' fortress and pulled one back for his team, was ecstatic. He had scored against Belgium against Chelsea's first-choice keeper. How could he not be overjoyed? The Cologne striker, who had been having a rough time lately, vented his emotions freely on the pitch. The other Japanese players also felt a surge of pride. Watching this, the young manager Martinez was a bit displeased. He called De Bruyne over and shared his tactical ideas. When the ball was back in play, the Belgian players' positions became more spread out. This meant that for the Japanese players to defend, they too had to spread their formation, creating better opportunities for De Bruyne's killer passes. The gaps between players widened. In the 41st minute, De Bruyne played a clever through ball into the box. Lukaku, reading his mind, quickly latched onto it and shot first time without controlling. The ball hit the crossbar but didn't go out, rebounding into the penalty area. Martinez was inwardly furious at the missed chance. Kawashima was startled and hurriedly tried to pounce on the ball, but a figure beat him to it. It wasn't the number 9 of Lukaku, but the number 14, the Napoli forward Mertens. This veteran forward, standing only 169 meters tall but incredibly agile, gently hooked the ball with his right foot. He then used his left foot to block the moving ball before volleying it into the near post. Kawashima had no time to react, watching the ball roll into the net. Mertens let out a low roar of triumph and performed a sliding knee celebration, even if it wasn't entirely smooth. But it didn't diminish his coolness. The score was now Belgium 3-1 Japan, with the stands full of praise for Martinez and his players. In the remaining few minutes, neither side managed a good attacking combination, and the score remained unchanged. During the halftime break, Martinez didn't demand much from the team. He only reminded a few players that they would be substituted around the 60th minute. It was to protect them and to give others a chance. The players naturally supported this. Besides, what choice did they have? He was the manager, and they had to respect his position. No one is above the team. Not even God. The second half began, and the teams switched sides. Japan made some adjustments, substituting 2 players. Coming on were their core player number 10 Takashi Inui, currently playing for Eibar, and the main striker for Cerezo Osaka, Kenya Sugimoto. With their entry, Japan's formation changed to a 4-3-3. It seemed they were opting for an attacking game against Belgium. It appeared they had given up on defense and were putting their chips on the attack to score a few goals and avoid a humiliating loss. Unfortunately, Halilhodžić had underestimated the gap in quality between the two teams. Belgium quickly found their rhythm. A selfless cross from the flank by Thorgan Hazard after a sharp dribble helped Lukaku score his first goal of the match. Having conceded 4 goals, the Japanese players were still unwilling to accept defeat. Their anxious attacking led to mistakes. Vertonghen intercepted the ball and sent a long pass to the rapidly moving Lukaku. He had beaten the offside trap. Lukaku charged into the box like a tank and smashed the ball into the net with a powerful shot, scoring his second personal goal of the match. 3 minutes later, Belgium countered again. This time, Chinfeng, holding the ball on the left flank, attempted a cut-in and unleashed a powerful shot that curled into the top right corner of the goal. It was an unstoppable shot, becoming the 6th goal of the match. After this, Martinez quickly used 4 substitutions, taking off De Bruyne, Lukaku, Chinfeng, and Mertens all at once. He didn't dare keep these players on the field, fearing that the Japanese team, having conceded 6 goals, would remember this humiliation and refuse to schedule friendlies with Belgium in the future. And that wouldn't do. Such good practice opponents were hard to find. Januzaj, Orji, and others got their chance to play. While their performance wasn't as dazzling as De Bruyne's, they still made some impressive plays. Januzaj in particular showed good skill in breaking through, organizing attacks, and passing, leaving a strong impression on Martinez. The young man was truly impressive. Then Martinez turned his gaze to the Premier League giant Liverpool's substitute player, Divock Origi. This Lucky Charm attribute is utterly useless. His playing was even inferior to Januzaj's. The lad still has much room for improvement. In the remaining 30 minutes, the match settled into a rare calm with no further goals, and thus the year's final national team fixture came to a close. Belgium triumphed 6-1 over Japan, with Lukaku and Chinfeng each scoring a brace, while De Bruyne and Mertens also found the net, and Thorgan Hazard provided an assist. In truth, Lukaku could have secured a hat-trick, and De Bruyne could have added both a goal and an assist had that opportunity not been squandered. After the match, due to the tight schedule, the players had to return to their respective clubs to prepare for the league. Thus Martinez did not insist on keeping everyone for a meal, but instead spoke a few brief words in the locker room. You've all performed admirably in these recent matches. I hope that those who played well won't grow complacent and will continue to strive, while those who didn't perform as well shouldn't lose heart, but rather work even harder. There's still some time before the World Cup. During this period, I'll be keeping a close eye on your performances. Do not slack off or be lazy. Let me tell you now, the final squad for the World Cup hasn't been decided yet. Anything is possible. Understood? The group responded in unison, though in their hearts they knew that at least half of the national team roster was already set, including names like De Bruyne, Hazard, and Lukaku. What everyone was truly vying for was the remaining half of the undecided spots. Despite Chen Feng's outstanding performances in these two matches, 2 appearances, 3 goals, 1 assist, he dared not claim his place in the squad was secure. After all, he was a newcomer to the national team with a shallow foundation. Youngster, you still need to work hard. Words of encouragement like, work hard, needed no prompting from Martinez. Chen Feng would do so of his own accord, striving to elevate his abilities until he stood at the pinnacle of the world. Goodbye. Keep it up. After bidding farewell to Jinuzaj Orji and the others, Chen Feng reunited with his family at the stadium entrance. Feng is amazing. Feng is the best. Amalini, upon seeing her second son, did not hold back her praise. Chen Fu stood by, a gratified smile on his face, itching to call his old friend right. Then see that. That's my son. My son. And what made it even sweeter was that Japan had been thoroughly beaten, a joy that I think the vast majority of Chinese people could not resist. Mom used to say Lin Lin was the most handsome. Chen Lu unceremoniously chimed in to undermine him. Chen Feng was about to discipline his sister, born just over 10 seconds after him. But when he raised his hand, he realized, good heavens, she had grown quite a bit. The little girl had also matured. So he simply placed his hand on her hair and gently smoothed it down a couple of times. Chen Lu did not refuse. The family soon enjoyed a fine meal near the stadium. Of course, this fine was limited to the experience of Chen Fu, Amalini, and Chen Lu. After the meal, Chen Feng bid his family farewell and got into a car arranged by Chen Lin, heading for the Netherlands. As the car's taillights gradually faded into the night, Chen Lu's eyes reddened. The couple watched, but said nothing. Blood ties are thicker than water. Despite their apparent discord, their bond was deep. Bang! Upon returning to the base, Chen Feng pushed open the dormitory door. Dolberg, De Ligt, and Van de Beek were all there. The 3 had not yet received national team call-ups. So after the holiday ended, they had returned to training. Chen Feng walked over to his bed. Chen Lin closed his book, sat up from the bed, and said with a smile, your living conditions are pretty good here, much better than in my time. Of course, Chen Feng said proudly, not to brag, but Ajax is still a step above Club Brugge. Alright, enough joking. Let's go, they're still waiting in the office. Chen Lin exchanged greetings with De Ligt and the others before leading Chen Feng straight to the CEO's office. Walking side by side, Chen Feng asked curiously, when you called yesterday, you said it was too complicated to explain over the phone. So what stage are the negotiations at now? You'll find out once we're inside, won't you? Chen Lin smiled without answering, gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response, walked straight in. Kaiser, and you must have gained a lot from this national team trip, right? It was alright, Chen Feng nodded. Boss, how have you been? Did you miss me? Of course. Kaiser made no secret of his admiration for Chen Feng, admitting it openly. Van der Sar, seeing that the pleasantries were sufficient, cleared his throat to steer them back on track. Chen, after unanimous discussion by our board of directors, we are willing to make a concession regarding the contract duration and the buyout clause amount. You will sign a 3-year contract with the club with a buyout clause set at 35 million euros. During this period, if any team wishes to take you away, they must pay this amount, not a single euro less. This is our bottom line. Similarly, you must also make a concession. The originally proposed weekly wage of 7,000 is no longer possible, but the club can offer you 4,000, which is 6 times your current salary. Here is the contract. You can take a look first. If there are no issues, just sign it. Van der Sar's attitude was firm, and these terms were the result of several rounds of tug-of-war at the negotiating table between him and Chen Lin. Chen Feng was indeed a promising talent, and the club was unwilling to let such an excellent player slip away, so they were willing to compromise. Chen Feng took the contract and examined it carefully. Although there was much he might not fully understand, he had exchanged glances with Chen Lin, confirming the contract was sound. The reason he delayed his response was that he was pondering another question. Could he bypass signing with Ajax and go directly to another club? The answer was no. Given his current strength, even if a top-tier club from one of the 5 major leagues wanted him, he would only end up on the bench, rather than wasting time on the cold bench. It was better to first make a name for himself and demonstrate his prowess in the Eredivisie, the staging ground for the 5 major leagues. At Ajax, he was a guaranteed starter, and he needed these matches to maintain his form. Only then could he increase his chances of making the national team. Next year was the World Cup year, and form was crucial for any player. Having grasped the implications, Chen Feng broke into a smile. Alright, I'll sign. With a swift stroke, Chen Feng signed his name on the contract. Van der Sar and Kaiser also breathed a long sigh of relief. The former put on a genial smile and extended his hand. Chen, welcome to the Ajax family. Trust me, you won't regret this decision today. Thank you. Chen Feng extended his hand in a polite response. After leaving the office, Chen Lin said with a smile, the difference between 35 million and 30 million isn't huge. As long as you perform well, when the time is right, someone will be willing to pay that price. Chen Feng said, that's not what I was thinking about. I was going to say bro thank you. Chen Lin paused for a moment, then playfully slapped the back of his head. I'm your brother, and you're thanking me. Looking for a beating. Also, I'm not just your brother, I'm also your agent. This is something I should be doing. Chen Feng winced, rubbing the back of his head. Just as he was about to invite him for a meal, Chen Lin's phone rang. Mr. Chen, there's news about Holland. Brazil slum. Early in the morning, Martinelli, carrying a patched, worn-out backpack, shouted into the crowded house. I'm leaving. No one answered. His grandparents, parents, brothers, and sisters were all busy sleeping. Martinelli let out a soft sigh, long accustomed to this scene. He deftly opened the front door, just about to set off on the long journey to the training ground. When he suddenly froze, he looked down at his feet. There was an exquisite gift box, and on top of it a delicate envelope. At the very top of the envelope was a line of Portuguese, a gift for the world's greatest genius, Martinelli. Driven by curiosity, Martinelli tore open the envelope. Inside was a letter filled with Portuguese, the handwriting somewhat messy. Dear little Martin, hello. Perhaps you don't remember me anymore. If you don't, I'll beat you next time we meet, but that's okay. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Tom, you can call me Old Tom. I'm the chief scout of the MON group. I'm writing you this letter today mainly to express my apologies, and you must accept this apology. I'm very sorry for ruining your precious belongings. After several rounds of searching in the market these past few days, I bought you a new backpack and a pair of boots. I'm not sure if they'll suit your taste. Even if they don't, too bad, I've already bought them, so you have to wear them. As a scout with decades of experience, I can tell you with full responsibility that you are the greatest genius I have ever seen, comparable to Neymar, you know. So please don't give up on yourself. Please stay positive and face life with optimism. I believe that with your talent one day you will rise above the rest. I'm serious. You should seriously consider my suggestion about signing with a company. Because for geniuses like you who aren't earning high salaries, yet the contract we offer is different from those already somewhat famous in the league. Yes, I'm talking about Chen Feng, Holland, and those guys. As for what exactly the difference is, you can call my number. To find out, remember, don't call in the morning. Finally, let me leave you with one more sentence. Before the dice have been cast, we are all dark horses. Little Martin, I wish you a swift rise to fame and success. I also believe that we will meet again someday. Yours, Old Tom, who loves a good drink. Kid, now you know my weakness. Don't you dare come empty-handed next time we meet. After finishing the letter, Martinelli, who was always strong-willed, felt his eyes grow a little red with tears welling up. He quickly closed the door. He looked up at the overcast sky. It was a long while before he managed to compose himself. He carefully opened the gift box, and a brand new pair of boots and a backpack came into view. For a moment, Martinelli was stunned. Let me see how many of you thought little Martin was moved by this. Raise a hand. He rummaged through the gift box, but found only these two items. He said bitterly, Old Tom, you even know my favorite brand of backpack boot size and color. How could you not know that I don't have a damn phone? How am I supposed to contact you? Forget it. I'll get in touch after I've made a name for myself. I need to prove that your judgment was right. As for that special contract for geniuses like me, sorry, I don't need it. Chen Feng, Holland, I'll catch up to you sooner or later. With his confidence restored, Martinelli immediately changed into his new gear. Filled with hope for the future and burning with ambition, he set off on a new journey. November 19, 2017. Chen Feng faced his first Eredivisie away match since joining Ajax. This time they followed Kaiser to the home ground of NAC Breda, a team ranked in the middle to lower part of the Eredivisie. Although NAC Breda was founded quite early in 1912, they have never achieved any particularly notable results. To this day, they have only 3 championship trophies to their name. Given the opponent's lack of strength, Kaiser deployed a 4-3-3 formation for this match. Goalkeeper Onana, 75. Defenders Viergever, 72, De Ligt, 73, Waber, 71, Veltman, 75. Midfield Zeech, 79, De Jong, 76, Van de Beek, 73. Forwards Kluivert, 73, Dolberg, 71, Nuz, 75. Captain Veltman returned from injury and performed well in the previous friendly. Kluivert, whose rating had increased from 71 to 73, started on the left wing. In the central striker role, the young talent Dolberg was deployed. As for Chen Feng, who had just returned from national team duty, Kaiser placed him on the substitutes bench. Everyone understood Kaiser's intention to give Chen Feng ample rest. Besides, it was only a team like Breidablik, surely an easy victory. As expected by the on-field spectators and commentator static, the match was completely one-sided from the very first whistle. Breidablik's defense was as fragile as paper. Just 3 minutes into the match, De Jong's long through ball tore a gap in their lines. The young Dolberg collected the ball with his back to goal, turned and fired. The fast-moving ball slipped under Balajai's arm and nestled into the back of the net. Goal. Dolberg scored, opening the scoring for his team. This goal was like a Pandora's box. Once opened, the floodgates were unleashed. In the 16th minute, Dolberg laid the ball off in the center of the penalty area. The on-rushing Zeech, picking it up at the edge of the arc, unleashed a beautiful long-range strike, to double the lead. In the 22nd minute, an assist from De Jong helped Nes blast a shot into the net from a tight angle on the right flank. In the 37th minute, Kluivert broke through on the left flank and attempted a cross into the box. De Ligt leaped high and powered a header into the goal. It was now 4-0 to Ajax against Breidablik, a complete and utter domination. There was no excitement, only a one-sided drubbing. Static followed the camera to Chen Feng, who was sitting calmly, and said with a smile, "I wonder if Kaiser will bring on Chun, who performed so well for the national team in the second half. If he does, that would be fantastic. This young man has been absolutely brilliant recently." Soon the referee blew the halftime whistle. The score was temporarily 4-0, with the away team leading by 4 goals. Let's take a short break. We'll be back to watch the rest of this exciting match in the second half. As his words faded, a discordant scene erupted in the Ajax dressing room, with heated arguments spilling out. Ajax dressing room. During the halftime break, Kaiser made a substitution decision. Kluivert take a rest in the second half. Let Chen go on to get some match rhythm. Kluivert, who had provided an assist in the first half, was stunned. He stood up looking at the coach with incomprehension. "Why are you taking me off? I played so well in the first half, I deserve to stay on the pitch." Kaiser glared back. "I am the manager of this team. What I say goes. Just do as you're told." The young Kluivert sat down on the bench in a huff, saying nothing. Chen Feng, watching from nearby, felt it was not his place to intervene. Soon the argument subsided, and Chen Feng came on as a substitute in the second half. Chen Feng's introduction was a nightmare for Breidablik. Their already fragile defense found it nearly impossible to withstand Ajax's relentless onslaught. Thus, shortly after the second half began, Ajax carved out a promising attacking opportunity. On the left flank, Chen Feng cut inside and delivered a lofted pass to the overlapping De Jong. This Dutch midfielder, destined for greatness on the world stage, controlled it perfectly. He controlled the ball with his chest and then stabbed a shot towards the bottom left corner of the goal. Bilajaitai failed to keep it out, and Ajax extended their lead to 5-0. 6 minutes later, Zeech swung in a corner from the left. Once again, De Ligt rose to the occasion, powering a header into the net for his second goal of the match. Seeing his teammates' phenomenal form, Van de Beek was not to be outdone. He easily sliced through Breidablik's defense. He smashed a left-footed shot into the near post. The score was now 7-0. Such a heavy defeat sent the home fans who had come to support their team into despair. But they knew their team's limitations. They knew they couldn't ask for more from the players. And even if they did, what good would it do? The gap in quality was simply too vast. Finally, just before the final whistle, Ajax scored twice in 3 minutes. First, a spectacular long-range strike from Van de Beek, followed by Chen Feng slotting home from a central position in the box. This sealed the score at 9-0. A massacre. It was an absolute slaughter, one that had been predicted even before the match began. With this match, Chen Feng's appearances in the Eredivisie reached 3, with 2 goals and 6 assists. Creating 8 goals in 3 matches was an excellent statistic. However, it was still somewhat short of his objective. It was worth noting that with 6 assists, Chen Feng had entered the Eredivisie assist rankings, sitting in 11th place. Combined with his top assist and second top goalscorer positions in the Eliteserien, Chen Feng had forcefully broken into 3 major ranking lists in half a season. Norway Mold. Inside a small pub near the training ground, Chun Lin and Holland, sitting in a corner, clinked their beer bottles lightly before turning their attention to the television screen in front of them. Surprisingly, the match being shown wasn't from a top 5 European league, but the Eredivisie. It was the Ajax versus Breidablik game. Despite being a one-sided affair, a considerable number of people were watching. Most of the Mold fans in the pub were there to see Chen Feng. They couldn't forget the wonder kid who in just 10 league appearances had scored 12 goals and provided 17 assists. So, fancy it. Chen Lin placed his beer bottle on the table and asked lazily. Holland grinned. Of course, the Eredivisie has higher prestige and intensity than the Eliteserien. Who wouldn't want to test themselves at a higher level? Chen Lin took another gulp of his beer, savoring the bitterness. Ajax wants to buy you. Really? Holland's eyes lit up. Going to Ajax would be perfect. His best friend was already there. But, I knew it. Holland shrugged, looking as if he had expected this. Chen Lin tapped his finger on the table. But Mold's asking price is too high and Ajax isn't willing to pay that much. I've been mediating for a while, but both sides can't reach an agreement for now. Holland asked, how much is the club asking for? At least 10 million. Holland choked, spraying the beer he had just brought to his lips. Luckily, Chen Lin dodged quickly enough to avoid getting soaked. Am I really worth that much now, eh? I remember I cost just 1.00 when I came from Bruyne. Now Mold wants 10 million to let me go. That's 100 times increase. I'm stunned. Holland quickly wiped the beer from his mouth with a napkin. Chen Lin laughed. Erling, you're still underestimating yourself. Don't forget you're the top scorer in the Eliteserien. Plus you're young and talented. Even if you're not worth 10 million, you're definitely worth 8 or 9. Holland's expression turned serious. What's the most Ajax can offer? A maximum of 7 million. That's quite a gap. No wonder the negotiations are stuck. Are there any other clubs interested? There are. Chen Lin paused. Benfica and Porto from the Primera Liga, Club Brugge from the Belgian Pro League, Red Bull Salzburg from the Austrian Bundesliga, and a few mid to lower table clubs from the top 5 leagues have all made offers. But none of them can meet Mold's demands yet. The highest offers are from Benfica and Salzburg, 8 million. That's their limit. I want to hear your thoughts. Holland was silent for a moment, then stated clearly, the Primera Liga and Austrian Bundesliga are good options too. When the winter transfer window opens next year, I'm ready to leave and compete in a higher league. Alright then. Chun Lin made the final decision. I'll negotiate with Mold and the interested clubs to get you the best possible deal. When the winter window opens next year, I'll make the transfer happen. Great, thanks Lin. Don't mention it. For the rest of the time, Chun Lin, who had rushed over from the Netherlands, made a detailed career plan for Holland before they parted ways. Time flew by like a shuttle. Some people were busy chasing girls, some were busy hitting the bars, and some were busy soaking in baths. But Dolberg had never seen anyone who was addicted to training, literally soaking in the training ground. Right now, there was such a person right in front of him. It was 8 in the morning. Dolberg thought he had arrived early, but he never expected Chen Feng to have already started his strength training. Judging by his sweaty appearance, he had been at it for quite a while. Chun, can your body handle training this hard? Dolberg asked with concern, holding a bottle of water. Of course. I'm young. Chen Feng's honest reply struck Dolberg like 2 sharp knives to the chest. Good grief, who's calling who old? I'm only 19, okay. Is 19 considered old already? Round 13 of the Eredivisie season kicked off. This time it was at Ajax's home ground, the Johan Cruyff Arena. Their opponent was Roda JC, currently sitting in 13th place. This team's pedigree seemed rather insignificant against a giant like Ajax. Chen Feng, whose strength had increased from 48 to 54, was given a starting berth for this match. Still the 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Onana, 75. Defenders Viergever, 72, De Ligt, 73, Waber, 71, Veltman, 75. Midfield Zeech, 79, De Jong, 76, Van de Beek, 73. Forwards Chen Feng, 70, Dolberg, 71, Nuz, 75. Kaiser, watching the lineup on the big screen from the sidelines, was very satisfied. In his opinion, this was the strongest team he could field. Roda JC, playing away, also lined up in a 4-3-3 formation under coach Molinar, which Kaiser had not anticipated. But it didn't matter. Victory would belong to Ajax. Why? Kaiser would simply say because of the sheer disparity in quality. However, once the match began, the flow of the game completely defied the expectations of Kaiser and the tens of thousands of fans in the stands. For the first half hour there were no goals, and the game was deadlocked. Until the 36th minute. Roda's winger Gustafsson played a short pass from out wide. Striker Combe collected the ball and scored with a tight-angle shot to open the scoring. This also broke the deadlock. Comments flooded in, "What the hell? We're conceding first to a team fighting relegation. Are you kidding me?" I'm finding it harder and harder to understand the team's tactics. There's no clear plan. Yeah, most of the time it's just players trying to do it alone. There's no teamwork. Kaiser, are you even capable? If you're not, just get lost and stop ruining the team, okay? Curses erupted from all sides. Kaiser was anxiously scratching his head on the sidelines. Fortunately, just before halftime, a brilliant combination from the 2 players on the left flank salvaged some pride. It happened in the 45th minute. Zeech's agile and unpredictable dribbling made it impossible for Roda's defenders to get a foot in. Bursting into the box, Zeech was immediately surrounded by 3 defenders. The team's highest-rated player then gently backheeled the ball. The ball rolled to Chen Feng's feet, who instinctively fired a shot. The strike went to the far post, nestling into the side netting. Chen Feng, scoring his 3rd Eredivisie goal, expressed his sincere gratitude to Zeech. At halftime, perhaps Kaiser's motivational speech had its effect. The team returned for the second half, playing with much more intensity. Finally, with goals from Dolberg and his Ajax completed the comeback. When the final whistle blew, all 3 forwards in the attacking trident had found the back of the net. Zeech recorded 2 assists and was named man of the match. Recently, Kaiser had been in excellent spirits. Under his leadership, Ajax had been on a hot streak for the past month, climbing to 3rd place in the league. If this momentum continued, the league title seemed well within reach. But as joy swelled, so did a sense of pride, a feeling of arrogance that began to spread through the dressing room. Chen Feng noticed this, but his words carried little weight. His words of caution were dismissed by Kaiser as alarmism. After this happened a few times, Chen Feng stopped mentioning it and retreated into his own little world. Sleep, eat, train, sleep, eat, train. It was a monotonous and lonely world. Time moved into December. On the 3rd, the squad traveled for their 14th Eredivisie match of the season against FC 20. A mid-table club founded in 1965, with 1 Eredivisie title to their name, currently sitting in 8th place. Facing the seemingly weaker 20, Kaiser fielded the exact same starting 11 as the previous match, leaving Kluivert and others on the bench once more. 20, playing at home, deployed a different formation, 5-3-2. Eagerly anticipated by over 30,000 fans, the league match at the Grolschvest began. Ajax started aggressively, taking the game to their hosts. In the 11th minute, a counter-attacking move initiated from the left flank allowed Zeech to dribble effortlessly into the box. Facing the 1.88-meter Belgian goalkeeper Brandeel, Zeech opted for a powerful shot from a tight angle. The ball flew through the goalkeeper's legs. It slammed into the back of the net. Zeech celebrated with a knee slide, quickly swarmed by his teammates. 5 minutes later, a 20 counterattack broke down. De Ligt won the ball and launched a long pass to the wing. This time Chin Feng laid the ball off with a curving pass that skimmed the grass. Dolberg sprinted onto it and smashed a shot into the bottom left corner to double the lead. Chun, brilliant. Despite being pointed at and warmly surrounded by his teammates, Chin Feng couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Pride comes before a fall. Of course that's for later. For now the high-flying Ajax pressed on, driven by the dual-engine midfield of Zeech and De Jong. After patiently building play for over 10 minutes, Ajax scored again just before halftime. Zeech could have shot, but after dribbling into the box, he selflessly squared the ball to Chin Feng on the left. Chin Feng received the ball, but didn't shoot immediately. He sold a dummy, created some space, and then struck. He aimed for the center of the goal right under the crossbar. His shooting attribute of 70 helped him keep this shot low and accurate. The score was 3-0. The young number 40 had scored one and assisted another. Alright, you've all played brilliantly. Now get some rest, and give other players a chance to get some game time. Upon returning for the second half, Kaiser, believing a 3-goal lead was safe, unhesitatingly substituted Chin Feng and De Jong, keeping one substitution in reserve. The somewhat disgruntled Kluivert and Siem De Jong came on. With a comfortable lead, the Ajax players grew increasingly relaxed. But it was this very relaxation that allowed a fired-up 20 displaying fierce attacking intent to seize their opportunity. In the 53rd minute, Ola tackled the ball away from Siem De Jong. 20, refusing to let up, pushed everyone forward. The midfielder, exceptionally skilled at dribbling under pressure, beat 2 men in the center before passing to Linder. He then surged forward again. Linder played a first-time pass. Near the arc, Ola received the ball and threaded it straight into the box. At the near post, 20's number 9, Boer, was there. De Ligt sensed the danger and tried to rush over to cover, but Boer had already taken his shot. The World Cup starts tonight. Damn. The Dutch striker, standing at 183 meters, raised his right foot and slammed it into the ball amid the watchful eyes of thousands in the penalty area. The ball moved swiftly. Onana could only dive, but failed to block it. With a sharp swoosh, the ball found the net. 20 had pulled one back. As the captain, Vermaelen, erupted in anger. What are you doing? Can't you mark him? We've said it countless times. Don't just focus on the ball. The other 3 defenders dared not even breathe heavily, merely nodding silently. But little did they expect that this goal was merely the beginning. The most dazzling star of the match was not the defensively solid De Ligt, nor the goal-scoring and assisting Chin Feng. It was the 1.9-meter central defender on 20's backline, Zesk. After 20's goal, this relentless wolf gradually threw Ajax into chaos. In the 64th minute, Asadi's breakthrough on the flank earned a corner kick. On the left corner, the team's primary set-piece taker, Ora, stood ready. He waved to his teammates and then delivered a well-placed cross into the box. In the penalty area, both Wabber and De Ligt jumped, but being young and still developing their height proved a significant disadvantage. With limited jumping ability, Zesk stepped up and headed the ball first. Thud, the header struck the crossbar and bounced into the net. 20 drew level once more, and Zesk let out a strange roar as he charged toward the stands. On the sidelines, Kaiser's face was grim, sitting silently on the substitutes bench, while 20's manager Verbeek wildly pumped his arms. By the 70th minute, Kaiser knew he could not afford another goal, so he used his final substitution. Zeefuik, who had a strained relationship with Chin Feng, got his chance to play. He replaced Wabber. Zeefuik, who had not played for a long time, was very active after coming on. But damn it, you're a center back? Do you need to be this active? He was involved in defense, but he even wanted to join the attack. Who do you think you are? A little cow from class 3. Not just any ordinary cow. De Ligt had complained about Zeefuik's recklessness several times, but the latter paid no attention. On the bench, Chin Feng watched this scene and shook his head slightly. He knew Zeefuik wanted to seize this opportunity to showcase himself, and he also knew Kaiser intended to use Zeefuik's excellent jumping ability to fortify the defense. But the problem was that Ajax's tactics were stifled. The wings could not get going, the middle could not penetrate, and short passes could not enter the box. Unless Zeech could deliver an extraordinary performance, Ajax would struggle to score another goal. In stoppage time, unable to break into the box, Zeech tried a long-range shot, but it narrowly missed the crossbar. Soon after, the increasingly confident 20 carried the fight into the penalty area, and Boer's shot earned them another corner. This time on the right, Ora took it again. Gasping for breath, he still managed a high-quality cross. Inside the box, Zeefuik stared intently at the rapidly moving ball in the air, completely unaware that Zesk had taken a few steps back to gather momentum. This ball is mine. No one can take it. With a roar in his heart, Zeefuik jumped prematurely, rising to head the ball before it reached a suitable position. His leap misled De Ligt into making a wrong judgment, and he jumped as well. But sometimes calmness can make one lose reason. Zeefuik missed the ball, and De Ligt also failed to touch it. Meanwhile, Zesk, who had waited, easily completed a header without even jumping. Thud. The ball first landed on the left side of the grass, then bounced high and curled into the net. Throughout the entire process, Onana stood frozen, as if spellbound, motionless. It wasn't until the deafening cheers of the 20 players exploded in his ears that he realized he had conceded 3 goals in this match. Yes, Absolutely brilliant. On the sidelines, Verbeek was so ecstatic he nearly fainted, and the players excitedly rose to their feet. What kind of script was this? In the dying moments, 20 scored another goal to level the match. And this was Ajax's home ground. A powerhouse ranked third playing against a mid-table Eredivisie team, and they struggled this much. Though 20 only drew, it felt like a victory. Kaiser, slightly broken, sat silently on the chair, his face dark. He had never imagined such an outcome before the match. With heavy hearts, Chun Feng and the others stepped onto the pitch to shake hands with the 20 players. After the players and staff had left, led by Vermaelen, Chun Feng and the team made a lap of appreciation. They thanked the fans for their love and support. Fortunately, the jeers from the stands were not too loud. They understood the players' difficulties and knew everyone had given their all. It was just a draw. They would push harder in the next match. The title race was still alive. Van der Sar sat in his chair, slamming his right hand against the desk repeatedly. He looked at Kaiser, whose expression was somewhat dejected, and felt a surge of anger. He took a deep drag of his cigarette. What happened today? This is our home ground. We were leading 3-0. How did we let it slip to a draw? Kaiser took a deep breath and said slowly, "It's all my fault. I'm truly sorry." "Of course it's your fault. I didn't call you here to hear an apology. I want to know the reason." Kaiser reflected deeply. "I was a bit complacent, to be precise. The joy of our recent winning streak clouded my judgment, and I failed to accurately assess the opponent's strength. With a 3-0 lead in the first half, I thought victory was certain. I substituted Chun Feng and De Jong early. Without those two key players, the team's attack struggled. And my early substitution sent a wrong signal that we had already won. This directly led to most players letting their guard down, and the second half was played with less and less fighting spirit. By the time they woke up, it was too late. Also, it seems Verbeek managed to neutralize my tactics. I think I need to work with the team to devise some new strategies." Van der Sar nodded, seriously acknowledging the honest summary. "You can identify the mistakes. That's good. I hope you can adjust as soon as possible. After all, time is running out for you." Hearing this, Kaiser's body stiffened. What did he mean by time is running out? Van der Sar stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said wearily, "You know, some people in the club have serious reservations about you. It's because you cost the team a chance at European competition at the start of the season. I was the one who stood firm and kept you in your position. You have to understand that the only reason you're still sitting securely in that managerial seat is because I've been shielding you from all the bullets. But that also means you can't afford any more mistakes. By mistakes, I mean matches like today's, winnable games that you didn't win. Understand?" Kaiser nodded firmly. "I understand. Thank you for your trust. I won't let the I hope so. By the way, your next opponent is PSV Eindhoven, a fierce rival, a mortal enemy. You know what to do." Van der Sar tapped the desk repeatedly, reminding Kaiser, who nodded heavily and left the office. Back in the manager's office, Kaiser rubbed his bald head and instructed his assistant, "Get me the recent footage of PSV Eindhoven. Send it to me as soon as possible. Also have the coaching staff move. Make sure a summary of today's draw is ready by 12 tomorrow. Remember, it must be detailed. And from tomorrow, all first-team players will have extra training." Old Tom, following the list Chun Feng had given him, arrived at Monaco's youth academy. He was here to contribute to the group's development. At the security booth, as usual, Old Tom used his scout identity and the excuse of evaluating young players for the club to easily slip in. At that moment, a training match was underway on the field. The target he was scouting was assigned to Group B, likely because he was new and hadn't yet earned the manager's trust. Crammed in with other scouts, Old Tom closely observed the 16-year-old 9-meter tall, powerfully built young black man. Badiashile, 16 years old, plays as a center-back product of Monaco's academy. 9 meters tall, left-footed. Promoted from the youth team to the U19 in July, his physical and defensive abilities are decent, but his judgment of situations is often inaccurate. Frequent misjudgments. Soon a series of relevant information about Badiashile flashed through his mind. Old Tom took out his metal flask, opened it, and took a small sip. Smooth. Soon the U19 training ended. The scouts swarmed forward to approach their respective targets. Only Old Tom stayed put. A little later, he waited on the training ground for the person he wanted to meet. "Hey, my name is Tom." Old Tom greeted warmly. Badiashile, who was about to do some extra strength training, immediately turned cold. He said, somewhat displeased, "I've told you I have no intention of transferring. Please stop wasting your time on me, scouts. I think you've misunderstood." Old Tom pulled out a business card and handed it over. "I'm not here to talk about a transfer. I checked your background. You come from a good family, you're doing well in the team, and you have no intention of moving, right?" Badiashile remained silent, taking the card and examining it. Old Tom smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the head scout of the MON group. Would you be interested in signing with our company?" "Signing? What's in it for me?" Badiashile didn't answer immediately, but asked back. Old Tom replied, "Once you become a player under our company, the first benefit is that these annoying scouts will no longer bother you. We'll handle all your transfer matters. In the future, if you encounter any issues in your professional career, we'll help you resolve them. The second benefit. All right, I'll consider it." Badiashile didn't listen further and gave his answer decisively, surprising Old Tom. "Good, but I haven't finished. Can you tell me why?" "Because your company can let me focus on training and keep those annoying scouts away." Good, very honest. I never lie. Old Tom smiled and pulled out a contract. This is a special contract our company offers to rising stars. You can take a look or discuss it with your family. I'll be in France for... Badiashile accepted the contract cheerfully. After shaking hands and hugging Old Tom, left directly. In summary, their first meeting went quite smoothly. Leaving Monaco, Old Tom headed to his next stop, Rennes, Ajax training ground. At 3 in the afternoon, today's training officially ended. De Ligt, Dolberg, and Van de Beek wanted to drag Chen Feng out for some fun in the city. Come on, Chen. You haven't really explored Amsterdam since you arrived. Let's show you around today. Chen, since you moved into the dorm, we haven't had a meal together. The three spoke in turn. Chen Feng, who was wiping his sweat, hesitated for a moment and was about to agree when Kaiser suddenly walked over. What are you four still doing here? Meet in the meeting room. The four were confused. Coach, isn't training over? Why do we need to go to the meeting room? Meeting? We didn't get any notice. I'm notifying you now, aren't I? Oh my god. The three groaned in protest, and with Chen Feng's mischievous smile, the four of them walked arm in arm toward the meeting room. They were the last to arrive. Before them, all the other first-team players and coaching staff were already present. Ahem. Kaiser, sitting at the head, began. Today, 2 matters. First, review the match. Second, study the opponent. I think everyone is dissatisfied with the draw against 20 last round. I tell you, not only you, but I'm also dissatisfied. So today we'll summarize. The review and summary didn't take long. After about 40 minutes, this agenda item was completed. The arrogance that had been present in many players was largely eliminated. Next, they moved to the next agenda item. Kaiser took a sip of water to moisten his throat, then said, our next league opponent is no pushover. PSV Eindhoven, currently top of the table. And they are our arch rivals. In the next match, I want you to give 100 of your ability and focus. Let's work together to hand PSV their first defeat of the season at the Johan Cruyff Arena. Now let me brief you on a few of their key players. And a few points to note. First, Lozano, the young Mexican forward. He performed exceptionally well in the previous international friendly and is the core striker for PSV Eindhoven. Well, an old acquaintance. Chen Feng silently memorized the information about Lozano's technical characteristics. Next is another main striker for the team, Luc de Jong. This player would later play for the La Liga giant Barcelona, and his strength should not be underestimated. There is one more person on the forward line that must be noted. This is the superstar who has emerged in the Eredivisie in the past 2 years, Bergwijn. Speaking of which, this talented forward, who later went on to play for the Premier League giant Tottenham Hotspur, actually came from the Ajax youth team. PSV Eindhoven took him away for just €1,500. I wonder if the current Ajax management regrets it deeply. Besides these forwards, we also need to pay attention to a few players in the midfield and defense. Pereiro, Van Ginkel, Schwab. At the same time, in the meeting room of the PSV Eindhoven base, Cocu, who took over as the first-team head coach in 2013, was also giving pre-match analysis to the players. Compared to Kaiser's analysis, Cocu's was more professional. Because his coaching team had specialized personnel for this, he would introduce each player's characteristics in detail, whether on or off the ball, to help the team make more accurate predictions. And a complete coaching team was just the foundation for Cocu, leading PSV Eindhoven to win the 2014-15 and 201,516 Eredivisie titles. Most importantly, he possessed traits akin to a lion: calmness, confidence, composure, and generosity. These were likely cultivated during his 292 matches for Barcelona as a player. Under his leadership, PSV Eindhoven was united. They remained undefeated in the league so far. December 10, 2017. At the Johan Cruyff Arena, under the anticipation of tens of thousands of spectators, one of the few top clashes in the Eredivisie was about to unfold. Van der Sar and other senior management also arrived at the scene, waiting for the match to begin in the VIP box. Before the match, the two head coaches exchanged friendly greetings on the sidelines. In the commentary booth, Statisai was also setting the scene. Although these two are similar in age, Cocu's coaching ability seems superior. Why do I say this? Because when Cocu took over PSV Eindhoven in 2014, the team was in no position to compete for the title. But now PSV Eindhoven has won 2 Eredivisie trophies, which are also the only 2 league championship trophies in the club's history. At the same time, Cocu also claimed the Dutch Super Cup in the last 2 years. Adding the KNVB Cup from 2011, Cocu has won a total of 5 titles during his tenure at PSV Eindhoven. This honor is something Kaiser, a coach with 0 titles, cannot compare to. Speaking of the outcome of this match, I personally favor PSV Eindhoven a bit more because they haven't lost since the start of the league season. On the other hand, Ajax, they were held to a draw by 20 in their last match, and their form doesn't seem as good as PSV Eindhoven's. So I'm casting my vote for PSV Eindhoven. In fact, it wasn't just Statisai who thought this way. 80 to 90% of online media and fans were also on PSV Eindhoven's side. PSV Eindhoven had risen rapidly in the past 2 years, showing signs of dominating the Eredivisie. After strengthening their squad in the summer transfer window, they were directly targeting a 3rd consecutive league title. This time, riding on their undefeated momentum, they came to the Johan Cruyff Arena with no intention of losing. The players from both sides entered the field, and the starting lineups were displayed on the big screen. Ajax 4-3-3 formation goalkeeper Onana 75. Defenders Wabber 71, De Ligt 73, De Jong 76, Veltman 75. Midfielders Ziyech 79, Sean 71, Van de Beek 73. Forwards Chun Fong 71, Dolberg 71, Nis 75. Compared to the previous match, there were some changes in the midfield and defense. Due to the injury of fullback Fear Wabber was placed on the wing. De Jong took Wabber's position while the 31-year-old Sean stepped up. On the forward line, Chin Feng's strength attribute had increased 54 to 60, which also slightly raised his overall rating. PSV Eindhoven 5-3-2 formation goalkeeper Zoet 74. Defenders Brunet 74, Mlin 72, Schwab 76, Lucassen 73, Arias 79. Midfielders Hendricks 75, Pereiro 77, Van Ginkel 78. Forwards Lozano 81, Bergwijn 75. Under Koku's direction, PSV Eindhoven fielded almost all their key players. The main players Kaiser had mentioned before the match were all in the lineup. Amidst the dense drumbeats in the stadium, the great battle began. Ajax were in possession. After the ball crossed the halfway line, PSV Eindhoven's players quickly closed in following their coach's instructions. With tough defense, they left Ajax's players frustrated. The attack stalled. Forced into a corner, Ziyech had to drop back to receive the ball and organize the attack. Strolling on the pitch, just as he was about to nutmeg a defender, he was brought down by a bear hug from Pereiro. The referee only gave a verbal warning to the fierce Uruguayan midfielder, making no further decision, and the match continued. Ziyech delivered a sharp through ball. The ball arrived on the left flank, and Chun Fong controlled it steadily. Using his speed advantage, he began to cut inside. Just as he saw the right moment to cut inside and dribble past his marker, two PSV Eindhoven defenders exchanged a glance and charged in ruthlessly. Thud. Working together, one pushed, and the other stamped directly, bringing Chun Fong down. Chun Fong, standing at 175 meters, was far too weak in physical confrontations. A mere push from Van Ginkel was enough for Chun Fong to be unable to withstand the force and fall to the ground. He was then stepped on by Lucassen, who pretended he couldn't stop in time. The stud stamped straight onto the top of Chun Feng's foot. A cry of pain echoed around the stadium. Through the big screen, everyone could clearly see Chun Feng's neck flushed red as he hit his face with one hand. 2 minutes passed, and Chun Feng still hadn't gotten up from the ground. The team doctor kept asking him questions. 4 or 5 teammates stood around him, quietly expressing their concern. The loyal Dolberg was about to confront Pereiro, but was firmly held back by Captain Vermaelen. After a few dozen seconds, Chun Feng, who chose not to use his immunity card to save it for later, could walk with some difficulty after some simple treatment. The final result for Lucassen was also announced. He only received a stern warning from the referee. This caused great discontent among the home fans. Are you kidding me? No card? I'm totally dumbfounded. Referee, please open your eyes. This is a malicious stamp, not a normal physical challenge. Is this still our home ground? Why is the referee favoring the away team? What a blind referee. Frankly, I could do this job too. Boo. This is unfair. The referee was not swayed. He did not change his decision and only awarded Ajax a free kick. The ball was on the left side of the pitch, about 5 meters outside the penalty area. It was close enough for a direct shot. Ziyech and Chun Feng stood over the ball, discussing the plan carefully. The two were the strongest long-range shooters in the team and the first and second designated kickers appointed by Kaiser. Chun, what do you think of this ball? What do I think? I think we can shoot. All right, let me give it a try. Ziyech nodded with his hand over his mouth, carefully observing the wall, looking for an angle to shoot or pass. Chun Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can I try this one?" Ziyech didn't doubt Chun Feng's long-range shooting ability, but he looked at his left instep and asked, "Is your foot okay? Are you sure?" "Yeah, I want to try." "All right, it's yours." Ziyech readily handed over the kicking duties. The whistle blew and the two retreated simultaneously. Behind the wall, the PSV Eindhoven players were focused. On the goal line, Zoet was psyching himself up. Both are running up. Who is going to take this kick? It should be Ziyech, since Chun Feng's foot was just stamped on. He probably hasn't recovered yet. All right, nearly at the ball. The foot is coming up. It's Chun's free kick. The ball rises swiftly from the turf, soaring over the high-jumping, tightly packed wall. It's heading straight for PSV Eindhoven's goalkeeper Zoet. Zoet leaps, stretching his body, reaching for the ball with his right hand. But the ball is too fast. It brushes past his fingertips, and it's in. Holy shit. Statusai was completely stunned. How the hell did that go in? Chun Feng's foot had just been stamped on. Even after treatment, there had to be an effect. But what he was seeing now was that the only one affected was PSV Eindhoven's goalkeeper. What kind of monster was this? A long-range free kick rocket. Roar. After scoring, Chun Feng spread his arms, basking in the cheers of tens of thousands of fans in the stadium. Under everyone's gaze, he made the CF gesture. This was his personal signature celebration. Awesome. Chun, you're incredible. Holy shit, I fucking love you. You've crushed the arrogance of those PSV Eindhoven bastards. Chun, well done. Ziyech, De Ligt, Dolberg, Van de Beek, De Jong, Vermaelen, and others rushed over one after another, their hands tousling Chun Feng's hair. So cool. Holy shit, this goal is so cool. This guy is terrifying. He scored a long-range worldie, even while injured. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, Chen Feng. In the stands, no amount of praise could express their inner excitement. Only by shouting the full name of the number 40 youngster could they show their respect. This night the Johan Cruyff Arena was destined to be explosive. Down by a goal, the PSV Eindhoven players did not lose their fighting spirit. Inspired by Coco, the flames of war were rekindled, and their will to fight soared. However, this newly ignited fighting spirit was extinguished once again. After the match had been deadlocked for half an hour, Bruyne finally got a one-on-one chance. As he burst into the penalty area ready to take a shot, another figure appeared beside him. Bruyne turned his head and had to hold back a curse. Aren't you supposed to be a forward? Why did you chase all the way from the back? Aren't you tired? Looking at Bruyne's mournful eyes, Chen Feng felt a twinge of sympathy, but his feet and hands never stopped moving, constantly interfering. This tenacious fighting spirit once again ignited the Ajax fans. The applause was like firecrackers on New Year's Eve unending. Bang! Seeing no opportunity to shoot, Bruyne steeled himself and just kicked it. Ouch! But the kick was a mis-hit and the ball rolled towards the goal. The agile Onana pounced like a hungry tiger, collecting the ball, and then immediately launched a long pass forward. Fuck you. Are you crazy? Bruyne was furious and turned around to teach the annoying pest a lesson. But when he looked, Chen Feng had already run off, waving his hands on the wings, signaling for his teammates to pass him the ball. Bruyne was completely dumbfounded. Are you treating this like a shuttle run? You really don't get tired, huh? Attack transitioned to defense. Before the PSV Eindhoven defenders could get into position, Chen Feng had already delivered a pass of exceptional quality, a curving ball with the outside of his foot. Bang! The on-rushing Dolberg controlled the ball steadily and fired a right-footed shot. Whoosh! The counterattack was effective and Ajax led by 2 goals. On the sidelines, in the VIP box, and in the stands, the fans were overjoyed. This was their mortal enemy, and they were leading by 2 goals before halftime. How could they not be excited? Unlike the rest of his team, Coco was not discouraged. He calmly called Pereiro to the sideline and gave him a serious instruction. When the Uruguayan tough guy returned to the field, a cruel smile spread across his face. 1 minute before halftime, Chen Feng was dribbling in the center of the pitch when a fierce figure suddenly burst in from the side. Pereiro, 188 meters tall and weighing 75 kilograms, charged in like a high-speed tank, his target clearly Chen Feng. Bang! Cries of pain, the thud of a body hitting the ground, screams, curses, and blood all appeared on the pure green field at the same time. Chen Feng curled up on the grass, one hand clutching his nose, and the other gripping his ankle, his entire demeanor radiating excruciating pain. Chen, are you alright? De Jong and Zeech, who were closest, rushed over, immediately concerned for their teammate. You bastard. I'll fucking kill you. The fiercely loyal Dolberg, upon seeing blood spilled on the green pitch, charged forward first and shoved the nonchalant Pereiro, who had just risen from the ground, to the ground with brutal force. A teammate being bullied. The PSV players naturally couldn't stand idly by. Schwab, Van Ginkel, and others rushed forward, grappling with Dolberg. De Ligt and Van de Beek, witnessing this, also led their teammates forward. A small-scale brawl erupted. In the stands, shouts of anger and jeers filled every corner of the stadium. Seeing the minor disturbance threatening to escalate into a full-blown riot, the referee rushed over and swiftly separated the 2 groups. He called Pereiro aside for a private reprimand. Vermaelen firmly held Dolberg back, and the brawl came to a temporary halt. By now the team doctor had arrived at Chen Feng's side, treating his wounds. Looking up at the sky, trying to stop his nosebleed, Chen Feng felt a pang of regret. He should have used that last immunity card just moments ago. The nosebleed was a minor issue, the sharp pain in his ankle was what truly worried him. How does it feel? My ankle hurts a lot. Is it here? Hiss. Yes, right there. After quickly identifying the injury, the team doctor said gravely, Chen, you can't continue playing. We must take you for treatment immediately. Chen Feng's face twisted in bitterness. Really? Is my injury that serious? The team doctor explained, I'm only making a preliminary assessment. We'll need to run tests to be sure. If you don't want your career to end here, please come back with us for treatment. Alright. This time Chen Feng didn't question it, and agreed immediately. Supported by 2 team doctors, he slowly made his way towards the player tunnel. Before leaving, De Ligt and the others came over to say their goodbyes. Chen, don't worry, it'll be fine. Chen, rest assured, PSV won't leave here unscathed today. Chen, take care. As he passed the substitutes bench, Kaiser hurried over, stroking the back of his beloved player's head, and said, cooperate with the doctors, get a thorough checkup. After the match I'll come see you. Chen Feng nodded. And so, amidst the helpless applause and reluctant gazes of the entire stadium, Chen Feng disappeared into the player tunnel. Meanwhile, after showing Pereiro a yellow card, the referee began to settle scores. Ajax received 2 yellow cards, and PSV did as well. Ajax's 2 yellow cards were given to De Ligt and Dolberg, who had been the most active in the brawl. Boo. Ref, are you blind? WTF, that obvious foul from Pereiro doesn't deserve a red card. Just a yellow? Isn't that just bullying? Damn. Poor Chen Feng. And giving yellows to De Ligt and Dolberg. What did they do wrong? Do you even know how to referee? Don't you know you have to be fair? This is infuriating. Feng's unfortunate injury disrupted Kaiser's plans, forcing him to substitute Kluivert to fill the gap. However, in the second half, without Feng, Ajax's left-wing attack completely collapsed. During the halftime break, both managers made their respective adjustments. When the teams returned for the second half, PSV's attacks were noticeably more potent than Ajax's. In the 64th minute, a through ball proved decisive. First, Pereiro and Van Ginkel double-teamed on the wing, dispossessing Kluivert. Then the latter played a through ball to Bruyne. The young forward received the ball on the wing, drawing the attention of several defenders before unexpectedly threading a pass into the box. Lozano broke through the defense, collected the ball, and swept it across the goalmouth. Bruyne, following up, slotted the ball home with a powerful strike past Onana. Whoosh! After scoring, the young lad pulled the corner flag from the ground and made a daring shooting gesture towards the jeering fans, which only amplified the chorus of boos. He paid them no mind, turning to embrace his teammates in celebration. On the sidelines, Cocu was very satisfied with his team's second-half performance, mainly with Pereiro's tackle that took out Feng. His major worry was eliminated. On the other side, a grim-faced Kaiser was forced to change his plans. He substituted Dolberg and is bringing on two defensive players. Ajax's formation shifted to a 5-4-1. Park the bus. When this formation was revealed, the first word that came to the minds of the Ajax executives in the box was exactly that. Are you kidding me? Leading the game at home, and they're parking the bus. Seeing this, Van der Sar had to explain, Kaiser is adapting to the situation. Regardless of the formation, as long as we win, isn't that what matters? That's true. It wouldn't be bad to hand the invincible PSV their first defeat at the Johan Cruyff Arena. I hope we don't mess this up. If we do, then it's time for the first team manager's position to be reconsidered. They voiced their opinions one after another, while the fans in the stands were also extremely dissatisfied. But Kaiser had no choice. Without Feng, their attacking power had plummeted. To secure the 3 points, this was the only way. When Ajax parked the bus, Cocu grew even more excited, urging his players forward en masse. However, he underestimated the determination of the league's fifth-place team to win this match. In the remaining time, PSV had 10 shots on goal, but either the defenders blocked them or the inspired Onana gathered them safely into his arms. The fourth goal of the match never came. PSV's weakness, the lack of a long-range shooter to break down a stubborn defense, was laid bare in this game. Just before the final whistle, De Ligt executed a vicious sliding tackle on Pereiro during a defensive play. He earned himself a yellow card, but he also sent the Uruguayan villain off injured, avenging Feng. Finally, the match ended. Ajax scraped a 2-1 victory over PSV at home. Why was it a Pyrrhic victory? Because they had lost a key winger in this match. A core player who could step up and turn the tide in crucial moments. Damn, who could have seen that coming? Saudi Arabia 2-1 Argentina. 0-73, all talk no action. At the base's medical room, Feng was lying in a hospital bed, watching the just concluded Eredivisie match. Although the win was hard-fought, they had won in the end, and he felt genuinely happy for the team. Ding ding ding, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was as expected, his family. Mom, Dad, I'm fine. The team doctor treated my wounds immediately. It's nothing serious. You don't need to come, really. I can take care of myself. Trust me. Beep beep beep. Before he could finish, the line went dead. Feng had no choice. He figured he'd see them soon enough. How are you feeling now? Any discomfort? The match had barely ended when Kaiser rushed over. He was deeply worried about Feng's injury and wanted to know the details firsthand. I'm okay. Thanks for your concern, boss. Kaiser breathed a slight sigh of relief. They chatted for a few more minutes before Kaiser left. Just then, Feng's phone rang again. Bro, I'm really fine. Erling, I'm doing well. Old Tom, just go about your business. No need to come see me specially. After closing the door, Kaiser found the team's medical director and got straight to the point. I want to know Chen's specific injury. How long until he recovers? The medical director said slowly, the nose wound isn't serious, but the ankle is troublesome. He'll need at least this long to return to the field. The medical director slowly held up one finger, giving an approximate time. A week. That's not too bad. Kaiser jumped to conclusions, lifting a heavy weight from his own mind. The medical director chuckled, who said it was just a week. A month. He needs at least 3 weeks of rest plus another week of rehab training. Holy shit. A month. Kaiser's worst fear had come true. Feng being sidelined for a month would undoubtedly be a massive blow to the team, because currently no one in the first team could replace him. Kluivert was decent at passing and cutting inside, but lacked finishing, and dribbling. Cerny was good at long shots, but lacking elsewhere. He could push Zeech forward, but then there would be no one to fill the left midfield position. Kaiser muttered a thank you and left looking dejected. The coming month was going to be tough. In France, near the Rennes Youth Academy, a small restaurant. Old Tom stood at the door, speaking sternly on the phone. You little brat, if you're injured, rest properly, you hear? Don't mess around. I'll come see you once I'm done here. Alright, that's it. I'm busy, gotta go. Old Tom hung up, rubbed his furrowed brow vigorously, exhaled all his negative emotions, and walked into the restaurant with a smile. He went to the last booth in the corner where a young dark-skinned player was sitting. Camavinga, have you thought about what I said? The young player was none other than Eduardo Camavinga, then playing for the Rennes Youth team. Old Tom had sought him out to sign a contract with him. The contract in front of him was different from those of other stars. Other stars' agents take a cut from their wages, but this contract had none. That was the unique feature of this contract. According to Old Tom, only super prodigies handpicked by their MON group received this treatment, and currently, they only had one such prodigy in their company. That was a certain Adeyemi he had never heard of. But that didn't matter, he was more concerned with another issue. Camavinga asked, I want to know if you don't take a cut from my wages, how do you make money? Old Tom answered truthfully, from your future of course. Are you so sure I'll make it? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. I see. Camavinga paused, then said, I think I need to go home and discuss this with my family before I decide. Of course, that's only right. Old Tom. She readily agreed, and they set a deadline before parting ways. Suddenly the phone rang. Beatty Hissel had made his final decision. Upon hearing this, Old Tom's smile widened even more as he drove toward Monaco. He intended to settle both matters within 7 days. That same evening inside Ajax's medical room, De Ligt, Van de Beek, and Dolberg had just finished delivering dinner and left. Chun Fu, A Milan, and Chen Lu then appeared. When A Milan saw Chen Feng lying in bed with his right foot wrapped in bandages, tears welled up instantly. Feng phoned. A Milan rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Chen Feng gently patted her back, speaking softly, Mom, I'm fine. The doctor said I just need some rest. A Milan watched with heartache while old Chen sat beside them, his eyes also glistening with tears. For people of their age, the greatest wish isn't for their children to become dragons or phoenixes. It's simply for them to stay safe and sound. Dad, why are you acting like this too? I told you it's fine. Ouch, ow, ow, ow. As Chen Feng spoke, he suddenly cried out. Looking toward the foot of the bed, he saw Chen Lu poking his ankle with her finger. Lulu, what are you doing? Chen Lu, stop it. A Milan and Chen Fu both spoke up, stopping their youngest daughter's playful mischief. Chen Lu rolled her eyes at Chen Feng and said, You were the one claiming you weren't hurt. Nothing to worry about. I just wanted to check if it was true. You little rascal. That's a freshly treated wound. Chen Feng nearly burst into tears. Are you being reckless? Chen Fu and A Milan heard this and didn't blame their daughter. Upon learning of Chen Feng's injury, he had been sobbing all the way here. They were accustomed to the sibling dynamic. No bickering would have seemed unnatural. Chen air. I'd say your mouth is your hardest feature. Chen Lu sat on the other side, poured a glass of water, and handed it over. Chen Feng flushed crimson upon hearing this. He took the water with his right hand, while hastily placing his left hand near his thigh, stammering, Who said that? My mouth isn't the hardest. 074, the tense penalty shootout, Kazel's looming crisis. Where could it be? Chen Lu tilted her head, curiously asking. Chen Feng quickly looked down, sipping his water. Chen air, why are you blushing? Chen Lu grew increasingly puzzled, while Chen Fu and A Milan, sensing the conversation turning awkward, swiftly steered it toward other topics. In the following days, the Chun family booked a hotel near the base and stayed temporarily. Originally, Chen Fu had planned to send Chen Lu back, but she refused outright. For now, they would take things one step at a time. 1 week later, Chen Feng could walk slowly. He had already moved out of the base and was staying at the hotel to recover. On the TV in the room, the third round of the Dutch Cup was playing. The score stood at 1-0 in favor of the away team. Ajax led 1-0 thanks to a long pass from De Ligt in the 36th minute, setting Kroot open to score first. The match then settled into a stalemate. Regular time had ended with 5 minutes of stoppage time remaining. 20 launched an attack. Chen Fu watched the screen and asked, Little Feng, isn't 20 the team that came back from 3 goals down to tie the game? Chen Feng nodded slightly. Exactly them. Just then Chen Lu chimed in from behind. They're quite resilient, don't you think? Do you think 20 will equalize in this match? How could that possibly happen? Lulu, I also think that's unlikely. The Chun family, all football fans who supported Ajax, responded, in turn hoping for the away team's victory. Chen Feng had wanted to argue back, but the words died on his lips. Suddenly the TV erupted with Stedeka's furious roar. Miracle has happened. In stoppage time, Asadi headed the ball in to level the score. If this continues, the match will go into extra time. For 20 fans on site, this is wonderful news. You can see them cheering wildly in the stands. But for Ajax fans watching at home, this is undoubtedly heartbreaking. Ajax was so close to advancing to the next round. Yet Asadi's header pulled them back. That's the charm of football. Until the final whistle, no one can predict the outcome. Stoppage time ends. Let's take a brief rest and await the start of extra time. Suddenly Chen Lu sensed the room's temperature drop. When she looked up, she found Chen Feng staring intently at her, making her scalp tingle. Chen, why are you looking at me like that? It's your own team's fault, not my fault. I was just saying that offhandedly. Chen Feng spoke slowly. Shen, can't you shut up? You're quite the prophet, aren't you? He grabbed a pillow and threw it at her. Chen Lu naturally retaliated with one of her own, and laughter filled the room. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Kazel paced anxiously. Far from the relaxed mood Chen Feng enjoyed. Stoppage time had just ended. With the match still tied, the teams proceeded to penalties. Ajax kicked first. Their veteran chef picked up the ball, stepped to the penalty spot, and backed up slowly. 20's goalkeeper Drommel stretched and jumped repeatedly. The whistle blew. Chef ran up and shot to the lower left corner. Drommel misjudged the direction and Ajax scored, making it 1-2. Now it was 20's turn to kick. Asadi took the shot, blasting it down the middle and scoring. The score became 2-2. Ajax Siem de Jong took the shot again, blasting it to the lower left corner. Drommel was slightly slower, and the ball slipped under his armpit. Ajax led 2-3. 20 Ora took the shot, faking out Onana, then sliding it to the lower right corner. Perfectly placed. The score tied at 3-3. Ajax this time Van de Beek stepped up. He took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, then struck powerfully to the lower right corner. The ball hit the dead corner. Ajax led 3-4. 20 Tigadoini, a summer loanee from Malaga, stepped up to take the shot to the upper right corner. However, Onana anticipated the move and pushed the ball away with one hand. Roar! Onana, having made the save, pounded his chest in triumph. His teammates rushed to congratulate him. Tigadoini slumped behind them, knowing his future at 20 was likely over. Yes. On the sideline, Kazel felt a heavy weight lift from his chest. His team now held the lead. Back in the room, Chun Lu watched the three celebrating and suddenly remarked, "Are you celebrating too soon? What if Ajax also misses a penalty?" Just as she finished speaking, Stetic sighed regretfully. Too bad, Jia missed his shot. It hit the crossbar and bounced away. Now 20 has a chance. Chun-san. Chun Feng felt utterly speechless. She really was a TMD prophet. Can you predict something else besides this? 20 Cuevas stepped forward and calmly converted the penalty. 4-4, the teams were tied again. Ajax veteran Huntelaar blasted a shot to the lower left corner. Ajax led 4-5. 20 Lindelof retaliated with a powerful strike to the lower right corner. 5-5. The situation was tense. Ajax Veltman took the shot, aiming for the upper left corner. Drommel couldn't keep up. Ajax led 5-6. 20 Laukate took the penalty, blasting it to the lower right corner, leveling the score at 6-6. The tension on the field gripped everyone's hearts. The next penalty meant no room for error. If missed, the opponent would seize the opportunity. The team that missed would be eliminated outright. For both Ajax and 20, this was unacceptable after all their hard work. Ajax de Ligt stepped up to take the penalty. He ran up, swung his leg, and struck with his right foot, powerful and fast. But, thud, a dull sound echoed through the stadium. After a 3-second pause, cheers erupted from the crowd. That missed penalty struck Kazel like a heavy hammer. Following last season's loss to Almarkar, Van der Sar had spoken with him again. This time he could not afford to fail. Now the team had swung from leading to trailing, mirroring Kazel's emotions from elation to tension to despair like a roller coaster. Ups and downs. If 20 converted their next penalty after de Ligt's miss, the match would end. It would also mean Kazel's coaching career at Ajax would be over. In this moment of crisis, Kazel stared intently at the penalty spot, praying fervently, please, please, do not score. No way, no way. Could Argentina pull off a first-round upset? Goodness, I wouldn't dare write something like this in a novel. Dramatic twist. Chapter 075, Ajax eliminated from the Dutch Cup. Kazel fired. Ren stood at the penalty spot ready to take the kick. Onana stood nervously before the goal, breathing deeply and calming himself. Ren began his run-up, swung his arm, and struck the ball with his right foot. The ball shot toward the lower right corner with great force. Onana Dove quickly guessed the direction correctly and even touched the ball with his fingertips, but he couldn't redirect it. The ball hesitated for a moment, then finally slipped into the net. Damn, we won. We won the penalty shootout and advanced to the next round of the Dutch Cup. Teary-eyed. 20. Awesome, awesome, awesome. What a thrilling match, but we came out on top. After the penalties, the score stood at 7-6. 20 won the shootout, completing the comeback and sending Ajax home, securing their place in the next round. Yay. 20's coaching staff celebrated on the field, while Kazel, looking dejected, quickly led his coaching staff into the player tunnel. Ajax's players stood frozen in place, stunned. This season they had already lost both the Champions League and the Cup competition. Now only the league remained. Ajax CEO's office. Van der Sar took a deep breath and placed the final call to Kazel. I must inform you. Due to your poor performance as coach, you will no longer serve as the head coach of the first team. Regarding the penalty clause in your contract, we will compensate you as agreed. That's all. Click. Van der Sar hung up the phone, rubbing his throbbing temples, perhaps regretting his decision after all. If they had never hired Kaiser in the first place, would the team's record be better now? There was no time for regret. Kaiser's dismissal meant Van der Sar had more work to do. He made 3 phone calls. The first was to Reisiger, who had previously been the head coach of the second team before being promoted to assistant coach of the first team. Reisiger, from now on you will temporarily serve as the head coach of the first team. Until the club confirms a new head coach, I hope you can lead the team to maintain stable results. Rest assured there will be corresponding bonuses for every victory. Work hard and do a good job. The second call was to the club's public relations department, instructing them to quickly issue 2 announcements, one regarding Kaiser's dismissal and the other regarding Reisiger's interim appointment. The third call was to hamster the club's technical director and his good friend. Kaiser's performance has been absolutely terrible. If we keep him as head coach, I'm worried the team won't even touch the threshold of next season's Champions League. So we must activate Plan B. Send me the list of coaches we are in contact with and who are interested as soon as possible. If possible, arrange meetings. We must finalize the new head coach as quickly as possible. Alright, that's it. After finishing these tasks, Van der Sar didn't linger. He left his office, directly needing to gather the other club executives for a meeting to discuss the specific details. In the hotel room, the atmosphere was inevitably somber after Ajax's defeat. Chun Lu, observing his second brother's dejected expression, said with slight apology, "I really just said it casually. I didn't think Ajax would actually lose." "This isn't your fault." Chun Feng's lips curled back into a smile upon hearing this. He gently stroked Chun Lu's golden wavy hair and laughed. "The team itself has many problems. As long as these fundamental issues remain unresolved, defeat is only a matter of time." Chun Lu stuck out her tongue and said nothing. "But..." Chun Feng paused, then continued, "It's just a pity for Kaiser. After conceding 3 consecutive goals against 20, his position was already in jeopardy. Fortunately, we beat our arch-rivals 2-1 later, which stabilized things for a while. I didn't expect him to fall to 20 again this time. Kaiser will probably find it hard to escape being fired." As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Fu exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, what you said has already happened." Chen Feng opened his phone upon hearing this. The headline in the Eredivisie news was the news of Kaiser's dismissal pinned to the top. Ajax official: due to poor performance this season, head coach Kaiser and 2 assistant coaches Spitzgerman and Brasinho have been suspended from all duties. Ajax official: for this season, the position of first-team head coach will be temporarily filled by Real. Welcome home. These 2 concise official announcements turned the Ajax dressing room upside down. Kaiser was suspended and would negotiate a contract termination with the club. Born in Amsterdam and a product of the Ajax Youth Academy, the quintessential Dutch legend Real took over as head coach. "Xiao Feng, it looks like your first challenge after returning from injury has arrived." "What do you mean?" Chen Feng looked at Old Chun and asked casually. Old Chun analyzed. This Real was quite remarkable as a player. He once played for clubs like AC Milan, Barcelona, and PSV Eindhoven. He has his own set of methods. The first thing you need to do when you get back is to gain Real trust. Isn't that a problem? After all, others will get in touch with Real before you do. That's a bit disadvantageous for you. Chen Feng laughed. "You're overthinking it. Real is only the interim head coach. Van der Sar is definitely looking for a new permanent head coach. Besides, I have the skill. No matter who the coach is, I'm not afraid. How worthy of being my son, so confident." Chen Fu turned off his phone and shamelessly praised himself without batting an eye. "All right. These matters are temporarily none of our concern. Feng, focus on recovering from your injury." Compared to these complex affairs, Emmeline was more concerned about her son's physical condition. "No." Chen Feng shook his head. "It still matters somewhat. Kaiser, after all, had a mentoring grace towards me. He was the one who promoted me to the first team, so I want to bid him a proper farewell. Leave that to me." Chen Fu patted his chest and set off to make preparations, leaving Emmeline and Chen Lu behind. They said in unison, "Tsk tisk, it's time for your bandage change. Feng, Chen the second. Take it off now." Chen Feng rested his right hand on his chest, looking at the discarded gauze on the floor, catching his breath over and over again. When he looked at his ankle and the 2 people clumsily changing the bandages, he let out a complete sigh of relief. Ahem, he had been overthinking. Soon the medicine was changed and the family had a lively dinner in the hotel restaurant before returning to their respective rooms. Chen Feng lay in bed scrolling through his phone out of boredom when suddenly a line of text appeared before him. Side quest 1. 1. Help Chen Lin become a well-known agent. Signed. 5 players completed. 6 players signed. Reward 50 points. Side quest 1. 2. Help Chen Lin complete his first career transfer. Reward 100 points. Nice. Chen Feng suddenly sat up in bed and checked his point balance. Adding the previous 288 points, Chen Feng now had a total of 338 points. He was not far from the 500 points needed for the Super Scout system. He hoped the winter transfer window would open soon so he could get his hands on the Scout system quickly. He was really looking forward to seeing what role this system would play. Although Ajax's new head coach hadn't been confirmed yet, the matches had to begin. On December 24, 2017, Ajax's squad traveled away to face Willem II in the 18th round of the Eredivisie. This match was Real's Eredivisie debut as head coach. Logically, for such an important moment, Ajax CEO Van der Sar should have been watching closely, but he wasn't. He and the technical director had traveled to another city, the city where FC Utrecht is based. In a luxurious restaurant, they booked a private room, went in and took out documents from their briefcases to study them carefully. Player career: promoted from FC 20U19 to the first team in July 1989. 20 again. We really have a connection with this club. Van der Sar casually commented and continued reading. Career spans several clubs: De Graafschap, RKC Waalwijk, FC Utrecht. Finally, in July 2002, he returned to his old club FC 20 and retired there. It seems his playing career wasn't particularly outstanding. Let's check his coaching career. Coaching career: July 1, 2002, June 30, 2003, coached FC 20U17. He then spent 3 years coaching FC 20U19, followed by a promotion to the first team as an assistant coach for 3 years. When prospects for promotion seemed bleak, he left. He went to PSV Eindhoven and worked as an assistant coach for 3 years. After 3 sets of 3 years, he finally got his first opportunity to become a head coach managing Go Ahead Eagles. His coaching performance was impressive enough that after just 1 year, he was poached by Bayern Munich. They placed him as head coach of Bayern Munich too. After spending 2 years there feeling he had learned enough, he returned to the Eredivisie. He became the head coach of FC Utrecht, a position he holds to this day. Assessment: Ten Hag is a bold, innovative, highly motivated, and tactically astute head coach with strong execution. Under his tenure, FC Utrecht transformed from a mid to lower table team into a title contender. This speaks volumes. I believe Ten Hag will be a key figure in Ajax's revival. Van der Sar closed the file and said with a smile, "The person you found has very detailed information on Ten Hag. I just wonder how much real ability he has." Hamstra replied, "Actually, we both saw Ten Hag's ability with our own eyes. In that Eredivisie match, if Chen hadn't stepped up, we would probably have been routed long ago. Kaiser's tactics were completely crushed against his." Van der Sar nodded slowly. He indeed had a deep impression of that match. Ahem, it definitely wasn't, because the two bald heads were too bright. They didn't wait long before Ten Hag, dressed in casual clothes with his hands in his pockets, walked in. "Hello, hello." They shook hands in greeting upon their first meeting. After some small talk, Ten Hag glanced at the watch on his wrist and said quickly, "Mr. President, please get straight to the point. I'm in a hurry." "Very good. I like your straightforwardness." Van der Sar calmly produced a contract and cut to the chase. "I think you know by now that Kaiser has been suspended, so I'd like to. You want me to take over?" Ten Hag confirmed his suspicions. When Hamstra had contacted him, he had already guessed as much. "That's right. If you are willing, the club will offer you a 3-year contract with an annual salary of 4 million euros. Do you have any other conditions?" Firstly, Ten Hag said the salary is too low. I earn about the same at FC Utrecht. If the salary is the same, there's no reason for me to leave a familiar environment. "How much do you want then?" 5 million. Deal. Any other issues?" "Kaiser is only suspended. He needs to leave as soon as possible. Also, I have a contract with FC Utrecht. You must pay the buyout clause for me to leave. Of course we will cover those costs. You don't need to worry about that." "Excellent." Ten Hag was very satisfied with the negotiation. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped. Van der Sar explained, "You've seen our club's sincerity, but I still don't know your plans." Ten Hag said, "We have an agreement. Once you have taken care of these matters, I can go to Amsterdam. I've exhausted FC Utrecht's potential. It's very difficult to win the Eredivisie title here. I can't spend all my time here. Who doesn't aspire to win championships? I am certainly willing to go to a club with a richer history like Ajax." No, you misunderstand. I mean your plans after you take over the team." Van der Sar posed the core question. Ten Hag understood. This was a test of his ability. He searched his mind for information about Ajax. Ten Hag spoke eloquently. "I think the team has significant problems. First, the dressing room isn't very united. There are many issues. Second, the players are too undisciplined." While Van der Sar and Ten Hag were negotiating, far away in Amsterdam, Chen Fong also met with Kaiser. They met in the hotel's restaurant. Chen Fong raised his glass to bid farewell to his mentor. "Boss, I am very grateful for your trust in me. If it weren't for your keen eye in promoting me from the second team, I don't know where I would be languishing now." Kaiser let out a rueful smile. "Chen, in the end, it's your strength and talent that truly matter. I didn't really help you much. As an old Chinese saying goes, gold will shine wherever it is. You are that gold. I am merely the one who discovered it." Chen Fong set down his wine glass and said solemnly, "No, you are not just the one who discovered the gold, but the one who unveiled the cloth covering it. So thank you very much. You will always be my head coach." Hearing this, Kaiser felt a lump in his throat. As one grows older, they are easily moved. Earlier, when De Ligt, Vermaelen, and others bid him farewell, there was already a deep reluctance to part. Now with Chen Fong seeing him off, it was the same. "Chen, do your best. I look forward to the day I see you lift that heavy golden ball. Keep it up." At the moment of parting, Kaiser offered his best wishes. A week after Reisiger's debut victory in the Eredivisie, the calendar had turned to January. The schedule for this month was relatively light, with only 2 Eredivisie League matches. Therefore, after returning to the base, the recovered Chen Fong did not immediately plunge into intense preparations. Instead, he focused on doing some rehabilitation training alone. During this period, Chen Fu and his 2 companions had already returned to Belgium, while Chen Lin, and only after learning that Chen Feng's injury was not serious did the 2 breathe a sigh of relief. However, they didn't stay long before heading to Norway, as Holland's transfer had taken shape and needed to be finalized. As time passed during the dull days without matches, the players grew lazy. After finishing their daily training, they each indulged in pleasures. There was only one exception. That was Chen Fong. As usual, he remained steadfast on the training ground, tirelessly performing various drills. On the morning of January 13th, Ten Hag, visiting the Ajax training base for the first time, was stunned by the boy's tenacious figure. He hid in a corner watching for half an hour before being dragged away by Hamstra. That day, Ten Hag truly felt that geniuses are called geniuses not only for their exceptional talent, but also for their extraordinary perseverance. Arriving at the CEO's office, Reisiger and Van der Sar were also present. According to the previous agreement, Ten Hag signed his name on the contract, officially becoming the head coach of Ajax's first team. Reisiger would serve as Ten Hag's assistant, taking the role of assistant coach. "Welcome to Ajax. I believe you will achieve remarkable success here." Van der Sar extended his broad hand, looking at the new coach with a smile. At the same time, Ten Hag extended his hand and said solemnly, "Rest assured, I will bring Ajax to the heights it deserves. I also hope for everyone's full cooperation in the days ahead." Absolutely. Absolutely. Hamstra and Re-Isager spoke in unison. After leaving the office, Ten Hag asked, "Did you manage to arrange those 2 closed-door friendlies I asked for earlier?" "Of course." Re-Isager replied, "They are arranged against Lyngby and MSV Duisburg." "Good. What are the match times?" "Set for 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. Ten Hag glanced at his watch. It was 9 a.m. He quickly asked, "And the training time?" Re-Isager thought for a moment before saying, "Since the friendlies are in the evening, I scheduled training to start at 3 p.m. "Too late. Have them come now." "Now." "Yes, do it immediately." "All right." Re-Isager nodded and left. Then Ten Hag called the coaching team to prepare for training. When he left Utrecht, he had brought his entire team with him. At 10:30 a.m., the entire first team assembled on the training ground. Unlike Chin Feng, who was full of energy, most looked listless. Many had received Re-Isager's call while sleeping, others while engaged in unspeakable activities at some hotel. In short, the sudden change in training time disrupted personal plans, and everyone harbored some resentment. What's going on? Why the sudden change of time? Weren't we supposed to train at 3 p.m.? What time is it now? What's this all about? Damn, I was in the middle of something. Do you know how awkward that was? Hey, we really don't know. Come on, tell us more. Amidst the chatter, Ten Hag, Re-Isager, and Hamstra, along with the rest of the coaching staff, strode over quickly. When the players saw Ten Hag, they froze, and their joking words were swallowed. A single thought echoed in everyone's mind. Why was Utrecht's coach at Ajax's training base? What was going on? Unlike the others who were confused, Chin Feng de Ligt and a few others knew from their positions that the bald Ten Hag standing in the center was their new boss. Quiet. Ten Hag spoke. "The decision to change the training time was mine. By the way, let me tell you something else. From now on, I am your head coach. Everything will be based on what I say and done the way I say. Is that understood?" "Understood, I guess." The responses were weak. They looked at Hamstra and Re-Isager and only believed it after seeing their confirming nods. "Did you all skip breakfast?" "Louder." Ten Hag's tone changed abruptly, his presence thundering like a storm. "A new broom sweeps clean, and no one wanted to be the first target." They quickly shouted in unison, "Understood." "Very good. I am different from your former coach, Kaiser. I don't like this lazy, relaxed state of yours. What I want are players who are always on edge and can make a difference on the field. So let me tell you my rules. For now, the team captain remains Vermaelen. When the captain is not on the field, the vice-captain de Ligt will take over. And whatever the captain says on the field is as if I said it. Everyone must obey. If you are unwilling to listen, or if you listen but don't act, then I'm sorry, but I won't consider personal feelings and will substitute you immediately. No coach likes disobedient players." Ten Hag clasped his hands behind his back, his expression fierce. "Next, let me talk about training time. Everyone must arrive 15 minutes earlier than the time I set. No being late, no leaving early. Finally, I select the starting lineup based solely on ability, not seniority. Those with strong abilities start. Those relying on old age with poor abilities stay away." While Ten Hag was giving his inaugural address, Ajax's official announcement of the new coach had already spread across the internet. Far away in Norway, Chin Lin and his 2 companions who were in negotiations with Red Bull Salzburg also saw the news. However, they had no time to read it closely. The signing had reached its most critical moment. Chin Lin, Holland, Old Tom, and a lawyer sat on one side of the table. Red Bull Salzburg's sporting director Freund and his staff sat on the other side. As things stood, Red Bull Salzburg was eager to sign Holland, the rising star topping the scorer charts in the Norwegian league. After some back and forth, Salzburg agreed to pay Molde a transfer fee of up to 9 million euros. The 2 sides were currently discussing the player's personal terms. After reviewing the contract, Chin Lin handed it to the lawyer beside him for a thorough examination. Freund smiled and said, "Mr. Chin is indeed meticulous, bringing a lawyer along. Are you afraid Salzburg has set traps in the contract? I think you misunderstand, director. To be honest, this is the first player my company signed. And this will be the first transfer we handle. So we must be cautious and avoid any mistakes." Chin Lin explained with a smile. Freund nodded. "I see. Well, does your company have any other signed players? Are they young talents like Erling?" "Yes, they are young talents, just like Erling. Currently, our company only serves young super talents." Chin Lin answered the question openly and introduced the concept that Chin Feng had proposed earlier, serving only super talents. This concept stemmed from a broad strategy they had discussed when visiting Chin Feng in Amsterdam. Since the company lacked reputation, it would focus on a single direction in the agent field. That direction was only sign young talents, serving only super talents. By promoting this concept and engraving it in people's minds, clubs looking to sign young talents in the future would think of the MON group. Young players would also naturally seek out the MON group to sign. Chin Lin fully agreed with this. "Is that so?" Freund became interested and asked, "May I ask which other players your company represents? Would you mind sharing?" Chin Lin said, "Ajax's Chin Feng Liefering Soboslai, as well as Adeyemi Badiashile and Kamavinga. These are all players under my company." Of course you may not have heard of some of them, but that doesn't stop me from praising them. In the future they are destined to become top football players. Honestly, Freund only registered one name, Chen Feng. He is also with UA. Yes. Chen Lin said honestly. You might not know, but he is not only a player of our company, he is also my younger brother. Is that so? Mr. Chen, could I ask if he has any intention of transferring in the near future? The doors of Red Bull Salzburg are always open for him. Upon learning this, Freund's attitude towards Chen Lin became much more respectful. It seemed he had underestimated the MON group. Alright, I will ask him. Chen Lin nodded and confirmed, so the club will sign a 3-5-year contract with my company's player Holland with a weekly wage of €100 and corresponding bonuses for goals and assists. And if the team wins the league title or the player wins individual honors, there will also be corresponding bonuses, correct? Yes. Alright, Erling, sign it. Okay. Holland picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. Freund stood up with a smile. Mr. Chen, a pleasure doing business. Erling, welcome to Red Bull Salzburg. Trust me, this will be a wonderful journey. Late at night, 11 p.m., in the Ajax head coach's office. The two friendlies had concluded. Facing two teams of similar strength, Ten had tested the main squad and the reserve squad left by Kaiser. The result was a resounding 5-1 victory for the main squad led by Zeech de Jong de Ligt and Shin Feng against Lingby. In contrast, the reserve squad led by Kluivert, Dolberg, Siem de Jong, and Sven was held to a 1-1 draw by MSV Duisburg. It should be noted that the starting goalkeeper for both matches was the same, the first-choice keeper Onana. So this made it clear why some were starters and others were substitutes. After the two matches it was obvious. However, Ten Hag also noticed something amiss. Some substitute players performed better than the starters. For instance, in the forward position, Dolberg's positioning and speed were clearly superior to Huntelaar's, while the latter's only advantage was his experience. Therefore, Ten Hag swapped their positions, confirming Dolberg as the team's starting forward. On the defensive line, Argentine international Tagliafico also performed well and was confirmed as the starting fullback. After several adjustments, Ten Hag settled on his ideal starting 11. Only one sheet of paper remained on the desk. The rest were crumpled and tossed into the trash bin. Barring any surprises, these 11 players would start in the crucial rivalry match against Feyenoord a week later. Brother Lin, thank you. In the passenger seat, Holland expressed his gratitude to Chen Lin. The latter waved his hand dismissively. You're still being so polite with me. Go say goodbye to your teammates quickly, then I'll take you to the airport. Okay. Holland took a deep breath, got out of the car, and walked towards the base. Along the way, he greeted familiar staff members warmly. He encountered many acquaintances like Markovic and Hoagie, but none were the ones he most wanted to bid farewell to. The person he most wanted to see was in the head coach's office planning tactics. Mo. Knock knock. After knocking, Holland entered and said with a smile, "Boss, I'm leaving soon. I came to say goodbye." "Go on." Mo raised his hand and said freely, "You and Shin Feng are both geniuses, the brightest rising stars in football. This Norwegian league could never hold you back. It's time for you to hone your skills in higher level competitions. Erling, I look forward to the day you achieve great success. When that day comes, don't forget Mold and don't forget me." Holland nodded firmly. "Boss, I will. Take care. I'll come visit you when I have time." The two embraced in farewell. Holland was about to embark on a new journey, and while Mo offered his sincere blessings, he also worried about Mold's future results. As the league match against Feyenoord approached, Chen Feng was set to return to the starting lineup. Red Bull Salzburg officially announced the signing of former Mold striker Holland. He has signed a 3.5-year contract and will wear the number 30 jersey for the team. Let us all look forward to the brilliant performance of the Norwegian top scorer. Welcome to Salzburg, Erling. Chen Feng saw this news immediately after waking up at 7:30 in the morning. He then sent a message. "Erling, not bad, let's work hard together and strive to meet in the top 5 leagues soon." Holland replied, "Let's work hard together." Tisk replying so quickly, "It seems this kid is also doing extra training every day." At that moment a line of text appeared before his eyes. Side quest 1. 2. Help Chen Lin complete his first career transfer. Completed. Reward 100 points. This was probably the easiest task Chen Feng had completed so far. He hadn't even exerted any effort. Side quest 1. 2. Help Chen Lin sign 10 players. Reward 50 points. A new quest had arrived. It seemed he would have to think of a few more names of young players to pass on. After washing up and having breakfast, Chen Feng headed straight to the training ground to begin strength training. Through his accumulated efforts during this period, Chen Feng's strength stat had reached 65. With about a week left until the next league match, he was confident he could train his strength to 70 before then. Once he reached 70, he could start working on other areas. Time truly flies, and soon it was January 21st, 2018. On Sunday at 9:30 p.m., even with light snow falling and the outdoor temperature at only 4 to 5 degrees Celsius, it couldn't stop tens of thousands of Ajax fans from rushing to the stadium. They were going to watch the 19th round of the Eredivisie match between Ajax and Feyenoord. Although the temperature was very low and cold today, the fans' hearts were warm. They believed they would witness a thrilling and passionate game. This wasn't just a classic rivalry. It was also the debut of Ajax's new coach Ten Hag, and more importantly, Chen Feng's comeback match. The fans hadn't seen the young number 40 on the pitch for too long, so they were naturally looking forward to it. Phew, it's really cold. Ten Hag, wearing a down jacket, exhaled warm air and muttered quietly. Beside him, Feyenoord's young coach Van Bronckhorst teased, "If you're cold, why don't you wear a hat? Your head has no protection at all." "Worry about my head. You'd be better off worrying about your players. They might not leave the Johan Cruyff Arena unscathed today." "Is that so? You fifth in the league are threatening me second in the league. Ridiculous. What does a temporary ranking prove? What if this ranking lasts until the end of the season? Then you won't be Ten Hag, you'll be Ten Laugh." The two managers were already bickering before the match, even started perfectly embodying the term archrivals. They simply couldn't get along. Soon the stadium music started, and the referees led the players from both sides out onto the pitch. For Ajax, captain Vermaelen led the way, followed by goalkeeper Onana, and at the back were Chun-Fong, Zeech, and Nuz. When the fans saw Chun-Fong, the quiet stadium erupted like a string of firecrackers had been thrown into it, with applause crackling and resounding. Cheers were endless. Feeling the fans' enthusiasm and somewhat flattered, Chun-Fong looked around and applauded back. Gradually the starting lineups were revealed. Ajax continuing with the 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Onana, 75. Defenders Tagliafico, 78, De Ligt, 75, Waber, 73, Veltman, 75. Midfielders Zeech, 79, De Jong, 78, Van de Beek, 73. Forwards Chun-Fong, 72, Dolberg, 73, Nuz, 75. From the data provided by the system, Chun-Fong noticed that not only had his own ability value increased, but the ability values of De Ligt, De Jong, and Dolberg had also grown. This was excellent news for the team, and he was genuinely happy for his teammates. The away team Feyenoord 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Brad Jones, 73. Defenders Malaysia, 73, Tapia, 77, Van Beek, 75, St. Just, 76. Midfielders Vilhena, 76, Toornstra, 74, El Amadi, 75. Forwards Boetius, 77, Jorgensen, 74, Burgess, 80. Feyenoord's squad contained many veteran players. Jones, born in 1982 and now 35 years old, was one of them. Furthermore, midfielders Toornstra and El Amadi were also over 30. Looking at the overall average age of the starting lineup, Feyenoord was indeed older than Ajax. In the away team's lineup, there were two players to watch. One was the left-back Malaysia, a young talent born in 1999 who had just been promoted from the U19 team that summer. His dribbling, ball progression, shielding, and crossing abilities were all quite impressive. The other was Burgess, the player with the highest overall ability on the pitch, a Dutch forward who had transferred from Watford for €6.5 million that summer. Not only had he helped Feyenoord win the Eredivisie title during his loan spell the previous year, but he had also been selected for the Dutch national team multiple times. As the battle began, the atmosphere inside the Johan Cruyff Arena was tense. The Ajax fans in the stands were waiting for an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? A chance to roar wildly and celebrate unreservedly. Feyenoord had possession and were attacking. After the first 10 minutes of the contest, Ten Hag saw through Van Bronckhorst's intention to focus on central penetration. The newly appointed Ajax coach changed his tactics on the spot. He walked to the sidelines, clenched his fists, and brought them together. The signal, "All players tighten up your positions, leave no gaps." Veltman, positioned on the wing, noticed the signal and quickly relayed the head coach's strategic intent. Feyenoord's central penetration was completely neutralized. In the 22nd minute, De Jong and Van de Beek intercepted the ball in midfield, creating a counter-attacking opportunity. The latter played a long pass to the left flank. Chun-Fong received the ball, controlling it and advancing steadily, but someone wanted to thwart him. St. Just, his direct opponent, suddenly charged in from the side. Seeing the 184-meter St. Just, Chun-Fong decisively passed the ball. In the center, Zeech received the ball to provide support. Just as Ajax's attack was about to continue, St. Just, knowing full well that Chun-Fong no longer had the ball, still extended a malicious leg. At the same time, he made a wrestling-like grab with his arms. Thud! Both players fell to the ground. Before Chun-Fong, pinned underneath, could react, this St. Pig let out a howl, clutched his face, and rolled away. He was signaling to the referee that he was the one who had been wronged. This act caused an uproar. The referee might not have seen clearly, but how could the spectators in the stands not know? It was clearly this pig who had committed a malicious foul. Everything happening at the Johan Cruyff Arena was like a grenade without a safety pin thrown into a toilet, stirring up a storm of shit. Lying on the ground holding his ankle, Chun-Fong was a bit dumbfounded. "Dude, are you trying to dive here?" Several Feyenoord players were nearby, and 3 of them rushed over, surrounding Chun-Fong and hurling abuse in his ear. "Kid, stop faking it. Get the FCK up. What are you pretending for? Didn't even touch you, get the hell up. You son of a bitch bastard." As they were yelling, they started getting physical, seemingly trying to imitate Otamendi, who during the Copa America final had grabbed the lying Neymar and yanked him to his feet. In the previous match, Dolberg had been substituted early and couldn't intervene, which he had been brooding about for a long time. This time he wasn't going to miss his chance. He charged forward, immediately pushing away the Feyenoord players surrounding Chun-Fong one by one. "Get lost. FCK off." Dolberg had just pushed one person away when the other 2 players struck back, shoving him to the ground. De Ligt and Van de Beek, who had rushed over, quickly joined the fray. The dormitory brothers now stood united on the same front line, defending their teammate behind them. Chen Feng, who had gotten up slowly and was unharmed, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. On the other side, Saint Just also got up from the ground. Saint Just was shown a yellow card punishment for his malicious foul. A red card had not yet appeared on the pitch. But everyone knew it was only a matter of time. The ball was quickly put back into play. Tagliafico ran down the byline, won the ball, and sent a cross into the penalty area. Dolberg went for the header, but the ball went over the bar. Feyenoord's goal kick. Jones quickly kicked the ball out. After a few adjustments, the ball reached the right flank, where Saint Just was dribbling. Just as he crossed the halfway line, a figure with blonde hair suddenly burst out, raised a long leg, and charged straight at him. Oh! Saint Just was brutally taken down by Van de Beek, rolling off the pitch. This defender, who had committed the malicious foul, was now receiving physical punishment. Van de Beek, who was usually quiet, had once again stood up bravely for Chen Feng. The two yellow cards on the pitch were like two fuses, completely igniting the years of animosity between the two sides. For the remainder of the half, the fans frequently witnessed fierce confrontations. One moment a player was being knocked to the ground, the next another was being slide tackled into the air. The first half ended with a temporary draw. Ajax had received 3 yellow cards shown to Van de Beek, Wabber, and Tagliafico. Feyenoord had also received 3 yellow cards for Saint Just, Jorgensen, and Van Beek. 6 yellow cards in 45 minutes was a clear testament to the match's intensity. In the Ajax dressing room, Ten Hag walked in slowly and stood in the center to share his thoughts. 3 of our players are already carrying yellow cards. In the second half, if someone gets a second yellow and a red, then we'll be down to 10 men and become very passive. And you need to understand that the most important thing in a match is scoring goals and winning, not brawling on the pitch. Winning the match is the greatest gift we can give to our fans. I want you to shift your focus to attacking and scoring in the second half. Don't make unnecessary fouls. Now let me talk about the plan. In the second half, we'll first try to attack from both wings. If that doesn't work, we'll use short passes to advance the ball from midfield into the penalty area. Ten Hag spoke at length, and the Ajax players listened intently. They felt the new coach was right about one thing: winning the match was the most crucial objective. So after the halftime break, as the teams swapped sides, the shivering fans in the stands could clearly sense that the home team was playing with more composure. In the 50th minute, Zeech used his dribbling skills to burst through Feyenoord's defensive line. After entering the penalty area, he was immediately met with a challenge. With no other option, he passed the ball diagonally to the wing. Chen Feng received it on the left side. He gently flicked the ball with the inside of his right foot, evading Tapia's tackle, and then, following the guidance of the 89 passing route before his eyes, he accurately sent the ball into the penalty area. The ball reached Dolberg's feet. The young striker seized the opportunity, perfectly following up with a powerful shot that beat the veteran Jones, sending the ball into the back of the net. The first goal of the match was born. After scoring, the ecstatic Dolberg performed a triumphant sliding celebration. Chen Feng and the others followed closely behind and piled on top of him as he tried to get up. They performed a celebratory dogpile for the roaring fans. On the sidelines, Ten Hag clenched his fists in excitement, but he didn't celebrate out loud. Because the match wasn't over yet. Ajax hadn't secured the victory. In the 53rd minute, Feyenoord's attacking thought process went awry. There was a miscommunication between the midfield and the forward line. Vilhena's hurried pass failed to find Burgess and instead gifted Ajax an opportunity. De Jong intercepted the ball and played it forward. Zeech received it. Chen Feng, using his speed stat of 80, truly took flight on the wing. As he approached the edge of the arc, Feyenoord's defensive midfielder Toornstra charged at him. The experienced veteran relied on his know-how to defend, perfectly blocking Chen Feng's shooting angle. He was certain that at this moment Chen Feng would have to pass the ball to find a teammate. But what he didn't expect was Chen Feng executing a pendulum dribble. This time the perfect rhythm and feints left the veteran utterly bewildered. After a few exchanges, the veteran was fooled and fell to the ground. Even after hitting the turf, the unwilling Toornstra stretched out a leg. He attempted to trip him. Chen Feng steadily dribbled past the challenge, burst into the penalty area, and from a central position, as the Feyenoord players stood dumbfounded, he unleashed a powerful shot into the top right corner of the goal. Bang! The shot, powered by a strength value of 70, produced a thunderous roar. Tapia, the closest player, felt as if a dull blow had struck his ears. When he turned to look, the ball was already soaring through the air. At the same moment, Jones leaped into the air, extending his palm in a desperate attempt to block the ball from crossing the goal line. A gulp echoed from the stands as countless fans swallowed nervously, their hopes pinned on the appearance of a goal. I never imagined that Germany and Argentina shared the same director, orchestrating 2 identical scripts. A penalty lead in the first half, then 2 goals conceded in the second, leading to a direct reversal. This year's World Cup is just too cold. Hope Samba can pull through. I wish Master Guan would just shut up. It's too terrifying. Speaking of the plot, the Eredivisie is wrapping up, and the subsequent story might move a bit faster. I'll detail the important matches and skim over the insignificant ones. Once the Eredivisie arc is done, about 5 to 6 days, we'll march into the World Cup. The Red Devils of Europe, damn it. By the way, does anyone know how to insert animated images in a novel? I wanted to put a GIF of a pendulum dribble, but it won't upload. So, this goal is in. A pendulum dribble charging into the box, Chun directly takes the shot. Even though Jones leaped to save at the first opportunity, he couldn't stop it. And that was a pendulum dribble. How long has it been since such a dribbling move graced the pitch? Chun, is there anything you can't do? Returning from injury with a goal and an assist, I'm going crazy. Stadici in the commentary booth held his head in his hands, his pupils trembling with shock as he passionately narrated Chun Feng's nearly perfect goal. The scene shifted to the pitch. Having secured a goal and an assist, Chun Feng leaped with every third step, clenching his right fist and punching it fiercely towards the sky. Upon landing, he was engulfed by his teammates, surrounded by praises laced with envy. Chun, when did you learn the pendulum dribble? My God, you're too insane. Good lad, you did well today. Here, the captain will give you a big pat on the back for encouragement. The vice-captain has encouragement too. Having his teammates pat the back of his head was an indispensable ritual after every goal Chun Feng scored. This time the pats were a bit harder than usual. Years later, when Chun Feng's son touched his father's flat back of the head, his big curious eyes were filled with bewilderment. Dad, why is the back of your head different from ours? Chun Feng laughed, half amused and half helpless. Blame it on your dad being too outstanding back in the day. Just a joke, don't take it seriously. My God, truly visible talent. On the sidelines, Ten Hag and the others were beyond words. The moment the pendulum dribble appeared on the pitch, he was profoundly shaken. Now a powerful shot following the pendulum dribble inevitably brought to mind that man, Ronaldo. Of course, Chun Feng is still very raw and cannot be compared to Ronaldo. Damn, this kid really knows how to boost the ratings. Exactly, such a beautiful pendulum dribble plus a powerful shot will definitely blow up tonight's ratings and snag tomorrow's headlines. Chun has certainly lived up to our expectations. Returning from injury with a goal and an assist is a feast for the eyes. I hope he stays at Ajax forever. Chun Feng, go kick their ass. If the pendulum dribble was the fuse, then the powerful shot was the bomb at the end of it. The combined effect was enough to ignite the tens of thousands of fans in the stadium. Unconsciously, Chun Feng had become an irreplaceable member of Ajax, the star of hope in the hearts of countless fans. After the celebration, Chun Feng specifically came near the stands, making a heart shape with his hands to respond to the fans' adoration. Warm currents flowed in the fans' hearts. The day didn't seem so cold anymore. 2 goals conceded in 3 minutes. This was not only unbearable for Van Bronckhorst, but also unacceptable for the team's main striker Jorgensen. Are you kidding me? We are the top team in the Eredivisie Feyenoord, the reigning champions of the Eredivisie. How can we be broken here? His proud nature caused Jorgensen's psychology to undergo a complex shift, and his actions became distorted. In the 58th minute, Jorgensen received the ball and prepared to pass it back to a teammate in midfield. Unexpectedly, he completely missed the ball when he swung his foot. This elementary mistake allowed Van de Beek to seize the opportunity. He decisively stepped in and stole the ball. How could the enraged Jorgensen let Van de Beek take the ball away so easily? He immediately slid in for a tackle. Bang. Oh. Van de Beek was sent crashing to the ground, writhing in pain, clutching his ankle. Jorgensen, however, acted as if nothing had happened, dribbling the ball as he turned to run back. Just as the referee was about to blow his whistle, a black-haired youth rushed past him like the wind. Go to hell. I'll show you for hurting someone. Chun Feng was the first to arrive, performing a sliding tackle of his own, taking Jorgensen down. This time a massive confrontation erupted between both sets of players with shoving and pushing. Under the desperate mediation of the referee and both captains, the two sides separated. As the team doctor came on to assess Van de Beek's injury, the referee showed Jorgensen a yellow card, his second resulting in a red. Feyenoord's main striker was sent off. Jorgensen's face was red with rage as he cursed and left the pitch, walking down the tunnel accompanied by a chorus of boos. Ajax fans hadn't finished gloating when the referee turned and showed Chun Feng a yellow card as well. Although Chun Feng earned this card for a malicious foul which fanbase doesn't defend its own, naturally they were displeased with the decision. The referee ignored them, and Chun Feng didn't mind the cost of a single yellow card. He went to Van de Beek's side and asked with concern, "How is it?" Van de Beek smiled and replied, "It's okay, nothing serious. Thank you for standing up for me just now. No need to be so polite between us." Haha, true. We win this game, late night snack on me. Absolutely. After a brief exchange, Van de Beek was helped off the field by the team doctor to readjust. Van Bronckhorst used 2 substitutions, forced to change his strategy while playing a man down. He left only Burgess up front. The formation changed to 4-4-1. Don't forget, this was Ajax's home ground. Ajax was leading by 2 goals and had a one-man advantage. Under such favorable conditions, Feyenoord had no chance of a comeback. And before the final whistle, they conceded another goal. This goal was set up by Zeech. He broke into the box and passed across to the right flank. Nuz received the ball, took a powerful shot, and Jones was beaten once more. The score was frozen at 3-0. Ajax at home had completely defeated the visiting Feyenoord, and Feyenoord had suffered their first defeat of the season. With a goal and an assist in this match, Chun Feng's performance was outstanding. He undoubtedly won the Man of the Match award. For him, just returning from injury, it was both an encouragement and an inspiration. After the match, during the lap of appreciation, Chinfeng was the one who received the loudest cheers. Leaving the stadium, Van de Beek, De Ligt, Dolberg, and Chinfeng went to a street-side barbecue restaurant. The four of them ordered a mountain of food and several large mugs of beer, holding a small celebration banquet to mark this hard-fought victory. They also celebrated Chinfeng's return from injury. That night the four ate until very late and talked about many things. Years later, when they were scattered across the world with their own achievements, they would still recall this night. The memory remained fresh. William had been feeling a bit down lately. As the youngest son of a wealthy conglomerate family, his life's work was eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Among these four jobs, he especially loved gambling. Gambling came in many forms: cards, horses, and football. Among these, he loved betting on football the most. You know, it wasn't just the money he was losing, it was his face. If word got out, how could he? Little Prince William continued to hold his head up in their social circle. For people of their class, reputation was far more important than money, even if it wasn't a particularly good reputation. William started to analyze. He quickly found the reason for his failure. He lost it all on that damned Eredivisie, that damned Ajax. Last month he placed 3 bets and lost them all. He bet on the home team to win against 20, they lost. He bet on the away team to win against AZ Alkmaar, they lost. He bet on Ajax to win the KNVB Cup against 20. And he still fucking lost. You like losing so much, do you? William changed his strategy. For yesterday's Ajax versus Feyenoord match, he bet on the away team to win right. After all, the away team hadn't lost a game all season and was top of the league. There was no way they could lose. He woke up in the morning, checked, and CNMD, he lost again. Doesn't little Prince William need any face? For consecutive losses in a row, what's the point of playing? He clicked on the Eredivisie headlines. Pendulum dribble, powerful shot. The Eridivisie's talented prodigy, Chinfeng, affectionately called the team's star of hope by fans. Chinfeng. So you're the one causing trouble behind the scenes, huh? You're the reason I lost my money, right? The more he chewed on the name, the more familiar it felt. Suddenly a memory flashed into his mind. This is that little lunatic. Back in the day, William was also a youth academy player, you know. Well, he got in because his family threw money at it. He quit later because it was too tiring. So this guy is made. William cleared his throat twice, answered the phone, and immediately launched into a tirade. Fuck, you still dare to call? Do you know how much you made me lose last night? You ungrateful bastard, I'm going to kill you. Is this how you repay the care I showed you at Club Brugge? You little shit. What? You want to help me make money? Are you kidding? Do you think I need money? Amsterdam, huh? Fine, I'll come over right now. William certainly didn't lack money, but he was intrigued by the 2 words, gambling god, that Chinfeng mentioned. On the phone, Chinfeng claimed he could make William the god of football betting. Huh, isn't that a joke? So William decided to fly to the Netherlands himself, give Chinfeng a good beating, and vent his anger. Little did William know then that this impulsive decision would weld him to the title of gambling god for a very, very long time. He also made so much money from it, so much that even his parents and siblings, who had always looked down on him, started to see him in a new light. In truth, he himself didn't want to be this outstanding. Chinfeng stared at the data panel before him, lost in thought. He had initially focused on training his ball control and shooting. After bringing both stats up to 70, they couldn't be increased further. Soon his strength also reached this upper limit. With these 3 attributes temporarily maxed out, Chinfeng was at a loss, unsure which one to train next. When De Ligt's tall, sturdy figure appeared before him, Chinfeng quickly made a decision. In the future, he was destined to play in one of the top 5 leagues. No matter where he ended up to establish himself, quickly physical confrontation was essential. He didn't have a towering physique like Haaland's. What could he do? He could only train hard in silence. So he extended an invitation to De Ligt. After our other training is done, can you do some physical confrontation drills with me? De Ligt looked at Chinfeng's seemingly frail frame and laughed. Are you sure? Of course. You're one of the best in the team at physical play. I want to train with you. Chinfeng's eyes shone with a desire for knowledge, which made the amused De Ligt gladly accept. Little did the future world-class center-back and youngest captain in Ajax's history know that he would soon regret agreeing so readily. Because Chinfeng was like a tireless machine. After their training session, he would be full of energy and ready to go again within half an hour. De Ligt didn't have such freakish stamina, so naturally, he couldn't meet Chinfeng's training demands. But physical confrontation drills weren't like shooting or strength training that could be done alone. This caused the physical confrontation stat to increase very slowly. Chinfeng didn't complain. He understood De Ligt's groans. He quickly devised a training schedule. After the physical confrontation drills finished, the remaining time was used for jumping and aerial training, aiming to strengthen his aerial ability. When this schedule fell into the hands of his 3 roommates, it drew a chorus of howls. You're simply inhuman. Take a break sometimes. We've never seen anyone work this hard. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Their advice falling on deaf ears, the 3 of them also started an extra training plan. Their plan wasn't as intense and was within reasonable limits. A week after the resounding victory over Feyenoord, the Ajax squad followed Ten Hag to the Belgian Warrior Stadium. This time they were traveling away for the 20th round of the Eredivisie against Utrecht. Before the match, Ten Hag stood on the pitch of the stadium that could hold 23750 spectators listening to the deafening boos in his ears and was filled with a myriad of emotions. He knew the fans held a grudge. They resented him for leaving the club mid-season, resented him for not being able to wait, resented him for not finishing the season. But the truth was, if Ten Hag had waited until the end of the season to leave, he would have found it difficult to find a club like Ajax, where he could truly spread his wings and realize his ambitions. Utrecht was decent in the Eredivisie, but on the international stage they were somewhat lacking. The 47-year-old Ten Hag was eager to make a name for himself in the Eredivisie, to make the leap to a top-5 league. So he couldn't afford to wait. At some point, a man with disheveled hair clad in a black down jacket appeared beside Ten Hag. This was De Jong, Ten Hag's former assistant coach, who had joined the team back in 2015 and had once been the head coach of the Eredivisie side FC Eindhoven. Back then, Ten Hag had wanted to bring him along to Ajax as well, but the full-bearded man had declined. Now he was the first team manager of FC Utrecht. He spoke slowly. "Boss, long time no see." Hearing the first two words, Ten Hag was taken aback for a moment, then a smile broke across his face as he embraced his former assistant, now his opponent, tightly. "Long time no see. How have you been?" "Pretty good. This time I'm here to take all 3 points and leave unscathed." "Then just try it." As they spoke, both of them laughed again, shared a deep hug, and then Ten Hag walked back towards his own bench. De Jong called out to him, "Boss, everyone has the right to chase their dreams. I've reached my potential from the very first day we met. I believe that you will one day become the best manager in world football." Ten Hag didn't turn back. Instead, he raised his right hand, waved it in the air a few times, and returned to the bench with a smile on his lips. "I believe so too." The starting lineups were announced. The away team, Ajax, in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper Onana, 75. Defenders Tagliafico, 78. De Ligt, 75. Waber, 73. Veltman, 75. Midfielders Zeech, 79. De Jong, 78. Van de Beek, 73. Forwards Chun Fong, 72. Dolberg, 73. Nuz, 75. It was exactly the same as the last match with no changes. The home team Utrecht in a 4-1-2-1-2 formation. David Jensen guarded the goal. In front of him, the back four was led by veteran Janssen, with Streeter as the single defensive midfielder. Ahead of him were two central midfielders, Klebe and Ayoub, the team's two key players. The lone attacking midfielder was Labiad, wearing the number 10 jersey, with Kirk and Gortler as the dual strikers leading the line. Playing at home, Utrecht naturally had to show some spirit. From the very start of the match, they raised the offensive banner using positional rotations. Labiad easily sent the ball into the box. Kirk got a chance to shoot inside the area, but Onana made a brilliant save, reaching out with one hand to palm the ball away. The corner kick was taken. De Ligt cleared it immediately. The ball fell to the outside where De Jong controlled it. He slowed down the attack while shifting horizontally. Only then did he pass it to Nuz on the right wing, who was in a better position. On the left wing, two defenders were stationed beside Chun Fong, ready to close him down the moment he received the ball. It seemed De Jong had learned quite a bit from Ten Hag, at least the habit of pre-match analysis. Not getting the ball didn't frustrate Chun Fong. He simply ran forward on his own. Nuz quickly charged towards the box. Seeing this, Captain Janssen immediately stepped up to meet him, absolutely determined not to let Nuz get a shot off inside the area. What decisive Janssen didn't know was that this chain of events had all been anticipated by Ten Hag, who had in turn devised a countermeasure. With a loud thud, Nuz shouted, "Take it," and chose to pass it across. Arriving on cue, Dolberg, unmarked, pushed the ball towards the far post. Diving. Jensen's reaction was timely. Using the length of his arm, he blocked the ball's path, and the shot was deflected away. Ajax won a corner kick. In just 5 minutes, both sides had already exchanged blows, and this kind of back and forth continued several times over the next 40 minutes. But both teams missed a golden opportunity, and the score remained at 0-0. During the halftime break, both managers made a series of adjustments. For Ajax, this mainly involved changes in player positioning. The players began to run in intersecting patterns, aiming to overwhelm the Utrecht players. For Utrecht, the adjustment focused on the speed of their attacks. De Jong demanded his players not hesitate on the counter, but to go for the fast break immediately. It would be great if it worked, but if not, no matter. This was his home ground. He could let Ten Hag take the 3 points, but he didn't want to let Ajax have them. The second half began, and the sides switched ends. The two teams were like surging dragons on the pitch, locked in a fierce and continuous battle. This time in the 54th minute, Zeech was about to take a shot from the edge of the arc. Gortler charged in and used a tactical foul to stop Zeech's shot. As he received a yellow card, Zeech was already standing over the free kick spot. This time Chun Fong was to play a part in the setup to deceive the opponents. The primary free kick taker, Zeech, blasted the ball with all his might. "It's gone over the bar. He didn't keep it down." Commentator Statisai couldn't hide his regret in his words, as if to say it would have been better if Chun Fong had taken it. After a grueling 10-minute battle, the Utrecht players' stamina began to wane, and their errors started to multiply. The price they paid was a series of tactical fouls to stop Ajax's advances. Among them, Captain Janssen and Ayoub each received a yellow card. However, these were not the decisive factors. The key moment came in the 80th minute when Gortler pulled down De Jong, who was dribbling forward during a defensive play. The referee Macaulay unhesitatingly pulled out a yellow card. Ultimately, Gortler received a second yellow, turning into a red, and was sent off. Ajax's chance had come. On the left flank, Tagliafico Zeech and Chinfeng executed a series of quick tight-angle combinations, adding to the woes of Utrecht's already stretched defense. In the 88th minute, Chinfeng delivered a precise cutback pass. It helped Zeech seal the deal with a strike. The young Moroccan international, while celebrating on the pitch, didn't forget his younger teammate. He put his left arm around Chinfeng's shoulder and his right arm around Tagliafico's shoulder, and the three of them sprinted wildly across the field. This precious moment was captured forever. Meanwhile, at the Red Bull Salzburg training ground, equally passionate celebrations were taking place. Szoboszlai threaded a through ball from the edge of the arc, and Holland smashed it with his right foot, blasting it past the first-choice goalkeeper. The mastermind behind placing both players on the same team was Chen Lin. He was watching the two with a smile on his face. After finishing Holland's transfer, Chen Lin had not been idle. Before the winter window closed, he also brought Szoboszlai to Red Bull Salzburg. He had successfully united his two players at the Austrian Bundesliga giants. Not only that, but he had also transferred €1 million to Chinfeng, who said he wanted to invest. Who knows where that money went? Soon the internal friendly match concluded. Drenched in sweat, Holland and Szoboszlai showered, and then met Chen Lin for a meal near the training base. After the meal, Chen Lin said to them solemnly, "I will be leaving soon for other matters. You two behave well at the club." "We will. Thanks, Lin Gu." Holland and Szoboszlai raised their glasses together, clinking them with Chen Lin's. Chen Lin nodded. "Having just arrived at the club, you might not earn the manager's trust immediately. I hope you can stay level-headed and train hard. Always remember one thing. Opportunity favors the prepared mind. I believe that one day I will see you shining brightly on the stage of the top 5 leagues." Both nodded in unison, filled with lofty ambition. That day will come. Afterwards, Chen Lin gave them a long list of reminders, chattering away like an old woman. This was how bonds of loyalty were built bit by bit. At the Galgenwaard Stadium, when Macaulay blew the final whistle, Ten Hag's Ajax players breathed a collective sigh of relief. Those final few minutes had been tough for them. Utrecht's frantic attacks made them fear they might concede. Fortunately, with the entire team united, even the forwards tracking back to defend, Ajax held on to the 3 points. Ten Hag secured his second consecutive victory. After the match, Labiad actively approached Chinfeng, and the two exchanged jerseys. The grudges from the pitch dissolved in their mutual smiles. With this match, Chinfeng's league appearances reached 8, with 6 goals and 10 assists in the Eredivisie. He was still 4 goals short of his target. He was currently second on the assists chart. Notably, his 17 assists still prominently topped the Elite Syrian assists leaderboard. After the 20th round of the Eredivisie, the calendar turned to February. Unlike the relaxed tone of January-February in the Eredivisie was somewhat hectic, with a damn 5 matches in 1 month. Dolberg had mentioned to Chinfeng more than once that he wanted to throw the fixture list in the faces of the Eredivisie officials, and loudly asked, "Are you scheduling this tightly, because you're in a hurry to get reincarnated?" These somewhat complaining words somehow reached Ten Hag's ears. In the 21st round match on February 4th, the young striker was placed on the bench. The starting center forward was Huntelaar. Within 30 minutes of the start, Ajax was already leading 3-0, with Huntelaar scoring a brace of headers, causing immense suffering for NAC Breda, who were struggling deep in the relegation zone. Seeing Ten Hag's beaming smile on the sidelines, Dolberg knew he would have little chance to make an impact in this match. The veteran's remarkable adaptability was something the young striker hadn't anticipated. That plug-and-play attribute was something Dolberg couldn't develop in just a couple of years. After the first half, Chinfeng was also kept on the bench to rest. What annoyed Dolberg was that this guy, who had already rested for 45 minutes and picked up 2 assists, still wore a face as grim as his own. Tisk tisk, young people never knowing when to be content. Chinfeng had no idea what Dolberg was thinking. All he knew was, Huntelaar and his "You two gluttons don't just eat without creating. Can't you at least serve me a chance on a silver platter? Damn it. Who knows when I'll ever score these 10 Eredivisie goals." As expected, in the 21st round of the Eredivisie, Ajax secured a resounding 5-1 victory, giving Ten Hag his 3rd consecutive win since taking over. The MVP of the match was undoubtedly the veteran with plug-and-play attributes, Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, at a luxurious Grand Hotel in Amsterdam. William stood on the balcony, pleased by the luxurious setting. He looked at Chinfeng and said, "Little madman, what has Ajax been eating lately? You're moving so fast. 3 wins in a row. What's that about?" Chinfeng kicked his legs up on the table. "This was just to whet your appetite. The Champions League is coming up. Do you have any plans?" "Of course." "Then listen to me. Bet on the matches between Paris and Real Madrid. Bet on Real Madrid winning. Put all that €1 million I gave you into it." Chinfeng smiled confidently, his fingers lightly tapping the air as if commanding the world. William didn't care about his own money, but he cared about Chinfeng's. Knowing how hard Chinfeng had earned his fortune, he asked, "Are you so certain Real Madrid will win? Are you willing to bet everything you own?" "Of course." "Why?" You know Paris Saint-Germain spent big this season. They're aiming for the Champions League and are a huge favorite to win. Usually the hottest teams fall the fastest. Is that all you've got? Of course not. Real Madrid's depth is legendary and no need to explain it further. Just follow my lead. William thought for a moment. Betting is fine, but after winning, aren't you worried I'll take the money and run? Are you kidding me? Do you think young Prince William would care about such a small sum? Chun Fong then explained honestly, first you understand the tricks of the trade best. Second, I like you the most back in Bruges. Third, I'm going to make a fortune with you. And finally, I don't have the time to do it myself. William smiled. He felt Chin Fong was different from before. The difference was that Chin Fong had become more mature and more rational. All right, I'll invest your money for you. William agreed with great enthusiasm. Once you win once at sports betting, you'll fall in love with the feeling and never look back. After discussing the situation regarding Real Madrid and Paris, they talked about other teams in the Champions League. Thanks to Chin Feng's vast knowledge base, the Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? After the discussion about Real Madrid and Paris, they talked about other teams in the Champions League. Thanks to Chin Feng's vast knowledge base, the Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? The Champions League was secure. For days later, the Eredivisie battle reignited. This time, Ajax faced Roda JC. The disappointed Daybog was once again benched. Starting alongside Chin Fong and Nuz was Huntelaar. After resting so well, Daybog regretted it deeply. If only he could go back a few days and slap himself. You idiot, why did you make such a stupid joke? As the saying goes, enemies, meeting sparks intense hatred, this 23rd round of the Eredivisie was destined to be fiercely contested. In terms of lineup, Ajax had a slight change. Wobber with an ankle injury did not make the squad. Frankie de Jong partnered with his good buddy Matthijs de Ligt as the two center-backs. The originally vacant midfield position was filled by Sean. The front three remained unchanged, still Chun Fong, Klaas-Jan Huntelaar, and David Nuss. For 20 under Verbeek's tactics, they fielded their standard 5-3-2 starting formation. The match began, and the away team Ajax struck first. Just 3 minutes in, the strategy of attacking from both flanks and crossing from the wings yielded an unexpected effect thanks to Hakim Ziyech's pull on the left. Chun Fong delivered a cross from near the byline. With a pass success rate as high as 92, Huntelaar, waiting like a hawk in the box, easily got to the ball. Perhaps the 20 defenders hadn't yet settled into the game. Huntelaar, unpressured, executed a high-quality header on goal. Whoosh! Ajax took a temporary lead away from home. The evergreen Huntelaar celebrated with a passionate knee slide on the sidelines. Chun Fong, celebrating right behind him, wouldn't miss this chance to pat his senior on the back of the head and top. Amidst the chaos, he gave the older player a few hearty slaps on the head. He shouted a few words of praise. Conceding so early sent Verbeek into a rage. Under his intense pressure, the 20 players' tackles grew increasingly aggressive as the game progressed. In the 30th minute, de Ligt was shielding the ball in the backfield with 20 forward Boer pressing him closely. Trying to win the ball, Boer found de Ligt strong in physical duels, shielding it tenaciously. This infuriated Boer, who stamped hard on de Ligt's standing foot. Oh! A scream rang out across the pitch. The referee immediately pulled out a yellow card, showing it to the cursing Boer. Before the half ended, the vengeful de Ligt retaliated. During a challenge, he delivered a fierce sliding tackle on Boer, sending the 183-meter Dutch forward tumbling several times on the ground. Though both were Dutch, the cruelty was still intense. After the break, despite changing tactics, Verbeek's side still couldn't find a good opportunity until someone from Ajax gifted them a chance. In the 54th minute, Chun Fong dribbled forward. This time he faced 20's midfield General Ora. He attempted to step over to find his rhythm, but as he did, the ball went straight to Ora's feet. A slightly bewildered Ora quickly reacted, took control, surged past midfield, and passed to a teammate. Defender Vermaelen on the backline had no time and no opportunity to blame Chun Fong for the loss of possession. He could only throw himself into the defensive effort. He tried to intercept 20's attack alongside de Ligt and de Jong. But after all, this was the team that once forced Kaiser out of his job. Surely they had some tricks up their sleeve. A golden attacking opportunity was seized by Tigedwini, wearing the number 34 shirt. He received a cross-field pass from Boer on the right side of the box. His subsequent left-footed thunderbolt slipped under Onana's arm and thudded into the net. Shoo! After scoring, Tigedwini mimicked Cristiano Ronaldo's celebration on the pitch, paying tribute to his idol, though there was a 90% chance his idol wouldn't see it. The home fans, who had been subdued, erupted. Excited and vulgar chants scattered across the stadium. Whenever a camera caught them, it was always 20 fans in red jerseys waving their arms in celebration and flipping the bird in provocation. As the 20 players celebrated, Chun Fong, knowing he had made a critical mistake, clasped his hands together in apology to his teammates, silently vowing to get that goal back. With the score leveled, the battle grew even more intense. Both sides committed heavily to attack, determined to settle the match in the remaining time. First 20 attacked. Then Boer's shot was brilliantly saved by Onana. The subsequent corner was sent into the box, but the young goalkeeper gathered it safely into his arms. Onana stepped up. The attack also needed a hero to emerge. The counter-attack began. Nuss, supported from the right, Chun Fong waited on the left to receive the ball, and Ziyech charged down the middle with the ball. 3 defenders surrounded him. After just 2 seconds of thought, Ziyech chose to pass to the left, which sparked a hint of dissatisfaction from Nuss on the right. Clearly the space on his side was bigger. Only one player was marking him, while 2 were on the left. But the next moment made the Samba player forget his discontent. At high speed, Chun Fong decisively chose to cut inside, extracting the ball between 2 defenders and smoothly entering the big box right in the center. Only Bijan, the defender who had sealed the victory in the penalty shootout of the CanVB Cup, was there to defend. The other players hadn't returned yet. At this crucial moment, a surge of confidence welled up in Chun Feng's heart. He didn't dribble, nor did he pass. He took a decisive shot. Thud! The sound of the boot striking the ball mingled with the sound of the ball slicing through the air. The ferocious attack rattled the young Drommel, replacing his composure with panic. The ball arrived first. The hand came up too late. Whoosh! The ball slammed violently into the net. In the 79th minute, Chun Fong, after receiving a brilliant pass from Ziyech on the left, cut inside and unleashed a powerful shot. This highly spectacular goal also allowed the young number 40 to complete his redemption. Kneeling on the ground, pointing to the sky with both hands, Chun Feng's face was full of devotion. In the silent stadium, under the gaze of the cameras, amidst the cheers of his teammates, he earnestly kissed the club crest on his jersey. Russell. A few seconds later, scattered applause erupted from the stands. The thousands of Ajax fans who had traveled to support the team applauded Chun Feng's wonderful goal. On the sidelines, Ten Hag was overjoyed. He had always said if he were given a player like Chinfeng, Ajax would absolutely not be in such a mediocre position. The young manager with his fists clenched tightly was slightly undignified in that moment. In the 83rd minute, Chinfeng and Zeech were substituted off, replaced by Dolberg and Siem de Jong. The tactical intention for the remainder needed no explanation. The main task for the two players coming on was to help the team preserve this hard-earned lead. Time was running short. Even if 20 spared no effort, it couldn't level the score within a short time. However, Onana's high saves and blocks were truly despairing. Many felt that if this were a World Cup stage, Onana's market value would skyrocket after this match. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle and Ten Hag and his disciples successfully secured 3 points away from home, extending their winning streak. Ajax's ranking on the Dutch league table improved further, reaching 4th place. With 11 rounds remaining in the league, Ajax could still launch a challenge for the Eredivisie Championship. On the way back on the bus, Chinfeng idly opened the top scorer list to check. Currently, the Eredivisie top scorers were 1. Johanbach Ajax, 15 goals. 2. Johnson Adio Den Haag, 14 goals. 3. Bo Geerts Feyenoord, 13 goals. 4. Weghorst Ajax, 12 goals. 5. Linson Vitesse, 12 goals. 6. Lozano Eindhoven, 12 goals. 7. Matafuz Vitesse, 11 goals. 8. Labuya Utrecht, 10 goals. 9. Chia Ajax, 10 goals. 10. Mount Vitesse, 10 goals. When Chinfeng saw that only Chia from Ajax made the list, he shook his head and sighed. During Kaiser's coaching period, Ajax's methods to break through were somewhat limited, and their firepower was not concentrated enough. The last person on this top scorers list was somewhat unexpected to Chinfeng. He opened the profile to check and confirmed it was indeed Mount from Chelsea. Currently, the 18-year-old Mount was loaned from Chelsea's U21 team to Vitesse this summer. Up to now, his performance has been decent, and he also made the assist list. The Eredivisie assist list was 1. Chinfeng Ajax, 13 assists. 2. Kawaz Ajax, 13 assists. 3. Bo Geerts Feyenoord, 10 assists. 4. Johanbach Ajax, 10 assists. 5. Chi Ajax, 10 assists. 6. Cardio Adio Den Haag, 9 assists. 7. Labuya Utrecht, 8 assists. 8. Mount Vitesse, 8 assists. 9. Lozano Eindhoven, 8 assists. 10. Nuz, 7 assists. After this match, Chinfeng's assist count reached 13, temporarily topping the list. But this was not enough. Chinfeng did not want to share the position on the assist list with anyone other than his teammates. He wanted to claim this honor for himself. He also wanted the bonus that came with the honor. Even a small fly is meat. Fortunately, there were still 11 rounds left in the league, and Chinfeng had plenty of opportunities. February 14, 2018. In an extremely luxurious hotel, William sat on a soft sofa, a kiwi fruit in his left hand and a gooseberry in his right hand, intently watching television. The scene on the television was a football event. The first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, Real Madrid hosting the favorites Paris at home. At that time, Real Madrid's goalkeeper was still at his peak, Navas, while Paris Saint-Germain's goalkeeper was the unknown Areola. At that time, Ronaldo was still at Real Madrid, and Benzema was serving as his wingman. At that time, the confident Neymar had just joined Paris, and his partner was Cavani Mbappe. We could not imagine at that time how much would happen later. Ronaldo left for Old Lady, the prodigal son returned to Manchester United, and was fired after bombarding the club. Navas, abandoned by Real Madrid, wandered to Paris and now faced the threat of unemployment. The Paris top scorer was forcibly expelled, and after being a teammate with Ronaldo for a while, he went to the La Liga. Mbappe renewed his contract at a huge price, becoming the team's director. Putting these aside for now, let's see how William's mood was like a roller coaster, continuously rising and falling when Rabiot scored the first goal of the match. He almost smashed the television. Fortunately, he held back and patiently watched the entire match. In the second half, Real Madrid scored 3 consecutive goals. Ronaldo scored. William bet on the home team winning and the number of goals being greater than 3, and all bets were correct. He was scolded by the latter. At the same time, the Belgian national team coach Martinez and his assistant Barry appeared at the scene of the first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals. However, the match they were watching was not the Real Madrid vs. Paris match. They were watching Manchester City go to play away against Basel. In this 4-0 victory, Martinez focused on observing the performance of 2 Belgian players within the Manchester City team. First was De Bruyne, wearing the number 17 jersey. Martinez wrote on his tactical notebook, the performance on the offensive end is very good, but to unleash his offensive talent, he needs to be paired with a defensive midfielder, and he can join the national team. Subsequently, Martinez recalled the performance of another Belgian player. Kompany is like the stabilizing needle of Manchester City. As long as he is there, Manchester City's defense is always stable enough to make people want to sleep. His rich experience always allows him to make the most accurate judgment at critical moments, but stamina is an issue. He can only play for at most 60 minutes, and he can join the national team. Closing his tactical notebook, Martinez finalized 2 people in the 23-player list for the Russia World Cup. Then he and his assistant left the stadium. On the way, Martinez asked, "When is the match between Ajax and Eindhoven?" Barry checked and quickly replied, "On April 15th. Good then that day. We will go to the Eredivisie to scout that little guy. Remember to remind me. Barry nodded quickly, and the two got into the car and quickly headed to the airport, preparing to go to the next station to scout other players. After the away match, it was another away match. On February 18th, the Ajax players arrived at Zwola's home ground. The teams ranked 4th and 9th would compete in the 24th round of the Eredivisie here. This match was also Chin Feng's 13th appearance in the Eredivisie. He was looking forward to changing the goal count to 10 today. Bang! Zwolle kicked off. This team, known for its defense, and who always draws even at home, had a very rigorous formation. No one rashly rushed forward and no one deserted their post. While this was good, it killed the soul of football. It was fine when playing a favorable match, but if they faced an unfavorable one, it would be barbecue. Dome. 5 minutes into the match, Van Boren gave a high cross from the sideline, hoping to help the team's main striker score his 5th goal of the season. But when the ball fell into the penalty area, it caused a three-way struggle. The team's own forward, the opposing defender, the opposing goalkeeper, all charged out. Source: image infringement deleted. What the heck? The Red Dragon was sealed 0-2 in stoppage time. Truly pathetic. The Tulip and Ecuador drew. This Dutch midfield is really trash, either losing a ball or on the way to making a mistake. And these 3 lions and the beautiful country. A lot of water. Seriously suspect that these 3 lions are controlling the score. Arnhem refund. Predicted 3 matches, none of them were correct. My luck is really bad. Let's look at Argentina instead. Boss Messi fight for 3 points. Go go go. Source: image infringement deleted. At this critical moment, the young Onana leaped to an incredible height, like a celestial being descending to the mortal world, his arms slightly spread and hands firmly clasped as he gathered the ball into his embrace. He fell to the ground in one fluid motion, pressing the ball beneath his body as he lay on the turf. A sigh of relief escaped from De Ligt and Wabber. Van Bommelen, who had delivered the threatening pass, and Marinus, who had sought to head the ball into the net, stamped their feet in frustration, lamenting their missed opportunity. Onana released the ball with a throw, and De Ligt circulated it between the left and right flanks, hoping to find an opening. As time wore on, all the Ajax players had crossed the halfway line, with De Ligt and Wabber holding the rearmost positions, while Tagliafico and Vermeulen occupied the flanks. The midfield trio rotated in their retreats to orchestrate the attack, while the forward trio left the starting striker Huntelaar to stand guard at the very front. The 2 players on the wings engaged in active communication with their teammates, hoping to forge some advantageous combinations. In the 13th minute, Chin Feng attempted a breakthrough, bypassing the first defender, but was intercepted by the second. Ajax then organized an immediate counter-press and regained possession. In the 18th minute, Zeech attempted a long-range shot from outside the box, but it was blocked by a defender who had moved into position in time. Ajax maintained control of the ball on the periphery. In the 29th minute, Nuz attempted an incisive dribble to cut inside. The man moved, but the ball remained rooted to the spot. This drew a chorus of mockery from the Zwolle fans in the stands. Fortunately, Zwolle's final counterattack yielded no results, as Onana gathered the ball into his arms and possession remained with Ajax. The first half ended with both teams goalless. Ten Hag had to concede that Zwolle's defense ranked among the top 3 in the Eredivisie, an impregnable fortress that left his players utterly dejected in the dressing room. In light of this situation, the confident Dutch manager used his infectious speech and smile to galvanize the team's spirits. Before long, their confidence was restored. This renewed belief was particularly evident in the first 15 minutes of the second half. In the 48th minute, Chin Feng received the ball on the left flank. Near the top of the arc, he evaded a sliding tackle from a defender and then unleashed a cruise missile directly toward the goal. Clang! The crisp sound scattered across every corner of the pitch. Chin Feng clutched his head in regret, conducting a profound self-criticism amid the overwhelming jeers. 5 minutes later, Zwolle organized an attack. However, their squad lacked a core player like Chin Feng, Zeech, or Nuz, who could cut inside and deliver passes with equal skill. The ball struggled to penetrate the penalty area, often forcing them to resort to ineffective long-range shots from the periphery. After a series of wasteful attempts, Ajax's counterattack arrived once more. After 3 passes between De Jong and Van de Beek, the ball found its way to the top of the right arc, the position where Zeech was stationed. The moment he received the ball facing the impregnable defensive wall, the Moroccan international confidently unleashed a powerful long-range strike. Thud! But this shot, damn it ricocheted off a player's body and bounced back. From the side, Van de Beek charged forward and took a confident long-range shot. Thud! Ryan Thomas, who had just risen from the ground with a groan, collapsed once more. Damn it! Why does it always have to be me? Are you shooting at the goal or at me? The ball rebounded to the central area at the top of the arc. Defender Sandler attempted to clear it with a powerful boot, but someone was faster than him. Like a swift cheetah, Chin Feng reached the ball before anyone else and slammed his right foot into it with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as everyone turned their heads. The ball, like a missile, crashed violently into the top right corner of the net. Zwolle's goalkeeper Pole stood frozen in place, unable even to make a save attempt. By the time he reacted, the ball had already settled behind him. Roar! This goal, as precious as gold, proved especially crucial after more than 50 minutes of grueling back-and-forth battle. Chun Feng charged toward the sideline, pounding his fist and roaring. Unsurprisingly, he was once again showered with affectionate embraces from his teammates. Meanwhile, his goal tally had reached 9. He had intended to press forward and build on the momentum, but Ten Hag, seeking to protect his players, substituted Chun Feng off, bringing on defenders a few instead. They switched to a 5-man defensive formation, countering the iron defense with an iron defense of their own. They held on to their hard-earned 3-point advantage until the very end. When the final whistle blew, Chun Feng clutched the heavy trophy for man of the match, a hint of regret lingering in his heart. He regretted not being able to score his 10th goal. In Belgium, at the MON group building, Chun Lin, Shin Fu, and Wilson held a brief meeting in the conference room. After confirming that the agency business had fully stabilized and was still in its developmental stage, the three of them were to decide on the company's next strategic move. Wilson clutched a faded pen in his hand and spoke first. "I believe we should establish a media company like a newspaper office. I myself have worked in a newspaper before, so I am very familiar with the processes involved. I can take charge of setting it up." Having worked in the newspaper industry for many years, Wilson deeply understood the immense benefits a reputable and authoritative newspaper could bring to the company. Chen Lin remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Chen Fu. Old Chen shrugged. "Don't look at me. I don't understand this side of things. I just want to manage my chain of restaurants in Belgium and the Netherlands well and provide financial support to the company." Chen Lin nodded, having anticipated this response. Incidentally, the company's current operating capital all came from the revenue generated by Old Chen's restaurants. After bringing Chinese cuisine to this region, it had become immensely popular. Through more than a decade of operation, it had grown to a considerable scale. This was also why Old Chun was able to hold a 40% stake in the company. Chen Lin stroked the crack on his watch and said, "I don't think starting a newspaper is suitable. First, we don't have that much budget. Second, the market is already saturated with most resources held by top-tier media conglomerates. We can't compete with them. Third, and most importantly, this suggestion actually came from Xiaofeng." Hearing Chen Feng's name, Old Chen instantly perked up, and Wilson also became energized. They were eager to know what kind of suggestion Chen Feng would offer. In this era of highly developed communication networks, the number of users for print products has dwindled significantly. Many people can now take in everything happening in the football world without even leaving their homes. However, the news circulating in the football world is complex and ever-changing, filled with much uncertainty and deception. Many fans want to access official or reliable information, but lack the channels to do so. Xiaofeng suggests that we build such a channel ourselves. Let the fans come and join us browse the content. He also mentioned that something like this is already being done in China, and it's doing very well. I think the name was something like Jibua Donquidi. We should create a product like that. Chen Fu remained expressionless while Wilson looked puzzled. Is it really feasible to make such a product? Seeing Wilson's expression, Chen Lin tossed a prepared document onto the table. He explained, "These are the materials about the two companies I just mentioned. You can take them back and review them carefully. Personally, I think their development prospects are quite promising. Then let me go over the preliminary preparations. Wilson, you are responsible for." The three of them spent over 3 hours clarifying the division of tasks. In summary, the following points were established. First, find someone to develop such a program and launch the product at an appropriate time. Second, carefully study how other products succeeded and incorporate their advantages. Third, after the product launch, have the company's star players such as Chun Feng and Holland join one after another, posting frequently to attract fans. Fourth, recruit well-known and authoritative media personnel to join, striving to create a product with an excellent reputation. Fifth, cultivate the company's own media staff, send them out to negotiate with various clubs, aiming to become club correspondents or secure interviews with players. For now, these are the established points, and there will certainly be refinements later. In short, this is an extremely tedious and complex task. Moreover, it will be difficult to generate profits in the early stage. However, Chen Lin's focus was not on the early stage, but the later stage. This was the blueprint Chen Feng had painted for him. Imagine one day when the company's players become famous or break through, the product they have built will naturally attract fans without any need for self-promotion. What a grand spectacle that would be. Chen Lin strongly agreed with this. He always believed that these outstanding young players, Chen Feng, Holland, Soboslai, Adeyemi, Badiashile, and Camavinga, would gradually establish themselves in the top 5 leagues, even becoming core players for top clubs. After a week of tedious training, Ajax finally had a home game. With the team's recent impressive momentum and winning streak, tonight's Eredivisie Round 25 match, the Johan Cruyff Arena with a capacity of 55600 was packed to the brim today. According to rough statistics, as many as 5000 fans came to watch the match. The away team's coach Grenendijk said with a tingling scalp, "No wonder they are a top Eredivisie club. This magnificent stadium and overwhelming aura are truly incomparable to our ADO Den Haag." Suddenly a voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw it was an old friend. Ten Hag approached with a smile and said, "If you like it here, you can stay and become my assistant coach." "Am I crazy? I would give up being a head coach to be your assistant. I don't have that kind of free time." Grenindake almost couldn't resist cursing this bald man. As he spoke, he glanced at the camera pointed at the two of them, not far away. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the players from both sides walked onto the pitch. Ajax was led by Vermaelen with the same lineup as the previous match. ADO Den Haag was led by Johansson, who was second in the scoring charts. At this time, Den Haag had not yet loaned John Euning from West Bromwich Albion. That would happen in the summer transfer window. The home team stuck with the 4-3-3 formation. The away team also adopted a highly offensive 4-3-3 formation. The battle began with the away team in possession. Their tactic was simple play around their two tactical core players. They gave more possession to their core player Kadia, who was sixth in the assists chart, to organize the attack. When the attack was blocked, they would spread the ball wide. Through crosses from the two fullbacks, they aimed for their tall main striker Johansson, who was 1.96 meters tall, to break the deadlock with headers. In previous matches this approach had worked well, but in today's game, they were struggling. As soon as Kadia received the ball, he was intercepted by a defender. The one marking him was De Jong, presumably a task assigned by Ten Hag. With the midfield neutralized, Den Haag had to try to attack from the flanks. But Johansson was surrounded by two defenders. Even though he was as strong as an ox and had good jumping ability, he couldn't guarantee winning every header. If they couldn't win, a draw would be acceptable. Grenindake on the sidelines was quite accepting of the current situation. After all, they were playing away, and their opponent was Ajax, who were fourth in the league. A draw would give them 1 point, which was very satisfying. However, he underestimated the strength of both sides. How could Ten Hag be satisfied with just 1 point? There were 50,000 eyes watching. So he went to the sideline and activated his command mode, making various gestures with his hands, a secret code between him and the players. On the field, Chin Fong and others quickly understood the gestures. They used the width of the formation to constantly stretch Den Haag's defense. In the 13th minute, Tagliafico's cross from the wing paid off. Huntelaar in the center of the penalty area nodded the ball back, and Zeech at the far post smashed it home, scoring his 11th Eredivisie goal of the season. The excited Moroccan international danced with his teammates on the sideline, earning cheers from the fans. 2 minutes later, Ajax launched another attack. This time it was a sharp long pass from Chun Fong to Nuz on the far side. The Brazilian youngster left a series of unforgettable moves in the penalty area and successfully sent the ball into the net. Ajax led 2-0 over Den Haag. 2 goals down, Den Haag was furious. Their top scorer Johansson was also angry. The fierce striker wearing the number 9 jersey successfully beat the offside trap and charged into the penalty area. Facing Onana, who was in good form, he took a shot and blasted the ball. Clang. The ball slammed into the inside of the post and bounced into the net. Before halftime, ADO Den Haag pulled one back, but Ajax still dominated the game. After the break, the teams swapped sides. Playing at home, Ajax soon made Den Haag lose the will to resist. In the 55th minute, Chin Fong dribbled past 2 defenders on the left flank and delivered a precise through ball, allowing substitute Dolberg to score. In the 67th minute, Chin Fong again broke into the penalty area and won a penalty. Zeech stepped up to take it. The composed Moroccan international calmly converted. The score became 4-1. Ten Hag made another substitution, bringing off Zeech and Chin Fong together. The newly introduced Kluivert received an assist from De Jong and blasted a shot from a narrow angle to seal the victory. In the remaining time, Den Haag launched a few counterattacks, but they were all suppressed. The match concluded with Ajax triumphing over the formidable ADO Den Haag at home with a resounding 5-1 scoreline. The match statistics were as follows: Ajax. Possession 66, shots 33, shots on target 11, shots off target 9, block shots 2, corner kicks 5. ADO Den Haag. Possession 34, shots 5, shots on target 1, shots off target 2, block shots 1, corner kicks 1. It was a complete and utter domination. With this match concluded, February came to an end and time marched swiftly into March, a month that promised a more leisurely pace compared to the hectic February. March seemed far quieter with only 3 league matches to play. Inside the hotel, William invited Chin Fong to a dinner. This scion of wealth, swirling a fine vintage in a moonlit goblet, laughed heartily. "Little madman, your predictions were damn accurate. I followed your advice and bet on 5 matches. I won them all, ha ha ha, it feels amazing. You have no idea when I flaunted my 5-for-5 winning streak, those stupid rich kids were completely stunned. It was so damn satisfying." Chin Fong, who was eating steak, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Weren't you also one of those rich kids?" William, apparently not including himself in that category, continued. "Little madman, the second leg of the Champions League starts on March 7th. How should we bet?" "I'll follow you." Chin Fong finished the last piece of beef in his mouth, took a large gulp of red wine, let out a long sigh, and then began to answer. "First, for the Paris and Real Madrid match, you still bet on Real Madrid." "What?" William was taken aback. "Do you have so little faith in that nouveau riche Paris team? Shouldn't we at least trust Neymar's ability? Besides, Paris is playing at home. Do you actually believe the smokescreen Paris is putting out? To be honest with you, Neymar's injury means he won't make it for the Champions League. Without Neymar, even if Paris is playing at home, in my view, they have absolutely no chance of winning. Trust me, bet on Real Madrid." Chin Fong spoke with conviction, and William believed him. After all, he had never lost a bet following his advice before. Ha ha. Let me tell you about a few more upsets. Listen carefully. For the Liverpool and Porto match, bet on a draw. In the first leg the Reds won 5-0, they might conserve their energy in the second leg. For the Manchester City and Basel match, bet on Manchester City to lose. For Manchester United and Sevilla, just bet on Sevilla to win. Oh, and when you place the bets don't forget to invest my money too. Alright, that's it for now, I'm leaving. Chun Fong quickly recited the results of several matches that stood out in his memory, and finally patting William on the shoulder he departed. William was left alone, stunned and bewildered. How the hell could Manchester City lose? How could Manchester United not win? After wrestling with it for a long time, William still chose to trust Chun Fong. As the saying goes, bet against the football favorites to afford a villa by the sea. Although William had no interest in a villa. In 2018, the first Eredivisie match of March was held at Vitesse's home ground. Chun Fong was looking forward to this match. He anticipated a showdown with Mount, a young player from the Chelsea Academy who would one day become a world-class midfielder. Ajax's lineup remained unchanged while the home team Vitesse fielded a 4-3-3 formation with Mount 74 positioned centrally in midfield. As the absolute core of the team, almost all of Fazer's Vitesse head coach tactics revolved around Mount. This talented player had not let his coach down. So far a record of 10 goals and 8 assists was the best reward. The away team Ajax had possession attacking from left to right. In the 5th minute Chun Fong had the ball. Mount was in the center preparing to intercept. Watching Chun Fong moving at high speed, he recalled the comments about this guy, the greatest prodigy in the Eredivisie, the winger who never tires, the legendary kid, Ajax's star of hope. A genius. I want to compete with a genius. Muttering to himself, Mount directly closed in, lowering his center of gravity and fixing his eyes on the ball. Chun Fong and Mount faced off directly, which was exactly what the former wanted. Slowing down, he prepared for a step over, swaying his body left and right. Mount seized the moment and decisively stuck out his right foot to try and steal the ball. Bang! It was at this moment Chun Fong abandoned the step over, or rather the dribble failed. He changed his strategy on the fly, gently pushing the ball with his right foot, sending it through Mount's legs. A nutmeg. Damn! This beautiful nutmeg drew gasps from the Vitesse fans in the stands. They felt a pang of sympathy seeing the bewildered and astonished expression on their core player's face. Beautiful. Chun over here. On the right wing, David Nuz was visibly excited, raising his hand for the ball. Chun Fong saw a passing route with a 92 success rate, and without hesitation delivered the pass. Nuz received the ball in the right side of the penalty area and shot first time. Whoosh. Javier couldn't stop it, the ball flew into the net. Whoosh. The overjoyed Nuz celebrated by sliding on his knees across the pitch. In the first duel between the two young talents, Chun Fong had the upper hand. Playing from behind was not unfamiliar to Vitesse this season. When they were a goal down, Ten Hag didn't see despair or dejection in his players' eyes. He only saw the fierce wolf-like glint in them. He walked to the sideline about to remind his disciples to be wary of Vitesse's counterattack. On the pitch, Mount and Chun Fong were facing off again, this time with the former attacking and the latter defending. The ball moved nimbly under Mount's feet. Waiting was never Chun Feng's style. He chose to press forward. Thud, Mount moved. He firmly stopped the ball with his left foot, and while rotating his body 360 degrees, he gently nudged the ball with his right foot, evading Chun Feng's challenge. A Marseille turn. The stands erupted. Tens of thousands of Vitesse fans praised this talented midfielder. Chun Fong had for once been reduced to a mere backdrop. He turned to watch Mount speeding away with the ball, a smile curling on his lips. This is the kind of football that's most interesting. Whoosh. Mount delivered the ball into the box, helping the number 11 player Linson to score. The young English lad earned his 9th assist of the season, basking in the adulation of his teammates and fans. In this second duel, Mount had the upper hand. The match was not over, so naturally their contest wasn't either. The second half began, and both teams' attacks were fiercer than in the first half. In the 47th minute, a chance for Ajax. Zeech and Chun Fong played a 1-2 with the former taking the ball into the box and unleashing a powerful drive towards the goal. Dong. The ball under pressure from a defender struck the post and was booted away by the arriving Mount. Ajax missed a golden opportunity. The subsequent corner kick didn't yield much. The ball was controlled by a Vitesse player and the counterattack began. This time Vitesse's attacking focal point was once again Mount. This talented young Englishman using 3 dazzling dribbling skills. The nutmeg, the Marseille turn, and the drag-back turn. Successively turned De Jong, Zeech, and Van de Beek into mere bystanders. Under the gaze of the fans from the right side of the penalty area, he struck the ball fiercely with his left foot. The ball curved, eluding Onana's save. Dong. The ball slammed violently into the back of the net. Roar. After scoring, an ecstatic Mount ran to the sideline, raising his arms to whip the fans into a frenzy. The name, Mason Mount, echoed continuously around the stadium. Having contributed a goal and an assist shortly after the start of the second half, leading his team to a comeback, Mount was worthy of such high praise. At that moment, Fazer on the sidelines had a fleeting thought: if only this young lad hadn't come from Chelsea, how wonderful that would be. Pull yourselves together. The match isn't over, stay focused. Formation, watch the formation. When his disciples were lost, Ten Hag stood on the sidelines, constantly offering encouragement. On the pitch, Captain Vermaelen was also busy rallying the team's morale. The contest resumed. Under Vitesse's tight defense, Ajax's attack stalled. In times like these, a hero was needed to break the deadlock on the pitch. Ajax's hero was Chunfeng, a player of infinite possibilities. On the left side of the penalty area, Chunfeng observed the not-so-dense defense inside the box. He signaled for the ball. Zeech, who had just received the ball, didn't hesitate and passed it to him. Having failed once in the first half with a cut inside, Chunfeng chose to do it again this time. After dribbling past two Vitesse defenders, the defense was breached. The level 3 cut inside and shoot skill compelled Chunfeng to strike the ball hard with his right foot. Thud. Whoosh. Javier only heard 2 sounds by the time he reacted. The ball was already in the back of his net. Having also achieved a goal and an assist, Chunfeng leaped high, clenching his right fist and punching the air in celebration. His main quest was finally complete. He didn't have time to check the rewards as his teammates had already swarmed him. The group celebrated together. Not far away, Mount's expression was complex. He had truly given his all, but it seemed it wasn't enough. In truth, it wasn't that Mount wasn't good enough, but that his teammates were too weak. Who were the players around Mount? Betinklinson, all relatively unknown players. But look at who was around Chunfeng: Zeech, Huntelaar, Nuz de Jong, Van de Beek, de Ligt. All established or soon-to-be established players. Their supporting casts were different, and naturally the results they achieved were different. This difference also guided the outcome of the match. In the 70th minute, both sides made substitutions. This time Chunfeng remained on the pitch. Ten Hag needed him to change the course of the game. The newly substituted Dolberg conveyed the latest tactical instructions. The two wings should push forward and Zeech should move to the center. De Jong and Van de Beek would hold the defensive midfield positions, stabilizing the overall situation and providing support. This change resulted in Ajax creating another attacking opportunity in the 84th minute. After a 1-2 with Zeech in the center, Chunfeng threaded a through ball into the box. The advancing De Jong got a shooting chance. With confidence, he unleashed a powerful strike, piercing past Veer's goal. De Jong sprinted off in celebration, while Ten Hag hugged and encouraged the players on the bench. The stands fell silent. Mount stood with his hands on his hips, a look of helpless resignation on his face. With time running out, Vitesse intensified their attacks on the wings. During stoppage time, Mount took the ball into the box. Just as he shot, the ball thudded against the goal line, hitting de Ligt and bouncing away. De Ligt, using his long legs in a hurdling motion, executed a flying block. He helped stabilize the situation for his team, heading away the subsequent corner kick as well. Seconds later, the referee blew the final whistle, ending the match. The whistle blew. Ajax managed to secure a narrow 3-2 victory away against Vitesse, extending their winning streak. Mount acquired Chunfeng's white 40 jersey. Chunfeng received Mount's yellow 19 jersey. While whispering to each other, Chunfeng extended sincere wishes to Mount. Keep up the good work, you will only become better in the future. Thank you. I hope so too. After exchanging blessings, the two men, bare-chested and displaying well-defined abs and muscle lines, parted ways. When Chunfeng saw Zia approach Mount voluntarily, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps neither of them would ever imagine that one day in the future they would find themselves at the same club. Main Quest 1: Path to Ascension 1. 5 score 10 goals and provide 10 assists in the Eredivisie. Reward golden, chest 1 inch open. Lying on the dormitory bed, a series of words appeared before Chunfeng's eyes. Open. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the dribbling skill Marseille. Turn level 1, 3 physical damage immunity item cards, and 1 mental damage immunity item card. Not bad at all. This time no skill upgrade card was obtained, but an additional dribbling skill and several immunity cards were acquired, giving Chunfeng more confidence to complete the season in good health and being selected for the national team. So far, Chunfeng has made 15 appearances in the Eredivisie, scoring 10 goals and providing 17 assists. Such impressive statistics, even if selection isn't guaranteed, the probability is still quite high, right? Main Quest 1: Path to Ascension. Final chapter: win the Eredivisie Golden Boot, become the Eredivisie Assist Champion, help the team win the Eredivisie Championship this season. Reward Supreme Chest. Wow. Chunfeng, who was reviewing his season data, suddenly froze. Was this the final task of Main Quest 1? But this task seemed rather difficult. Conversely, the rewards were incredibly generous. Just looking at this Supreme Chest, it seemed like something extraordinary. The Golden Boot might be challenging, but the Assist Champion shouldn't be a problem. As for the championship, that would require remaining undefeated in all remaining Eredivisie matches. Vibration, vibration, vibration. At that moment his phone rang. Chunfeng was somewhat annoyed. What was going on this late at night? Upon opening it, he saw, wow, Martinez. Clearing his throat, he answered the call. Hey boss, what's up? Speaking of serious matters, this book's score today is 6.5, which is a bit low. Well, I hope that readers who like this book up to this point would take a moment to leave a positive review. Those who have already rated, please skip this. Xiaojio knows that saying thanks is all empty talk. I don't have much else to offer. So today I've added an extra chapter, hoping everyone will continue to support me. Thank you very much, bowing. By the way, boss Messi is amazing. 1 assist and 1 goal to seal the victory. Looking forward to Argentina's last match and winning the group stage. Go Argentina, go boss Messi. In France they really have the aura of a champion. Mbappe is indeed amazing. but for some reason I just can't quite get fond of him. As for tonight's match between Croatia and Canada, I predict a draw. Germany versus Spain, based on form Spain should win, so I'll go against the trend and predict Germany. Hope I'm not wrong. As for the match between Belgium and Morocco, of course, I hope the European Red Devils will win. After all, it's Chun Feng's national team. Online image for reference, only posting a handsome photo of Ding Ding to boost morale. Belgium must win. 092 This year's first friendly match clash against Saudi Arabia, yes. After hanging up the phone, Chun Feng suddenly shouted, causing the previously quiet dormitory to erupt in commotion instantly. Suddenly, 3 pillows flew over. Chun, what are you yelling about? It's late time to sleep. I'm exhausted. I'll beat you up. Originally, Chun Feng could have gotten away with just pillow attacks if he had simply brushed them off, but he had to go and ruin it. Haha, I've been selected for the national team again. This month end. Clang. Before he could finish, De Ligt, Van der Beek, and Dolberg all jumped off their beds and pounced on Chun Feng, beating him up while he was under the covers. This guy, can he ever keep quiet? Showing off again. Damn. Everyone's showing off, only Chun Feng is getting beaten up. Chun Feng and Martinez had agreed to report on March 19th. Before that, he represented Ajax in 2 more Eredivisie matches. The first was on March 11th. Chun Feng started the match capitalizing on a loose ball near the goal to help the team win 2-1 at home against Almere City, who were ranked mid-table. That time the team struggled terribly. Fortunately, both Zia and Chun Feng performed well. The second was on March 18th. Chun Feng came on as a substitute, providing an assist in a 4-0 victory over Sparta Rotterdam. He helped De Ligt head the ball into the net to seal the score at 5-0. Before leaving, he helped the team secure a resounding victory. That evening, Chun Feng said goodbye to his teammates, including Ten Hag, and took the car home. By the time he arrived at the villa in Belgium, it was late at night. Chun Fu and the others who had been waiting at home joyfully welcomed him in. Warm tones, soft sofas, and the aroma of delicious food filled the room. Chun Feng's living room. Online image for reference, only Gugu. His stomach protested. After washing his hands, Chun Feng didn't have time to say much and sat down immediately. Soon 2 dishes and a soup were all consumed. The 5 of them chatted late into the night before Chun Feng returned to his room and fell asleep quickly. That night, Chun Feng slept so peacefully and relaxed. The feeling of home was truly wonderful. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Chun Feng with his luggage was sent to the base by Chun Fu and Chun Lin. The 3 parted ways at the entrance. Chun Feng took his luggage and easily found the coach's office, where Martinez was busy at his desk. He gently knocked on the door. Martinez looked up and smiled. Chun, you've arrived. Yes, boss. Sit down, we haven't seen each other in a while. Chun Feng slowly shook his head and asked, may I ask where Mr. Barrios? I'd like to go to the dormitory to put my things away. All right, wait for me a moment. Saying this, Martinez made a phone call. Soon the young assistant coach arrived, greeted Chun Feng warmly, and the two left the office together. Martinez stretched and slowly closed the squad list, half of which was now confirmed. Arriving at the clean, empty dormitory, Barry explained, Chun, since you're the first to arrive, I don't know who your future roommates will be, so please stay here for now. All right. Chun Feng nodded, moved in, and saved Barry's phone number. After finishing all that changing into training gear, Chun Feng headed straight for the training ground, without De Ligt to help him with practice matches. Chun Feng adjusted his training plan. Jumping training continued, while physical contact training was temporarily set aside, replaced by penalty kick training. Aerial control is currently 61, physical contact is 43, but penalty kicks are only 38, definitely needs improvement. In the following days, everyone arrived gradually, and Chun Feng also awaited his new roommate, but this time it wasn't Januzaj anymore. It became Orich. Chun Feng checked the news and found that Januzaj was injured, so he sent a message to comfort him. Adjusting his mood, Chun Feng trained even more diligently. Days passed one by one, and on March 28th, Belgium's first friendly match of the year officially kicked off. After 4 years of deliberation, Martinez had finally determined his main formation, 3-4-3, and this match was undoubtedly played in that formation. Goalkeeper Courtois 86. Defenders Alderweireld 82, Company 80, Overtingen 81. Midfielders Moraine Fellaini 82, Axel Witsel 83, Kevin De Bruyne 90, Yannick Carrasco 82. Forwards Dries Mertens 84, Romelu Lukaku 86, Eden Hazard 90. Sitting on the bench, Chun Feng felt some emotion. Belgium in 2018 was indeed the strongest team ever, with the best chance to win the championship. The midfield and forward positions were packed with talent. The attacking combination of Hazard, De Bruyne, Lukaku, and others was beautiful like a painting. The only drawback was the aging defense, which made some people a bit worried. On the other side, Saudi Arabia's lineup was also revealed, a 4-3-3. No need to elaborate further. Since this match was closed off, there were no fans in attendance, and only the players and staff on site knew the results. The course of the match went exactly as expected. At the start, Saudi Arabia fell into trouble as Belgium's overwhelming pressure and fluid midfield play made things difficult for them. In the 13th minute, Hazard cut in from the right flank, dribbled past 2 defenders, and delivered a cross. In the middle of the penalty area, Lukaku rushed forward boldly and used his thigh to send the ball into the net. The Saudi goalkeeper failed to make the save. Belgium led 1-0 with Lukaku and others celebrating with high fives. Subsequently, Saudi Arabia launched several decent attacks, but no one stepped up to break through, while Courtois' outstanding saves were remarkable. So after half an hour, Saudi Arabia remained at a disadvantage. By the 39th minute, Belgium's sharp attack came again, this time De Bruyne dribbling on the right flank. He immediately spotted Lukaku in the middle. Signature curled pass. Lukaku received the ball in a comfortable position, then dribbled past the goalkeeper and shot into the empty net. Belgium 2-0. Not long after the goal, halftime arrived. Martinez made a series of substitutions. Baku replaced Lukaku, Chinfong replaced Hazard, Tillmans replaced Witsel, and Vermaelen replaced Company. For substitutions, formation unchanged. On the other side, the Saudi coach, treating it as military training, also started making substitutions, even more than Belgium, replacing 5 starting players. After both sides had completed their substitutions, the match resumed. While not exactly a major match for Belgium at their golden age, this should be a friendly match, as easy as cutting melons, and picking melons as simple as taking something from a bag. Saudi Arabia took possession of the ball for an attack. After a series of tactical plays, they realized that while Belgium's defense was aging, it was compensated by their wealth of experience. Many of their crosses were intercepted. Forced to operate from the distance, their core, knowing penetration was impossible from this spot, he used his right foot to take a shot directly. The shot was perfectly centered. For Thibaut Courtois, Belgium's goalkeeper at the peak of his career, this was a ball easily controlled. After gripping it tightly with both hands, he launched a powerful long pass to the midfield, where Tillmans received the ball and accelerated away. Not long after, he carried the ball across half the field, then played a pass to the right wing. Mertens controlled the ball, drew the defender's attention, and delivered a beautiful diagonal through ball. In the center of the penalty area, Batshuayi attempted a sliding shot, but at 185 meters tall, he was too short. He helplessly watched the ball slide past his toes. As Mertens dejectedly lowered his head, a figure emerged from the left side of the penalty area. Chinfong intercepted the ball just before it went out of bounds. An elegant lofted pass into the penalty area. At the far post, Mertens controlled the ball with his chest, flicked it up gently with his thigh, and then unleashed a powerful shot past the defender. Thwack! Belgium scored another goal, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. Mertens pointed at Chinfong with both hands, and the two celebrated by linking arms. It wasn't actually linked arms, rather Mertens had his arm over Chinfong's shoulder, considering that the Napoli striker was only 169 meters tall. Down 3 goals, Saudi Arabia had completely given up hope, allowing Belgium to score 2 more goals in the remaining time. In the 77th minute, Batshuayi controlled the ball in the penalty area and passed to his teammate nearby. De Bruyne poked the ball into the net, opening the scoring account. Shortly after, in the 80th minute, Chinfong delivered a cross with the outside of his foot. De Bruyne won the aerial header. He headed the ball into the goal, completing a brace. At this point, Belgium led 5-0 against Saudi Arabia. Martinez felt the job was done and began substituting players, bringing off Chinfong and De Bruyne, giving Origi and others a chance to play. After they left the pitch, Belgium's attacking power in the midfield and front line diminished significantly, and the score remained unchanged until the end. Beep. At the final whistle, De Bruyne had 2 goals and 1 assist. Lukaku scored a brace. Mertens scored a goal. Chinfong provided 2 assists. Azar and Batshuayi each contributed an assist. Belgium secured their first victory of 2018. This victory further solidified Martinez's determination to stick with the 3-4-3 formation. After the match, Martinez addressed the team in the locker room. Everyone performed excellently today, and your form is very good. I hope you can maintain this level when you return to your clubs. Of course, the most important thing is to avoid injury. There are less than 3 months until the World Cup starts. I hope all of you stay in good health. Regarding the final squad list, don't worry about it. Just go back and play as usual. Once your league seasons are over, I'll announce the squad at a suitable time. Finally, I've seen all your efforts. Let's all keep pushing forward. Come on. The speech was exhausting, so he took a sip of water. The team let out a unified roar, then began packing their belongings, and gradually left the Belgium base, heading back to their respective clubs to prepare for their leagues. That evening, after bidding farewell to his family, Chinfong returned to the Ajax training ground. Nighttime, Chinfong, dragging his exhausted body, pushed open the door of his dormitory. Chinfong looked into the dark room, assuming everyone was asleep, and prepared to tiptoe in for a wash, but suddenly the light in the room flickered on. Then 3 towering figures rushed out. They tackled Chinfong onto the bed, tickling him, patting his back, and tugging at his clothes. You little rascal, you dare to come back. It's just a match for the national team. Look at you acting so cocky. Chin, that's excessive. Lying on the bed and being tormented, Chinfong was bewildered, not knowing what he had done to upset these 3, until Van de Beek pulled out his phone and opened a post. Chinfong, my 3rd match for the national team, came on as a substitute, provided 2 assists, and wrapped it up perfectly. Truly a wonderful day. Dregert, Van de Beek, Dolberg, oh hell, Wilson, you've screwed me over. Chinfong was truly at a loss for tears. He stopped arguing and endured their torment for nearly 10 minutes. The bond between the 4 grew even stronger through this playful banter. Time arrived in April. This month, Ajax had 5 Eredivisie matches to play with a very tight schedule. April 1st, April Fool's Day. Ajax's entire squad traveled away to face Groningen in the 29th round of the Eredivisie. Since Chinfeng had just returned to the club and only trained with the team for 2 days, Ten Hag decided to rest his favorite player on the bench. The starting spot was given to Kluivert. The 4-3-3 formation lined up against Groningen's 4-2-3-1 for a fierce battle. The situation on the field was somewhat unexpected. Chinfeng had originally thought that given Ajax's strength, even if they couldn't win easily, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But the truth was that in the 14th minute of the match, Groningen scored the first goal of the game through an exquisite passing combination. Not long after Groningen's forward Mahi penetrated the penalty area and Vaubel's careless defense awarded them a penalty. Mahi converted it perfectly, completing a brace. Although just before halftime De Jong assisted Zeech to score a goal, Ajax was still at a disadvantage. Therefore at halftime Chinfeng came on as a substitute, and his arrival caused great trouble for Groningen. You defend against him and you can't stop him. You don't defend and he can cut through you. After much consideration, Groningen decided to assign 2 defenders to mark him, but it was useless. In the 67th minute, Chinfeng accelerated and swung his leg, and despite being intercepted near the baseline, he delivered a cross to the far post, where Dolberg struck the ball into the net, equalizing the score. Groningen was unwilling to accept this situation and launched a counterattack, but it was thwarted by Dregert. The ball was then passed by De Jong to Chinfeng in the center. Chinfeng had long noticed Tagliafico making a forward run, and he played a diagonal pass to him. On the wing, the penetrating Tagliafico, without controlling the ball, passed it across the field, and Dolberg in the center pushed the ball into the net once again, completing another brace. Chinfeng orchestrated this goal. With his near-perfect passing ability, he helped Ajax secure a victory against Groningen. At this point, Chinfeng's assist total had reached 19, firmly placing him at the top of the assist leaderboard. William had been in exceptionally high spirits lately. Following Chinfeng's advice, he had bet on 8 consecutive UEFA Champions League knockout matches and won every single one. Not only had he amassed a fortune, but he was also overwhelmed with acclaim. In truth, there was no real honor, just the flattery of others. Little madman, you're absolutely incredible. How did you manage it? You won every single match. William asked, holding a glass of exquisite red wine in his left hand and a glass of pure bitter wine in his right. Chinfeng wiped his mouth and extended the index finger of his right hand, pointing it at his temple. William was baffled. Chinfeng explained, I did it using something you don't have. Oh, by the way, brains are a good thing. If you have the time, go buy one. Go to hell, are you messing with me? You asked for it and I told you the truth. I analyzed everything with my brain. So what have you analyzed for the quarterfinals? I was just about to tell you. Chinfeng took a sip of water and said slowly, for Juventus and Real Madrid you bet on Real Madrid. For the Bayern match, definitely bet on Bayern. Barcelona too. As for Manchester City and Liverpool, bet on Liverpool. Huh. William was confused. Manchester City has been dominant in the Premier League lately. Are you sure about the Reds? Of course. Why? Chinfeng didn't elaborate, he just pointed to his head. William immediately fell silent. In truth, those in the know understood. Manchester City simply didn't have the Champions League destiny yet. The two discussed investing in other industries in detail before parting hastily. Unlike his past life, this time, Chinfeng aimed to play big. He couldn't let all this knowledge go to waste, could he? The Eredivisie season was officially entering its final countdown. On April 8th, Ajax hosted Heracles Almelo at home. This was the 30th round of the Eredivisie, the 4th from the last. Chinfeng started this match. Once both sides settled into the rhythm, the game was completely one-sided. The home team dominated with 63 possession, pinning the visitors in their own half. However, the visitors defended tenaciously. Despite numerous shots from the home team, they struggled to break the deadlock. Out of over 20 shots, only 6 were on target, and those were heroically saved by Heracles veteran goalkeeper Castro. Just as the match seemed destined for a draw, Chinfeng stepped up once again, scoring the game's only goal with an unstoppable long-range strike. With the match over, Ajax rose to 3rd place in the standings, closing the gap on 2nd-placed PSV and league leaders Feyenoord. Time passed slowly. After his scouting trips, Martinez had confirmed most of his 23-man squad, leaving only a few spots undecided. On April 15th, he arrived at the Philips Stadium with his assistant Barry. This stadium, capable of holding 3,500 people, was the home of PSV Eindhoven. Martinez wasn't here to scout PSV players today. He was here to evaluate the Belgian players in their opponent's squad, Ajax. In the commentary booth, as the referee led the players onto the pitch, Statisai began his introduction. Welcome to the 31st round of the Eredivisie. The two teams are 2nd-placed PSV and 3rd-placed Ajax. Since Ten Hag took over, a string of victories has propelled Ajax into the title race. This match is crucial for both teams in the championship chase. The winner stays in the race. The loser will likely fall out of contention. As we can see, both sides have fielded their strongest lineups. The referee for this match is the renowned Dutch official Macaulay. As the commentator spoke, the lineups were displayed on the big screen, both in a 4-3-3 formation. Home team PSV Eindhoven goalkeeper Zoet 74. Defenders Brunet 74, Millen 72, Schwab 76, Arias 79. Midfielders Hendricks 75, Pereiro 77, Van Ginkel 78. Forwards Lozano 81, Luc de Jong 81, Bergwijn 75. Perhaps because their 5-3-2 formation was defeated by Ajax in the first meeting, Cocu adjusted the tactics for this match, adopting an aggressive 4-3-3. Compared to their first encounter, there were only 2 changes in the lineup. Defender Lucasson was dropped. In attack, a 1.89-meter tall striker, De Jong, was added. Away team Ajax goalkeeper Onana 75. Defenders Tagliafico 78, De Ligt 75, Wabber 73, Veltman 75. Midfielders Ziyech 79, De Jong 78, Van de Beek 73. Forwards Chun Fong 72, Dolberg 73, Nes 75. It was a fixed starting lineup with the only variable being the center forward position. Facing a pressing and versatile PSV side, Ten Hag opted for the young Dolberg. The veteran whose stamina was far inferior Huntelaar waited on the bench. With the sound of Makali's whistle, the third-to-last round of the Eredivisie officially began. The home team, PSV, kicked off attacking from right to left. Bergwijn, De Jong, Lozano charge. PSV must win. PSV must win. PSV must win. Damn, Ajax go back home. As PSV's attacking formation spread out, the fans in the stands were incredibly supportive, constantly cheering for their stars. Hearing the deafening roars and cheers around him, Bergwijn felt his blood boil and his fighting spirit surge. With agile movements, he decided to make a spectacular play. He pulled the ball with his left foot and charged towards the penalty area. But after just 2 steps, he came to an abrupt halt. De Ligt burst forward using his strong physique to block Bergwijn's dribble and extending his right foot to dispossess him. Van de Beek arrived in time to control the ball. Just like that, possession had changed hands. This stunning turn of events left the fans breathless for a moment and made Martinez on the stands chuckle to himself. Good thing this little brat isn't Belgian. Damn it. Bergwijn, who had been shut down, felt a burning shame on his face. Don't I have any dignity? Slap. He reached out his wicked hand and struck De Ligt hard across the face. With a cry of pain, Ajax's vice-captain fell to the ground, clutching his face. Referee Makali witnessed this, strode over, and pulled out a yellow card. This left Bergwijn both furious and bewildered, believing he had done nothing wrong. But to an outsider, it was a case of losing both the game and one's composure. Within the first 3 minutes of the match, a PSV player had already received a yellow card. This was bad news for Cocu. He began to contemplate his second-half tactics, wondering if Bergwijn was suitable to remain on the pitch. This young winger was too impulsive. His inability to control his emotions was not a good sign. Back on the pitch, De Ligt was fine. Ajax took control and launched an attack, their forward interplay flowing smoothly. By the 9th minute, Ajax was already bombarding the opposition's half. Long-range shots from Chun Fong and Ziyech were blocked by defenders. The ball fell to the periphery where De Jong and others secured it and passed it back. This time Chun Fong abandoned the long shot, opting instead for his signature cut-inside dribble, charging horizontally into the penalty area. Schwab sensed great danger and rushed forward, using a combination of a push and a slide to block Chun Feng's powerful shot, simultaneously conceding a penalty to Ajax. The only good news was that the referee only gave him a warning, not a card. At the penalty spot, Ziyech tenderly kissed the ball, placed it down, and began his run-up, waiting for Makali's whistle. After instructing the other players, the whistle sounded as expected. Ziyech took short, quick steps, and as he neared the ball, he slammed his right foot into it, driving it straight for the bottom right corner. At the goal line, Zoet guessed the right direction, but his reaction was a fraction too slow. By the time the ball nestled into the net, he was already sprawled on the turf. In the 11th minute, Chun Fong won a penalty, and Ziyech converted it coolly. Ajax led 1-0 away from home. Trailing, Cocu promptly adjusted his attacking strategy. He pushed Luc de Jong further forward, positioning Bergwijn and Lozano slightly behind him. This tactical change worked wonders. In the 29th minute, Bergwijn took the ball on the left flank and attempted a breakthrough, only to be blocked by De Ligt. Perhaps still rattled, the young winger abandoned his solo efforts and sought a combination with a teammate, sending in a cross. At the far post, there was no teammate to meet it, but that was fine. Lozano, who had charged out of the box in time, collected the ball. After a couple of dribbles forward, he delivered a low cross. The ball passed through Tagliafico's legs and drifted gently to the center of the box. The 1.89-meter tall Luc de Jong lifted his long leg and with a simple prod pushed the ball through the gap between De Jong and Wabber and into the net. Onana, whose view was obstructed, was a step late in his dive. PSV had equalized. The big striker, whose form had recently improved, let out a roar. In front of tens of thousands of fans, he pumped his arms vigorously. The passion of the home fans instantly soared. This was a truly exciting match. Martinez, watching from the stands, thought to himself. In just 40 minutes, the two sides had engaged in over 10 attacks and counterattacks. Both teams had players who shone. For Ajax, the attacks from Ziyech and Chun Fong were particularly threatening. De Ligt's defending was very reassuring. For a moment, Martinez even mused how wonderful it would be if this young defender were a Belgian player. A dull thud of a ball being struck roused the Belgian coach from his daydream. When he looked up, PSV had already raised the banner of attack. On the right flank, Lozano's sharp dribbling left Ajax's captain Vermaelen struggling. A beautiful nutmeg to beat one man followed by a drag-back turn. He beat Tagliafico. The Mexican winger, having beaten 2 men, was filled with unprecedented confidence. He charged into the box and, despite Wauber's harassment, managed to unleash a brilliant tight-angled blast. The ball and the net embraced intimately. The Mexican forward slid on his knees in celebration, basking in the adulation of the fans. Just before halftime, PSV finally showed the spirit of a home team. They had turned the game around. Every staff member who passed by the away team's dressing room could hear roars emanating from within. It seemed that the furious bald-headed coach was venting his anger. As it turned out, a coach's anger could indeed be effective. In his fury, Ten Hag woke his dazed players, igniting their fighting spirit. At the start of the second half, Ajax played with immense toughness. Their impenetrable passing and movement left PSV gasping for air. 2 goals in the 63rd and 78th minutes pushed the match to its climax. In the 63rd minute, Chen Feng's cut-inside shot equalized for the team. In the 78th minute, after a 1-2 with Dolberg, Chen Feng led the ball into the box and unleashed a powerful shot straight at Zoet. The ball slipped under the Dutch goalkeeper's armpit and slammed into the net. Seeing this, Martinez rose and left a smile spreading across his face as he watched Chen Feng surrounded by his celebrating teammates. He thought to himself that the 20th spot for the Russia World Cup could now be decided. Back on the pitch, PSV launched a counterattack, hoping to turn the tide again in the remaining time. However, Chen Feng, whose stamina was still at 73, refused to let them succeed. His persistent tight marking constantly frustrated Lozano. Without the threat of the Mexican attacker, PSV's offense was severely diminished. This decisive match in the title race, the third from the last round of the league, finally came to an end. After numerous twists and turns, Ajax emerged victorious. With Chen Feng's brace and a penalty won, they successfully pushed PSV down to 3rd place. After the match, there was overwhelming coverage of the young player wearing the number 40 jersey. Over the next half-month, under the leadership of Chun Lin Wilson and Old Tom, the MON group gradually got on track. Plans to sign players and develop products were progressing step by step. Following Chun Feng's guidance, William won 10 out of 10 bets. Slowly the two became bound together, though the former was unaware of it. At the club, Chen Feng trained methodically, making slight improvements in physical strength and aerial ability. Physical strength 43 to 45. Aerial ability 61 to 62. Penalty 38 to 40. His overall ability also changed 72 to 73. Furthermore, Chen Feng traveled twice with Ten Hag to away matches, contributing goals and assists to help the team defeat VVV Venlo and AZ Alkmaar. This brought the team level on points with league leaders Feyenoord, though they remained in 2nd place due to an inferior goal difference of 1. On May 6th, Ajax and Feyenoord simultaneously played their final matches of the season. Ajax's opponent was SBV Excelsior, a club founded in 1902. That wasn't important. What mattered was, with the final round concluded, the Eredivisie champion would be decided. The winners of various league honors would also be revealed, and Chen Feng's club campaign for the 2017-18 season would officially come to an end. Facing SBV Jong Ajax, a team situated in the lower middle tier of the league, the fans at Equip naturally assumed this match would be an easy victory. However, in the 10th minute of the game, their trusted vice-captain created a challenge for the championship race. SBV Jong Ajax's midfield and forward players effortlessly pushed the ball across the half. After 5 passes, the ball reached the right flank at Karami's feet. The fullback, who delivered a decent cross, launched a high ball from near the penalty area toward the center. Inside the penalty box, Van Dijk and Wouters jumped simultaneously to head the ball. But both players misjudged, and the ball wasn't headed. It fell within the penalty area with De Roon closest to it. He charged forward. On the goal line, Onana saw it was a teammate and immediately sighed with relief, thinking about how to defend the upcoming corner kick. His tense body had just relaxed when his pupils suddenly widened. In his vision, a ball was hurtling straight toward him. What the heck? What is this? Whoosh. Before he could even express his panic, the ball flew past him and slammed into the net. Onana stood frozen in shock. De Roon, mistaking a clearance for a shot, buried his face in the grass, kneeling on the pitch. His teammates around him wore expressions of utter terror. Instantly, the entire stadium fell silent. The fans on the sidelines and Ten Hag performed identical gestures, hands clasped over their heads, faces filled with disbelief. Roar, that's awesome. Until the SBV Jong Ajax players' celebration sounds echoed from the sidelines, they snapped back to reality. Our team was down 0-1 at home. What the hell kind of joke is this? Immediately, a massive wave of discontent and boos erupted. Even with a heart of steel, the young De Roon couldn't quickly regain his composure. This was a critical match in the title race, and he had committed such a glaring error. He felt ashamed to face the fans, his teammates, and the coach. Suddenly, De Roon felt warmth on his shoulder as a hand rested upon it, followed by familiar words ringing in his ears. Don't worry, we're going to win. Chen Feng looked up to see Chen Feng flashing a bright sunlit smile. Behind him, Van der Beek, Dorge, and De Jong all gave thumbs-up gestures to encourage him. Yeah. NDE Roon regained his composure, nodded, firmly grabbed Chen Feng's hand, stood up, and took his place at Ajax's defensive line. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. At that moment the young Darun became the most stable pillar of Ajax's defense, the unshakable anchor. Thump. The match reached the 56th minute. Chun Feng and Zia continuously dribbled down the flank, causing significant trouble for Zhang Ajax. The latter's cross reached the penalty area, and with no one able to clear it in time, Naz unleashed a powerful shot. That shot leveled the score. However, the Ajax players chose not to celebrate. Zia picked up the ball and returned it to midfield, signaling the away team to take a quick restart. Everyone understood they didn't need a draw or just a win. They needed a decisive, overwhelming victory. Only then could they turn their goal difference disadvantage into an advantage by the end of the match, securing the Eredivisie title for this season. Chun. In here, at the 76th minute, Chun Feng cut inside from the flank. This time, instead of shooting, he chose to collaborate with his teammates. This match couldn't be taken lightly. Boom. Following the pass, the ball arrived precisely on the right flank at Naz's feet. The Brazilian winger, who had been particularly active and confident this season, received the ball and immediately took a shot. The aging Christensen had no chance to stop this shot. Ajax overturned the score, taking a 2-1 lead. Not enough. Not enough. This isn't enough. This time the players once again chose not to celebrate. Under Captain Vermeulen's call, they returned to their positions and continued playing. Time, though scarce, slipped away in tense anticipation. At the same time at De Kuip Stadium, it was the 86th minute. The situation on the field was that home team Feyenoord led visiting PSV Eindhoven 2-0. According to the current scores, Feyenoord had a 2-goal advantage over Ajax, so they remained in first place. Previously, Feyenoord had led by 1 goal. Now, with a 2-goal advantage, they were effectively 3 goals ahead. Ajax only had a 1-goal advantage, meaning they were 2 goals behind Feyenoord. In other words, if Feyenoord's score remained unchanged, Ajax would need to score 3 more goals without conceding any to win the title by goal difference. Of course, the players on the field didn't know this situation. They were simply doing their jobs. Feyenoord tightly guarded their hard-earned lead. Ajax launched a furious counterattack. At the 87th minute at De Kuip Stadium, the players on the field didn't know the score, but they were fully aware of it. At that moment, they were constantly encouraging the players, hoping for a miracle. The opportunity arrived. On the field, Chun Feng performed a pendulum-style feint in the midfield, beating 2 defenders, then charged forward. SBV Zhang Ajax players knew Chun Feng had long-range shooting ability, so their midfield general Fake stepped forward to block the shot. But he was too late. When Chun Feng saw an 82 long-range shooting success rate appear before his eyes, he had already taken the shot. Cruise missile launched. The ball rose from the ground, cleared the defenders in the penalty area, and soared past the aging goalkeeper finally. Whoosh. It settled into the corner. 3-1. Ajax still had hope, and the fans erupted. As the goal was scored at De Kuip Stadium, a goal was also scored at De Kuip, with players running wildly on the field. If you were a regular Eredivisie fan, you would easily recognize that person. That person was Burgess. The young winger had just completed a breakthrough on the baseline, with a remarkably tricky shot breaking through Brad Jones' defenses to score a goal for his team. Unlike the euphoria at De Kuip, the stands at De Kuip echoed with curses. They knew Ajax's gap with them had narrowed once more. Next, Ajax, PSV Eindhoven, and SBV Zhang Ajax. Any of these 3 teams scoring a goal would directly decide the champion. Thump thump thump. The dense drum beats echoed simultaneously at both stadiums, beating in the hearts of countless fans and stirring the hearts of many. Time entered stoppage time. 5 minutes at De Kuip, 3 minutes at De Kuip. Ajax held the ball for an attack, while Feyenoord defended jointly. Time was slowly draining. Only 1 minute left. PSV Eindhoven delivered a cross, which the goalkeeper punched out. From outside the box, Lozano collected the ball and fired a long-range shot that missed the goal, just a hair's breadth away from equalizing. Then Feyenoord's goalkeeper Brad Jones held the ball and kept adjusting the angle, refusing to restart play. Clearly he was wasting time. After tens of seconds, the referee pulled out a yellow card to warn him. Jones finally kicked the ball. The ball landed at the center circle. Feyenoord gained possession, and the final whistle of the match sounded simultaneously. However, the home players didn't celebrate immediately. The championship title was still uncertain. The scene shifted to De Kuip Stadium. With 1 minute remaining, Chun Feng dribbled into the penalty area. SBV Zhang Ajax players dared not commit fouls, fearing a penalty, and instead used their bodies to block his positioning. Chun Feng had no shooting angle, so he passed crosswise to the middle. George turned and struck powerfully. Thump. The ball hit a defender, drawing gasps from the fans in the stands. The ball rolled to the outside, and Van der Beek attempted a long-range shot. Clang. It hit the goalpost, bounced back, and fell into the penalty area. Just as the SBV Zhang Ajax goalkeeper sighed with relief and took a few steps forward to gather the ball, a nimble figure suddenly emerged, lightly flicking the ball with his toe. The ball traced a parabolic arc through the air and rolled into the net. Roar. Whoosh. This goal actually went in. Tens of thousands of Ajax fans on the stands shed tears. Many stood up excitedly. After the SBV Zhang Ajax goalkeeper kicked the ball out, the final whistle of the match sounded. Ajax ultimately defeated SBV Zhang Ajax 4-1 at home, thanks to Chun Feng's 2 goals and 1 assist, and his brace. Whoosh. Boom. Fireworks. Image source disclaimer. At that moment, brilliant fireworks burst in the sky, illuminating the stadium. The 2017-18 Eredivisie champion was finally decided. Let's get serious, I'm quite tired today. I wrote over 11000 characters. I originally wanted to end at a cliffhanger to leave a suspense, but I was afraid you'd all kill me facepalm. So I decided to write more and settle the Eredivisie champion. I hope all my bosses enjoy it. While enjoying, please continue to support me and give more reviews and suggestions. Using official lingo, your support is my greatest encouragement. Thank you so much, 90-degree bow. Then having reached this point, the first volume, The Path of Rising, is officially concluded. The next volume, Conquering the World, begins. Hope you all continue to support and come watch. One more question. Do you want a female lead, single female lead? I'd like to ask for your opinions. Chit chat, my face is really cursed. Yesterday, I predicted Croatia and Canada would draw, but I was wrong. I predicted Belgium would win, but they were beaten 2-0. The golden generation is truly aging. There was also the West Germany match. I predicted Germany would win, but the two teams conspired to draw a tie. Image source disclaimer. This might be the pace for both to advance. Tonight I predict Serbia, Ghana, Brazil, and Portugal will win. I hope Brazil wins, and I hope Neymar can make it to the knockout stage. At the Quip, the jubilant Feyenoord players were met with the news that Ajax had clinched the championship. With equal points, they lost the title on goal difference to their arch-rivals. The efforts of an entire season dissolved like an ethereal dream. At this moment, no one could hold back their emotions. Many players collapsed to their knees, hot tears streaming from their eyes, while others buried their faces deep in the turf, sobbing silently. On the sidelines, Feyenoord's head coach, assistant coaches, substitutes, and staff all had red-rimmed eyes. They were so close. Alas, a profound sense of resentment surged within their hearts. In the stands, most fans chose not to blame the players, nor did they shout in anger. They knew these young men had given their all. As the saying goes, when you lose, you bear it together. Witnessing this, the PSV players, who understood the feeling all too well, stepped forward to embrace their teammates and offered quiet words of comfort. Moments ago, they were bitter rivals locked in an unyielding battle. Now they were friends seeking solace in each other. Why did PSV understand so deeply? When they faced Ajax in the league, were defeated and lost their chance at the title, their spirits had plummeted just as low. At the Quip, emotions of helplessness, anger, resentment, confusion, and sorrow permeated every corner. Meanwhile, at the Johan Cruyff Arena, a starkly contrasting scene unfolded. As the match ended, Ajax players stood panting heavily on the pitch. They too awaited the final result of the season. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating the stadium. In that instant, Chinfong and the others knew the answer. They roared in celebration, embracing each other in groups of 2 or 3. With reddened eyes, De Ligt specifically sought out Chinfong. Thank you, my brother. If it weren't for you in today's match, I might never have held my head high again. No, never think that way. In my heart, you are the world's best center back. Chinfong revealed a sincere smile, showering him with praise, which drew hearty laughter from the group. Van de Beek and Dolberg also rushed over. The four of them formed a circle, huddled their heads together, and uniformly turned their backs to the outside, sealing the joy within their hearts. Elsewhere, De Jong, Zeech, Veltman, and others found their head coach Ten Hag expressing gratitude to the young manager who had taken over mid-season and led the team through every challenge. The undefeated young coach, for his part, showed a rare moment of tearful emotion. This was the first top-tier championship of his coaching career. How could he not be moved to tears? As the Ajax players celebrated on the pitch, the stadium erupted. The tens of thousands of fans could no longer contain their excitement, ignoring the security personnel's attempts to stop them. They poured down from the stands onto the field, eager to share the championship moment with the Ajax players. The chaos lasted for a while. By the time Chinfong and the others returned to the locker room, not a single player's jersey was intact. They had all been torn to shreds. They looked at each other and burst into hearty laughter, the cheerful sound filling every corner of the locker room. At the Red Bull Salzburg training base in a shared dormitory, Holland and Szoboszlai were watching the final match of the Eredivisie season. When they saw Ajax win 4-1 against SBV Excelsior, they jumped up in excitement. Holland, who had an exceptionally close relationship with Chinfong, was naturally thrilled for his teammate, securing the first championship of his career. Szoboszlai, having watched several of Chinfong's matches with Holland, had gradually become an admirer and couldn't help jumping for joy himself. Holland pulled out his phone and called Chinfong to offer his congratulations. Chinfong responded warmly. They chatted for a while before Chinfong had to hang up, saying the award ceremony was about to begin. Hearing this, the fighting spirit hidden behind Holland's joy finally surfaced. Next season, he too would win a top-tier championship. At the Johan Cruyff Arena, the gleaming silver circular trophy was brought out by the staff and slowly handed to Veltman, who stood on the podium. The Ajax captain gripped the heavy trophy with both hands. He called for everyone to place their hands on it. As one of the key contributors to the team's championship victory, Chinfong was certainly worthy of touching it. Upon contact, though cold to the touch, a warm sensation flowed through his heart. For those who couldn't reach the trophy, they placed their hands on their teammates' shoulders, sharing the feeling. After counting down from 3, Veltman raised the circular trophy high, and everyone shouted in unison. "We are the champions. Yeah, we are the Eredivisie champions." The familiar, universally recognized song, "We Are the Champions," began to play throughout the stadium at the perfect moment. With a bang, colorful confetti cannons fired, showering the sky with brilliant streamers that fell upon these vibrant young men who made miracles seem like an everyday occurrence. Everyone wore beaming smiles, and this beautiful moment was captured by the photographers. After the medals were also awarded, those with families brought their wives and children for commemorative photos. Those without families took pictures with their friends. Van de Beek and De Jong were among them. Others like Chen Feng held the trophy in one arm and their phone in the other, starting a video call with their family. "Mom, Dad, I did it." With these simple words, he moved the 4 people in his home in Belgium. Chen Fu and Emmeline's eyes reddened as they gave him warm words of advice. Chen Lin stood by the window, one hand on his forehead, the other clenched in a fist, proud of his younger brother's achievement. Chen Lu curled up on the other end of the sofa, tears blurring her vision. Chen the second not bad at all. The conversation lasted less than 5 minutes before Chen Feng hung up. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but there was only one trophy, and he couldn't monopolize it for too long. He had to let others use it. Moreover, as the season ended, the individual accolades were also announced. Eredivisie top scorers: 1. Jahanbach AZ Alkmaar, 19 goals. 2. Chen Feng Ajax, 17 goals. 3. Johnson ADO Den Haag, 16 goals. 4. Zeech Ajax, 16 goals. 5. Burgess Feyenoord, 16 goals. 6. Lozano PSV, 15 goals. 7. Weghorst AZ Alkmaar, 14 goals. 8. Labiad FC Utrecht, 14 goals. 9. Mount Vitesse, 13 goals. 10. Naz Ajax, 12 goals. Chen Feng ultimately failed to top the scoring chart, falling just 2 goals short of Jahanbach, which was a slight pity. However, in terms of efficiency, Chen Feng was far superior to the top scorer. After all, he had only made 23 appearances in the Eredivisie. Arsenal's indomitable will fierce pressing throughout the pitch. New signings score twice, multiple players find the net, the Blue Moon cuts down the Gunners. Sunderland secures 2 consecutive wins. Guardiola's demands are exceptionally strict. Jesus keeps dialing up the pressure. Ederson's assist stuns the crowd. A match of overwhelming force. Chen Feng notches a hat-trick of assists. Aguero also bags a hat-trick. The Blue Moon Brigade sweeps Huddersfield Town. Amidst the match, a chance encounter with the boss and his daughter. The Blue Moon faces Wolves, the big spenders of the summer, determined to stay in the Premier League. Defending home honor, the fierce Wolves seek to devour the Moon. Substitutes prove effective, showcasing chemistry between Belgian players. So your Wolves, huh? The Blue Moon slays the Wolves for a 3rd straight win. The Champions League group stage draw begins. At just 18, Chen Feng, come claim your trophy. The Blue Moon battles the Magpies against the IL. Chen assists Sane for a lightning-fast goal. Still daring to fight back? We'll score another one against you. Guardiola, it doesn't matter, we have Chun, he will deliver. 2 forwards injured consecutively. Maria extends a warm invitation. The Blue Moon faces Lyon, a team brimming with talent, in their first Champions League group stage match. Fernandinho's passing error leads to Fekir assisting Cornet for a goal. Fernandinho dispossessed again of Fekir, scores and assists, putting the visitors 2 goals up. Chen Feng seizes a chance in the box to pull one back. The happy duo squanders numerous opportunities and is substituted. Chen Feng unable to save the day. The Blue Moon suffers their first defeat of the season. The extraordinary performance of Holland, Guardiola's lightning-fast reactions. Oh, what a damned misunderstanding. And this damned schedule. 2 goals, 2 assists, a thrashing of Cardiff City, unlocking chemistry bonds. Securing a 6th straight league when earning a 5-day break. Arriving in Sunderland, the vice-chairman comes to inspect the work. Nonsense from the tabloids, ending the break and returning to the team early. Premier League Round 7, hosting Brighton. The Blue Moon easily dispatches the Seagulls at home. Guardiola's tactical analysis session. A clash of top managers. Champions League Round 2 arrives as the Blue Moon travels to face Hoffenheim. A tragedy unfolds. Hoffenheim scores after 44 seconds, striking first. The Blue Moon responds. Chen Feng assists Aguero for his first Champions League goal of the season. Constantly shifting tactics. Chun Lao Air unlocks a new identity, advanced free man. David silences Hoffenheim with a last gasp goal. Chun earns the highest rating of the match. Non-stop action, preparing to face the Premier League's second-place team Liverpool. Tactical drills, reuniting with an old friend. Liverpool's £100 million midfielder waits on the bench. The top-of-the-table clash is imminent. Gomez gifts an own goal assist. Klopp's iron fist in immediate substitution. The situation changes dramatically. Liverpool stages a comeback. Chen Feng's surgical through-ball. Aguero scores a brace, wins a penalty, and is injured. Jesus misses the penalty. Chen Feng scores 2 goals in 3 minutes, turning the tide with a spectacular comeback. Aguero out for months. KDB finally returns. A multi-pronged attack, a resounding victory over Burnley, an ambiguous atmosphere. Depart. KDB's breathtaking, masterful passes lead to a 2-0 lead by halftime. KDB's hat-trick of assists plus a brace from Chun. The Blue Moon crushes Shakhtar. The Group F qualification situation. Pochettino growing dissatisfied with Levy. Tottenham's own goal fiasco, a chance encounter with Son and Kane in the player tunnel. An enraged Tottenham centre-back, Chun Lao-er capitalizes on a loose ball. Kane misses a one-on-one. The god of goalkeepers Ederson. Chun Fong toys with his potential romantic rival. Ali is sent off with a red card. The Blue Moon extends their winning streak to 10. A defiant Pochettino, Manchester City's team-building activity. Brahim Diaz shines brightly. Is Chun Feng's position under threat? Manchester City offers a contract extension, a brand new Trident CFD. All three of CFD score, amusing incidents at the Jewel House. The Champions League resumes, 2 penalties won, but 0 goals. A cruise missile exploding across the pitch. Deprived of Chun, Kevin seems to have lost his aim. Sane returns to a dispute on the training ground. The Manchester Derby arrives at Chun and Mourinho meet for the first time. Tensions run high. Mourinho's shocking move, a £100 million forward line waits on the bench. Chun Lao-er fires a powerful shot for a goal. Is De Bruyne possibly injured? Manchester City's midfield is in peril. A twist within a twist within a twist at the Etihad Stadium. Today the sky over Manchester is blue. Missing international duty, the world champions suffer a humiliating defeat at the end of the year. Traveling to the Grand Stade, the Blue Moon is sworn to revenge. Chun Feng starts on the bench. Lion begins to show their arrogance. Captain, let me be your dog. The Blue Moon sword cuts down the League One powerhouse, securing qualification from Group F. Company's plans is the wish of the Belgian trio. Beat Burnley, thrash Watford. The task in Geneva. Transfer season is upon us. A tough opponent, the big spending Chelsea. The Blues defend their home honor, the ecstatic Chelsea B. Hazard provides 2 assists. Chun assists Jesus to pull one back, but ultimately, they cannot save the match. Manchester City firmly secures top spot in the group. Who will be their round of 16 opponent? Suffering a shock home defeat after a comeback, the month of miracles sees another battle against Leicester City. What a nemesis. Chun and Vardy both score. A full display of provocation. Even with a marginal offside call, will still score against you. Shocker, Manchester City winger harbors resentment towards the manager, wants to sing horribly to annoy him. This is worth more than tens of millions of pounds. Another battle against Southampton. Diaz's farewell match, Ward-Prowse, superb free kick. You are Professor Ward-Prowse. Then from this moment on, call me Professor Chun. The arrival of the machine. Manchester City officially announces 2 deals. Chun switches to number 11, Haaland dons the number 9 shirt. The machine's first training session. So you're Haaland, huh? I heard you want to compete with me, Gabriel Jesus, for a position. Haaland's explosive performance, the final piece of the Blue Moon dynasty puzzle. Haaland starts. What the hell is this guy? A ridiculously basic error. Sulla gratefully accepts the gift. The brutal machine. Like father, like son, the scene-stealing Anthony Taylor. Chun and Haaland both bagging hat-tricks, clocking off early. The Blue Moon doubles up on the Reds. Hey, let us raise a glass to the machine. The pursuit of Thomas for 60 million hits a snag. The deal falls through. Big wins in both the FA Cup and the EFL Cup. The third transfer target also hits a snag. The fierce wolves turn into wild wolves at kickoff. 2 brothers score together. The art of wolf slaying, a Chinese club makes frequent moves. The unstoppable Blue Moon meets a Magpies roadblock. The machine scores in 9 consecutive matches. Chun provides assists in 11 consecutive matches. The substitutes have a disastrous performance. A late penalty seals the win. The Blue Moon suffers another defeat. The candidate put forward by Chun Feng. Direct to Ajax, tense transfer negotiations. The final transfers, both does officially join. The jubilant Blue Moon fans, Fernandinho's successor. A wolf and a chicken. Another league encounter with the old guard. Old James is your mouth blessed. Rushing through the progress bar, the game is as good as over. Doubling up on the small broken car this season, my coin is back. The 3 youngsters can't wait. Can they turn the tide? Doubling up on the toffees this season, Guardiola boasts 2 divine strikers that make everyone drool. Sarri's secret weapon. The divine striker is him. The big watermelon. Guardiola's tactics completely outclass Sarri. This is the gap. A one-sided thrashing. Aguero bags a hat-trick. Chun and Haaland both score braces, a perfect revenge against the small broken car. A day off when old friend visits. Declining the Manchester United manager's invitation, an FA Cup upset. Champions League round of 16 first leg approaches, traveling away to face Schalke. You think your mistake is bad? Watch me give away 2 penalties. Impressive, right? Controversial decisions. De Ligt sees red. The Blue Moon's woes deepen. 2 goals in 5 minutes. The Blue Moon stages a miraculous comeback. EFL Cup final, facing an old rival again, Guardiola's squad list. Pre-match arguments, Guardiola's tactics, and the unsheathing of the blade. A magical substitution turning the score around. Classic Guardiola. An iconic moment. Kepa transforms into Kepa the director. Ice in the veins. A Panenka penalty decides the match, lifting the 2nd trophy of his Blue Moon career. Haaland pours the celebratory drinks. Chun Feng lunges to slay the machine. The Premier League title race, the Reds are on a formidable run. The tactic of playing 2 center forwards together, showing initial results. Playing in a lower dimension. The Blue Moon dominates completely. The Blue Moon slaughters the Bundesliga giants. The round of 16 journey concludes. Quarterfinal opponents, the Champions League landscape. Multiple highlights. The Blue Moon gets slapped twice by the Little Swan. A highly controversial match winner. International action resumes. European Championship qualifiers arrive. The first match is here. The clash with Russia. A blunder. Courtois gifts a huge chance. Holland makes his international debut. One opening win, one opening loss. The new Norwegian trio forms on the spot. 2 consecutive wins in the Euros. The sausage has a story to tell. Fulham's new manager's new tactics. Brute force is useless. All competitions entering the final stages, a roller coaster FA Cup semi-final. So this is a solo run. Showboating. The FA Cup final opponent Sunderland. Pochettino's new game plan. Aguero misses a penalty. Tottenham's restrictions. Guardiola and his assistant's argument. The Son Kane connection. Tottenham's number 10 is injured and forced off. The power of wing play. Son Heung-min achieves a goal and an assist at Tottenham with home advantage sinks the Blue Moon battleship. Sane's transfer request. Guardiola chooses to let him go gracefully. Crystal Palace's absolute mainstay. Zaha and Wan-Bissaka. Finally getting a chance to open the box. Holland and Jesus both bag hat tricks. The Champions League quarter-final second leg begins. Tottenham missing 5 key players. Chun Feng's powerful strike seizes the initiative. Laporte, how much did Tottenham pay you? I'll double it. Tottenham suffers another injury. Offside by a hair's breadth. Are they blatantly favoring Tottenham? Another league encounter with Tottenham ends in a regrettable draw. A thrilling exchange of attacks, the 5-man defense crumbles. Reversing Leicester City, overtaking Liverpool, returning to the top of the table, keeping the suspense for the final match. The Sky Blues strike first, but a shoe brings one back. The Sky Blues net 2 goals in 5 minutes. Both managers make substitutions. Allegri's miraculous substitution. Will they be equalized? Only 2,000 tickets allocated. Holland steps up. Guardiola changes tactics at halftime. Liverpool seals the deal at 4-2. Manchester City's last chance. All or nothing. A brief title ceremony. The Premier League Golden Boot and Playmaker are crowned. 11 goals and 9 assists. Dybala injured. Juventus draws first blood. Serve up the chances. Manchester City reaches the Champions League final. The vibrant young talent of Sunderland. Bayern's move. Starting lineups revealed. 4-3-3 versus 4-3-3. Messi scores a free kick. A fierce contest. Barcelona scores 3 consecutive goals, drawing a sigh from Guardiola. A cruise missile of a goal and a legendary performance. A new king is crowned. The Sky Blues' first Champions League trophy. Positional candidates. A transfer request from Jesus. July schedule. Company unlocks a new identity. A match against Yokohama F. Marinos. No. Chun Feng refuses to play. Under public pressure. Who would ever complain about having too much money? An idiot. Returning to the city. Preparing for the new season. A 60 million new signing waits on the bench. Still not giving up on signings despite being this strong. The UEFA Super Cup begins. Lampard's managerial debut. Stay away. A glorious sextuple dynasty. A new season. The first Premier League match against a formidable West Ham. Shows a bit of leadership, but not much. Son, the team is fine, no need to worry. Holland on a date. Inviting Chun Feng to be a third wheel. Hake faces his old club. The international break arrives, a Trossard's national team debut. Belgium takes off. The Champions League begins. Not as swift as the lightning-fast Chun Feng. A bewildered Watford. He is my father. How can you advance? The transformation of Chun II. Then apologies. The hungry wolf is about to devour the moon. Lukaku in blistering form, a tearful Jesus. 3 wins from 3. Top of the group. Sweeping past Grealish. Bring on the League Cup round of 16. Even more absurd, Walker playing as goalkeeper. The title decider, the winner takes the top spot. Finding hope in desperation. The match-winning penalty. Hypocritical Chun. Poor Emery. Loses his coaching position. Let us welcome the 2018 Ballon d'Or winner. The terrifying monster Erling Haaland. Topping the group. Then we won't hold back. The king of the ball. The Champions League round of 16 opponent is very tricky. League Cup rematch against a bitter rival. Out of form, a grueling battle against Crystal Palace. Impulsive Cancelo brings a huge crisis to Manchester City. Toppling the Sky Blue battleship. He is a wall. An exhilarating Champions League round of 16 match. Both sides attack. Chun Feng. Holland. This is their stage to shine. Defeating Sheffield Wednesday. Marching to Old Trafford. Manchester United scores another goal, then gets complacent. A crucial battle. Arteta's wrong choice squanders a good position. League encounter with Chelsea again. Heading to an empty Stamford Bridge. Chelsea takes the lead. A sudden wave of internal competition. On the eve of the red-blue clash, the pre-match trash talk begins. Who will come out on top? 3 goals demolish them. Narrowing the gap. Overwhelming attack. Hello there, Coach Arteta. Achieving tactical dominance. Guardiola's tactic is completely defeated. Martinez descends like a god. No room for error. The special one faces Klopp. And Liverpool, locked in a fierce battle with Mourinho's Tottenham. The Champions League resumes. Guardiola, come on Zizou. Let's finish the unfinished fight. Defeating Real Madrid, facing Lion. Defeating the Bavarian Giants, then marrying the Parisian lady. The grand finale.